transformed into Vegeta. He was born with an extraordinary fighting power, yet due to the awakening of his system, his combat abilities diminished instead of increasing. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he endured 4 years of humiliation, even being scorned by King Vegeta. Ultimately, he could no longer bear the cold jests and set off for Earth aboard a spaceship. During his journey to Earth, he awakened the system, embarking on a path of unparalleled progress and surpassing the legendary Sun Wukong, leaving him with no options. Could he be merely the perennial second? Absolutely not. He seized the 4-star ball, intercepted Bulma halfway, and began his adventures in place of Sun Wukong. Let anyone dare to call me Vegeta. Chapter 1. Departure for Earth, the awakening of the system. Have you heard? That useless prince is going to learn combat techniques with us today. How dare you say that? He is the son of King Vegeta. Who cares? It's rumored that even King Vegeta pays him no mind, and is planning to send him to a remote planet. In the training room of Vegeta's star, the descendants of elite Saiyan warriors gathered. The protagonist they spoke of was none other than Prince Vegeta IV. He was a time traveler who had previously died from his own handsomeness while gazing into a mirror. Upon arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he was born with impressive combat abilities, already reaching the pinnacle of Saiyan potential, surpassing even King Vegeta himself. King Vegeta held high hopes for him, recognizing him as the one most likely to restore the Saiyans' glory as a warrior race. He was seen as the savior who could free the Saiyan people from the tyranny of the Cosmic Emperor. He was King Vegeta's pride and the hope of all Saiyans. However, after 4 years, this prince, once filled with promise, saw no increase in his fighting power. In fact, it had diminished below even his newborn level. Indeed, his combat power was now a mere 5 points, rendering him a laughingstock, a waste of a prince. What a tragic fate. Bang! The door to the training room was kicked open. A child with an M-shaped hairstyle and a swept fringe scanned the room with piercing eyes. Suddenly, the chatter in the classroom ceased. Everyone held their breath, gazing at the boy clad in a cloak. Who is this? Is this entrance not a bit too ostentatious? All eyes were glued to this new face. Everyone, introduce yourself, said the teacher in a condescending tone. As the instructor of combat techniques, he undoubtedly knew who this new student was, yet he showed little respect, his eyes betraying a hint of mockery. For Prince? With such paltry combat power? If it weren't for your title, you wouldn't even be allowed through the door. The boy crossed his arms and coolly declared, I am who I am, Vegeta. Despite his diminished power, his princely pride remained unwaning. The classroom, which had been silent, erupted into chaos a second later. Some murmured, while others burst into laughter. Ha! I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's that useless prince. Oh wow, a combat power of only 5. How dare he share a classroom with us? Get out of here. Such trash doesn't belong in the same space as me. Various insults and doubts swirled around Vegeta's ears. He had endured such scenes countless times before, where the walls would fall as everyone turned against him. Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, glaring at everything around him, his mind racing with the faces mocking him. He couldn't help but wonder what had gone wrong. As a time traveler, born as a Saiyan prince with combat power that should have surpassed all his generation, why had it not only failed to increase, but actually decreased? Thud! A heavy footfall echoed from outside the door. A man with a crab-like head entered the training room. The teacher immediately bowed respectfully, greeting Mr. Bedak. He was indeed a distinguished Saiyan, an anomaly among them. Though a lower-class warrior, he possessed strength surpassing that of many elite warriors. In the Saiyan culture that revered strength, Bedak's fierce gaze silenced the bustling training room. You are Vegeta? Bedak said expressionlessly, looking at Vegeta. The prince nodded, feeling perplexed. Bedak had never interacted with him before. Why was he suddenly here? A voice from the crowd murmured, I didn't expect Teacher Bedak to come teach us. Vegeta caught this remark. Oh, so that's it. Bedak is here to teach these brats. Bedak's voice interrupted Vegeta's thoughts. This is not the place for conversation. Let's go outside. He led Vegeta to a secluded alley and leaned against the wall. I've heard of your deeds, and I must say, I am somewhat surprised. Vegeta sighed helplessly. Yes, I am surprised too. For years, he had been troubled by his fighting power, unable to increase it despite his efforts. With a mere 5 points, this Saiyan prince was essentially a non-entity, which is why he had not been captured by the Cosmic Emperor as a hostage. From the moment he was born, he had lofty ambitions. Ever since he learned his name was Vegeta, he vowed to lead the Saiyans out of Frieza's clutches and rewrite history. However, fate seemed to mock him. Despite his relentless training, his combat power never increased, transforming him from a Saiyan prodigy into a source of shame. Becoming the laughingstock of all Saiyans, their attitudes towards him plummeted. Even his father scoffed at him, wishing for his departure. Suddenly, Bedak placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder and patted him, saying, "Keep going, kid. If a lower-class warrior like me can train to this level, you, born an upper-class warrior, have innate talent. Don't lose heart." With that, Bedak waved and headed back to the classroom, leaving Vegeta standing alone. "Oh, by the way, I had a dream, and in that dream, you were not this dejected." Unable to increase his fighting power, Vegeta had fallen into despair, nearly forgetting his initial vows, but Bedak's words jolted him awake. A dream? A premonition? Vegeta counted on his fingers. According to the plot, the destruction of Vegeta's star was imminent. Time had flown, and unknowingly, the day of destruction was approaching. Vegeta smirked as images of past humiliations flooded his mind. These heartless Saiyans, let them be." Vegeta glanced at the retreating figure of Bedak, about to call out a warning, but stopped himself. Since Bedak had foreseen his future, he must also be aware of Vegeta's star's fate. Soon after, Frieza would annihilate the planet of Vegeta. Given Bedak's nature, he would undoubtedly not retreat, choosing instead to engage in a bloody battle with Frieza. The thought of Frieza's power is terrifying. Regardless, he is already rendered useless with no chance for a comeback. The best course of action now is to flee. Immediately, Vegeta hastened to the palace of King Vegeta. He knelt on one knee and requested, "Father, I wish to train on other planets. Please grant me permission." King Vegeta propped his head with one hand, lazily opening one at a glance at Vegeta. "Oh, do as you wish. Your departure is convenient for me. I won't have to endure public scrutiny. Besides, your brother is about to be born. When the time comes, I shall designate him as prince, and he will undoubtedly surpass you, the worthless one." To King Vegeta, familial bonds meant little unless one is sufficiently powerful to be deemed worthy as his son. Vegeta's lips curled slightly upwards. "Ah, indeed, if you say so, your son Tabor is certainly formidable." Vegeta promptly rose, eager to leave. Were it not for needing this old man's permission to use the spaceship, he wouldn't even want to step through the door. Now off to Earth it is. Even a lowly fighter can find their springtime. It was from there that Sun Wukong began to grow stronger. With a mere combat power of 2, he transformed into the strongest in the universe. Surely, Vegeta can achieve the same. After all, there are Dragon Balls there. Moreover, his future wife, Bulma, resides there as well. Are you really leaving? Outside the spaceship's launch area, Vegeta bid farewell to a little Saiyan girl. Her petite frame was enveloped in loose battle attire, and her watery, large eyes revealed her reluctance. This girl, named Sulia, was Vegeta's only companion. Saiyans, driven by a desire for strength, prefer to ally with the powerful. Currently, Vegeta's combat power is too low for him to consider Nappa and Ladisi as followers. However, Sulia is an exception. Her weak combat power placed her among the lower warriors, yet she did not mock Vegeta like the others. She was willing to befriend him. She was born 2 years before Vegeta and witnessed the rise and fall of Vegeta's star, feeling sympathy for him. Sulia was also a pitiful soul. Her parents perished on the battlefield when she was just 3. Vegeta's gaze hardened as he nodded firmly, saying, "Yes, Sulia, I must go." Sulia lowered her head, feeling a twinge of sadness. After all, Vegeta was the only person on this planet with whom she could converse. Other Saiyans were unwilling to befriend a lower warrior who had lost both parents. Seeing Sulia's downcast expression stirred Vegeta's compassion. Soon, Vegeta's star would vanish, and all Saiyans would perish. Sulia had lived alone on Vegeta's star for 3 years. She had little to hold her back. If she had any attachment, it would perhaps be to him. "Vegeta, come with me," Vegeta said solemnly, speaking without hesitation. Sulia's eyes sparkled with hope, her despondent face instantly brightening, as if she had been waiting for these very words. Her gaze brimmed with anticipation as she confirmed, "Really?" Vegeta nodded in reply. "Of course." On Vegeta's star, a spherical spaceship swiftly soared towards a planet named Earth. Vegeta and Sulia entered sleep mode. Soon, Vegeta drifted into a dream. System initializing. Confirming host. Binding system. A deep electronic voice jolted Vegeta's nerves as he tossed and turned within the spaceship. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, alertly exclaiming, "Who? Who is speaking?" System binding complete. Detecting host data. Name Vegeta. Combat power 5. Dodge 1. Dodge resistance 0. Control 0. Release control 0. Perception 10. Skills: Sky Cannon proficiency 10. Ultimate Flash proficiency 10. Number of romantic interests, 0. Detection complete. Detected that host is heading to Earth. Unlocking beginner's gift package. Obtaining complete map of Earth. Perception increased by 90 points. System. Indeed, host, I am the system, though it took me 4 years to awaken. 4 years? Isn't that precisely when he crossed over into the Dragon Ball world? Vegeta, belatedly realizing this, was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. So, my combat power has diminished because of you? Yes, host, my awakening consumed your combat power. A deceptive system. Indeed, everything is related to it. Wait, is it reasonable to receive such a meager reward upon awakening? I traded my combat power for this? A mere map as a beginner's gift. Do not worry, host. As the number of romantic interests increases, my subsequent functions and rewards will become more abundant. Binding to such a system clearly indicates that he is to pursue women in the Dragon Ball world. A flurry of names of Dragon Ball beauties flashed through Vegeta's mind. Bulma, Shibahao, Lanchi. It sounds a bit like living off others, but how can I know if someone meets the criteria for a romantic interest? Good question. Simply check the affection level. An affection level of 100 will trigger it. Affection level? This sounds akin to strategies for courting women. Intriguing indeed. At this, Vegeta couldn't help but glance at the sleeping Sualiya beside him. In this confined space, their distance was remarkably close. It was the first time Vegeta had observed Sualiya from such proximity over the years. Quite cute, a beauty in the making. She would undoubtedly grow into a stunning woman. Ding. Sualiya, affection level, 60 points. 60 points, acceptable, a level of good friendship. All right, stop staring. You aren't trying to forge copper, are you? This insufferable system. Its words are so crass. Dog. No, system. I have another question. My combat power won't be drained any further, will it? Of course not. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with determination. This is extraordinary. Not having his combat power drained means he can train anew. Coupled with this golden finger, isn't this akin to a small cow smoking? Extremely impressive? Though Vegeta was exhilarated, he did not allow himself to be swept away. His current priority was to develop cautiously. If he were to return to Vegeta Star now, with his current strength, he would be unable to effect any change. If he returned, he would have to face the cosmic overlord Frieza. Furthermore, the Saiyan's attitudes toward him did not warrant such actions. After careful consideration, Vegeta resolved that since he had boarded the spaceship, he would first head to Earth and restart his training. Second place for eternity? A tragic fate for the sad Vegeta? Absolutely impossible. That position is yours, son Wukong. Chapter 2. Seeking Mastery at the Crane School. Above the Earth, a spherical spacecraft surged through the clouds, peeling back the veil of the planet as it hurtled towards a high mountain. With a resounding crash, dust erupted and smoke curled, revealing a sizable crater upon the Earth. The thunderous noise sent all creatures of the plains fleeing in terror. The hatch swung open, and from the spacecraft emerged Vegeta and Saraya in succession. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, inhaling the familiar air and admiring the picturesque landscape that mirrored his memories of Earth. Saraya, her eyes darting about, took in the unfamiliar environment. A stark contrast to the high-tech realm of planet Vegeta, where only advanced structures remained amidst the untamed wilderness. Having lived her entire life on planet Vegeta, Saraya, unaccustomed to such sights, marveled, what a beautiful planet. We shall train here from now on. With arms crossed, Vegeta scrutinized the terrain. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps resonated from the forest nearby. Both warriors, acutely aware of impending danger as members of the Saiyan warrior race, braced themselves. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he focused on the forest. Such a commotion. It was evident that no large animals remained, having been frightened away by the landing of the spacecraft. The only beings likely to be intrigued by this spectacle were the humans, drawn by curiosity. From the thicket, dozens of figures emerged, leaping down from the trees and presenting themselves before the duo. In the sky, a fleeting silhouette hovered. The sunlight illuminated the scene, allowing Vegeta to discern the faces of these individuals. They were clad in identical attire, dark green martial arts uniforms emblazoned with a prominent character for Crane on their chests. The owner of the figure in the sky was soon recognized by Vegeta as Tien Shinhan, who was demonstrating his mastery of the flight technique. To Vegeta's surprise, they had inadvertently stumbled upon the Crane School's dojo. A bald man shouted, "Who are you to trespass upon the grounds of our dojo?" Saraya furrowed her brow, readying herself for battle, but Vegeta restrained her with a glance, signaling her to remain calm. Who could they be? Surely they do not intend to self-destruct like a truck. Vegeta mused. Given that this was the Crane School, a rival to the turtle school, he decided to play his hand. Adopting a pitiful demeanor, he declared, "We were merely passing through the territory of the turtle school when, to my misfortune, I drew their ire with a mere glance, resulting in a rather harsh beating. Our purpose in coming here is to seek training from the crane school, so that we may exact our vengeance upon the turtle school." This, of course, was a fabrication spun by Vegeta, as the martial artists remained hidden deep within the forest. They remain oblivious to the news from the outside world, thus entirely unaware of whether Master Roshi has taken on disciples. All they know is that the turtle school and the crane school harbor a deep-seated animosity. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the crane school began to chatter among themselves. In the sky above, Tien Shinhan descended slowly, landing beside Vegeta and Solia. "Why did you not enter through the main gate?" Vegeta pointed towards their spaceship, which lay ensnared in a deep pit. "Our mode of transportation encountered some difficulties, forcing us to land in this secluded mountain area." Tien Shinhan scrutinized Vegeta, still harboring doubts, and continued to inquire, "Why are you dressed in such peculiar attire?" Vegeta smiled lightly. "We are from a minority group. This is the traditional garb of our homeland." At that moment, Solia, who had been stirred with apprehension just moments before, now exuded an unexpected tranquility. Initially, her Saiyan instincts warned her that such a scenario would inevitably lead to conflict, and given the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side, serious injury was unavoidable. In contrast to her, who had never ventured out for training, Vegeta responded effortlessly to Tien Shinhan's inquiries, deftly defusing the potential conflict. Ding! Detected an increase in Solia's affection level by 1. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, is that possible?" Upon hearing Vegeta's explanation, Tien Shinhan decided to escort the two back to the dojo. "In that case, let us proceed. I will take you to meet the master." Vegeta bowed gracefully, replying, "I appreciate your kindness, senior brother." Just as everyone was preparing to turn back, a delicate voice echoed from a distance. "Tien Shinhan, wait for me." A small girl appeared, sporting twin ponytails and clad in a vibrant red traditional dress, her sparkling eyes radiating charm. Upon seeing her, Vegeta felt a pang of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place it. One disciple remarked, "Yulin, you're late. We've already seen all the excitement." Vegeta's body tensed. "Yulin, wait. That name sounds so familiar. Did she just call Tien Shinhan senior brother? Oh, it dawns on me. Yulin is a character from the Dragon Ball Super anime. She encountered Son Goku when he sought Tien Shinhan to participate in the Tournament of Power. She is Tien Shinhan's junior sister, skilled in talismanic arts. Yet Tien Shinhan seems to have forgotten this detail. Yulin had used her talismans to control Tien Shinhan's disciples, rendering them mindless and wreaking havoc on villages. She is indeed a beauty. Observing this, Tien Shinhan continued onward with Vegeta and Solia, not glancing back. Vegeta internally mused, "Tien Shinhan truly is a straightforward man. He has always been this way." The sight of two oddly dressed strangers piqued Yulin's curiosity, prompting her to circle around them. Vegeta waved his hand in greeting. "Hello, I am Vegeta, and this is Solia." Yulin repetitively uttered the names of the two individuals, Vegeta and Solia, such peculiar names. Vegeta elucidated, "We are of minority ethnicity, here to study under the crane school." Yulin, with a playful glimmer in her eyes, exclaimed, "Oh, is that true? Then I am not the youngest anymore. I too have junior disciples. Hooray!" Overjoyed, Yulin danced about, grasping Vegeta's hand as they rushed towards the dojo. Inside the crane school dojo, numerous disciples were diligently training, their movements synchronized, accompanied by continuous shouts of encouragement. In a particular room of the dojo, Master Roshi observed the two newcomers with hands clasped behind his back, having already acquainted himself with their backgrounds. "So, you were assaulted by the turtle school?" Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, adopting a furious demeanor. "Indeed, master. I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. Please impart your ultimate techniques so I may seek vengeance upon the turtle school." The crane school boasts a plethora of unique techniques: the four-body fist, solar fist, sky dance technique, Kamehameha for demon fist, and ki blast, all originating from the crane school. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, it was a blossoming of diverse skills, each worthy of study. After mastering the crane techniques, he would then learn from the turtle school. Whatever Goku could do, Vegeta would master as well. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi waved his hand dismissively and proclaimed, "What utter nonsense! Given the circumstances, I shall accept you as my disciples and ensure your quest for vengeance is fulfilled." Chapter 3. The System Awakens, a Gifted Talent. After Vegeta and Solia became disciples, They, like the other ordinary disciples, commenced their training with basic stances and punches. Unbeknownst to them, 3 months slipped by, during which Vegeta practiced alongside the group, yet his strength surged at an astonishing rate. Everyone believed him to be a martial arts prodigy, exceptional among his peers. However, only he understood that this was merely the beginning. After the system awakened, his combat power no longer stagnated. Muscles possessed memory, thus his strength was gradually being restored. At that moment, Vegeta was engaged in fierce combat with a number of disciples. The mere 5-year-old, with remarkable reflexes and formidable strength, bested one ordinary disciple after another. Vegeta is incredibly powerful. After just 3 months of training, he has effortlessly defeated those of us who have trained for years. Indeed, he is truly the embodiment of strength. Vegeta graciously responded with a polite smile, stating, "Not at all, my senior brothers are being overly generous." Yet this was merely the beginning. As he continued his training, he would soon dominate not just this dojo, but the entire Earth. And Solia has made remarkable progress as well. She can now hold her ground against me. Upon hearing her fellow disciples' praises, Solia felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It was the first time since arriving in this world that she had received compliments. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Thank you, esteemed brothers, for your kind words. I will strive to improve even further." Vegeta greeted Saraya with a smile, exclaiming, "Well done, Saraya. Even lower-class warriors can be formidable." Saraya chuckled, her heart brimming with joy at Prince Vegeta's praise. Little Yulin, hands on her hips and giving a thumbs up, remarked, "Indeed impressive. No wonder you are my junior siblings." In the shadows, Tien and Kaiotsu observed this exchange. Leaning against a pillar, Tien wore a smile, seemingly having found a worthy opponent, and excitedly remarked, "It appears that Vegeta is indeed a martial arts prodigy. Today is also the day of our master's teachings. Last time, you grasped the flight technique. I wonder what you will learn this time." With a swift motion, the door swung open and Master Roshi emerged, hands clasped behind his back. In that fleeting moment, all eyes were upon him. Master Roshi, silent, approached an open area, followed closely by his disciples, with Vegeta and Saraya hastily trailing behind. Stopping in his tracks, Master Roshi turned around. In the blink of an eye, his feet lifted from the ground, and his body began to ascend slowly. One disciple exclaimed, "It's the flight technique. It requires the perception of 1's energy. Unfortunately, I can't sense it at all." Tien, being a direct disciple, had already comprehended it. "Ding! Flight technique detected. Does the host wish to comprehend it?" Direct comprehension? How wonderful. It costs 10 comprehension points to grasp the flight technique. Proficiency, however, must be honed by the host. The flight technique must be mastered. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, it allows for immediate flight, a hallmark of the Turtle School's secret art that even Goku could not learn instantly. Comprehend. Comprehension successful. Remaining comprehension points, 90. As Master Roshi floated, he instructed, "Observe closely, my disciples. This technique requires you to sense the latent energy within your body, known as ki. Close your eyes and focus." With that, the disciples crossed their legs and sat down, with Vegeta and Saraya joining them. Vegeta merely pretended to participate, for he had already succeeded in his comprehension. In the next moment, a glimmer of light gathered in Vegeta's hand, the manifestation of ki, and soon after, his body began to levitate. He was flying. Yulin exclaimed, "Wow, junior brother Vegeta has grasped the flight technique so quickly, even faster than senior brother Tien." Ding! Yulin's affection level has increased. Yulin's voice startled all the disciples, who opened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Vegeta. Junior brother Vegeta is astonishingly talented. Indeed, he learned it at a glance. Truly exceptional comprehension. Tien furrowed his brow, astonished that this individual named Vegeta could learn so swiftly. Kaiotsu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Master Roshi's lips curled into a smile, clearly pleased with Vegeta's prowess. Vegeta soared, taking flight. Saraya was somewhat at a loss for words. Ultimately, Vegeta, being the prince of the Saiyans, possesses an exceptional innate talent from birth that far surpasses that of this lowly warrior. Ding! Detected Solia's affinity level is 1, currently at 62. Ding! Detected Yulin's affinity level is 1, currently at 55. In the skies above, Vegeta opened his eyes. He had ascended to a height akin to that of Master Roshi. With his fists clasped together, he expressed gratitude to his master for his teachings. Master Roshi, stroking his beard, nodded slightly in affirmation of Vegeta's prowess. "Very well. I shall continue to demonstrate the profound techniques of the turtle school. This particular move must be combined with the flight technique. Tianjin, you may wish to observe closely. Tianjin ascended into the sky, responding earnestly, understood, master. Master Rashi turned, bringing his thumbs and forefingers together to form a triangle, aiming it at a tree below. Watch closely. In an instant, the triangle emitted a brilliant flash of light, and the next moment, the surrounding space enveloped the tree in a radiant glow. With a resounding crash, the tree was reduced to ashes, leaving a deep crater in its place. Ding! Detected Kamehameha wave. Would you like to comprehend it? The Kamehameha wave, both controllable and destructive, is indeed a formidable weapon. Tianjin had utilized this technique to subdue Cell, its only drawback being its immense energy consumption, which could overwhelm the body. Such a potent skill. To hesitate even for a second would be a sign of disrespect. I shall comprehend it. Comprehend. 30 comprehension points consumed to immediately grasp the Kamehameha wave. Why is it 30 points? The Kamehameha wave is more powerful than the flight technique. Thus, it requires a greater expenditure. Would you like to comprehend it? This reasoning holds some merit, so I shall comprehend it. Comprehension successful. Remaining comprehension points, 60. Control, 10. The higher the control points, the more effective the control. This spectacle left the other disciples utterly astonished. A bald disciple exclaimed, "This move, its destructive power, is immense. If only I could learn it." A nearby disciple retorted, "Give it up. You can't even master the flight technique, let alone this." Even Tianjin was captivated by the display. He inquired, "Master, what is the name of this technique?" Master Rashi replied, "It is the Kamehameha wave, which requires a more refined use of one's energy to master. The downside is its significant toll on the body. It should not be employed unless absolutely necessary." However, unbeknownst to everyone, Vegeta had already comprehended the Kamehameha wave. He simply chose not to demonstrate it. Tianjin clenched his fists, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Master. I shall certainly master it in the future." Master Rashi surveyed the gathered disciples, finding that none had comprehended the technique, as it is indeed quite challenging. "Oh, it appears that no one has grasped it. Then I shall continue." Yulin whispered to Vegeta, "As long as no one comprehends it, Master will proceed to demonstrate other techniques." Last time, Brother Tianjin grasped the flight technique, so the subsequent skills were not demonstrated. Vegeta understood immediately. So that was the case, he decided to drop the pretense. In the following time, Master Rashi demonstrated the solar flare, the four-way fist, the four demons fist, and the Kamehameha. After weighing the pros and cons, Vegeta chose to invest his remaining points of perception in learning the solar flare and the four-way fist. The solar flare, a skill that had become quite commonplace in later stages, was something nearly everyone could wield, costing him merely 10 points of perception. The four-way fist proved to be quite useful, consuming 20 points. Ultimately, he was left with 30 points of perception. Chapter 4. Boosting Affection. The next day, by a waterfall cascading down with great force, Solia sat by the shore with a furrowed brow. Her eyebrows arched and her eyes tightly shut. She was earnestly searching for that hidden energy within her. However, she could merely materialize her aura. Her body remained firmly on the ground. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Vegeta. "Solia, is that you here?" he called out. Solia opened her eyes, distractedly glancing at Vegeta, and replied nonchalantly, observing Solia's posture. Vegeta quickly surmised that she was struggling hard to master the art of flight. "Let me teach you," he blurted out. Solia's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had found renewed hope. "Really?" Vegeta nodded slightly, affirming, "Relax. The more anxious you are, the harder it becomes to comprehend. You must achieve a state of calm, forget everything around you, and immerse yourself wholly in the understanding of your aura." While guiding Solia, Vegeta spoke somewhat casually. Whether she could truly succeed depended on her own efforts. After all, he possessed the advantage of a system, where acquiring skills merely required points of perception. Was it not somewhat shameless for someone with such a boon to instruct another in earnest training? Upon hearing his words, Solia replied, "All right, I will give it another try." A few minutes later, Solia's body still did not ascend, extinguishing her confidence once more. She sighed. It seems that lower-ranked warriors truly cannot learn this. Upon hearing this, Vegeta recalled a certain individual, Bardock. He approached Solia and extended his hand. Who says lower-ranked warriors are incapable? Even they can carve out their own destinies. Bardock is the finest example. Solia, having heard of Bardock, relaxed her furrowed brow. Vegeta continued, "Do not despair. Give me your hand." I will let you experience the sensation of flight. Solia hesitated briefly, but Vegeta grasped her hand firmly, and together they ascended into the air. Within 10 seconds, they were already 10 meters above the ground. Is this the feeling of flight? Solia gazed down at everything beneath her, a sensation she had only previously experienced while aboard a spacecraft. Vegeta continued to encourage Solia, saying, "Indeed, Solia, relax your mind and do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. You can learn this too. Allow me to take you for a spin." In an instant, Vegeta accelerated, firmly grasping Solia's hand as they soared swiftly around the back mountain of the dojo. Solia exclaimed in delight, "How fast, Vegeta! The wind feels so refreshing against my face." Refreshing indeed. Cast aside all negativity. Suddenly, a notification chimed in. "Host, your intention is to enhance Solia's favorability, isn't it?" "Yes, exactly. This approach is valid. But what she truly desires are tangible skills, like the flight technique. What should we do then?" "Utilize intelligence points to enable her to learn directly." "Learn directly?" "Intelligence points can be shared." How intriguing. With encouragement and guidance, whether Solia learned independently became irrelevant. After all, the system was there to assist. Why didn't you mention this feature sooner? However, the consumption of intelligence points will be slightly higher than using them personally. It will require 15 intelligence points. 15 points isn't too steep, but I can't afford to waste my 100 points. I'm nearly out. Well, I do then. Establishing connections with notable individuals will yield more intelligence points, and defeating Dragon Ball bosses will also grant rewards. Since I can acquire them, there is no need to be frugal. Let's use them. All right, I understand. Vegeta flew with Solia around the back mountain for half an hour, during which Solia's spirits were completely lifted and they returned to the riverbank. Now, let's try again. Forget everything around you. You are the center of the universe. Focus on the energy within you. Yes, I will get my all. Solia closed her eyes, entering a meditative state. Vegeta began conversing with the system. Use intelligence points to teach Solia the flight technique. Suddenly, Solia's body began to levitate, and she opened her eyes wide in astonishment, finding herself 3 meters above the ground. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "I can fly. I can fly now." She flapped her small hands, unable to contain her joy. Vegeta gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Well done, Solia. Who says low-level warriors cannot achieve greatness?" Solia flew to Vegeta's side and embraced him tightly. "Thank you, Vegeta. I could not have done this without your guidance." A notification sounded. Solia's favorability increased to 70 points. Saiyans truly are a warrior race. Once they grasp a combat skill, they experience a profound sense of accomplishment. This revelation provided a strategic approach to enhance Solia's favorability in the future. Vegeta smirked mischievously and soared into the sky, spiraling with Solia above the dojo. This enchanting scene was witnessed by all the disciples of the dojo, eliciting a chorus of awe. Wow! To my surprise, it is not only Vegeta who has mastered the art of flight. Even Solia has acquired it. Our martial arts dojo is graced by the presence of such exceptionally gifted individuals. Indeed, they are a match made in heaven. Yulin gazes with envy, having sought instruction from Tien Shinhan numerous times, yet he appears as unyielding as a wooden statue, imparting wisdom that is elusive and ineffable, leaving her unable to grasp the technique. Standing atop a cliff, Yulin gazes skyward and cries out, "I too wish to learn the art of flight." At that moment, Vegeta happens to witness her fervent aspiration. "Heh, you wish to learn? I shall teach you." As evening descends, Vegeta approaches Yulin, stating bluntly, "Do you desire to soar freely among the heavens? To fly alongside the sun? Do you wish to learn the art of flight?" His soul-stirring triple inquiry leaves Yulin utterly captivated. Yes, of course. Over the past few days, her fondness for Vegeta has blossomed significantly. Tien Shinhan has gradually faded from her thoughts, replaced by the compelling presence of Vegeta. Without further ado, Vegeta declares, "I can teach you." Solia is a testament to my instruction. Aha, so that is how Solia learned the art of flight in just one day. Brother, you must teach your sister as well. That night, Vegeta employs his tried-and-true methods to impart the technique to Yulin, elevating her fondness for him to an impressive 65 points. Chapter 5. The Martial Arts Tournament. Time flows like grains of sand, slipping away in the blink of an eye. A year has swiftly passed. Vegeta and Solia have diligently trained at the Turtle School for a year. Within the confines of their room, Vegeta awakens the system. System, what is my current combat power? 3,000. With a combat power of 3,000, he could easily dominate on Earth, dispatching formidable foes with effortless ease. In the original narrative, Vegeta at this stage could single-handedly vanquish multiple Saiyans, rendering the figure of 3,000 unimpressive to him. Nevertheless, he has consistently suppressed his power to remain below 200 to avoid inciting panic among those around him. The sound of knocking interrupts Vegeta's contemplation. "Vegeta, open the door." Yulin's urgent voice calls from outside. Rising, Vegeta opens the door and inquires, "What is it, Yulin?" Breathless, she exclaims, "The annual martial arts tournament is about to commence. Will you participate?" "A tournament? I wonder if it might grant me some favorable impressions." "A tournament, indeed? Competing against fellow disciples? That could be quite challenging." Yulin reassures him, "Oh, do not fret. It is merely a friendly sparring session. The first place has a reward." "A reward? What sort of reward?" Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she clasps her hands before her chest, speaking dreamily, master's secret technique. The art of talismans. The art of talismans. Will it not become Yulin's signature skill in the future? Sounds intriguing, but what are the rules of the tournament? Yulin explained, "Well, the rules dictate that a group of individuals will engage in combat. The one who remains standing in the arena will emerge victorious." Vegeta chuckled to himself. "So, it's just fighting? That suits me perfectly. All right, let's participate." Yulin led Vegeta to the venue, where Solia, Tien, and Kaiatsu were already positioned in the arena. Standing on the stage counts as registering to compete. So let us ascend. It is about to begin. With that, Yulin leapt onto the platform, followed closely by Vegeta. Upon landing, Vegeta drew the attention of all present. "Wait, Vegeta is participating too? It seems this year's hopes are dashed." The speaker was a disciple of around 20 years, who had narrowly lost to the merely 5-year-old Tien last year, almost claiming the title. What a defeatist attitude. We can team up against him. Soon, several disciples began to gather, conspiring on how to confront Vegeta. With a resounding boom, the gong sounded, signaling the official commencement of the martial arts tournament. The disciples, who had been scheming to unseat Vegeta, began to encircle him, their eyes glinting like those of ferocious tigers. "Be careful, Vegeta," Yulin cautioned, then turned to the disciples, admonishing them. "What a disgrace. So many of you ganging up on Vegeta." In stark contrast, Solia observed the scene with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of cunning, as if to say, "You think you can stop me with mere numbers?" In an instant, Vegeta was enveloped in a white aura. With resolute strides, he advanced towards the gathered disciples. He can utilize his energy for protection. Has Vegeta reached such a level? Impressive. This group had clearly never encountered someone of Vegeta's caliber, and their astonishment rendered them speechless. As Vegeta approached, his fists clenched tightly. "My apologies, esteemed brothers." He leapt into action, swiftly seizing one disciple by the collar and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. A second later, the disciple's body surged forth like a frenzied bull, careening into the others. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the encircling disciples were thrown from the stage, leaving only a semicircle of trembling figures. The remaining disciples quaked, unable to steady themselves. "I'll handle this," declared one, jumping off the stage. "I will too." Soon after, the rest followed suit, leaping down one after another. "Absolutely astounding. Well done, Junior Brother Vegeta," Yulin exclaimed, earning a boost in her favorability. "Excellent indeed. Continue to enhance your rapport." Presently, only Vegeta, Yulin, Solia, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu remain in the arena. With a mischievous smile, Vegeta boisterously declared, "Who else is there?" His voice reverberated throughout the dojo, prompting Yulin and Solia to leap off the stage in response. Vegeta then turned his gaze towards Kaiatsu and Tien Shinhan. "Do you wish to continue? Such arrogance is truly outrageous." Tien Shinhan replied, "You are formidable, Vegeta, yet I genuinely wish to test my skills against you. Kaiatsu, let us attack together." Kaiatsu nodded in agreement and promptly reacted, extending his hands to summon his psychic powers. "I have him immobilized." Tien Shinhan leaped into the air, his iron fist poised, charging towards Vegeta. The sound of impact, flesh meeting floor, froze time in that instant, as all eyes fixated on the ground. Tien Shinhan clutched his abdomen, his eyes glazing over, rendered incapable of further combat. Kaiatsu's psychic abilities had faltered. Vegeta had seized the upper hand, delivering a crushing blow to Tien Shinhan's midsection. The once extraordinarily gifted Tien Shinhan had been effortlessly subdued by a single strike from Vegeta. The disciples were astounded by this turn of events. They acknowledged Vegeta's strength, but never anticipated it could culminate in such a decisive victory over Tien Shinhan. Kaiatsu rushed over to assess Tien Shinnen's condition, while the other disciples hurried to assist him. Hey, Vegeta, you struck rather harshly. Harshly? Vegeta had barely employed a fraction of his strength. Disregarding their protests, he leapt to the side of Master Roshi. Master, I have one. Master Roshi retrieved a tome from behind him, emblazoned with the words the art of talismans. Very well. You are the most talented martial artist I have encountered. In the future, the Turtle School shall undoubtedly flourish under your guidance. With that, Master Roshi handed the book to Vegeta. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave now. Vegeta departed from the other's sight, ascending a cliff to peruse the tome. The contents merely instructed on the creation of talismans, the infusion of energy, and their applications, none of which piqued Vegeta's interest, as he lacked the finesse for such artistry. He resolved to gift it to Yulin, who seemed genuinely intrigued. So, Vegeta soared away in search of Yulin. Yulin. At this moment, Yulin still simmered with anger over Vegeta's injury of Tien Shinhan, having previously remarked on the inappropriateness of striking fellow disciples. Yet, when it came to combat, he showed no mercy. Upon Vegeta's arrival, Yulin huffed indignantly, Vegeta, if I hadn't jumped down, would you have struck me as well? Oh, are you a bit upset? How will you respond to this? Vegeta boldly placed the tome of talismans on the table, exclaiming, This is for you. Take it and cultivate your skills. In a breathtaking moment reminiscent of the Sichuan opera's face-changing performance, Yulin's tense visage instantly transformed into a radiant smile. Could it be true? After all, this was the coveted technique she had longed for. Indeed, it is true. Ding. Yulin's affection level has risen to 80 points. Chapter 6. Departure to Karen Tower. Are we really leaving? Yulin asked Vegeta, her voice tinged with reluctance, outside the dojo. This marked her second year at the Crane School, where Vegeta had mastered its profound techniques. The skills he had previously been unable to learn due to lack of insight were now effortlessly acquired. In response to Yulin's inquiry, Vegeta felt a twinge of sentimentality as well, particularly since her affection had reached 80 points. Nevertheless, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly continue to pursue her heart. Vegeta gently ruffled Yulin's hair and remarked, Well, I am merely a lay disciple, and there is no need for me to stay here indefinitely. Besides, I wish to explore the world beyond. Yulin tugged at Vegeta's clothing, her heart heavy with a myriad of unexpressed emotions. Over the past 2 years, her strength had surged immensely, all thanks to Vegeta, and she had developed an indescribable special feeling for him. All right, if you truly wish to see me again, then participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Perhaps I will join as well. Yulin's eyes widened with curiosity as she exclaimed, The World Martial Arts Tournament. What is that? For specifics, inquire with Master Roshi. You should be well informed. Just focus on your training. As Yulin pondered this, Vegeta had already taken to the sky alongside Saraya. He waved goodbye. Farewell, Yulin. Please convey my goodbyes to Master. Regaining her composure, Yulin realized the two had vanished into the heavens. She stomped her foot in frustration, muttering, How infuriating. They flew away so swiftly. I will certainly become stronger and encounter you again, Vegeta. As Vegeta and Saraya embarked on their long journey, Saraya inquired, Vegeta, where are we headed now? What is this important matter you mentioned? Important matters? There are countless significant events in the Dragon Ball world. However, the most crucial one concerns the Senzu Beans. At this point in time, that rotund fool, Yajirobe, has yet to reach Karen Tower. So we must seize the opportunity to trade fish for Senzu Beans. Moreover, I intend to learn every skill that Goku has encountered. Being the perennial second is not an option. Vegeta is 5 years older than Goku, and I shall tread the same path as him. What does Goku have that can secure first place? Suddenly, Vegeta halted over a vast sea, his gaze fixed intently on the surface as he declared, Let's engage in something meaningful. Saraya, puzzled, wondered what Vegeta meant by something meaningful. In the next moment, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Vegeta plunged like a sword into the ocean, making a perfect dive without a single splash. In an instant, the depths of the ocean began to shimmer with countless lights. Vegeta, flustered beneath the waves, relentlessly employed his signature technique, the prince's battle style. The surface of the sea was soon dotted with various fish, all bearing a common characteristic, a mark resembling a cross of death painted over their eyes. Suddenly, a towering water column, reaching 10 meters high, erupted from the sea, sending up a cascade of frothy waves. As the spray dissipated, Vegeta's figure emerged, soaring into the sky while dragging a colossal octopus behind him. The creature attempted to resist, but Vegeta swiftly delivered a precise chop to its head, rendering it unconscious. With force, he hurled the octopus onto the shore. Subsequently, Vegeta manipulated the water with his energy, transporting all the fish onto the beach. Gazing upon the haul, Vegeta's ample appetite began to rumble. Wow, so many fish! Solia exclaimed. This was not Solia's first encounter with such a large-scale hunt. She and Vegeta had extraordinary appetites that the dojo could hardly sustain. Thus, they frequently engaged in such activities, though this time the catch was unprecedented. Her stomach audibly protested in response. With a sudden thud, Vegeta had already retrieved cooking utensils from the universal capsule. In his previous life, he may have lacked in many skills, but he excelled in the culinary arts. Surrounded by pots, pans, and various containers, Solia was astonished, tinged with delight. Vegeta, you can cook. She could hardly believe her eyes. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta was not only a master of training, but surprisingly adept in the kitchen as well. Wielding a chef's knife with remarkable skill and confidence, Vegeta proclaimed, "Indeed, allow me to show you my prowess. I guarantee it will taste better than what we have at the dojo." With a flurry of movements, he sharpened the knife, prepared the fish, and sliced with finesse, the blade dancing through the air as if alive. Under Vegeta's deft hands, an array of exquisite dishes materialized: braised fish heads, grilled fish sashimi, fried fish balls, octopus balls, and grilled squid. All done. Vegeta clapped his hands together. Come and eat, Solia. For Saiyans, aside from training, their greatest passion was indulging in food. Solia had never witnessed such a scene. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, her gaze radiating with wonder. Solia picked up an octopus ball and placed it in her mouth. A bolt of lightning struck her very soul. This is the taste of the ocean. It felt as though she were swimming carefree in the sea, enveloped by the essence of nature. The sensation was simply sublime. So delicious. Vegeta. Ding. Solia's affection level has risen to 80 points. With a smile, Vegeta replied, "If it's tasty, eat your fill. I made plenty." Indeed, to win a person's affection, one must first appeal to their appetite. Subsequently, Vegeta and Solia opened their appetites, engaging in a fierce culinary battle, leaving chaos in their wake as they devoured their foes with unmatched fervor. Solia, patting her belly, exclaimed, "I am utterly full." However, Vegeta was not idle. He meticulously stored the remaining fish into a multi-functional capsule, intending to use these as bargaining chips for the coveted senzu beans. "Come, Solia, we must attend to more pressing matters." Solia, tilting her head in confusion, inquired, "Vegeta, what exactly is this matter? One moment you speak of significance, the next of importance." With a cold smirk, Vegeta revealed, "It is of course about becoming stronger." The very words sent a surge of Saiyan blood coursing through Solia's veins, prompting her to spring to her feet, brimming with excitement. "Become stronger? Then let us hasten our journey." Beneath the vast sky, two white auras streaked across the heavens, their destination being the world's tallest tower, the Korin Tower. Chapter 7. Senzu Beans and Ultra Divine Water. Due to Solia's still developing mastery of flight, Vegeta, ever considerate, reduced his speed, resulting in several hours of travel. Before them loomed a towering edifice piercing the clouds, the Korin Tower, a bridge between the realm of deities and the mortal world. The duo landed atop a mountain, and the lengthy flight left the somewhat weaker Solia feeling fatigued. The imposing iron tower filled her with trepidation. "Vegeta, are we really going to ascend?" Vegeta nodded vigorously. "Indeed, there are treasures to be found atop." Solia flapped her hands, murmuring, "But I'm feeling rather exhausted." "Then how about this? You remain here and do not move, while I ascend alone. I shall return to fetch you shortly." Reluctantly, Solia acquiesced. Vegeta then took to the skies, heading towards the Korin Tower. In the original tale, Goku spent a considerable time climbing this tower, having lacked the ability to fly at the time. However, the one ascending now was Vegeta, the master of flight. Vegeta ascended the tower with remarkable speed, soon reaching his peak velocity when a cat leaning on a staff came into view. "Flying up, I see," remarked Korin, somewhat astonished. Over the years, many had attempted to climb, including a martial artist known as Master Roshi, who had toilingly ascended day and night. Vegeta, however, could be considered the first to fly directly to the summit. "Greetings, Korin." The elderly white cat paused briefly, surprised to be addressed by name without introduction. An impressive visitor indeed. Korin feigned calmness, responding, "Welcome, young one who has ascended Korin Tower." After some pleasantries, Vegeta cut to the chase. "Korin, I have two objectives for my visit." Korin's brow furrowed. and the atmosphere grew tense. Upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta promptly tossed out a universal capsule, and a strong fishy aroma enveloped the air, with an array of fish of various sizes intricately scattered around Master Karen. This spectacle rendered Master Karen utterly enchanted. After all, he was but a cat. Having waited on this tower for so many years, encountering such a multitude of fish was simply overwhelming. Seizing the moment, Vegeta exclaimed, "I propose to exchange these fish for some senza beans. What say you, Master?" At the sight of the fish, Master Karen found himself rendered incapable of coherent thought. His eyes glazed over with desire, and tears of longing began to trickle down his cheeks. Without a moment's hesitation, he fervently nodded, "Yes, I shall trade with you." With that, Master Karen turned and began to rummage through his belongings. He produced a small jar, adorned with the character for Senzu. "Here." As Vegeta beheld the modest jar of beans, his brow arched slightly. "Is this all? How paltry! After offering such a bounty of fish, I receive but this meager portion." It seems Master Karen is somewhat reluctant to part with his treasures. Vegeta's tone grew somber. "Very well, then. I shall take my leave and consume these fish myself." With that, Vegeta began to gather the fish with his energy, preparing to return them to the capsule and turn away. "Wait!" Master Karen grasped Vegeta's hand urgently. "Add another jar." "One jar? That is hardly sufficient." "Master Karen, consider this. While senza beans can be cultivated anew, these fish may not return. Who knows when another offering might come your way?" Vegeta freed himself from Master Karen's grip and declared, "Farewell." "Hold on." A sly smile spread across Vegeta's face. Sensing victory, "I will trade. You have persuaded me. I shall give you all." Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Indeed, Master Karen, a most sagacious decision. I shall not be secretive." With a resounding pop, yet another universal capsule was opened, revealing even more fish upon the tower. This sight quickened Master Karen's heartbeat, sending his emotions soaring to new heights. "All the senza beans, please, Master Karen." At that moment, the only thoughts occupying Master Karen's mind were of fish, leaving no room for contemplation. "Meow, they are all behind you. Help yourself." "Very well. I shall comply with your request." Vegeta approached Master Karen's rear, discovering a jar filled to the brim with senza beans, standing as tall as he was. Who would have thought that in the early days of Dragon Ball, there were so many beans, yet they became so scarce later on? That rotund fellow, Yachirobe, truly wasted them. Vegeta swiftly gathered all the senza beans into the universal capsule. Ding! Detected a large quantity of senza beans. Would you like to store them in the system for retrieval at your convenience? Such a feature exists. Store. Ding! Storage complete. Having just experienced a surge of excitement, Vegeta's gaze inadvertently fell upon an object. The conspicuous character for God emblazoned on a nearby water bottle captivated all of his attention. Could it be? This is the Ultra Divine Water. Its resistance to toxicity can enhance one's potential. A rare treasure. Vegeta, glancing furtively at Master Karen, who was engrossed in devouring several fish, seized the opportunity. With stealth, he collected both the senza beans and the Ultra Divine Water. "Off I go, Master Karen, until we meet again." In high spirits, Vegeta propped himself against the iron railing and leaped into the air, his body splayed out in a free fall. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, he swiftly maneuvered his body toward the direction of Solia. With a thud, he landed and gazed at the weary Solia, producing a senza bean. "Here, Solia." Solia inquired. "What is this?" "You'll find out once you eat it." She took the senza bean and popped it into her mouth, instantly revitalizing her previously languid form. In astonishment, Solia exclaimed, "What kind of bean is this? It's incredible." Senza beans allow for rapid recovery of stamina. Before Solia could utter another word, Vegeta produced a water bottle and, without hesitation, drank directly from it. This ultra divine water is indeed a remarkable substance. It could very well be the key to why Goku surpassed Vegeta in strength within the original story. Therefore, no matter what, Vegeta must also give a try. In an instant, a cacophony of sour, sweet, bitter, and numbing flavors surged into Vegeta's mouth. Goodness, how unbearable. The taste of this ultra-divine water can only be described as extraordinary. Though as excruciating, he knew he must endure. Vegeta's body began to tremble, his hands frantically slapping his face as if to remind himself not to succumb to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Solia was understandably alarmed. She fixed her anxious gaze upon Vegeta and shouted, "Vegeta, what is wrong with you?" Vegeta's body hunched over, his complexion mottled with hues of blue and purple. He managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. I'm fine, don't worry about me. In the heavenly realm, the Supreme Kai and his attendant, Bubbles, closely monitor the unfolding events. Chapter 8, Mr. Bubbles. Approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta's complexion returned to normal as he gasped for air. System. What is my current battle power? Ding. Due to the consumption of ultra divine water, the current battle power is 24,000. The effects of the ultra divine water extend beyond the present. Its true potential will manifest even more significantly in the future. 24,000, not bad. This level is equivalent to the adult Vegeta's ability to easily defeat the likes of Koei in the original narrative. Could it be that the true impact of the ultra-divine water will become even more apparent in the future? Is it possible that this is one of the reasons Vegeta has remained in the shadow of Goku for so long? Vegeta, are you alright? Upon witnessing Vegeta's return to normalcy, Solia hurried over to check on him. Though she had obediently refrained from intervening earlier, her heart brimmed with concern. Vegeta smiled and reassured her. What could possibly be amiss with me? You nearly frightened me to death, Vegeta. What on earth did you just drink? Are you referring to this? Vegeta said, shaking the flask of super divine water before handing it to Solia. Why not take a sip yourself? Solia quickly stepped back, still shaken by Vegeta's previous state. Fear not. This is a marvelous elixir. Consuming it will undoubtedly augment your power. Augment my power? Is that truly so? Indeed. You may sense my aura. Does it not feel significantly more potent? Vegeta subtly intensified his energy, allowing Solia to perceive the change. Such an extraordinary substance exists in this world. Solia grasped the flask and began to drink voraciously. This action caught Vegeta off guard. After all, this was super divine water, dangerous and toxic. Consuming such a quantity could only bring harm. He snatched the flask back, but alas, it was too late. Solia's vision began to blur. Her eyes became unfocused, and her body swayed unsteadily. Then, a searing heat surged within her chest, her stomach roiling violently. Her complexion shifting from green to blue. That foolish girl. Vegeta swiftly produced a senza bean and placed it in Solia's mouth. However, her stomach rebelled, expelling the bean. This is dire. The senza bean has been rejected. If this continues, Solia won't be able to endure. System, do you have any solutions? Ipusas no remedios. But those two observing from above surely do. Above, the Supreme Kai and Boppo, the Supreme Kai, a Namekian and the deity of Earth for many years, surely possesses numerous abilities, including healing and detoxification. Vegeta had long sensed the Supreme Kai's scrutiny, yet the deity seemed wary of him. Supreme Kai, please stop watching. We mean no harm. We are coming up immediately. You must save her. With that, Vegeta leaped into the air, exerting every ounce of strength to fly towards the Supreme Kai's palace. At the Supreme Kai's palace, the Supreme Kai momentarily stiffened, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he conferred with Boppo. Boppo, it appears he has been aware of my presence for quite some time. The figure beside him, dark as coal, replied, Indeed, Supreme Kai, but he seems devoid of malice. Perhaps you are overthinking this. As the Supreme Kai sensed Vegeta's increasingly potent energy drawing nearer, he noted that the little girl's aura had weakened significantly. Without prompt action, she may soon succumb. Though deities typically refrain from intervening in mortal affairs, Vegeta's explicit plea for assistance could not be ignored. To forge an acquaintance with such a formidable individual is undoubtedly advantageous, should any turmoil arise on Earth in the future. Having such a person at hand would be beneficial for coping with it. After weighing the pros and cons, the deity resolved to assist Vegeta with this endeavor. With a swift motion, Vegeta appeared in the temple, cradling Solia in his arms. Observing the excruciating expression on Solia's face, Vegeta hastily brought her before the deity. His brow furrowed and eyes filled with concern. The moment of truth had arrived to ascertain whether this divine being could indeed neutralize the poison afflicting her. The deity waved his staff, and a soft emerald light enveloped Solia's form, gradually restoring her complexion to its normal hue. There you go, young one. She shall be fine after a few days of rest. Vegeta clasped his hands in gratitude and bowed slightly, saying, Thank you, esteemed deity. You may call me Vegeta. The deity smiled warmly and replied, There is no need for thanks, Vegeta. I'm merely curious as to why. Despite your current strength capable of defeating all the warriors on Earth, you still seek the super divine water. That was indeed an astute inquiry. After all, the deity acknowledged that beyond Earth lay even more formidable adversaries. With conviction, Vegeta replied, to grow stronger and protect our planet. The deity was keen to hear whatever would assuage his concerns, especially since Vegeta harbored no ill intentions. This statement piqued the interest of the nearby Bobo. It appears you are a martial artist in pursuit of ultimate mastery. Might I witness your prowess? With that, Bobo assumed a fighting stance. Vegeta clenched his fists at his waist, adopting a stance of readiness. Forgive me, Mr. Bobo. Vegeta leaped forward, launching a powerful punch towards Bobo's face. Just as his fist approached, Bobo effortlessly sidestepped the attack. What? Seeing his strike evaded, Vegeta accelerated the speed of his punches. Yet Bobo continued to evade with ease. How could this be? Is Bobo truly so strong? Vegeta was astonished, for he had secretly elevated his battle power to over 10,000. Recognizing that the situation was more complex than it appeared, Vegeta summoned the system. System, retrieve Mr. Bobo's data. Beep. Mr. Bobo, servant of Earth's deities throughout the ages, battle power, 1,000. Vegeta was perplexed. A battle power of 1,000? How could such performance be exhibited? It was utterly baffling. As Vegeta pondered this, the system's voice continued. During the duel with Mr. Bobo, his evasion metrics have been steadily increasing. Evasion metrics? What might that entail? The higher the evasion metrics, the lower the opponent's accuracy. Unless the opponent possesses a higher anti-evasion metric, which would grant them the chance to land a hit. Why does this feel reminiscent of Ultra Instinct? The host is indeed astute, articulating that the ultimate evasion value, when maximized, embodies the essence of the Ultra Instinct technique. Vegeta placed his hands beneath his chin, engaging in meticulous analysis. So, the Ultra Instinct is not an invincible skill? One merely needs to augment the evasion resistance value to counter it. Absolutely correct. Then how does one increase these value points? By exchanging for insight points or learning from Bubbles. Learning from Bubbles? He is merely a divine attendant. The system chuckled softly. Do not judge by appearances. The depths of the sea cannot be measured, and Mr. Bubbles is far from simple. Having exhausted his insight points, Vegeta had no choice but to seek instruction from Bubbles. Outside, Vegeta ceased his assault. Mr. Bubbles, please teach me how to cultivate. Chapter 9, Special Training. The system's remark about Mr. Bubbles being remarkable conjured a vivid image in Vegeta's mind. In the Dragon Ball Z saga during the Majin Buu arc, Mr. Bubbles had exhibited astonishing feats. He faced off against Goten and Trunks in their Super Saiyan forms. Goten and Trunks unleashed their full power, yet Mr. Bubbles remained impassive, effortlessly defending with both hands. Could it be that Mr. Bubbles harbors some hidden secret? Vegeta swiftly approached Mr. Bubbles, clasping his hands together. Please, Mr. Bubbles, instruct me in my training. This gesture startled the Supreme Kai. Vegeta, already formidable, was seeking mentorship from Bubbles? Could it be that Mr. Bubbles is even stronger? The Supreme Kai turned his gaze towards Bubbles, this coal-black figure who had been by his side for centuries, now appearing oddly unfamiliar. He knew that Bubbles had existed in the Supreme Kai's realm long before his ascension, accompanying several generations of Supreme Kais. Did Bubbles truly possess some secret? Mr. Bubbles hesitated momentarily, his clear eyes widening in surprise. Bubbles has never taught anyone. Upon hearing this, Vegeta leaned closer to Mr. Bubbles, whispering tentatively in his ear, Mr. Bubbles, are you familiar with the Ultra Instinct technique? Mr. Bubbles stiffened slightly, his body frozen in place, his hands moving to his back. Vegeta fixated on Mr. Bubbles' lips, wondering if he truly knew. Mr. Bubbles merely scratched an itch and replied, Bubbles does not know. Very well, it seems I was mistaken. However, Mr. Bubbles' display of a power level of 1,000 is rather peculiar. I assent it. Nevertheless, Bubbles understands that if one dedicates oneself wholeheartedly to a single endeavor, they shall excel. Yet, if you wish for Bubbles to teach you, he is uncertain how to proceed. Focusing on a single task, it was now time for Bubbles to strike. Before Vegeta could regain his composure, Bubbles' fist had already launched toward him. Bang! A sudden, forceful blow struck Vegeta squarely on the face, causing his body to retreat uncontrollably until he stabilized himself at the edge of the temple. A deep, purplish bruise manifested on his visage. Vegeta, wincing in pain, touched his face while gasping for breath. This could not possibly be the result of merely 1,000 battle power. You rely too heavily on your energy, Vegeta. He felt a tinge of numbness. What absurd reasoning was this? Too reliant on energy? Is utilizing energy a mistake? Then, Bobo charged at Vegeta once more. Vegeta crossed his arms defensively, preparing to block. Bobo's techniques were chaotic, He claimed one should not overly depend on energy, yet infused his strikes with it. Wasn't that contradictory? Since he was wielding energy, I could sense it. This time, a left hook. Vegeta's upper body swayed to the right, followed by a confident smile. Oomph. This time I will surely evade. Bang. Bobo's fist once again connected with Vegeta's face, producing a sharp, resounding impact. Vegeta was taken aback. He had distinctly sensed the energy of the left punch. Bobo, with a bemused expression and slightly parted thick lips, stated, "I was right. You do rely excessively on your energy." That punch and those words shattered all of Vegeta's doubts. He covered his swollen face, yet a smile graced his lips, disregarding the pain as he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. This scene left the Supreme Kai perplexed, intensely scrutinizing Vegeta's mental state. Had Bobo rendered him foolish? Thank you, Mr. Bobo, for your guidance. I understand now. So the caution against excessive reliance on energy pertains to the perception of energy itself. At times, an overemphasis on sensing energy can skew one's judgment of an opponent's movements. Perhaps prolonged training fosters muscle memory, enabling immediate reactions that lead to perfect evasion. Thus, I suggest the host spend more time training here, engaging with Mr. Bobo for further practice. There is some merit to this. Indeed, Mr. Bobo is remarkable. Arguably the most formidable individual on this planet. The techniques of the Turtle School can be learned at a leisurely pace, as the Dragon Ball saga has yet to commence. Training alongside Mr. Bobo atop this temple will undoubtedly yield significant progress. Vegeta's reaction left the Supreme Kai bewildered, who glanced at Mr. Bobo, seeking to discern what had transpired. Bobo, what is going on with Vegeta? Bobo merely shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. In the distance, Vegeta regained his focus, his gaze resolute as he bellowed. Once more, Mr. Bobo. Thus, Vegeta continued his relentless training with Bobo atop the temple. 7 days later, Solia awoke, her near-death Saiyan traits having elevated her strength once more. Indeed, Vegeta did not deceive me. Beep, Saiyan's affinity level 1. However, Vegeta remained oblivious to the system's announcement, wholly engrossed in his battle with Bubbles. His objective was to invigorate every fiber of his muscles, allowing them to possess their own thoughts and make independent judgments. He referred to this as muscle cognition training. Thus, Vegeta engaged in his repetitive training within the sacred temple day after day, sleeping when fatigued, eating when hungry, and resuming his rigorous exercises upon waking. Vegeta was indeed a madman. Nonetheless, having someone so dedicated to protecting Earth was undoubtedly a blessing, as lauded by the Supreme Kai. Vegeta's relentless training inspired me to keep pace. Supreme Kai, please train me. Beep. Evasion value 1. Beep. Saiyan's affinity level 1. Time flew by swiftly. Vegeta, with his ears shut to the outside world, devoted all his thoughts to training. Unbeknownst to him, a decade had slipped away. Beep. Host, you have been training with Mr. Bubbles for 10 years in this sacred temple. Do you wish to continue? A reminder, the Dragon Ball saga is about to commence. At this, Vegeta paused his practice with Bubbles. That will be enough for today, Mr. Bubbles. Bubbles nodded in agreement, appearing unfazed by the years. He had seemingly become a devoted sparring partner, always ready to oblige Vegeta upon his awakening, never expressing fatigue. Vegeta found a rooftop to lie upon, gazing at the sky. Has so much time truly passed? It seems the moment to reunite with Bulma has arrived. If I were to traverse into Vegeta's body, a grand romance with Bulma would undoubtedly ensue. Chapter 10. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. What? Vegeta has ceased training. A mature feminine voice resonated beside the Supreme Kai, tinged with a slight tremor, unmistakably conveying joy. Vegeta was startled by this unfamiliar voice, sitting up to investigate its source. Upon looking, his heart froze. A surge of warmth surged through his soul, his gaze captivated by the enchanting girl before him. Who is this beauty? A slender, sweet-faced girl with high twin tails gracefully approached Vegeta. Vegeta, you finally finished your training. The girl, clad in a chi-pao, swiftly embraced Vegeta, pulling him tightly against her chest. What is happening? Vegeta, caught off guard, felt his cheeks flush. Yet, the girl, oblivious to his surprise, tightened her grip, exclaiming with excitement, "This is wonderful. Vegeta, I'm so glad to see you again. But why are you still so small? Oh my, this is too intimate. I can hardly breathe." A wave of suffocation washed over him as Vegeta flailed his arms, emitting muffled groans. Let go of me." His face flushed crimson, prompting the girl to abruptly release her grip. The girl quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Vegeta. I got a bit too excited." Vegeta took a moment to compose himself and looked up at the girl, whose impressive figure was directly before him, causing warmth to rise once more to his cheeks. Though the earlier sensation of suffocation had been unpleasant, he found himself contemplating the prospect of experiencing it again. How absurd! This was hardly the time for such thoughts. Who are you? The girl, slightly irritated, replied, "Humph. Vegeta, it's me, Solia. There are only the four of us in the Temple of the Gods." Solia? Vegeta scrutinized her closely. The transformation was astonishing. The saying that women change dramatically as they age was epitomized in Solia. She had blossomed into a young woman, while he still retained the appearance of a child, a consequence of the Saiyan growth phase. The current timeline marked the inception of the Dragon Ball saga, with Vegeta being 16 years old and Solia, 2 years his senior, just entering her youthful prime. Over the years, his mind had been consumed with training, leaving little room to notice Solia's appearance, though he had often heard announcements of her increasing fondness for him from the system. In truth, he had seen Solia before, but due to the Saiyan growth spurt that occurs at 18, he had momentarily failed to recognize her. Hastily, he diverted his gaze from inappropriate sights and shyly greeted her. "Ah, Solia, long time no see." Solia raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, it has been a while. You, the training fiend." As she spoke, she reached out to tousle Vegeta's hair, touching his head. Not a chance." Vegeta sprang to his feet, inquiring, "What s with your Chong Sam? Where's your combat suit?" Solia shrugged and replied, "Oh, don't mention it. That outfit no longer fits. I've grown quite a bit in recent months. I had to go back to the turtle school and ask Yurin for a new set of clothes." So that was the reason behind her wearing a Chong Sam. It had belonged to Yurin. "Oh, I didn't expect you to visit Yurin. How is she faring?" Solia responded, "She is doing wonderfully. She has mastered the talisman technique to perfection and has been preparing for the World Martial Arts Tournament all these years, claiming she will definitely defeat you there." Vegeta smirked. "Defeat me? That is utterly impossible." "Very well, I shall await her challenge." After exchanging pleasantries, under the guidance of the gods, Vegeta indulged in a hearty meal. Observing his childhood friend's sudden growth, a peculiar feeling enveloped him, reminiscent of the dynamic between an older sister and her younger brother. No, Solia was indeed older than him. It felt more akin to the relationship between a mother and her son. Moreover, the plot of Dragon Ball is about to commence. Vegeta has resolved to stealthily retrieve the 4-star ball from the Baozi Mountain, where he will eventually encounter Bulma. However, an awkward situation arises as Bulma will also be 16 at that time, and despite their shared age, she stands considerably taller than him. Making a first impression on his future wife as a short figure is rather unseemly. After all, during matchmaking, one ought to present oneself handsomely, especially when meeting a potential spouse. Vegeta's gaze turned towards the hyperbolic time chamber. At 16, in merely 2 years, he would reach 18. If he could spend just 2 days inside, he could surely grow taller. Vegeta understood that even as an 18-year-old, his height would still be comparable to Bulma's. Thus, he made another resolution, to wish for the Dragon Balls to elevate his height to 6 feet. Goodness, he is a time traveler. Can a time traveler truly be deemed one without reaching 6 feet in height? Vegeta approached the Supreme Kai and pointed towards the hyperbolic time chamber. "Lord Kai, I wish to train within there." The Supreme Kai glanced at the direction indicated by Vegeta, his face instantly contorted with astonishment. That was the hyperbolic time chamber. He had never anticipated that Vegeta would harbor intentions towards it, having never mentioned it to him. Vegeta, sensing suspicion, inquired, "What is it, my lord?" "I merely feel that the space behind this door is somewhat peculiar, as if it is beckoning me. Hence I wish to explore it." Vegeta spoke with a facade of earnestness. The Supreme Kai's expression darkened as he began to elucidate the nature of the space behind the door. Yet, Vegeta was already well aware. Still, he feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, so this is the hyperbolic time chamber. How marvelous." The Supreme Kai nodded, gravely asking, "Have you made your decision? Do you still wish to enter?" Vegeta responded with conviction, "I have decided. My lord, I am still young. For me, it is merely an additional training period." "Very well, I understand. Please follow me." The Supreme Kai, armed with a key, approached the hyperbolic time chamber alongside Vegeta. "Is your decision final?" Vegeta nodded affirmatively. Emerging from the chamber taller was the ideal outcome. "I am resolute, my lord. Please open the door." With a click, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, and Vegeta, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly vanished into the realm above the temple. Chapter 11. A peculiar encounter. The doppelganger has begun to speak. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, the expanse was enveloped in a pristine white, eerily silent. The vacant room contained only Vegeta. "System, please assess my current data." Name, Vegeta, combat power, 100,000. Skills, Big Bang Attack, Final Flash, Solar Flare, 4-Way Fist, Ki Blast. Flight Technique, 4 Demon Fists, Dodge Attribute, 10 Anti-Dodge Attribute. 8. Control Attribute. 11. Immunity Control Attribute. 1. After a decade of rigorous training, the enhancements to my evasion and anti-evasion abilities are disappointingly minimal. This progression feels excessively slow. However, a combat power of 100,000 is indeed commendable, surpassing the original portrayal of Vegeta significantly. I must inquire, dear system, is this advancement not rather sluggish? And what precisely do these control and immunity control attributes entail? Host. The ultimate forms of evasion and anti-evasion are the Ultra Instinct and its counter, respectively. The Dragon Ball narrative has merely commenced. What more do you desire? As for the control attribute, it has increased due to your mastery of the Ki Blast technique, resulting in a slight enhancement of your stats. Very well, I comprehend. Vegeta surveyed this familiar yet foreign environment, aware that he was to spend the next 2 years in solitude. The desolation of this space felt somewhat lonely. Had he foreseen this, he might have invited Saraya to train alongside him for companionship. Nevertheless, idleness is not an option. Training must continue. For the day to reunite with his future wife draws ever nearer. With diligence in training and rest, perhaps he could surpass a height of 165 meters. The gravity within this hyperbolic time chamber is indeed greater than that of the outside world, and 2 years of training here should yield remarkable results. Vegeta bent down, preparing to commence with basic push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9,999, 10,000. Rising to his feet, he acknowledged that completing 10,000 push-ups had enabled him to fully acclimate to the gravity of the hyperbolic time chamber. Training alone lacks the vigor of sparring with a partner. If only Mr. Popo were here. Ding! Host, have you forgotten something? Vegeta paused, slightly bewildered, and inquired. What matter? Consider carefully. Do you not possess a skill that allows for sparring? Vegeta rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. A skill? A moment of clarity struck him, and he exclaimed with delight. Of course, I can utilize the multiplication technique. I shall have my duplicates engage me in combat. The individual most aware of one's own shortcomings is oneself. System, your ingenuity is commendable. In an instant, Vegeta unleashed all the energy within him, his combat power soaring to its zenith. As he harnessed this energy, his body began to move at an astonishing speed, creating several afterimages that exchanged positions, ultimately surrounding him with 3 duplicates. Come fort. Vegeta assumed his stance, bracing for the onslaught of his duplicates. The 3 figures leaped into action, feet leaving the ground, fists charged and ready to strike. With a light chuckle and a glimmer of confidence in his eyes, Vegeta seemed to possess a newfound awareness, deftly evading the attacks of his duplicates. It appears the years of training were not in vain. I can now effortlessly avoid my own assaults. As the conversation unfolded, the 3 avatars once again rallied their spirits and surged towards Vegeta, their fists simultaneously striking at his chest. With a swift reaction, Vegeta raised both hands to block, successfully deflecting their assault. One of the avatars sneered, "Do not forget, I'm also Vegeta. I know you inside and out." What? The avatar spoke? Such an occurrence had never manifested in the original Dragon Ball series, and this impudent being seemed rather audacious. How could Vegeta allow someone more arrogant than himself to go unchallenged? He retorted immediately, "Enough chatter. You are merely an avatar." In an instant, Vegeta unleashed his fury, a tempest of energy erupting forth that sent the 3 avatars flying. The one that had spoken was propelled a shorter distance and for less time than the others, leaving Vegeta somewhat astonished. Was there truly a distinction in strength among avatars? Shouldn't the 4-Way Fist distribute power evenly? What was the deal with this loquacious one? The more he pondered, the more absurd it became. Enough of this. Time to strike. Vegeta charged towards the furthest avatar, delivering a powerful punch to its forehead, followed swiftly by a concentrated energy sphere thrust into its mouth. Boom! A heart-wrenching explosion ensued, obliterating the avatar into a cloud of mist. This scene startled Vegeta, for the avatar bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Nevertheless, he would show no mercy. After all, it was merely an avatar, and he was capable of striking even himself when enraged. With remarkable speed, Vegeta targeted another avatar, executing a descending kick aimed squarely at the abdomen of the still rolling figure. The final flash. A brilliant yellow beam pierced through the avatar's body, ultimately transforming it into a wisp of blue smoke, dissipating into the ether. The sound of applause erupted from behind Vegeta, prompting him to turn around to discover the very avatar that had spoken at the outset. "Well done, my avatar," it said, its chilling laughter echoing in his ears, compelling him to finally face it. This was beyond bizarre. Not only could this avatar speak, but it also possessed an independent consciousness. Was this avatar a true counterpart? Had he become a mere substitute? "System, what is happening?" he demanded. I'm not entirely sure either. It could be influenced by the hyperbolic time chamber. The flow of time differs from the outside world. From a moment you enter the chamber, you and your external self became two distinct entities, and this avatar might not be merely an avatar, but perhaps another version of you. Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. "Another me? What kind of joke is this?" "Yes, it is possible that he hails from a time point during your stay in the chamber, and due to your use of the four-way fist, he was inadvertently split from you. Is there such a maneuver?" The system's tone grew somewhat somber as it continued. "Indeed, for the host combat power in the external realm is 200,000. However, upon entering this mental realm, it has diminished to 100,000. Vegeta, realizing the implications, thought to himself, no wonder after training with Mr. Popo for a decade, with the Saiyan physique combined with his innate talent, how could his power be merely 100,000? If what the system claims is accurate, then the foremost query on Vegeta's mind is, "System, does this fellow also possess a system within him?" "Ha, what a jest. I am I, and you are merely the host. It is not so simple to replicate. TCH, look at you, so full of yourself. Let us hope it's as you say." Though Vegeta feigned indifference with his words, inwardly he felt a surge of joy. If this doppelganger also possessed a system, what then would that make him, Vegeta? Chapter 12. Vegeta versus the doppelganger. As Vegeta remained silent, the doppelganger grew impatient. With an aggressive tone, it taunted, "What is the matter? My doppelganger, the other two have already been dealt with by you. Why not come and take me on?" The doppelganger wore an expression of arrogance, so pronounced that even Vegeta himself could hardly match it. With a thumb raised, the doppelganger pointed to its own chin. "Come and strike me." That familiar gesture? It's the instant transmission pose. Vegeta narrowed his eyes into slits, a sly grin appearing as he retorted, "Hey, you little brat, you're quite the loudmouth. Since you're so eager for me to take you down, I shall graciously oblige." With a sudden surge of energy, Vegeta focused intently on the doppelganger. Fists forward, a flying kick trailing behind. He prepared to unleash a flurry of strikes upon it. Thud! Contrary to Vegeta's expectations, the doppelganger did not get sent flying. Instead, it resolutely countered with a punch, successfully blocking Vegeta's heavy blow. Vegeta's flying kick was narrowly avoided by the doppelganger. With elbows bent, their arms locked in a fierce embrace, neither was willing to relent. Their gazes met, igniting a fierce spark of intensity. The doppelganger scoffed, "Haha, it seems my doppelganger indeed possesses some skill." Vegeta's gaze remained sharp, tracking every movement of the doppelganger. "This little pest certainly has a knack for trash talk, resembling my own mannerisms. Perhaps the system was correct, and he could indeed be another version of me." Vegeta retorted, "Humph, little doppelganger, there are far greater powers yet to be unleashed, so don't come crying for mercy later." As he spoke, Vegeta unleashed his full might, extending his right hand in a swift strike, aiming directly at the locked arms. The doppelganger's body quivered. Is this guy insane? That strike could shatter both their arms. Undeterred, Vegeta poured all his strength into the blade of his hand, enveloping it in a fierce aura from palm to knuckles. At this moment, however, Vegeta was consumed by a singular thought. To hell with it. I'll cut him down. After all, I have an abundance of senzu beans. Observing this, his doppelganger exclaimed in outrage, "You madman." Instantly, the doppelganger relinquished its grip, and in that fleeting moment, Vegeta seized the opportunity, redirecting his hand strike towards the doppelganger's abdomen. The doppelganger desperately attempted to shield itself, yet the force was overwhelming, causing its body to stagger backward several paces. Gripped by pain, the doppelganger clutched its belly, gasping for breath. Vegeta smirked disdainfully. "Ah, I thought you were as fearless as I am, but you are merely a shadow." Without hesitation, Vegeta pressed the advantage. "Return whence you came," he declared, unleashing his ultimate flash. With hands clasped before his chest, radiant light emanated between his palms. A moment later, a golden beam of energy erupted forth, aimed directly at the doppelganger. With a sinister smile, the doppelganger retorted, "Foolish. What you can do, I can do too." He rooted himself, leaning back slightly, striking the signature pose of the ultimate flash. Boom! The two forces collided with tremendous intensity, enveloping the hyperbolic time chamber in blinding brilliance, rendering the stark white space even more dazzling. Neither beam was willing to extinguish first. Both Vegeta and the doppelganger gritted their teeth, united by a singular resolve to unleash relentless power. "Return to my body, you thieving scoundrel!" shouted Vegeta. The doppelganger, unyielding, retorted, "Humph. If I can slay you, I will no longer be a mere shadow." "Oh, so you admit you are but a doppelganger." At the junction of the two ultimate flashes, a yellow energy sphere began to form slowly. In a flash, its power doubled, arcs of electricity sparking around it, a manifestation of the two energies intertwining. Their strengths were evenly matched, yet the energy sphere continued to grow. However, both fighters were running low on stamina, unable to maintain the sphere's position in the air. The doppelganger's hands trembled. It was acutely aware that this stalemate would lead to mutual destruction. Above, Vegeta continued to taunt, "You're faltering, aren't you, brat?" "Huh, yet." Despite the dire situation, the doppelganger's pride remained intact. "You two are nearing your limits, aren't you?" "Near my limits? Who told you that?" "System. Sends a bean now. Received." "Host." Suddenly, a Senza bean appeared above Vegeta's head. He tilted his head back, mouth agape, as the bean perfectly descended into his mouth, instantly revitalized. Vegeta surged with energy, and the energy sphere accelerated towards the doppelganger. At that moment, shock was evident on the doppelganger's face. A Senza bean, but it was powerless to intervene, forced to watch as the energy sphere hurtled towards it. Boom! The air within the hyperbolic time chamber was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through, tousling Vegeta's hair. As the blinding light and deafening noise subsided, his doppelganger lay motionless on the ground, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke, leaving an air of reluctance behind. Vegeta boasted, "Ha! Indeed, the original is far superior. Congratulations, host. Truly, you are the strongest," came the response. "Of course, it's all thanks to the system residing within you. However, this doppelganger possesses quite the essence, exhibiting its own consciousness. Yet, I believe the system is only partially correct. It seems to embody merely a fragment of my personality, not an entirely separate entity. Is that not so? After all, the host has me." Though the system's assertion was somewhat shameless, it bore a kernel of truth that could not be denied. Slumped on the ground, Vegeta found himself engulfed in boredom. Why not attempt to summon him again? He pondered. Without hesitation, he declared fourfold assault. Once more, Vegeta executed the technique, and 3 doppelgangers appeared before him. Unlike the previous encounter, one of them was supporting his own form, appearing as if on the brink of death. The doppelganger trembled and stammered, "WH, what do you want?" It was as he suspected. The doppelganger still lived. In that case, let him serve as my sparring partner, Vegeta thought. A wicked smile spreading across his face as he approached, his gaze roving over the figure. "What do you think? Care to guess? You were quite arrogant before, weren't you? Keep it up." With a swift kick to the doppelganger's rear, he shot him a fierce glare. "You dare claim to be another me? Just moments ago, when I was about to strike you down, you coward." The doppelganger was left speechless, for the victor was king and the vanquished a mere subject. He had lost the right to voice his thoughts. Suddenly, Vegeta conjured a Senza bean out of thin air and offered it to the doppelganger. "Consume this, and continue to be my sparring partner." The doppelganger appeared puzzled, questioning whether this impudent brat had lost his mind by offering him a Senza bean. Seeing the hesitation, Vegeta urged, "Eat it when I say so. How can you claim to be my doppelganger if you're so indecisive? Do you wish to grow stronger?" Upon hearing this, the doppelganger accepted the Senza bean and promptly devoured it, instantly revitalizing himself. "Oomph, fool, I was merely careless. If you have the guts, fight me without the Senza bean." Vegeta chuckled lightly. Ah, this is the essence of competition. He assumed a battle stance and continued, "Come at me. I fear no one." Chapter 13, Maturity. Within a hyperbolic time chamber, radiant light and piercing explosions echoed continuously. As the 2-year period neared its conclusion, Vegeta and his doppelganger engaged in their final training session. "You little rascal, prepare to experience my newly learned technique. Gallic Gun." Vegeta shouted back at the doppelganger. "Huh, your new technique? Isn't that my original creation? Gallic Gun." Before him, the familiar scene from 2 years ago unfolded once more. However, this time, the two individuals were not evenly matched. During the practice sessions with his doppelganger, Vegeta's skill proficiency surged dramatically, and his combat power saw a substantial enhancement. They often trained to the point of utter exhaustion, their limbs growing weak. With the system's support, Vegeta's abilities surpassed those of his clone. Resplendent fireworks erupted in the sky, as Vegeta stood firmly on the ground while his doppelganger soared above. A tendre explosion ressonnated. In the instant of detonation, the clone swiftly evaded, the residual force impacting the air surrounding him, causing his physique to be buffeted. Fortunately, due to extensive training, his body was no longer the same as it had been 2 years prior. Vegeta approached his doppelganger and produced a senzu bean, saying, "Take this. I won't be summoning you out much anymore. You can attempt some meditation training on your own." The clone swallowed the senzu bean and scoffed, "Humph, when I next emerge, you'll be in for quite a surprise." Vegeta, hands on his hips, replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. You're not the only one growing stronger." With that, Vegeta dispelled the four-body technique, and the clone dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing from sight. Vegeta's gaze turned toward the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. After 2 years of training, he had been immersed in this vast, white expanse, and he was now experiencing aesthetic fatigue. What he longed for most was to step outside, to behold the scenery and breathe in fresh air. 2 years have passed. I have finally grown up. Vegeta extended his arms, surveying his physique, and he had indeed transformed into an adult form. Ding! A reminder for the host. The Dragon Ball saga officially commences in 1 month. 1 month. In this fleeting period, Vegeta had already devised his plans. First, he would stealthily procure the 4-star Dragon Ball from Goku at Mount Pozu. When he encountered Bulma, it would be Vegeta by her side. Together, they would embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls, nurturing their bond along the journey. As long as he was present, he would not allow Master Roshi's notorious antics from the first saga to transpire. Green Vegeta? Such occurrences were utterly inconceivable. Bulma's sole boyfriend would be him. Yamcha could wait his turn. After acquiring the Dragon Ball, he would seek a nearby picturesque locale, tranquil and serene, to spend a few days in peaceful anticipation of Bulma's arrival. Without further ado, he set forth. His battle attire was tattered and worn, and with his physique now that of an adult, he donned a garment prepared for him by the Supreme Kai. With a click, the door of the hyperbolic time chamber swung open. Vegeta placed his hands behind his head and strolled leisurely out of the chamber. At long last, he was free. Stretching his limbs, he inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. As he passed by a window, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of his reflection in the glass. The glass shimmered with light, reflecting his handsome visage. He was striking, truly striking. At last, he had shed the visage of child. "Who are you?" A voice, tinged with astonishment, emanated from behind Vegeta. Turning around, he discovered it was Solia. Vegeta waving greeting, "Solia, it has been a while." A large question mark seemed to hover above Solia's head as she murmured, "A while? Who are you?" Her gaze scrutinized Vegeta from head to toe. This unfamiliar, yet vaguely familiar figure before her was a puzzle. The aura emanating from Vegeta instantly enlightened Solia, and she gasped, "You are Vegeta?" Remarkably, it had only been 2 days since she last saw him, yet he seemed transformed, as if he had become an entirely different person. The change was not merely in appearance. Even his presence felt significantly more powerful than it had 2 days prior. Solia hurried to Vegeta, placing her hand on his shoulder. "Vegeta, you've grown taller and stronger." Vegeta replied with a smile, "Indeed, Solia." This posture compelled his gaze to drift towards Solia's forehead, comparing their heights, which were surprisingly close. No, height was a lifelong rival. He must grow taller. "Have you emerged, Vegeta?" The figure of the Supreme Kai appeared behind them, equally astonished by Vegeta's sudden growth. Vegeta replied, "Yes, Lord Supreme Kai. Where is Mr. Bubbles?" A small, dark figure silently materialized behind Vegeta. "Mr. Bubbles is here." Vegeta, feeling the rumbling in his stomach, sheepishly admitted, "Mr. Bubbles, I'm quite hungry, please." "Understood. I shall prepare something immediately," Bubbles responded. In no time, a lavish spread of food was laid out before Vegeta, who began to devour it ravenously. Solia watched him with curiosity, asking, "Vegeta, where have you been these past 2 days? How did you grow so much taller and stronger?" "Oh, it seems the Supreme Kai did not disclose my time in the hyperbolic time chamber to Solia." Vegeta stammered, "I'll tell you later. For now, let us eat." He consumed his meal with fervor, a whirlwind at the table. After finishing, Solia leaned closer to Vegeta, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Seeing this, Vegeta explained, I went to the hyperbolic time chamber. He gestured towards it, detailing its unique characteristics. Solia's eyes widened in astonishment as she tapped her head, exclaiming, "How extraordinary! So, you spent 2 years inside. No wonder you've grown taller and your power has surged." Her words revealed her underlying aspirations. As a Saiyan, she too yearned for strength. "What is wrong, Solia? Do you wish to enter as well?" Solia replied with a heart full of joy, her eyes sparkling. "Yes, yes." In truth, her current state would not yield significant benefits from entering. Her potential would not be greatly enhanced. Vegeta's desire to enter was driven by his own motives, as he wished to present himself as an adult before Bulma. For Solia, seeking to augment her strength, the hyperbolic time chamber was not suitable. Solia, the results of training for 2 years in the time chamber are comparable to training for 2 years in the outside world. "There is no need to enter," Vegeta remarked. Hearing his words, Solia felt a twinge of disappointment and murmured, "All right, I understand. However, there is another way to become stronger." Solia's eyes sparkled once more, her spirits lifted. Chapter 14, A Kiss. Ding. Detection of Solia's affection level rising. Affection level increased to 88 points. The announcement from the system made Vegeta sit up straight. "Indeed, Solia is truly my capable assistant. Bringing her to Earth was the wisest decision I ever made." "Really, Vegeta? What method?" Solia could not contain her excitement. Over the years, she had only trained under the guidance of the Supreme Kai. Although she had improved, her progress paled in comparison to Vegeta's. While Vegeta immersed himself in training with Mr. Popo, eating when hungry and sleeping when tired, she obediently refrained from disturbing him. Now that Vegeta offered her a way to grow stronger, she was overjoyed. Recalling her previous experience, when her strength significantly increased after drinking the ultra-divine water and then collapsing from its toxicity. Thus, she held 100% expectation for Vegeta's words. Vegeta rose, affirming, "Of course. Well, have I ever deceived you?" He possessed numerous methods to grow stronger. Aside from relentless training and skill acquisition, there existed one exceptional way, utilizing the Saiyan ability to dramatically enhance their power levels upon near-death experiences. Both Vegeta and Solia carried the blood of Saiyans. It was an opportune moment to exploit this. With a proud grin, Vegeta declared, "The method is to beat you to the brink of death." Time and air seemed to freeze at that moment. Solia stood frozen in place, and, after 3 seconds, she quickly distanced herself, adopting a combat stance, alert. "You intend to beat me to the brink of death?" Vegeta chuckled helplessly, finding the scene both amusing and exasperating. "What is the matter? Are you afraid? You weren't afraid when you collapsed from drinking that much ultra-divine water. So, why fear being beaten?" Solia, trembling yet serious, replied, "That is different. I didn't know it was toxic. Besides, I'm not scared. I just don't want you to hit me. Don't be ridiculous. Taking a beating is inevitable. As Saiyans, we possess a unique trait. Reviving from near death enhances our strength, and it happens quite rapidly." Solia relaxed her defensive posture and tentatively inquired, "Really? Is that true?" Vegeta nodded deeply. Solia mumbled, "What if you get killed?" Vegeta chuckled, "That won't happen. I know my limits, and besides, we have sins of beings." "All right then, but I prefer to handle it myself. I don't want to be struck by you." Vegeta shrugged his shoulders in resignation, replying, "Fine, then fend for yourself." He relaxed his body entirely, adopting a mischievous expression, and called out to Solia, "Come on, Solia, feel free to ravage me." Solia was taken aback by Vegeta's sudden display. She stared at him for an extended moment, her fists unwilling to strike. "What's wrong, Solia? Hurry up and hit me." Solia's fists trembled, her lips pressed tightly together. And ultimately, she chose to relent. "I can't bring myself to do it." Vegeta was her only friend on planet Vegeta. He had brought her to Earth. And over the years, he had trained alongside her to grow stronger. Looking at Vegeta's face made it utterly impossible for her to inflict harm. Seeing Solia hesitate, Vegeta had no choice but to demonstrate himself. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his fist striking his abdomen echoed 3 times, and Solia turned to see him, utterly dumbfounded. "What are you doing, Vegeta?" Nevertheless, Vegeta showed no intention of stopping. He continued to channel his energy into his fists, knowing that the closer he was to death, the more effective it would be. With a cough, blood spewed from his mouth, and Vegeta's complexion turned pale, leaving Solia in a state of confusion. "System, quick, save me." Vegeta called upon the system with his last ounce of strength. "Understood, host." A sense of being tightly embedded in the palm of Vegeta's hand. Yet he had exerted himself too fiercely, rendering his hand too weak to lift. I said, "System, can't you just drop it directly into my mouth like last time?" Vegeta exhaustedly shook the senzu bean from his palm. The bean fell beside Solia's thigh, and she immediately recognized it. Senzu bean. She swiftly picked it up and brought it to Vegeta's lips. However, Vegeta was gravely injured, lacking even the strength to chew. Ultimately, the senzu bean slipped from the corner of his mouth. You damn system. Vegeta's mind was racing, akin to a stampede of 1,000 sheep. This wretched system had seemingly gone offline just when he needed it most. Perhaps this time, he would truly meet his end. Vegeta's gaze began to grow unfocused, as if he might close his eyes at any moment. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation beneath his chin. Shortly thereafter, a remarkably gentle face leaned in closer to him. Solia gently parted his lips with her delicate hands, and a warm mouth pressed against his, catching him completely off guard. On Solia's fair and radiant face, a warm blush emerged as she chewed the senzu bean, her tongue deftly moving to deliver it into Vegeta's mouth. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta's breath quickened, and even the air around them grew charged with heat. This marked his inaugural kiss in the Dragon Ball universe. Ding! Detected Solia's affection level has reached 90, a bond transcending friendship, bordering on romance. However, Vegeta paid no heed to the system's announcement. At that instant, he became acutely aware of the resounding rhythm of his heartbeat, mirrored by Solia's own. Their heartbeats seemed to reach a silent accord, synchronously quickening. The senzu bean gradually made its way into Vegeta's digestive tract. Although the moment was brief, it felt as though it spanned eons for both of them. Ding! I must inform you, host, you have fully recovered. How long do you intend to keep chewing? At this prompt from the system, Vegeta's eyes flew open. Noticing this, Solia hastily released his face and stepped back, turning away. She suddenly found herself at a loss. After so many years on Earth, her time had not been solely devoted to training. For in her leisure, she had watched idol dramas alongside Lin, causing her cheeks to flush even more. Just now did I really kiss Vegeta? Solia's hands fidgeted awkwardly in front of her stomach. Vegeta, lost in contemplation, replayed the recent scene in his mind. This sensation is indescribably delightful. Observing Solia's flustered demeanor, he sought to dispel the awkwardness and broke the silence. Phew, how fortunate to have Solia here. I misjudged the moment and ended up so overwhelmed that I lacked the strength to even chew the senzu bean. Haha. Vegeta scratched his head awkwardly. Yet, Solia's thoughts were a whirlwind of complexity. Oh no, what if I become pregnant? In dramas, kissing often leads to children. Seeing Solia remain silent, Vegeta elevated his aura, the overwhelming pressure snapping her back to reality. Solia, look, I wasn't lying, my power has indeed increased. Chapter 15, Exploiting Bugs, Passive Buffs, and a Surge in Combat Power. As this potent aura surged, Solia's twin braids began to dance in the wind. Suddenly, she felt a chill below, glancing down to find her Cheongsam billowing halfway up. Vegeta! I get it. Stop right now. Solia grasped her Cheongsam tightly. This scene reminded Vegeta of a couple of days prior when he appeared as a mere child. This Solia was far from the bashful figure she now presented. Perhaps my growth has made her feel somewhat shy. Vegeta ceased his display of power and offered Solia a senzu bean. Here, give it a try, but exercise caution, avoid the blunder I just made. Solia took the magic bean, promptly stuffing it in her mouth and beginning to chew, yet she did not swallow. Following suit, she mimicked Vegeta and began to inflict harm upon herself. Hud. Solia struck her own abdomen, and before long, she collapsed to the ground, her vision blurring as blood surged upward from her stomach. Enduring the pain, she summoned her last vestiges of strength and awareness to swallow the magic bean. It seems Solia is quite clever. Looks like you won't have the chance to feed her the bean with your mouth. The system suddenly interjected, irking Vegeta, who began to question it. You devious system, pretending to be lifeless, are you? Was that intentional? Do you realize you nearly led me to my demise? What do you mean pretending? I merely facilitated your salvation, host. With your innate fortune, how could you easily perish? Was it not Solia who rescued you? She fed you the bean mouth to mouth. The system's reasoning was not without merit. Although its methods were somewhat irritating to Vegeta, they had indeed elevated Solia's favorability to a commendable 90 points. All right, it seems you possess some worth. I shall not pursue this matter further. With a swift motion, Solia rose to her feet, fully revitalized, her aura evidently enhanced. Observing the changes in her physique, Solia joyfully exclaimed, "Wonderful! I have truly grown stronger. See, I was not deceiving you. After tasting the sweetness of progress, Solia was as gleeful as a child. Yes, yes. Let's continue. Vegeta placed a magic bean aside, preparing for their ensuing passive enhancement regimen. Thus, the two commenced their gluttonous self-inflicted torment atop the divine temple. This scene left the deity and Bobo utterly perplexed. The deity believed the pair had lost their minds and attempted to intervene, only to be halted by Vegeta. The Saiyans' physiology was being thoroughly exploited by the duo, the near-death trait activating time and again. Ding! Battle power increased to 300,000. Ding! Battle power increased to 560,000. Ding! Battle power increased to 800,000. Ding! Battle power increased to 200,000. Ding! Battle power increased to 300,000. After an indeterminate number of announcements from the system, Vegeta's battle power ultimately plateaued at 300,000. At this juncture, Vegeta realized that his power was no longer ascending. What is the meaning of this, system? The passive abilities of the Saiyans have been exhausted due to your actions. Moderation is essential, for excess yields no effect. Vegeta was taken aback by the depletion of the passive abilities. However, upon reflection, he realized that if the Saiyans' passive traits were allowed to stack indefinitely, it would be catastrophic. Not only would the subsequent bosses be surpassed, but even the gods of destruction might find themselves eclipsed. If this process continued without limit, one day they could rise above the pantheon of deities, leaving the Omni King, the creator of all, in a most precarious position. With a combat power exceeding 3 million, one must acknowledge that this is quite remarkable, especially considering that such a level was only attained by Son Goku during his climactic battle against Frieza on Namek. At that time, Vegeta had already succumbed to his tragic fate. Observing that his combat power had ceased to rise, Vegeta called a halt to Solia's relentless training. For the impact of her punches was undeniably painful. Solia, cease this at once. Solia, with her eyes narrowed, had succumbed to a fervent state, her subconscious urging her to exert more force in order to grow stronger. Despite the agony, she clenched her teeth and persevered, inflicting self-harm in her pursuit of power. Vegeta continued to intervene. Solia, stop. Yet, Solia had descended into a frenzied state, relentlessly swinging her fists. Just a bit harder. With a violent cough, blood erupted from her lips, the force she exerted unprecedented. Ultimately, the chewed-up senza bean was expelled from her mouth, mingled with her blood. Seeing this, Vegeta's focus sharpened. This foolish girl. Solia's body swayed unsteadily, her eyes losing their luster, teetering at the very edge of the divine temple. With a crash, she plummeted like a meteor, uncontrollably descending towards the mortal realm. Vegeta sprang into action, leaping from the temple to accelerate his pursuit of Solia. He grasped her leg, stabilizing her descent, and cradled her in his arms. With a thud, Vegeta returned to the temple, holding Solia close. Host, what a splendid opportunity. Quickly, feed her the senza bean. Why the urgency? Vegeta retorted, promptly chewing the bean in preparation to administer it to Solia. Yes, just like that, with your mouth. Vegeta's face flushed crimson. However, given Solia's severe injuries, there was no time for hesitation. He swiftly leaned in, placing the senza bean within her small, cherry-like mouth, tilting her head back gently. True to its reputation, the senza bean worked wonders. Within seconds, Solia's eyes fluttered open. The instant she awoke, her gaze fell upon Vegeta's blushing visage, and she comprehended the situation. A similar blush crept onto her cheeks, prompting her to quickly extricate herself from his embrace and stealthily rise to her feet. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of the Supreme Kai and Bu. Yet Solia remained oblivious to the fact that the Supreme Kai was a Namekian and lacked understanding of the intricate emotions between men and women, mistakenly believing that both the Supreme Kai and Bu were intrigued by the recent events. Thus, Solia found herself even more flustered. System, what is Solia's current combat power? Solia, combat power 860,000. An 860,000 power level, significantly lower than mine, likely correlates with Solia's foundational strength. Soria, elevate your energy to its utmost, and let me witness your current strength. Vegeta actively alleviated the awkward atmosphere. Soria nodded and promptly raised her energy to its peak. A confident smile began to adorn her face as she realized her combat power had reached unprecedented intensity. She could not help but exclaim, "Is this truly my strength now?" Chapter 16. The theft of the 4-star Dragon Ball. The first encounter with the young lady, Lan Chi. Be mindful of your energy, Soria. Vegeta quickly discerned the flaw in Soria's current state. Her energy was excessively erratic, lacking the foundational solidity that came from extensive training like his own. Thus, the sudden surge in her power left her somewhat overwhelmed. As Vegeta had anticipated, Soria began to gasp heavily, revealing signs of fatigue. Her body was insufficient to harness all this newfound power. What is happening to me? Vegeta stepped forward and embraced Soria gently, murmuring, "You are not yet accustomed to this formidable strength, Soria. You need to solidify your fundamentals." He produced a Senza bean and handed it to her, and she instantly regained her vitality. "It seems I must devote myself to training more diligently." Soria understood that without Vegeta's guidance over the years, her training had progressed slowly, leading to her current predicament. "So, Vegeta, might you guide me in my training?" Soria gazed intently into Vegeta's eyes, yearning for an answer. Vegeta turned away, evading her gaze. "I'm sorry, Soria. At least for the next few months, I cannot personally instruct you. However, I believe Mr. Bobo can serve as my substitute." Soria felt a twinge of disappointment and asked, "Why? Why?" "Because I have a significant task to undertake. There are matters I must attend to, and once accomplished, I shall return to guide you." Soria lowered her head, murmuring, "Very well." Vegeta tenderly touched Soria's forehead, offering reassurance. "Do not lose heart, Soria. When I return, I will help you become even stronger. Together, we shall grow in strength." Upon hearing this, Soria's face brightened once more, and she playfully replied, "All right then, I shall await your return." Vegeta turned to approach Mr. Bobo, saying, "So, Mr. Bobo, I entrust Soria's training to you." Bobo, with wide eyes, nodded vigorously. Yes, Bobo understands. Afterward, Vegeta bid farewell to the three of them and flew towards Bun Mountain. This place is quite elusive. Thankfully, I have the map included in the system's new grand package. Hee. Now you see my importance, don't you? Indeed, quite commendable. I hope you continue to thrive in the future. Just as Vegeta was bantering with the system, an elderly man clad in traditional attire captured his attention. The old man, carrying a basket on his back, was heading towards Bun Mountain. Vegeta's pupils widened. The more he looked, the more familiar the old man became. Could it be? Is that not Sun Wukong? How is he still alive? Was he not supposed to be crushed beneath Sun Wukong's feet? Never mind. I shall not dwell on it. After all, I am a thief, and my immediate goal is to seize the Dragon Ball. Vegeta accelerated, racing forward. Inside the modest abode of Son Gohan, a gleaming Dragon Ball sat serenely upon the altar. Quick as a flash, Vegeta deftly claimed it for himself. Ding! 4-star ball detected. Would you like to store it in the system? How convenient, he mused. Store it. With a twinge of guilt gnawing at him for his thievery, Vegeta cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no prying eyes were upon him before he vanished at light speed from the scene. With a leap, Vegeta soared into the skies, landing miles away. Now I shall await Bulma's visit. As he envisioned their encounter, a commotion on the ground caught his attention. Several police cars sped past, their target being a motorcycle ahead. Don't run. Stop. If you flee, I will fire. The motorcycle showed no sign of stopping, continuing its reckless advance. An audacious female voice rang out from the bike. Ha. You think you can catch me? Vegeta looked down upon the unfolding scene, his gaze finally settling on the motorcycle rider. With her golden locks, he recognized her instantly. This was none other than the first Super Saiyan launch. After being taunted by her brash remarks, the pursuing officers opened fire. In response, the blonde launch swiftly hurled a few grenades, obliterating the road ahead of the police cars, sending dust and debris flying. Achoo! Launch sneezed, losing her balance and tumbling off the motorcycle, which then careened uncontrollably toward the cliff. Suddenly, the blue-haired Launch appeared, bewildered and unaware of her surroundings, feeling an overwhelming pain. Unable to restrain her tears, she cried out, "Oh, it hurts so much. Where am I?" Vegeta descended to the ground, landing before Launch, yet she remained oblivious, weeping sorrowfully. The police cars arrived in pursuit. Strange, where did that person go? The officers' eyes fell upon Vegeta and Launch. They scrutinized Launch, noting her resemblance to the earlier thief. Noticing the unusual attention, Vegeta decided to play his part. Trembling as he spoke, "Officer, that person just drove off the cliff. I saw her jump." "Oh, thank you. She didn't harm you or your girlfriend, did she?" "Girlfriend?" Vegeta was taken aback by the officer's words. He pointed at Launch, stammering, And no, she was just frightened. As long as she is unhurt, you must leave quickly. We need to secure the area. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately scooped Launch into his arms and fled. In truth, Vegeta had no need to put on such a performance. Rather, he sought to know Launchy through this seemingly ordinary approach. Firstly, the girl named Launchy was undeniably intriguing, capable of transforming her form. Secondly, her beauty was striking. Thirdly, I reiterate the second point. The blue-haired Launchy continued to weep in Vegeta's grasp, the intense pain rendering her unable to control her emotions. Having distanced himself entirely from the watchful eyes of the police, Vegeta ceased his charade, leaping into the sky. He retrieved a senza bean and held it before Launchy's lips, instructing, "Open your mouth. Once you consume it, the pain will vanish." Obediently, Launchy began to chew, and within a second, all traces of pain dissipated. Her tears transformed into laughter, her sparkling eyes fixed upon Vegeta. She paid no heed to the nature of the sustenance she had just ingested. All she knew was that the torment had ceased, thanks to the man before her. Gratefully, she declared, "Thank you." Seeing that Launchy's injuries had healed, Vegeta descended gently to the ground. Launchy's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to a curious child. Did we just fly in the sky? Am I not mistaken? Indeed, you are not mistaken. As her emotions stabilized, she commenced her self-introduction. "Hello. Thank you for saving my life. My name is Launchy, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Launchy bowed deeply. "Vegeta." She blinked. "Vegeta? What a rare name." Nevertheless, she added, "Thank you once more." "There's no need for thanks, Launchy. But how did you end up here?" Vegeta feigned ignorance. Launchy replied, I don't really know. Perhaps another version of myself brought me here." Vegeta continued to play the part of the uninformed. "Another version of you? What does that mean?" Subsequently, Launchy recounted the details of her unique condition. "Oh, now I don't even know where I am. I feel lost. Thankfully, I encountered you. May I accompany you?" Vegeta smiled slightly, eager for her company. "Of course, Launchy." Ding! Detecting Launchy's affection, level has risen to 40 points. Chapter 17. Dare to steal from me? Vegeta. Where are we headed now? As Launchy spoke, she heard a rumble emanating from Vegeta's stomach. Vegeta chuckled awkwardly. "Shall we grab something to eat?" Launchy smiled. "Sounds good." The two swiftly made their way into the city, seeking a restaurant to indulge in a hearty meal. "Welcome. What would you like to order?" a blonde waitress politely inquired, addressing Vegeta and Launchy. Vegeta gazed at the delectable offerings on the menu, his hunger signaling once more. "All of these. Bring them all." Having subsisted on senza beans for 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had grown weary of their taste. The last meal prepared by Bew had left him unfulfilled. The blonde woman was utterly astonished. "Sir, are you not jesting?" The bystanders began to murmur, for this establishment was certainly not inexpensive. "This individual appears rather disheveled. Could he possibly possess such wealth?" They speculated. "Surely, he looks like someone from the mountains. Could he be so impoverished as to come here for a free meal?" Unfazed by their scornful remarks, Vegeta remained indifferent. "A free meal? What of it? With my battle power exceeding 3 million. What does it matter if I indulge in a complimentary meal? Perhaps, sir, you might reconsider?" The blonde woman attempted to persuade Vegeta. At that moment, Launchy retrieved a backpack from the universal capsule. With a clatter, she revealed a heavy bag brimming with cash and smiled. "Would you kindly assist us in ordering all of this?" The surrounding patrons were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Is this entire bag filled with money? She must be a wealthy heiress. They whispered. Could it be that she is being sponsored by the gentleman beside her? Various speculations erupted among them. Vegeta smiled slightly, aware of the money's origins, all ill-gotten gains. "Sir, miss, do you truly wish to order everything? It would be wasteful if you cannot finish it." Vegeta reiterated. "Indeed, all of it." Much to his surprise, it was Launchy who was treating, thus it was no longer a free meal. "Thank you, Launchy." Launchy courteously replied. "I should be thanking you." Soon, several dishes were served. Vegeta commenced his personal exhibition, devouring the food with astonishing speed. Within a minute, the table was stripped bare. Launchy merely sampled a spoonful of soup, beginning to realize that Vegeta was not jesting. Perhaps even all the dishes would not suffice for his appetite. "Vegeta, take your time. No one is competing with you. I cannot eat much." With his mouth full, Vegeta mumbled in response. At that moment, the blonde woman understood that this patron was indeed serious. All within the restaurant were agape, the once boisterous atmosphere turning eerily silent as a collective astonishment filled the air. This individual could consume an extraordinary amount. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the brief tranquility of the restaurant. An armored vehicle burst through the entrance, blocking the door firmly. More gunfire echoed. A gang of robbers leapt from the armored car, their leader bellowing, "Everyone, get down and cover your heads. This is a robbery." The patrons, like ants on a hot pan, began to scramble in panic. "Get down. I will say this one last time." In an instant, the customers complied, crouching in fear as the atmosphere grew tense. The blonde woman crouched nervously at the front desk, trembling as she contemplated calling the police. The scene was abruptly noticed by the leader of the robbers, who bellowed, "Come here. Put down the phone and do not call the police." He aimed his gun at the blonde woman and gestured with his right hand, demanding her to serve as a hostage. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite attractive," he remarked. "I heard 2 wealthy individuals have come here. Where are they?" At this moment, the blonde woman was rendered speechless by the robbers' aggressive words. Her mind clouded with fear. Upon hearing the robbers' intentions, Lanchi rose, clutching her purse tightly to her chest. Unbeknownst to her, the robbers had witnessed this. A burly bandit lewdly remarked, "Oh, another lovely lady. Hand over the money, will you?" Meanwhile, Vegeta was blissfully indulging in his meal, entirely oblivious to Lanchi's desperate signals. The robbers drew nearer to Lanchi, leaving her hands in a state of uncertainty. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. In her panic, Lanchi accidentally knocked over a pepper shaker. Achoo! The radiant blonde, Lanchi, made her entrance. The robber's greedy gaze was fixated on the purse, and Lanchi quickly discerned his intentions. "How audacious! You dare to rob me? Just wait until I retaliate." With no clear idea of how she obtained it, Lanchi produced a gun and began firing indiscriminately. The situation grew chaotic, causing the robber's leader to panic, threatening the blonde woman with his weapon. "Don't come any closer. I will kill her." However, Lanchi was undeterred, continuing her barrage. In an instant, the restaurant transformed into a battleground, filled with cries of despair, while Vegeta remained composed, savoring his meal. The leader of the robbers shouted, "This woman is insane. Get back to the armored vehicle. You think you can rob me and escape? Halt!" Just as Lanchi contemplated pressing her advantage, the sound of machinery ignited the atmosphere. The armored vehicle morphed into a robot, its mechanical arm blocking all of Lanchi's bullets and seizing her as she attempted to reload. Defiantly, she struggled, "Damn it, let me go." Meanwhile, the blonde woman lacked Lanchi's fortitude and was now in utter distress. "Help!" Finally, she unleashed her pent-up fear in a scream. "Ding! I must say, host, you are far too absorbed in your meal. Look at the chaos unfolding around you." Vegeta set down his last plate, rubbing his round belly as the system's voice echoed in his ears. He glanced up to see that the restaurant had erupted into a fierce gunfight. Lanchi and that blonde waitress have been taken hostage? What on earth is happening? The robber's eyes once again fell upon the purse. "Hey, you, the one eating. Hand over that bag if you know what is good for you." "What? You dare to command me?" Vegeta placed the purse back into the universal capsule. "This object cannot be given to you, yet you deserve to enjoy it." With a sudden leap, a swift motion of the fist ensued. The leader of the robbers instantly sensed trouble. With just one punch, the robot was utterly obliterated. In the moment of the explosion, Vegeta swiftly grasped both Lanchi and the blonde woman in his arms. Shortly after, the wail of police sirens echoed in the air. Lanchi began to struggle in Vegeta's grasp, shouting frantically, "Hey, let me go, you brat. The police are coming." Vegeta was well aware of Lanchi's concerns. "All right, cease your shouting. Perhaps you could emulate the lady beside you and remain a tad quieter." Fuming only invites wrinkles. With a determined stride, he vanished into the city, carrying both women effortlessly. "Japitar Jizoito, dies. What did you say? Humph. Do you believe I won't shoot you? Put me down this instant." The blonde Lanchi flailed her limbs in protest. The blonde version of Lanchi was indeed quite different from the blue-haired one. She was undeniably more tempestuous. "Are you sure you want me to release you? I cannot guarantee they haven't followed us." Vegeta leaped into the sky, leaving the 2 women astonished. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, the boisterous blonde Lanchi fell silent, while the more reticent blonde woman began to marvel, "Wow, we are flying." Though today's experience has been tumultuous, it can certainly serve as inspiration for writing. What caused this woman to suddenly become so animated? Vegeta descended upon a mountaintop and set the 2 down. Suddenly, a flying kick aimed at Vegeta was effortlessly caught by him with one hand. "Hey, I just saved you. Enough chatter. I just find you insufferable." With that, the blonde Lanchi swung another punch, only for Vegeta to seize both her fists. A sense of dread washed over Lanchi. "If you refuse to listen, you shall see the consequences." Vegeta forcefully pulled her closer, wrapping his arm around her waist. Smack, smack, smack. Vegeta began to spank Lan Chi as if she were a misbehaving child. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within the blonde Lan Chi, causing her face to flush. You bastard. Lan Chi gritted her teeth, yet was unable to escape. This is what you get for being disobedient, Vegeta chanted as his hand continued its relentless motion. Damn it, you scoundrel. I will kill you. Yet, Vegeta found exhilaration in her cries, increasing the frequency of his smacks. The other blonde woman observed intently, and after a moment, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, no wonder this is so familiar. She is that wanted beautiful robber." With that, she produced a pen and notebook, eager to document the unfolding drama. What kind of spark will ignite when a beautiful robber encounters a haughty hero? The golden-haired woman murmured to herself as she began to jot down notes with the pen in her hand, occasionally circling around the two of them, exhibiting no signs of having recently been held hostage. Her actions were indeed perplexing, leaving Vegeta in a state of bewilderment. Seizing the opportunity, the golden-haired Lan Chi freed herself from Vegeta's grasp. Damn it, I hope I never encounter you again. Lan Chi's face flushed crimson as she retrieved a motorcycle from the universal capsule and vanished without a trace. Chase after her. Host, you let such a stunning beauty slip away. Vegeta, however, made no move to pursue. The harsh words Lan Chi had cast upon him hinted that they would undoubtedly cross paths again. He gazed at his hand, which had just launched an attack, and chuckled softly. The sensation was quite pleasant. Hey, she's gone? Aren't you going to chase her? The golden-haired woman looked on in astonishment, seemingly unsatisfied. Vegeta, slightly embarrassed, replied, No need to pursue. We shall meet again. He then turned his attention to her notebook, starting to circle around her. Are you a writer? The golden-haired woman promptly concealed the notebook behind her, attempting to hide it. I am a future great author. Thighs. Isn't that Bulma's sister? No wonder she is so striking. She must be Bulma's sister. Although Thais was the daughter of the owner of the Universal Capsule Company, she preferred to distance herself from home, venturing out to experience life, all in pursuit of crafting exceptional novels. Oh, today's experiences should provide you with ample inspiration, right? Thais beamed like a child, affirming, yes. Thank you for saving me today. Ding. Thais' affection level increased to 40. No need for thanks. It was a mere trifling matter. Since that is the case, I can offer you even more inspiration. Vegeta lifted Thais once more, and before she could react, they soared into the sky again. Wow, we're flying again. Humans can soar through the sky like birds without any external aid. Vegeta accelerated, guiding Thais through the boundless expanse of the sky. Ding! Thais' affection level increased by 1. Thais, my name is Vegeta. If you wish to gain more inspiration, you can follow me. I will lead you to discover further muses. Thais' eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, Really? That's wonderful. Then I shall follow you forever. With that, Vegeta once again increased his speed, gliding freely across the infinite sky. On the edge of a cliff, the golden-haired Lan Chi clenched her fists. That insufferable brat. How dare he slap my backside? Her thoughts drifted back to a few minutes prior, and a rosy hue returned to her exquisite visage. Oomph. I shall make you pay dearly. Ding. Lan Chi's affection level increased to 50. Vegeta? The ensuing moments unfolded. Vegeta began to relish life. Having spent the majority of his time on Earth in rigorous training, he ventured into nature with Thais, savoring the splendors of the world. Although Thais hailed from a prestigious family of the Capsule Corporation, her desire to experience life left her with little money, relying entirely on the funds provided by Lan Chi for their journey. Tired of the clamor of the city, he sought refuge at Beauties Mountain, inhaling the fresh mountain air. He constructed a humble dwelling nearby. His choice of Beauties Mountain was not arbitrary. It was the site of the first encounter between Son Goku and Bulma in Dragon Ball. Thus, Vegeta surmised that this 4-star Dragon Ball was the closest one to Bulma, aside from the one she possessed. To ensure a meeting with Bulma, he chose this location. During his time there, Vegeta diligently gathered information about Beauties Mountain. He occasionally fished or perused Thais' novels. Ding, Thais' affection level. Ding, Thais' affection level. Ding. Thais' affection level increased to 60 points. During this period, an exceedingly significant discovery emerged. The protagonist of the Dragon Ball saga, Son Goku, was still nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Son Gohan on Beauties Mountain continued to thrive. Could it be that Son Goku was annihilated along with Planet Vegeta? One day, Vegeta found himself amidst a gathering of tailless pterosaurs. He exuded an air of arrogance and dominance. Make sure your performance is convincing, he commanded. The largest pterosaur nodded eagerly. Ingratiating himself, rest assured, Lord Vegeta, we shall perform admirably. The leader of the pterosaurs dared not show any slackness. This individual was known for his ruthless methods, having severed the tails of all the pterosaurs, turning them into a feast. I hope you do not disappoint me, he warned. Though the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress was cliched, it had proven effective in Vegeta's previous encounters. Now, everything was in place. He merely awaited the right moment. Chapter 19. The place where dreams begin. The first encounter with Bulma. The roar of a motorcycle echoed across Bowsy Mountain. A vibrant young girl navigated the thicket on her bike. This girl was none other than the 16-year-old Bulma. On this day, Vegeta had waited long. Perched atop a towering tree, he observed Bulma's every move. At last, my Bulma, you have arrived, he thought. Yes, it is nearly time. You shall soon be beneath my feet. Vegeta cupped his hands to his mouth and let out a piercing whistle that resonated through the forest. In an instant, the shadows of colossal beings began to loom over the land, their forms reflecting in the sunlight as they pursued the motorcycle ahead. Ha ha, brothers, capture that human girl. We have food. The pterosaur's head drooped, saliva dripping incessantly. Bulma immediately slammed on the accelerator, striving to escape, yet this formidable pack relentlessly pursued her. Ultimately, she found herself encircled by the pterosaurs. Why aren't you running? The pterosaur displayed a classic villainous grin, while Vegeta, observing from a distance, remarked on the performance, quite impressive. Give it a thumbs up. As the menacing creatures closed in, Bulma's legs instinctively locked together, trembling with fear. The sound of a capsule being activated echoed, and a rocket launcher materialized in her hand. Quick-witted, Bulma pressed the launch button. Boom! Several pterosaurs fell in an instant. Brothers, charge, commanded the pterosaur leader. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. How infuriating! I never expected this human girl to be so ruthless. Vegeta thought, if I don't intervene soon, my comrades may not endure much longer. This scene caught Vegeta by surprise. He hadn't anticipated Bulma's decisive action. Yet, recalling her ability to slap deities, it seemed less astonishing. After expending all her rockets, Bulma found herself outnumbered, crouched on the ground. Help me! Her desperate cry resonated throughout the air, reaching Vegeta's ears. It's time to act. He leapt among the trees, creating a commotion, executing a graceful turn, and landing perfectly. Release that girl. With that, Vegeta sprang into action, delivering a fierce kick to the pterosaur's forehead, sending it flying without a hint of mercy. His gaze swiftly shifted to the remaining pterosaurs. Vegeta. The pterosaur hesitated, and Vegeta quickly deduced its intentions, realizing he had not followed the prearranged plan of merely pretending to defeat them. Fearing the pterosaur would expose their scheme, he unleashed a Lushan rising dragon strike upon its jaw, launching it into the sky like a rocket. In a matter of moments, all the pterosaurs were dispatched by Vegeta's prowess. He turned away with effortless grace, revealing his handsome profile, appearing remarkably tall under the slanting rays of the setting sun. Are you all right? Vegeta inquired with an unusually gentle tone. Bulma gazed at him starstruck, her pupils transforming into hearts. Mifine. Ding. Detected Bulma's affection level at 20. Beep beep beep. The Dragon Ball radar in Bulma's pocket emitted a continuous alarm. Overjoyed, she retrieved the radar for inspection. It's responding. Oh, nearby. Splendid. Bulma waved the radar enthusiastically until it pointed towards Vegeta. The Dragon Ball. It's with you, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Vegeta retrieved the 4-star Dragon Ball, and Bulma, unable to contain her emotions, reached out to grasp it. Yes, this is the one. May I have it? Vegeta immediately raised the Dragon Ball high, feigning reluctance. I spent a considerable amount of time acquiring this. How could I simply relinquish it to you? Yet, in the next moment, a radiant light burst forth unexpectedly, and Bulma, flustered, lifted her skirt. Vegeta's face flushed crimson, caught off guard. However, upon realizing it was his wife, he thought, well, it is what it is. Time seemed to freeze at that instant, and behind Vegeta appeared a golden-haired woman. Sister, what are you doing here? Vegeta? What is going on? The voice of Ties pierced through the air, incessantly jabbing at the eardrums of both Vegeta and Bulma. What is happening? Why is there someone else? Bulma, in a flurry, quickly adjusted her skirt and glanced towards the back, only to discover that the unexpected visitor was none other than her sister, Ties. How mortifying to be caught in such a compromising situation. What should she do? Surely, her sister wouldn't think her frivolous and relay this to their parents. Ties approached them with quick strides, and Vegeta stood rooted in place, surprised by Ties' sudden appearance. Bulma wished she could find a hole to hide in. The embarrassment was overwhelming. A rosy hue enveloped her delicate face as her heart raced. What to do? Her sister was nearly upon them. Suddenly, Bulma's eyes darted, and a clever idea struck her. Uh-huh, she exclaimed, linking her arm with Vegeta's and smiling brightly. Sister, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. The unexpected revelation left both Vegeta and Ties utterly astonished. Oh, how splendid. Vegeta's heart raced. He hadn't anticipated such a turn of events, and a flicker of joy sparked within him. Ties furrowed her brow and inquired, Boyfriend? When did this happen? What did you meet? Certainly, she could not reveal that they had only just met. Otherwise, her sister would surely overthink it. Bulma replied, We've known each other for quite a while. About 2 months ago. She gave Vegeta a firm pinch, signaling him to respond. Vegeta, finally catching on, stammered, yes. We've known each other for ages. However, his clumsy performance was easily seen through by Ties, for in her eyes, her sister would always remain her sister. Having spent considerable time with Ties, Vegeta's claim of being a boyfriend seemed more fitting for the sister than for him, especially since he had been fishing at Bunyan Mountain for days. Ties smiled softly and replied, All right, I understand. That night, outside their dwelling, a campfire flickered to life. Vegeta leaned against a tree, listening to the two sisters reminisce, while Bulma, with her boundless imagination, concocted an elaborate tale of her romantic escapades with Vegeta. However, Ties merely smiled and remained silent, for this was the period when Vegeta first encountered her. Yet, when the two women began to inquire about the purpose of their outing, they were genuinely forthright. My purpose for venturing out is to seek the Dragon Balls. Ties asked, What is that? Bulma replied, It is said that by gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, one can summon the Eternal Dragon to grant a wish. I have already collected 2, together with Vegeta. That makes 3. Ties' interest peaked, as this was splendid material for a novel. A wish. How delightful that would be. I want to join. And dear sister, what is your wish? Bulma exclaimed loudly, My wish is... Cough, cough. Vegeta's sudden cough interrupted Bulma's declaration. In the original tale, Bulma's wish was for a perfect boyfriend. Bulma's voice dimmed. Fortunately, Vegeta had reminded her. Otherwise, she might have inadvertently revealed her secret. However, Vegeta was somewhat handsome and skilled in combat. His only flaw was his height. Yet having him as my boyfriend wouldn't be so bad. Ding, detecting an increase in Bulma's affection. I haven't quite decided on my wish yet. However, perhaps I will think of something by then. Ties looked at Vegeta. So, will you be joining us as well, Vegeta? There was a hint of anticipation in Ties' tone, for the journey ahead would undoubtedly be arduous, and Vegeta's capabilities were formidable. Vegeta straightened his posture and declared, Of course, I shall accompany you. After all, my girlfriend is with us. Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson, a stark contrast to her daytime demeanor. Observing this, Vegeta took the initiative, grasping Bulma's hand and pulling her aside, pinning her against a tree. Utilizing his levitation technique, Vegeta towered over Bulma, a playful smirk gracing his face as he gazed down at her. I will help you realize your wish, for you are my girlfriend, after all. The moonlight bathed Bulma's visage, highlighting her fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue. In that moment, Bulma felt an illusion that her wish had already been granted by Vegeta. Ding, detecting Bulma's affection level rising to 60. Chapter 20. The journey to seek the Dragon Balls begins. On the Bowsy Mountain, Bulma and Ties were fully equipped, prepared for their expedition. Bang! A motorcycle was summoned by Bulma. She patted the back seat and called out to Vegeta and Ties. Vegeta, sister, hop on. Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a mischievous grin. What era are we in? Still riding motorcycles? Noticing that Vegeta and Ties were hesitating to board, Bulma queried, What is the matter? This vehicle can accommodate us, though it might be a bit cramped. Ties chuckled. Sister, I forgot to mention something. Vegeta can fly. He can fly. Bulma's face was a canvas of astonishment. At that moment, the scene was captured by Ties. Gazing at Ties' expression, Bulma seemed to sense that her deception might have been unveiled. After such a long acquaintance with her boyfriend, how could he be oblivious to his ability to fly? Especially when her own sister was the one to discover it first. Even a fool would recognize my falsehood. Vegeta intervened, saying, Well, I was trying to keep a low profile and wanted to get to know you as an ordinary person. It's not surprising you didn't know. He then extended both wrists and commanded, Come, hold on tight. We are departing. Bulma and Tais took turns diving into Vegeta's embrace, securing him firmly on either side. Whoosh! The trio soared into the sky. Is this the sensation of flying? It's absolutely exhilarating. Experiencing flight without any external aid for the first time, Bulma was overwhelmed with excitement. Impressive. Isn't it, sister? This speed surpasses even the aircraft developed by my father. Vegeta reminded them, hold on tighter. We're about to accelerate. At his words, the two women gripped him more securely. Vegeta suddenly felt his chest enveloped by two soft forms, his face flushed, and a peculiar sensation coursed through him. Whoosh! A trail of white vapor streaked across the sky, and Vegeta brought the two women to a deserted island. He glanced at the Dragon Ball radar and pointed to a distant island, saying, the Dragon Ball is located on that small island to the south. I'm feeling a bit fatigued and can't carry you both any longer, so stay here and don't wander off. I'll return shortly. The direction he indicated was indeed where Master Roshi resided, and he said this to keep the two women entirely out of the old man's sight. Bulma opened a universal capsule, and a portable house was quickly erected. Sister, let us hurry inside. We'll leave the rest to Vegeta. As the two entered the house, Vegeta turned and flew towards the city. He searched diligently until he arrived at a shop selling magazines and CDs. His eyesight was exceptional, allowing him to spot a section covered by a black plastic bag from afar. How much for these? Vegeta inquired, pulling back the black plastic to reveal indescribable CDs that jolted his senses. These by Master Bodo, and this one too. Pack them all up for me. And over here, yes, that one, pack it as well. You know what? Just sell me everything. The shopkeeper chuckled and advised, young man, take care of your health. After paying, Vegeta immediately set off for Master Roshi's place. With so many treasures, he wondered if the old man could handle it. Could Master Roshi maintain his reputation for longevity? Vegeta sped ahead. Minutes later, he arrived at Master Roshi's house, finding the old lecher indeed absorbed in the scandalous magazine, a lascivious grin plastered on his face. Excuse me, is this Master Roshi? The old man hastily concealed the magazine, furrowing his brow slightly. How did this person arrive here? I didn't even notice. What is the matter? Vegeta bluntly addressed the situation, having laid out all the items he had just purchased on the ground. The old pervert could scarcely contain himself. His face flushed crimson, and he was overwhelmed with excitement. Master Roshi, succumbing to the allure of these treasures, unconsciously crawled towards them. In that moment, he felt rejuvenated by decades, exclaiming with exuberance, hooray! So many, so many. Indeed, Master Roshi was as the rumor suggested. If you give me the ornament from around your neck, all of this can be yours. What do you say? At that instant, Master Roshi's mind succumbed to temptation, and he promptly removed the 4-star ball and handed it to Vegeta, his gaze fixated on the treasures below. Take it. Vegeta accepted the 4-star ball and remarked, take care of yourself, Master Roshi. He then employed the instant transmission technique, soaring towards the direction where Bulma and the others were. On a deserted island, amidst a chaotic thicket, a golden-haired girl with a delicate visage stealthily surveyed her surroundings. Damn it, what happened? I clearly saw that scoundrel fly here. She fumed, frustrated at having lost track of him. The memories of Vegeta's actions that day ignited her anger. Humph. How dare you treat me this way? I shall seize your Dragon Balls and wish for your demise. Little did she know, Vegeta had grown so formidable that even a wish could not extinguish his life. As she vowed her revenge, an unsettling chill crept down her neck, and a foreboding sensation engulfed her. Turning around, she was met with an enormous mechanical arm lunging towards her. Startled, she bared her teeth and swiftly drew her weapon to retaliate. How dare you ambush me? However, the mechanical arm proved resilient, rendering her weapon ineffective. A familiar scene unfolded once more as she found herself ensnared by the mechanical appendage. Release me. Who are you? Show yourself. Amidst her furious protests, the entirety of the mechanical arm was revealed. Standing before her was a colossal robot. You two, go retrieve the Dragon Balls. The command came from the Pilaf gang. The dog-headed minion and I responded affirmatively. Yes. They maneuvered the mechanical arm, commencing the destruction of Bulma's constructed dwelling. Within the house, the two occupants remained oblivious as the arm seized the building, shaking it violently. Bulma screamed, Ah? What is happening? Is it an earthquake? This doesn't feel like an earthquake. Thais responded. Amidst the intense tremors, they were ultimately dislodged, and the Dragon Balls scattered across the floor. The dog-headed minion exclaimed in astonishment. Report to King Pilaf. The Dragon Balls. Well done, my minion. Ha! The Dragon Balls are ours. I glanced at the unconscious Bulma and Ties on the ground and inquired, "What about those three? Capture them. Toss them into the sea to feed the fish." The mechanical arm began to shake violently, inverting the two unconscious individuals and dragging them towards the seaside. "How dare they use me as fish bait?" Lan Shi's roar startled her two sisters awake, and in an instant, the desolate island was filled with anguished cries. "No, I refuse to be fed to the fish. Enough noise. Can you all be quiet? Hey, the novelist. Where's that scoundrel? Vegeta, why haven't you returned yet? Right here, Ash Xiao Wu. Drown them and feed them to the fish." "Yes, Lord Pilaf." Ash and Xiao Wu echoed in unison, ready to manipulate the mechanical arm into action. Whoosh. Energy orbs rained down, and Vegeta's magnetic voice was like an oasis in the desert, soothing the three women. "Release them." Vegeta descended like a deity. Ash's eyes widened, her voice trembling. "People off. He can fly." Xiao Wu's eyelids fluttered incessantly, her words becoming incoherent. "Pilaf, do not be afraid. It's merely an illusion. Attack." Vegeta quickly identified the trio as Pilaf's gang, his gaze swiftly honing in on Xiao Wu. This woman, older than both him and Bulma, had become Trunks' girlfriend. Vegeta could not allow such a thing to transpire. In an unexpected burst of speed, Vegeta flew towards a mechanical arm, delivering a punch that pierced through all three, rescuing them. Then, he forcefully tore the robot apart with his bare hands. This sight sent Pilaf and his companions into a state of terror. Pilaf knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Hero, spare me. This is the Dragon Ball. It's all here. I'll return it to you. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Especially you." Vegeta pointed at Xiao Wu, filled with frustration. "Enough. I'll send you on your way." Vegeta gathered his strength on one leg and unleashed a force towards the battered robot, sending it soaring like a meteor, vanishing without a trace. Ties rushed toward Vegeta, calling his name. Bulma's delicate cries soon followed. "Wah! Vegeta, you finally came." Bulma rushed forward, throwing herself into Vegeta's embrace, bursting into tears. Ding! Bulma's affection level increased to 80. Ding! Tai's affection level increased to 70. The golden-haired Lan Shi seized the opportunity to slip away, hiding in the forest. "Humph! Who would have thought I'd be saved again?" Ding! Golden-haired Lan Shi's affection level increased to 65. "Stop crying, I've driven them away. Let me show you something." Vegeta pulled out the 3-star Dragon Ball and placed it in Bulma's palm. "It's the 3-star ball. We now have 4 Dragon Balls." Vegeta wiped Bulma's tears and said, "Just 4? There's more." As Vegeta picked up the Dragon Ball from the ground, Bulma suddenly noticed that there was an additional ball. This particular Dragon Ball is indeed the one held by Pilaf. When did it come to possess 5? Ties hurriedly approached to inspect. This means only 2 more are needed to complete the collection. Vegeta, fully aware, considered this Dragon Ball to be already within his grasp. As he was cognizant of the locations of the other 2, one lay within the village where Oolong resided, while the other was in the possession of the Ox King. As night fell, the campfire was rekindled. The Monkey King wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, leaving the deities helpless until the Jade Emperor finally proclaimed, "Quickly summon the Buddha." Indeed, the Tathagata proved to be the epitome of the Buddha realm. With a mere wave of his hand, he suppressed the Monkey King beneath the 5-Finger Mountain. Vegeta animatedly recounted the tale to his companions. Bulma, filled with anticipation, inquired, "Is there more? What happened to Sun Wukong in the end?" Thais, Iquali Intralilid, found herself captivated by the story, even as a writer, and eagerly asked, after the Monkey King was subdued, what fate awaited his progeny. Noticing their keen interest, Vegeta continued his narration. Tang Tsing and Sun Wukong passed through a place called Gao Lao Zhuang, where rustling sounds emerged from the grass. A figure sprang forth, and the golden-haired Lan Shi exclaimed, "This Zhu Beiji is utterly despicable." A wisp of green smoke wafted past Lan Shi's nose. Achu, the blue-haired Lan Shi appeared. Tais, astonished, remarked, "What? Isn't that the young lady from that day? What is happening?" Bulma widened her eyes in disbelief. One sneeze had transformed her entirely. Vegeta, and this young lady, you're all here? Are we having a picnic?" Lan Shi's tone softened, contrasting sharply with her earlier exuberance. Sensing the silence, Lan Shi explained, "Whenever I sneeze, another version of me appears." "Another you? You mean the golden-haired one, just now? How extraordinary. I must include this in my novel." Vegeta, having witnessed such occurrences before, felt no surprise. As night deepened, Vegeta began to feel drowsy. Well then, today's tale concludes here. To discover what transpires next, please await the next installment. Rest well, everyone. In the early hours, the sound of a creaking door echoed as Bulma sleepily returned to her room. Unbeknownst to her, she was about to enter the wrong chamber. With Lan Chi's presence, the house now contained only 2 rooms, which led to Vegeta being assigned to the smaller one, Bulma's original room. As he slumbered, Vegeta was suddenly jolted by a chill, feeling Bulma's cold leg resting upon his foot. With her eyes tightly shut, Bulma mumbled indistinctly, Sister, you ought to shave your leg hair." Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, overwhelmed by the fragrant essence of youth. His heartbeat began to quicken as Bulma's fair visage faced him. The fragrant breath she exhaled incessantly stimulated Vegeta's senses. Half awake, Bulma murmured, "Dear sister, hold me, I feel a bit chilly." At that moment, Vegeta found himself confronted with a difficult choice, to embrace her or not. His heart raced even faster, and his breath became more rapid. Embrace or not? What are you so anxious about? Why do you hesitate, Vegeta? What harm could there be in holding your own wife? Embrace her. Vegeta swiftly pulled Bulma into his arms, only to suddenly feel a softness against his chest. He paused momentarily, burying his head into the covers. Bulma was completely unclothed. The atmosphere grew tense, ultimately shattered by Vegeta's raised tail, which fortunately subdued the situation, or else Trunks might have made his entrance into the world a few years earlier. That night, Vegeta remained wide awake. How did I end up here? Where's my sister? Bulma emitted a sharp cry. Vegeta? No way. She began to frantically search around, eventually concluding, did nothing happen? Dressing hastily, Bulma rushed out of the room, only to be greeted by the sight of an exceptionally lavish breakfast, with Vegeta serving his own enormous portion at the table. Vegeta glanced back with a smile. "Oh, you're awake. Hurry and have breakfast." Bulma's mind raced. Could it be that nothing truly happened? Soon after, Launch and Ties arrived, sequentially emerging from the room. "Sister, where did you go last night? Oh my, this breakfast is so lavish." "Oh, I see. Sister woke up early to prepare breakfast." Bulma glanced at Vegeta, who was devouring his meal, and awkwardly replied to Ties, yes. Ding. Bulma's favorability increased to 85. Great. Now, let us set off to find the Dragon Balls. The quartet of 1 man and 3 women embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls. This time Vegeta opted not to fly directly, primarily because these 3 women were not particularly easy to carry. Should he let Launch ride on his back? That would not be very dignified. After much contemplation, Vegeta decided to have the 3 women ride on motorcycles while he led the way. Before long, they arrived at a village. "Excuse me, is anyone home?" Bulma knocked on a door, yet no response came after a lengthy pause. Odd, why is this village deserted? "Hello, is anyone there?" Bulma shouted with increasing urgency. Ties pondered the eerily quiet surroundings, feeling a chill sweep through her. Why is it so strange here? Could there be something sinister lurking? Bulma chuckled lightly. What is there to fear? No matter what lurks with Vegeta around, it will tremble in fear. Right, Vegeta? Indeed, Lan Chi concurred. Whatever malevolent entities may arise, they shall find no sanctuary before Vegeta, with a battle power of 3 million. It is indeed an extravagant use of strength to address such trivial matters. Yet, it is evident that Vegeta's true intentions lie not in the challenge itself, but rather in Bulma's presence. Without a doubt, this task was trivial enough, hardly worth a second thought. Just then, the door, which Bulma had just knocked upon, swung open, revealing a curious head peeking out. "Is what you just said true? Can you truly vanquish any malevolent creature?" Bulma stepped forward, entwining her arm with Vegeta's and guiding him toward the threshold. "Indeed, with him here, there is no beast that can withstand our might." The local, somewhat skeptical, began to voice his doubts. "Is that true? As a simple villager, I have little education. Do not deceive me." Bulma reassured him. "Fear not. Leave it to us. Vegeta, show him your prowess." Vegeta, bemused, pondered the absurdity of deploying his 3 million battle power for such a trivial endeavor. However, considering Bulma was his wife, he could not afford to lose face. In an instant, Vegeta soared into the sky. What technique should he employ? He decided to simply unleash a ki blast. With his hands clasped together, forming a triangular shape, he proclaimed, A thunderous roar erupted, radiating light that compelled everyone to shield their eyes, leaving a scar upon the earth. The villager's jaw dropped in disbelief. Indeed, he is a divine being. This surpasses even the descent of gods. Completely won over by Vegeta's display, the villager cried out, "Everyone, come forth. You've witnessed this, haven't you? Our village girls are saved. Before long, the four were surrounded by an eager throng of villagers. Wonderful. My daughter shall not be taken by the wicked Oolong. The villager rejoiced, cradling his daughter in his arms. Suddenly, the dragon radar emitted a series of urgent beeps, indicating that the Dragon Balls were nearby. Bulma produced a Dragon Ball and inquired, "Has anyone here seen such a sphere?" From the crowd emerged an elderly voice. "I have seen one. I possess a Dragon Ball." A frail old woman, leaning on her cane, made her way through the gathering. Bulma's face lit up with joy. "Dear lady, if we assist you in ridding your village of the monsters, would you be so kind as to gift us that Dragon Ball?" The old woman nodded, her agreement swift upon hearing the promise of aid against the fiends. "Very well. As long as you can defeat the monsters, you may have whatever you wish." At this, the three women leaped in excitement, their hopes pinned upon Vegeta. He signaled an okay gesture, already formulating his plan in his mind. The following day at noon, Vegeta awaited with patience, his gaze fixed ahead, capable of perceiving the slightest movement. In the distance, a small pig entered his line of sight. Vegeta was no son Goku. With a swift dash, he closed the distance to Oolong in mere moments. Before the transformation of Oolong could take place, his hand was already on his chest, lifting him effortlessly. "You, who are you?" Oolong had no time to react. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that your life is now in my grasp." As he spoke, Vegeta concentrated energy into a blast, obliterating a distant hill. Oolong had never witnessed such a spectacle. He trembled in fear, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "I'm a hero. Spare me, what have I done wrong?" A wicked smile curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. This little pig, lacking in prowess, still fancied the idea of a harem and preyed upon young girls. Truly a perversion. "Release all those girls in your possession, and I shall spare your life." With that, Vegeta seized Oolong and brought him before the villagers. The village erupted in murmurs. Is this truly the great demon, Oolong? How could he be such a diminutive pig? Bulma tugged at Oolong's ear. "So, you are the one who captured all these girls." Tais took out her notebook and began to jot down notes. A shape-shifting pig abducting human girls. How reminiscent of the tale Vegeta had recounted. Indeed, art is born from life. Lanchi crouched down to observe Oolong. This little pig is rather adorable. At this, Oolong's face flushed. His motive for capturing so many girls was a desire for a gentle companion. Vegeta shot a menacing glare at Oolong, who immediately became submissive. Under Vegeta's relentless persuasion, Oolong divulged all his secrets, including his transformation ability, which lasted only 5 minutes. "I have never harmed the girls. They're all safe in my castle. I will take you to see them." Thus, the villagers hurriedly followed Oolong to his castle. There, the girls were treated well, blissfully content. Ultimately, the old lady's Dragon Ball was secured by Bulma, as she had wished. As for Oolong, Vegeta did not allow this lecherous pig to accompany them. In the original tale, he had wished for a pair of underwear, and to ensure that wish was not squandered, Vegeta ordered him to leave. Vegeta pointed him towards the Kame house, suggesting it was a more suitable place for him, and informed him that many gentle girls resided there. As for whether the turtle hermit would make any unreasonable demands upon learning of Oolong's 5-minute transformation ability, that remained uncertain. The four traveled along the country road, where the temperature felt unusually warm as they approached their final destination, Fire Mountain. Bulma produced her radar to check the location of the Dragon Balls and pointed ahead. "The last Dragon Ball is right here," Tais exclaimed with excitement. "Wonderful. We are about to obtain the Dragon Ball. By the way, have you thought about your wish, sister?" This predicament left Bulma somewhat flustered, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson as she glanced at Vegeta beside her. Observing Bulma's indecision, Vegeta felt a growing assurance within himself. "Fear not. Take your time to ponder. I shall retrieve the final Dragon Ball for you." With that, Vegeta quickened his flight towards Flame Mountain. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. "Help! Ah!" A young girl cosplaying as Sailor Moon caught Vegeta's attention. Instantly recognizing her as Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King, he noted that a dinosaur was relentlessly pursuing her, its thunderous footsteps propelling her forward. Yet in the next moment, her hurried pace came to an abrupt halt, for the cacophony behind her had vanished. Chi-Chi turned around, her eyes widening at the sight of a tall, muscular man effortlessly restraining the dinosaur with his bare hands. A grumble echoed from Vegeta's stomach, signaling his hunger. "Ah, just in time. My apologies, Mr. Dinosaur." Vegeta produced a kitchen knife from seemingly nowhere, wielding it with remarkable finesse. "Kiki watched inawas in mid moments." The dinosaur was reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame. With a resounding thud, kitchenware reappeared as Vegeta set up a pot and grill, preparing to cook the dinosaur meat. His movements flowed seamlessly, and soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the pot. "Wow, it smells amazing," Chi-Chi exclaimed, rushing to Vegeta's side and bowing deeply. Shyly, she stammered, "Thank you, big brother." As Vegeta stirred the pot, he replied, "No need for thanks. I merely passed by and was hungry. Besides, a dinosaur of this caliber should be easily manageable for someone of your prowess. Do not underestimate yourself." He recalled vividly from the original story how Chi-Chi had effortlessly dispatched a dinosaur with her Saiyan beam. But I'm just a weak girl. How could I possibly handle such a massive dinosaur?" Kiki protested. Vegeta was baffled. The adorable child he once knew had grown into a headstrong woman who instilled fear even in Goku. Could it be that life's tribulations had transformed her so drastically? The Ox King's fortune, if it had not been incinerated, might have afforded Chi-Chi a life of luxury, freeing her from the burdens of toil that had led her to become a mere village girl. "Then let me change all of this," Vegeta resolved, "for I must also venture forth to collect the Dragon Balls." Rising, he regarded little Chi-Chi. "It seems you might be intrigued by my soup?" Kiki deep-dud, occasionally jumping to peer into the pot. "Hee, your knife skills are truly impressive. I wonder if your culinary abilities are just as remarkable." Vegeta fictionati raffol Kiki ser. "Then you shall wait here. My friends are behind, and when the time comes, summon them to await my return. They are 3 beautiful elder sisters. I will be back shortly." Upon hearing this, little Kiki immediately stood at attention. "Do not worry, I will handle it." In the blink of an eye, before Kiki could even react, Vegeta vanished without a trace. "What? Did that big brother just fly away? Oh no, I forgot to introduce myself, and I do not even know that big brother's name. Wait, I can ask his friends later." As Vegeta sped away, his bangs were blown upwards by the wind. It is quite dramatic that Vegeta replaced Son Goku in meeting Kiki. Could it be that Son Goku was truly not sent to Earth? Did he vanish along with Planet Vegeta? This individual is rather petty. He clearly wishes for Son Goku to suffer, yet still shows concern. In less than a minute, Vegeta spotted the distant castle of Bull Demon King engulfed in flames. The Bull Demon King's cries echoed, "Oh no, my treasures! Who will come to extinguish this fire?" Vegeta hovered in the air, observing the scene, noting that the flames were not particularly fierce, and the room filled with glittering treasures still radiated a dazzling light. Vegeta swiftly approached the Bull Demon King. "Give me your hand." The Bull Demon King ceased his lamentation. "Who are you? When did you arrive?" "No time for chatter. If you wish to save your castle and treasures, give me your hand." Without hesitation, the Bull Demon King extended his hand to Vegeta. The 4-meter-tall, robust figure was effortlessly lifted by Vegeta with a single hand, leaving the Bull Demon King astonished. After placing the Bull Demon King aside, Vegeta quickly ascended a small hill, demonstrating a true display of strength. He lifted the hill, soared above the castle, and gently released it, just as it was about to crash onto the castle. A beam of energy instantly obliterated the hill into fragments of earth. These particles, falling like a torrential downpour, began to engulf the castle, effectively cutting off its oxygen supply. The flames gradually diminished until only wisps of smoke remained. Vegeta chose this method, fearing that a direct use of energy blasts might inadvertently destroy the Bull Demon King's treasures. "Oh, how wonderful! Thank you, benefactor. My treasures are saved. May I ask your name?" Vegeta descended beside the Bull Demon King. Vegeta, the Bull Demon King, filled with excitement, grasped Vegeta's hand. "I cannot thank you enough. Let me think a way to repay you." After a moment of contemplation, he blurted out, "I shall give you half of my treasures." Vegeta shook his head. Wealth was not what he sought. Soon, he would become the son-in-law of the world's richest individual. "What I desire is..." The Bull Demon King interrupted Vegeta's words. "I see that you too are a practitioner of martial arts. To be candid, I am also a devotee of this discipline, having been trained by the mightiest master of our time, the venerable Master Rashi." Vegeta, of course, is aware of this. He dismissively replied, "Oh, that lecherous old man?" Suddenly, a formidable figure emerged, and upon recognizing the connection with Master Rashi, the Bull Demon King immediately surmised that this Vegeta must also be a disciple of the Turtle Hermit. With a hearty laugh, the Bull Demon King exclaimed, "Ah, so that's why Vegeta is so powerful. Could it be due to his tutelage under Master Rashi? Though he is a bit of a pervert still." The Bull Demon King began to reminisce about the past, yet Vegeta remained indifferent. merely astonished by the peculiar thought process of the Bull Demon King. Since it is thus, younger brother, you refuse my treasures, and I truly cannot think of what to offer you. How about this? Given that your age is similar to that of my daughter, I propose that once she matures, I betroth her to you. What say you, dear brother? Is that what you call a similar age? You are clearly 5 years her senior. Ding. Detected that Chi-Chi's affinity has risen to 60. Vegeta's body jolted. What was the meaning of this system announcement? Hey, system, are you mistaken? No mistake. Host, please look behind you. Vegeta turned to glance back, where Bulma and the others were accompanying Chi-Chi, who had witnessed the entire exchange. Little Chi-Chi was blushing, her tiny hands fidgeting. Brother Vegeta is so gentle and generous, exuding such a sense of security. He even helped Father extinguish the flames and saved our castle. He must be my destined one. Chi-Chi's gaze kept straying toward Vegeta. Clearly, she was smitten. At this moment, Tais and Bulma, along with Launch, were left utterly astounded. The Bull Demon King had boldly proclaimed such words. Bulma fixed her gaze on Vegeta, admonishing, "Hey, Vegeta, Chi-Chi is still just a child." The Bull Demon King immediately adopted an imposing demeanor befitting a villain, retorting, "What of this little girl? Once I have made a decision, it is final. What is wrong with children? Some even arrange marriages in their wombs. Think about it. In a few years, when Chi-Chi comes of age, will my daughter's beauty not be worthy of my younger brother?" With that, the Bull Demon King sprang forth with great vigor, causing the surroundings to tremble, while casting a fierce glare at Bulma. Bulma, frightened to her core, fell silent, tears glistening in her eyes. Her erratic gaze began to drift towards Vegeta. "Say something, Vegeta." At this moment, Bulma's feelings were laid bare, and Tais and Launch observed keenly, eagerly anticipating Vegeta's response. Under their watchful eyes, Vegeta declared, "I apologize, Bull Demon King, but this matter is rather absurd, and moreover, I already have someone dear to my heart. My purpose here is to acquire the Dragon Ball you possess. The fire has been extinguished, and I kindly request you lend me that Dragon Ball." Ding. The detection indicates that Bulma's affection level has risen to 90. The notification sounds, revealing that Tais' affection has reached 85 and Launch's has reached 80. Vegeta, casting a gentle smile at Bulma, transforms her tears into laughter. His response brings her immense satisfaction, a sentiment shared by the two individuals behind her. Witnessing Vegeta's unwavering stance, the Ox King ceases his pressure. "In recognition of our shared origins and your efforts to extinguish the flames, rescuing my treasures from peril, you may take this Dragon Ball." Vegeta graciously accepts the Dragon Ball. "Thank you," he replies, before swiftly departing with his companions. As he fades into the distance, the Ox King laments, "What a pity. It seems that the young ladies next to Vegeta are quite taken with him." Little Chi-Chi tugs at the Ox King's garment, her brow furrowed with concern as she inquires, "Daddy, did Brother Vegeta reject me?" The Ox King lifts little Chi-Chi into his arms, chuckling, "Chi-Chi, you are my daughter. Anything I desire can be claimed directly. Likewise, if there is something you wish for, you may seize it as well." Little Chi-Chi beams with delight. "Daddy, I understand. I'll do my best. But please, no more robbing. Look what happened this time. Divine retribution." The Ox King laughs heartily. "Haha, all right. I shall heed Chi-Chi's words." Chapter 21. The Height Gift for My Wife System Upgrade. At last, the final Dragon Ball has been gathered by the four of them. As they distance themselves from the fiery mountain, Bulma's spirits begin to lift. Vegeta strides ahead, leading the three women. Bulma finds her gaze irresistibly drawn to him. The words he spoke and his resolute demeanor linger in her mind, leaving her unsettled. "What's wrong, sister? Still pondering the earlier events?" Tais observes Bulma's preoccupied expression, clearly discerning her thoughts. "And no, it's nothing, sister," Bulma stammers. Tais teases, It seems my sister has been enchanted." "All right, enough daydreaming. The Dragon Balls have been collected. Hurry and make your wish." Launchi expresses her eagerness, eager to witness this wondrous moment. "Yes, Bulma, summon the dragon." Vegeta halts, turning to gaze at Bulma. "Here will do. It's spacious enough for summoning the dragon." Bulma hesitates, locking eyes with Vegeta, her resolve wavering regarding her initial wish. She recalls the extraordinary events of the past days, each memory more enchanting than the last. From the initial ambush by the winged beasts to her first encounter with Vegeta, who had come to her rescue, and the serendipitous coincidence of him possessing a Dragon Ball. Their awkward moment was inadvertently witnessed by Tais, leading to her becoming his girlfriend. Vegeta dedicated himself wholeheartedly to assisting her in the quest for the Dragon Balls, displaying not a hint of complaint along their journey. He even saved her life, rescuing her from the clutches of the Pilaf gang. It seemed he was perpetually attuned to her feelings. Yet, all of this stemmed from a mere fib she had told to appease ties. How considerate and gentle this man was, seemingly brash on the surface, yet meticulous in his attentiveness. When the Ox King made his unreasonable demands, the emotions that surfaced within Bulma were genuine. It was at this moment she began to realize that her focus on Vegeta may have been excessive. As Vegeta gracefully declined the Ox King's advances, he flashed her a smile that seemed to convey that she was the one who held his heart. He had turned down the Ox King for her sake. From that instant, Bulma understood that her playful charade may have evolved into something more profound. Perhaps their meeting was fated, perhaps it was a divine arrangement, and perhaps this boy was the Prince Charming she had longed for. She discovered that she had fallen for him, a strong and considerate young man. Bulma beamed with a smile, acknowledging her feelings. "All right, I understand," she declared, placing the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, which immediately responded with radiant flashes of light. Come fort, Shenron. With her invocation, bolts of lightning erupted from the crystalline orbs. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, shrouding the sky in gloom. Following a tempest of thunder and lightning, a majestic blue dragon spiraled down from the heavens. "Is this the dragon?" Bulma marveled, her mouth agape in awe. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tais hastily retrieved a sketchbook to capture the dragon's magnificent form. Lan Shi gazed at the imposing dragon, her eyes wide with wonder. This was Vegeta's first encounter with the dragon, yet he displayed little astonishment, as his gaze remained fixated on Bulma. What wish would she make? After spending these days together, Vegeta had sensed Bulma's growing affection for him, her fondness reaching a remarkable 90 points. Their relationship was merely separated by a thin veil. He initially thought Bulma might forego her wish, leaving him with an unexpected opportunity. Yet she still harbored intentions of making a wish. Shenron's voice resonated, ancient and magnetic. "State your wish, any desire I can fulfill." In the next moment, the atmosphere brimmed with anticipation. Bulma closed her eyes, her hands clasped over her heart. In her mind's eye, a dashing prince on a white steed appeared. Subsequently, Bulma opened her eyes and leaned closer to Shenron. "Could you come a little closer, dragon? Oh, by the way, that doesn't count as a wish." Bulma, shrouded in mystery, heightened everyone's expectations, particularly Vegeta's. The dragon leaned down, and Bulma began to whisper in its ear. "All right, I understand. Your wish will be granted shortly." The dragon's crimson eyes sparkled, signifying that the wish had been fulfilled. Its form then dissipated into 7 beams of light, scattering across the world. "Is this it?" Not only Vegeta, but also Tais and Lan Shi were taken aback. What wish had Bulma made? Lan Shi and Tais hurried to Bulma, eager to inquire. However, Bulma merely dropped the word secret before hastily departing. Lan Shi and Tais were left in suspense. Their curiosity piqued, and they quickly pursued Bulma. Observing the trio's retreating figures, Vegeta sighed. "Ah, the thoughts of this woman are truly inscrutable." Ding! Miracle power detected, descending upon the host. Vegeta's body quivered, as a mysterious light began to envelop him. "System, what is happening?" "Host, I suspect Bulma made a wish regarding you with the Dragon Balls." Ding! Bulma's affection level has reached 100. 100 affection points. How sudden! Just as Vegeta was astonished, his body began to silently transform. His muscles grew more defined. His features became more handsome, and most importantly, his height increased. Suddenly, the sound of a horse's neigh echoed, and there stood Vegeta clad in a white robe, crowned, and riding a white stallion, truly a prince on a white steed. At that moment, Vegeta realized Bulma's wish, to transform him into her ideal Prince Charming. Over the days spent together, Vegeta had come remarkably close to embodying the image of the prince in Bulma's heart. He had met the criteria of a prince, with the only exception being his height. Standing at 1.8 meters now perfectly fulfilled a young girl's fantasy of prince. Thus, the present Vegeta stood at an impressive 1.8 meters, undoubtedly the tallest Vegeta in history, Vegeta Plus. He smiled with satisfaction, for this newfound height was a gift from his wife. Ding! Would you like to establish a bond with Bulma? What bond? She is my wife. Yes. Command received. System is upgrading. Reward: 2 vials of S-Cell serum. Each vial can enhance S-Cell concentration by 30 to transform into a Super Saiyan. Combat power must reach 3 million, and S-Cell concentration must be 100. Acquired 100 insight points. New feature unlocked. Random task completion for rewards. New feature unlocked. Emotional point harvesting from others. What is this new feature? System. What exactly does the second new feature entail? The second new feature allows the host to perceive the feelings others have towards them, such as shock, envy, admiration, affection, and even hatred, which can all provide emotional points for the host. These emotional points can be transformed into insight points, which in turn can be converted into attribute points. In essence, the system's capabilities are indeed formidable. Vegeta gave a thumbs up to the system, exclaiming, "Impressive indeed. Such functionality is remarkable. It seems I must strategize well for the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament." Just as Vegeta was concocting his plans, the system's voice resonated once more. The first new feature: if the tasks issued by the system are not completed, the host will perish, at which point the system will terminate the binding and seek a more robust host. Vegeta stood frozen. The system's words akin to the distress of finding oneself without toilet paper during a moment of need. "Damn system, you rascal, I concede." Yet, the voice of the system fell silent thereafter. Chapter 22, A Marriage of Convenience. On a motorcycle, a girl experiencing the stirrings of first love drove, her flushed cheeks frequently glancing at the rearview mirror. Where is he? Tai Si, discerning Bulma's anxious thoughts, couldn't help but worry. Driving like this is quite perilous. Indeed, the next moment, a massive rock loomed directly in front of the motorcycle. Tai Si's brow furrowed. An accident seemed imminent. "Sister, stop." As the saying goes, a woman in love often reacts slowly, and even the exceptionally intelligent Bulma was no exception. Bulma pressed the brakes with all her might, but the inertia was too great to prevent a collision with the stone. "Ah!" The three girls screamed in unison. Just as they were about to crash, a tall, handsome man appeared, stabilizing the motorcycle with merely a finger, as if he were a superhero. "Congratulations. You have gained admiration points 001, Bulma. Congratulations. You have gained respect points 001, Lan Chi. Congratulations. You have gained affection points 001, Tai Si." Vegeta's entirely new visage struck the three women as both familiar and foreign. In Bulma's eyes, Vegeta seemed revitalized, radiating charm. He was her Prince Charming. "Are you all right?" Vegeta asked with concern. Bulma, her face flushed, dared not meet Vegeta's gaze. "And no, we're fine. Pay attention while driving. Don't let your mind wander." Bulma nodded slightly. Lan Chi suddenly noticed that the man before her appeared somewhat different and, in astonishment, inquired, Vegeta, how did you grow so tall all of a sudden?" This question left Vegeta momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Bulma harboring such a desire, and this sudden growth surely bore some mystery. Had he made the wish himself, he would never have wished for something as trivial as instantaneously growing to a height of 1.80 meters. Instead, he would have wished for the fulfillment of this aspiration within 2.5 years. At this moment, the most prudent course of action was to feign ignorance. "Huh? What are you talking about, Lan Chi?" Subsequently, Vegeta gazed at the dimming sky and deftly shifted the conversation. "It is getting late. Perhaps we should set out tomorrow instead?" This was yet another wish, another height to attain, and the astute Tais had already surmised the general situation. To spare Vegeta any embarrassment, Tais promptly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the night is fast approaching. Today has been quite exhausting. Let us rest for now. What does everyone think?" Vegeta silently commended Tais for her understanding nature. Tais immediately produced a universal capsule, and a convenient dwelling was swiftly erected. Night fell, and the four gathered once more around the campfire, where Vegeta began his storytelling. The tale revolved around a young boy who was severely oppressed by his kin, looked down upon by all, including his own father. This boy was meant to be the hope of his clan, yet for reasons unknown, his strength stagnated, earning him the moniker of a worthless prince. Eventually, he could no longer endure such an environment and fled with his soul friend, embarking on a journey of self-discovery. The story Vegeta recounted was, in essence, his own, albeit with slight alterations to omit mention of the system. Tais rested her chin on her hands, captivated. And what happened next? Is there a twist? Having grown accustomed to Vegeta's new persona, Bulma tugged at his sleeve, urging him on. "Come on, Vegeta. I'm eager to know." With an expression of anticipation, Lan Chi chimed in. Yes. Please continue." Reluctantly, Vegeta resumed his narrative. Later, the boy and his friend arrived on a beautiful planet, where he discovered that his strength was no longer stagnant. In the end, he encountered a girl with a dual personality, a novelist, and a young woman, embarking on a quest to find the Dragon Balls. At this revelation, the three women suddenly understood. Bulma pointed to herself, exclaiming, "Isn't this about us?" Tais marveled. Is this truly your experience, Vegeta? Launchi inquired with astonishment. Aren't you from Earth? Are you not a Cybertronian? Oh, that explains why you have a tail. Vegeta corrected her. It is Saiyan, as you have heard. I am indeed the boy from the story. Since we are all quite familiar now, I see no reason to continue concealing it. Bulma offered comfort. Vegeta, your past was truly tragic. Living out here in the wilderness, how fortunate you are to have met us. You shall no longer be a wanderer. Seizing the moment, Vegeta pressed on. Really? May I stay at your home? Bulma and Tais nodded in unison, saying, absolutely. Launchi can come along too. Vegeta smiled knowingly. His plan to integrate succeeding. I heard from Tais that your father is a scientist. Is it true that anything can be created? This indeed reflects Vegeta's true ambition. Aside from marrying into wealth, his foremost priority is cultivation. Bulma patted her chest proudly, exclaiming, of course, my father is the greatest scientist in the world. The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence, and I wish to participate. There will surely be many formidable opponents. I hope to find a place to train, and I wonder if I could persuade the doctor to construct a gravity chamber for me. With Vegeta's strength, he can already walk unchallenged on Earth. The tournament hardly piques his interest, as all he desires is the gravity chamber. Tais placed her finger on her chin, perplexed, and inquired, a gravity chamber? What is that? It must be a room that can alter gravity. No worries, if it's my father, he can handle it. Moreover, I am here to assist. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of certainty within. In the original story, Dr. Briefs constructed the gravity chamber in just 7 days. This genius scientist is indeed deserving of his title. The following day, the four set off towards West City. The motorcycle was simply too slow for Vegeta's eager training, resulting in a rather amusing scene. The three girls clung tightly to Vegeta. This was Vegeta's first experience carrying 3 passengers, making him somewhat awkward. Hold on tight. This time, I'll go even faster. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls gripped him even tighter. Whoosh! The wind whipped through Bulma's hair. With Vegeta as our mode of transport. We don't even need to take a plane, right, sister? At that moment, Vegeta's arms were encircled tightly, with Bulma's delicate hands resting around his neck. As Bulma spoke, her fragrant scent enveloped Vegeta's cheeks, while her softness brushed against his chest. Vegeta's face flushed crimson. Stop squirming, Bulma. His heart raced, prompting him to accelerate suddenly. In an instant, Vegeta felt a wave of weakness wash over him, and the 4 began to descend rapidly. The 3 girls' screams echoed in succession. What is happening? No. Vegeta had a notion of what was occurring and glanced down at his waist. Tais, let go of my tail. Upon hearing this, Tais hastily released his tail, allowing Vegeta to regain his composure. It seems this tail is a vulnerability that requires special training. As Vegeta pondered this, he suddenly felt a warm sensation. Tais is holding onto the tail, so what am I holding? Launchi innocently asked, tugging at it. Tais' face instantly turned bright red as she screamed. Launchi, let go. This commotion piqued Bulma's curiosity, as she also began to look down. Vegeta felt a rush of heat in his chest, his face turning even redder. Launchi curiously remarked, is the tail perking up? Above the sky, an unidentified flying object began to wobble precariously. Minutes later, several individuals finally arrived in West City. Chapter 23. Participation in the world's greatest martial arts tournament. West City. Capsule Corporation. In the courtyard of the Brief residence, Vegeta descended slowly with the 3 companions. Although it was merely a few minutes for Vegeta, it felt as though several years had passed. My 2 young ladies have returned, exclaimed Mrs. Brief, her eyes narrowing into a smile. Oh, and 2 guests as well. A lovely young lady and a handsome young man. Tai, who had been wandering for years, rarely returning home, brought an unusual joy to Mrs. Brief. Mom, I'm back, Tai exclaimed, rushing to embrace Mrs. Brief. Bulma pouted, murmuring, hey, there's still another daughter here. This heartwarming scene left Vegeta, who had never experienced familial affection, feeling somewhat bewildered. Mrs. Brief's gaze fell upon him. Who is this handsome young man? She inquired, stepping closer to inspect Vegeta. Quite the fit and charming lad. She then squinted at Bulma and Tai. Is he one of your boyfriends? Bulma's face flushed crimson, and Mrs. Brief instantly grasped the situation. As Vegeta was to become Bulma's future father-in-law, making a favorable impression was imperative. Vegeta, displaying gentlemanly demeanor, bowed slightly. Hello, Mrs. Brief. My name is Vegeta, and I am a friend of Bulma and Tai. This is Launch, another friend of ours. Mrs. Brief glanced at Bulma and remarked, "This young man is quite polite. I like him." Bulma's cheeks reddened as she turned away. Mrs. Brief then approached Launch, showering her with questions. Her enthusiasm so overwhelming that Launch was at a loss for words. Achoo! A sudden sneeze echoed, and Vegeta immediately sensed an ominous turn. All eyes instinctively turned toward Launch, but he sighed in relief as she did not transform into a blonde. In the distance, an elderly man wearing glasses and a white lab coat appeared in the courtyard. His hair was already graying, likely a result of overexertion. This was Dr. Brief, the source of the earlier sneeze. "Home again?" he inquired, and upon hearing this, Bulma and Tai surrounded him. "Yes, Dad, we're back," Tai replied, stepping forward to grasp Vegeta's hand and leading him to Dr. Brief. "Dad, this is my friend Vegeta. He has something he wishes to ask of you." Dr. Brief sized up the handsome young man before him, but Bulma's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Dad, this is our friend. He would like to request your assistance in constructing a gravity training room, the concept being." Vegeta remained silent as Bulma approached Dr. Briefs to discuss the requirements for the gravity chamber. Listening to Bulma, Dr. Briefs lit a cigarette, contemplating this gravity training room can indeed be realized, though it may require some time to conceptualize. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's spirits lifted. Indeed, Dr. Briefs was one of the foremost scientists in the Dragon Ball universe. "Thank you, Dr. Briefs," he expressed gratefully. Bulma leapt with joy, exclaiming, "That's wonderful." "Thank you, Dad." Dr. Briefs glanced at Bulma, noticing a distinct change in her demeanor. Typically, she seldom requested his assistance, even in her quest for the Dragon Balls, but upon bringing a man home, she seemed transformed. With a knowing smile, he understood her intentions completely. "In that case, why don't you assist me, Bulma? It will also enhance your practical skills." Bulma nodded earnestly, her determination unwavering. "I will do my utmost to help you, Dad. After all, this is what Vegeta desires." A month later, through the combined efforts of Dr. Briefs and Bulma, the gravity chamber was constructed. Since it was built from scratch rather than retrofitting a spaceship as in the original narrative, it took considerable time. Thus, Vegeta embarked on his gravity training journey, benefiting from the novice privileges since he had yet to enter the chamber. He engaged in intense training. Even though the Dragon Ball saga had only just commenced, Earth was currently flourishing. However, the impending plot would bring monumental changes, with power dynamics shifting across multiple dimensions, including encounters with Frieza, the androids, and Majin Buu, followed by ascensions to higher realms of deities. Therefore, Vegeta remained resolute and vigilant. Ding! The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. Vegeta paused his training, rising to ponder this announcement. The tournament presented an opportunity to showcase his prowess, gather audience admiration, and perhaps gain some advantage. "The World Martial Arts Tournament? Are you planning to participate?" Bulma inquired, astonished. Vegeta nodded slightly yes. "Then let us all cheer for Vegeta." Bulma declared enthusiastically. If he secured the championship, he would be deemed the strongest in the world. Tights stood up, exhilarated at the prospect of the tournament, envisioning it as a splendid source for her novel. "In that case, I shall join everyone as well." Launch cheered. Thus, the group drove to the registration venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament. In the Heavenly Temple, Saraya gazed into the distance. "The World Martial Arts Tournament, you say?" Vegeta mentioned he would participate. "I should go and witness it." Having not seen Vegeta in several months, her heart raced with excitement. With a leap from the temple, she soared towards the mortal realm. At the Turtle School, under the morning sun, a slender maiden, embodying the exquisite beauty of the East, stood resolutely upon the precipice. Yulin gazed skyward, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "I shall attend the esteemed World Martial Arts Tournament that Vegeta spoke of. I wonder how Vegeta and Solia are faring. I long to see them again." With that, Yulin soared into the air, departing from the Crane School. Meanwhile, at the Kame House, a small bald-headed figure was making his way to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet unlike before, he ventured forth alone, devoid of companions. Master Roshi had already packed his belongings and began to don a disguise. Shortly thereafter, a martial artist named Chenglong, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, hastened towards the competition venue. Seated in a vehicle, Vegeta surveyed the throngs of people outside, his heart unperturbed. Securing the championship was a foregone conclusion, requiring no further contemplation. The immense crowd at the tournament prompted Vegeta to ponder how he might leverage their emotional value to enhance his understanding points. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, a backpack-clad, slick-back old man. Indeed, Master Roshi had also arrived. A knowing smile spread across Vegeta's face. It seemed there were skills to be acquired. Master Roshi's unique techniques, the Kamehameha and the universal shocking palm, were invaluable. With a system upgrade requiring exactly 100 understanding points, these two skills were ripe for learning. A wicked grin crossed Vegeta's lips as plans began to form in his mind. Chapter 24. I'm surrounded by beauties. Wow. So many people. Upon disembarking, Bulma surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, with such a crowd, this world martial arts tournament promises to be quite spectacular. Tai Si wore an eager smile, already preparing for her writing. Huh, there are so many people. It seems they are all watching us, remarked Lan Shi, drawing the attention of her companions towards the spectators, who indeed were gazing in their direction. Beep. Gained admiration emotion points, 001. Gained jealousy emotion points, 001. As the three young women stood there, the harvesting of admiration had commenced. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Look, there are three lovely and beautiful maidens. That pretty boy is surrounded by three beauties. How enviable. Humph, that brat. How could he sit in a car with three gorgeous girls all by himself? Vegeta listened to the whispers, a sly grin spreading across his face. The more people looked at him with disdain, the more he reveled in it. A cunning idea took root in Vegeta's mind. Why not allow them to envy him a little longer? With a cold smirk, he swiftly approached Bulma and Tai Si, locking eyes with them. When Vegeta remained motionless, Bulma, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter, Vegeta?" Tai Si echoed her confusion. At that moment, a pair of robust hands swiftly encircled Tai's waist, and she suddenly felt an irresistible force drawing her in. Her slender form leaned into Vegeta's embrace. Simultaneously, Bulma found herself similarly enveloped in his arms. In an instant, both women were left bewildered by Vegeta's unexpected actions, their eyes clouded with shyness and confusion. The system's notifications echoed in Vegeta's mind, announcing feelings of jealousy and disdain. How infuriating! This wretched creature dared to act so brazenly in broad daylight before so many witnesses. It enraged him. He wondered if the scoundrel would participate in the tournament. He hoped someone would teach him a lesson. Vegeta surveyed the increasingly agitated crowd, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. As the notifications continued, Vegeta noticed the cheeks of the two women in his arms had turned crimson. Tais widened her eyes, locking gazes with Vegeta. Vegeta, what are you doing? Bulma, pressed against his chest, inquired, Vegeta, what is happening? Yet Vegeta's thoughts were consumed by the onlookers. There was still more mischief to be had. He turned his attention to the dazed Lan Shi, contemplating his next move. What? Now he was eyeing another beauty. What did he intend? To embrace three at once? Truly barbaric. How could this single man endure such humiliation? Never mind. He would deal with this scoundrel first. The system continued its notifications, and Vegeta's grin only widened. Hey, Vegeta, what is going on? Let's go. So many people are watching. Tais began to worry as she sensed the malice radiating from the crowd, each person glaring at Vegeta. Just then, someone in the throng shouted, "Look at the sky. Someone is flying." Instantly, all eyes turned upward, including Vegeta's. Seizing the opportunity, Tais and Bulma broke free from his grasp. With flushed cheeks and hands on her hips, Bulma demanded, "What is wrong with you, Vegeta?" Naturally, Vegeta could not reveal the truth. Everyone was too stunned by the revelation of someone soaring through the skies. Sensing their astonishment, Vegeta suspiciously declared, "Don't ask. They are in the sky. Fortunately, I just protected you. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire." In the sky? What? A massive question mark appeared above Bulma's head as she gazed upward. Suddenly, Tais began to scream, and Lan Shi shouted, "Be careful, Vegeta." A strange yet familiar aura descended from the heavens, as sharp blades sliced through the air towards Vegeta. Undeterred, Vegeta sprang into action, for he was mindful of the two girls beside him. He leapt forward, positioning himself protectively in front of them, and with a swift kick, he sent the whirling blade flying. However, a multitude of blades followed in rapid succession, aiming for the center of his brow. Vegeta smirked, thinking, is this all the speed they possess? Too slow. With deft reflexes, he pinched two fingers together, capturing the blade with ease. In that fleeting moment, a tingling sensation coursed between his fingers. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was no mere blade, but a talisman inscribed with the character for thunder. A trap, Vegeta quickly deduced, and before the talisman could fully unleash its power, he hurled it backward with force. A pained cry erupted from behind. The passerby who had threatened to teach Vegeta a lesson was now electrified and collapsed. More blades began to rain down, resembling a torrential downpour. Vegeta furrowed his brow. He was unfazed by the electricity as it posed no threat to him, but he worried for Bulma, Tai's, and Lan Chi's safety. Enough is enough. In an instant, Vegeta unleashed a formidable aura, solidifying the blades in midair, which then transformed into talismans. With a swift gesture, he declared, "Let these paper creations be reduced to ashes." Extending his fingers toward the talismans, a conflagration erupted, reducing them to cinders. A wisp of blue smoke drifted away, and a playful voice echoed from above. Not bad. You truly remain my strongest junior brother." A girl clad in a blue chi-pao, with an impressive figure, gracefully descended. Gasps rippled through the crowd. "So beautiful. What a beauty. You know nothing. She just knocked that guy out cold. Even if she electrocuted me, it would be worth it." But the real question lingered. Did she descend from the heavens? Could she be a celestial being? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a remarkable event unfolded. The chi-pao-clad girl approached Vegeta with urgency. "Junior brother Vegeta, after all these years, you still possess incredible strength." Vegeta smiled faintly, though the girl before him was unfamiliar. The familiar talismanic attacks reminded him of her identity. "Long time no see, Yulin." A sudden sound of footsteps echoed, igniting the crowd once more. Another stunning girl in a chi-pao emerged into view. As she approached Vegeta, she greeted him, "Vegeta and Yulin, it appears you are both here. Harvest of shock .001. Harvest of jealousy .001. Harvest of envy value 10. What is this situation? Jealousy value 10 points?" As Bulma furrowed her brow, her gaze was filled with hostility directed at Yulin and Soya. The penetrating stare from the legitimate wife incessantly assaulted Solya's nerves. Who is this woman? Why does it feel as though she harbors such animosity towards me? Vegeta finally realized the predicament he was in. "Oh no, I am surrounded by beauties. Bulma is jealous." Chapter 25. Stealing Skills. Solya swiftly approached the group. "Vegeta, so you truly are here. I missed you so much." Solya exclaimed as she embraced Vegeta, her face alight with a long-awaited smile. Vegeta found himself at a loss, taken aback by Solya's fervent enthusiasm. Bulma's brow had twisted into a tight knot. Her lips pressed together so firmly that it seemed she might draw blood. "All right, let go," Vegeta said, sensing the awkwardness, and reluctantly released Solya. Solya nodded slightly and greeted Yulin. "Yulin, you are here too." Yulin replied, "Of course. This was our promise from 10 years ago. I have been training diligently. I will definitely show Vegeta a thing or two." Vegeta felt a sense of pride, surprised that his casual words had become Yulin's aspiration. "Not bad, Yulin. I have just witnessed your progress." Yulin crossed her arms and responded, "Of course. After all, I am your senior. I still have some tricks on my sleeve." At that moment, Solya's gaze shifted to the other three individuals. "Vegeta, who are they?" Taisi extended her hand and politely introduced herself. "Hello, Gaisi, a friend of Vegeta. This is Bulma, my sister, and this is Lan Chi." Lan Chi narrowed her eyes slightly, wearing a friendly smile. "Hello there." Solya then extended her hand as well and introduced herself courteously. "I am Solya, a childhood friend of Vegeta. Taisi's Bodhistifenet." Childhood friend. At that moment, Solya noticed the tail wrapped around Taisi's waist and turned to Yulin. "Senior? Oh, I understand now. You are the two individuals Vegeta spoke of in his stories." Vegeta nodded and approached Bulma, preparing to continue the introductions. "Humph." Bulma turned away, crossing her arms and pouting as she walked off in the opposite direction. "Lan Chi and my sister I can tolerate, but now there are two more, and that one named Solya looks at Vegeta with such tenderness. It's simply infuriating." Bulma strode forward without a glance back. What is wrong with her? Solya looked at Taisi, seeking an explanation. Taisi shook her head helplessly, fully aware of the situation but unable to articulate it. "Oh no, the little beauty is coming over. Looks like there is some conflict brewing. Why don't you comfort her? What nonsense are you spouting? Did you not witness the extraordinary prowess of that man just now?" At that moment, the announcement echoed. "All contestants, please proceed to the venue for registration." Despite her irritation, Bulma instinctively made her way towards the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Vegeta, Solya, and Yurin all successfully registered. Meanwhile, Vegeta surveyed the crowd, where a group of monks was mocking a balding man. A dark-skinned martial artist adorned with a headscarf meditated nearby, alongside a beast with a wolf's head and a striking woman with vibrant purple hair. Ultimately, Vegeta's gaze settled on an elderly man sporting a slick-back hairstyle. He recognized these individuals: Krillin, Nam, the werewolf, Lan Fong, and Master Roshi. A sly smile crept across Vegeta's face. It was imperative that he faced Master Roshi. The others were of little concern. He had resolved to compel Master Roshi to unleash the Kamehameha and the world-shaking palm. As for the championship, it mattered not to him. He would claim victory if he desired, or retreat if he chose otherwise. The drawing of lots commenced, and a designated official brought forth the lottery box. Among all present, only Vegeta and Solia stood a chance against Master Roshi, while Yurin might have a slight opportunity. However, considering the lecherous behavior of that old man towards Yurin in the original story, it was best to avoid a match between them. As for Solia, her strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Master Roshi. Should she strike decisively, he would be defeated in an instant, thwarting Vegeta's plans to secretly learn the Kamehameha. Vegeta's focus was fixed upon the lottery box. The optimal strategy was to intervene. How? By employing the abilities of Dumpling. During his time with the Crane School, Vegeta had diligently studied Dumpling's powers, discovering that such abilities were merely a manifestation of one's ki. The effects could materialize as explosive force upon certain objects, contingent upon the user's strength. In fact, Vegeta had gained some insight into this technique years prior while fishing at Karen Tower. With his right hand concealed behind him, an invisible current of ki surged towards the lottery box as Vegeta began his covert manipulation, ensuring his number matched that of Master Roshi. Thus, he succeeded in securing a match against the venerable master. The final results of the draw were announced. Solia would face Nam, Yurin would contend with Krillin, and Vegeta would battle Master Roshi. The sound of gongs and drums resonated through the air. The exuberant host, with his golden hair, brandished a microphone and proclaimed with fervor, "The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is officially underway. Let us welcome the contestants." Next up was Vegeta versus Jackie Chan. This marked the inaugural match, a result of Vegeta's covert manipulation. The sooner he fought, the sooner he could learn. The crowd erupted in cheers. Tai jumped up to cheer for Vegeta. "Go Vegeta!" Lan Chi cupped her hands around her mouth, also shouting loudly, "Come on Vegeta!" Bulma, still fuming, directed her gaze solely at Vegeta, without showing much excitement. Solia and Yulin exchanged glances, both realizing that the other was merely an old man, and they had come to a silent conclusion. As Vegeta's figure emerged onto the stage, the audience below immediately recognized him. "Wait, isn't that the kid from just now?" "It really is. This kid is impressive. He single-handedly handled those sharp blades. I can't believe he is a contestant." While they spoke, they couldn't help but envy the numerous beautiful women surrounding him. "I hope that ethereal old man can deal with him." "Deal with me?" They might be in for a disappointment. As Vegeta stepped onto the stage, Master Roshi instantly recognized him. "Isn't that the young man who gave me magazines and DVDs? He has come to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament as well." In the blink of an eye, Vegeta had silently appeared behind Master Roshi. His iron fist was poised for action. Just as he was about to strike, Master Roshi, with his centuries of combat experience, swiftly reacted. Despite having a combat power of less than 200, he managed to evade Vegeta's attack. Vegeta was taken aback by Master Roshi's agility. "This can't be. How can Master Roshi exhibit such prowess?" "Host, Master Roshi has a wealth of combat experience, and his evasion stats are quite high." The system's words enlightened Vegeta. So that was it. Master Roshi had accumulated combat experience over centuries, with every muscle in his body trained to think. Though a bit lecherous, he was indeed a master of his craft. It dawned on Vegeta that the techniques Master Roshi might unleash could very well resemble the embryonic form of the Ultra Instinct, which Goku had once exhibited under his guidance. Vegeta snorted, knowing he had not been idle these years. He too had developed some evasive capabilities. On the stage, Vegeta's attacks became increasingly rapid, his speed surging alongside the intensity of his energy, his fists and feet striking like meteors toward Master Roshi. Initially, Master Roshi managed to keep up, but as time passed, Vegeta's evasion attributes began to take effect, and Master Roshi found himself struggling more and more. "Well done, Vegeta!" With each of Vegeta's relentless advances on Master Roshi, Tai's cheers grew louder. Eventually, Vegeta cornered Master Roshi to the edge of the stage. Master Roshi gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his face. This young man was indeed extraordinary. His strength seemed boundless and far surpassed his own. "It seems I have ultimately aged." Observing Master Roshi drenched in sweat, Vegeta's lips curled slightly in amusement. It was time to provoke him. "What is the matter, old man? You seem to be struggling a bit. Perhaps you should concede. Otherwise, people might say I'm bullying you." In response, Master Roshi straightened his posture and nonchalantly replied, "Youngster, you are indeed powerful, but never underestimate others. Although I am old, I shall never admit defeat." With hands slightly bent in a claw-like manner at his chest, he crouched, and a blinding light erupted from his palms. "Allow me to show you the mightiest technique in the world." Vegeta smiled knowingly. Here it comes, the universal cataclysmic palm. This dazzling light relentlessly consumed everything around it. How blinding! The audience shielded their eyes in unison. Amidst the crowd, a sharp sneeze pierced the air. Achu! Gazing at the sunlight-like brilliance, Lan Shi couldn't help but sneeze, making her golden hair shine as she entered the scene. Where am I? Lan Shi looked around, noticing the throngs of people, including two familiar sisters by her side, while on stage stood Vegeta. Oh, isn't that Vegeta? Who is he fighting? At that moment, Lan Shi suddenly shouted, "Vegeta, what are you doing?" On the platform, Vegeta was firmly ensnared by Master Roshi's universal cataclysmic palm, the immense voltage coursing through him. The universal cataclysmic palm. I finally awaited this. Ding. Detecting the universal cataclysmic palm. Do you wish to comprehend it? Comprehend. It will cost 50 comprehension points to learn. Do you wish to proceed? 50 points? What a bargain. Proceed. Ding. Comprehension successful. Universal cataclysmic palm. Proficiency, 0. Control attribute points increased by 20. Vegeta let out a painful groan, though it was merely for Master Roshi's benefit, for his intentions were far beyond this. If you were Master Roshi, you would undoubtedly opt for a finishing blow next. Yet the women in the audience were growing restless, taking the situation seriously. Ding. Detecting concern level, 0015. Vegeta. The women exclaimed in unison, worry etched on their faces. Even an irate Bulma wore a look of concern, praying for Vegeta's safety. Yulin and Solia were equally astonished that this seemingly frail old man possessed such a formidable technique. Hey, Vegeta, what on earth are you doing? You weren't this cowardly when you dealt with me back then. Lan Shi reprimanded Vegeta angrily. With this outburst, others finally noticed the sudden appearance of the golden-haired lady. Huh, that brat has finally been subdued. Exactly. I've always found him unbearable. Old man, throw him down already. The incessant sound of notifications signaled the detection of disdain, which was precisely the outcome Vegeta desired. Around launch, a cacophony of insults directed at Vegeta filled the air. Launch could hardly tolerate such indignities. If Vegeta could endure it, others certainly could not. Shut your mouths. One more word, and I'll unleash my fury upon you. In an instant, Launch produced a Gatling gun from seemingly nowhere, plunging the audience into a profound silence. Should even one person dare to continue their taunts, they would soon find that Launch's Gatling gun was no mere prop. Vegeta felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was a prime opportunity to seize the moment, now thoroughly disrupted by Launch. On the arena, Master Roshi was executing the formidable Kamehameha technique, while Vegeta feigned agony. Yet how vexing! Master Roshi waved his arms vigorously, attempting to hurl Vegeta out of the ring. However, despite Master Roshi's efforts, he could not budge Vegeta an inch, which was all part of Vegeta's cunning plan to elicit Master Roshi's ultimate move. It seemed this young man was indeed tenacious. In that case, allow me to demonstrate this technique. Master Roshi swiftly placed his hands at his waist and bellowed, "Kamehameha!" Ding! Kamehameha detected. Would you like to comprehend it? Vegeta smirked inwardly, having successfully deceived the system. Comprehend. 30 comprehension points consumed. Comprehension successful. Remaining points, 20. The performance was nearing its conclusion, and the match was about to end. In that instant, as Vegeta broke free from the grasp of the Kamehameha, he positioned his hands before his chest and shouted, "Final flash." A brilliant beam of yellow light surged forth, devouring the Kamehameha and hurtling directly towards Master Roshi. Boom! No amount of experience could bridge the gap in strength. Master Roshi was propelled out of the arena. Within a heartbeat, the tide of battle had turned irreversibly. Vegeta emerged victorious. The venue fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The host trembled as he announced, "Let us congratulate Vegeta on his victory." Instantly, the 5 girls erupted in jubilation. Launch crossed her arms and wiped her nose, declaring, "That's right, this is the Vegeta I know." Solia chuckled softly, as expected of Vegeta. Yulin remarked, "I told you, there's no way he could be that weak." Tais hurriedly took notes to document the moment. Bulma could no longer contain her elation and cheered loudly. "Vegeta, well done." Ding. Receive surprise effect 001745. Vegeta turned to face the crowd, which was buzzing with astonished chatter, and he smiled confidently. Now it's your turn, Solia and Yulin. The forthcoming match would undoubtedly showcase the overwhelming victories of Solia and Yulin. As Solia encountered Vegeta, ever self-aware, promptly leapt off the arena. Ultimately, it was Yulin who faced Vegeta. Though she acknowledged his formidable strength, she declared, "I shall not concede as readily as Solia, for I have been diligently honing my skills." Vegeta gazed upon Yulin, taken aback by her grace after a decade apart. "Very well then, I shall show no mercy." With a fierce intensity, Vegeta prepared for her assault. In a swift motion, Yulin conjured two talismans in her delicate hands. In the blink of an eye, she affixed one to her thigh, and it radiated an eerie luminescence before dissolving into her being. Suddenly, her speed surged, enhanced by the talisman's power. With this newfound velocity, Yulin launched a punch at Vegeta, conjuring yet another talisman to integrate into her essence. In an instant, her fist became enveloped by crackling lightning. Faced with this seemingly overwhelming onslaught, Vegeta remained unerringly composed. "Impressive speed and strength, but I am swifter and stronger," he mused. With a subtle shift of his body, Yulin found herself off balance, her tremendous speed rendering her unable to regain control. At the edge of the arena, Yulin flailed her arms as her body began to tilt precariously. In that moment, Vegeta appeared silently behind her. "Your talisman technique is commendable, but it seems you acted a tad too hastily, employing talismans beyond your control." He pinpointed her vulnerability with ease, gently nudging her waist, causing her to topple toward the edge of the arena. Panic surged within Yulin. "Oh no, it seems this fall is unavoidable." Truly, Vegeta remains as invincible as ever. Just then, a sturdy arm encircled her waist, halting her descent. Before her stood Vegeta's striking visage. In that instant, Yulin's thoughts swirled. Is this really Vegeta? Upon closer inspection, he has indeed changed significantly. After 10 years, he has become even more handsome. Her cheeks flushed with a warm hue. Ding! Detected an increase in Yulin's affinity to 85. This scene ignited a storm of frustration in Bulma, who stomped her feet in anger. The jealous Bulma's discontent was broadcasted by the system. The blonde host promptly announced, "The match is over. I declare that the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is Vegeta." Chapter 26. The quest for the Dragon Balls resumes. That insufferable Vegeta. Who would have thought he was such a person? I shall once again seek the 7 Dragon Balls and wish for my true Prince Charming. In a secluded corner, Bulma sulked in her vexation. In recent days, she and Brevis have dedicated themselves to developing a gravity chamber to enhance Vegeta's strength. To their surprise, his newfound power was to be tested in a competition that turned out to be a chance encounter with his former love. The image flashed through Bulma's mind once more, igniting a fiery frustration within her, prompting her to kick the tree vigorously. "Damn Vegeta! Damn him! What's wrong, sister?" came the gentle voice of Tais. Bulma immediately stifled her anger, her eyes welling with tears. "Sister, I've made up my mind. Let us seek the Dragon Balls once more." "Tais, so me vat perplexed, inquired. What has prompted this sudden decision, sister?" Bulma's emotional turmoil soaked Tais' shoulder as she collapsed into her embrace, weeping profusely. On the eaves, Vegeta observed this scene unfold. "Host, this is rather unfortunate," the system remarked. "Oh, what misfortune?" Vegeta retorted. "In my view, seeking the Dragon Balls again presents a splendid opportunity to solidify our bond." Just then, Bulma's voice rang out again. "Yes, sister, we must go find them. And it must be just the two of us. Vegeta cannot accompany us this time. If you refuse, I shall go alone." Vegeta, covering his face, felt tears welling up. Tais gently patted Bulma's back, offering comfort. "All right, my dear sister, I shall accompany you." Tais aimed to soothe Bulma's distress, hoping that in a few days, her fervor might wane. Sister, we must return home immediately to prepare." This declaration took Vegeta by surprise, revealing the depth of his hurt toward Bulma. With that, Bulma grasped Tais' hand and began to leave. "Hey, sister, shouldn't we bid farewell to Vegeta's friends? Wouldn't it be impolite to leave without a word?" "Bulma sob, I'm not going. If anyone is going, it should be you." Tais continued to reassure her. "All right, sister, you wait outside for me. I'll just say a quick goodbye." With that, Tais walked away. At that moment, Vegeta felt a mix of emotions, torn about whether to comfort Bulma. He glanced at her, but ultimately decided against it, returning instead to his companions. "Vegeta, everyone, sure enough." Tais' voice resonated from afar as she addressed the group. I apologize, everyone, but I must excuse myself. There are matters at home that require my attention. With that, she departed swiftly, leaving the others in stunned silence. What's up with that novelist? No celebration for your victory? Lanchi, with golden hair, expressed her displeasure at Taiza's retreating figure. Soria observed, it seemed her sister was in quite a hurry. I even saw her stamping her feet in agitation. There must be something urgent. Oh, let it be. Vegeta is the champion. Let us go claim the prize. I have heard there is a reward of 500,000. After much effort, I finally have the opportunity to go out. Vegeta, you must treat me to a sumptuous meal. Yulin urged Vegeta, yet he appeared lost in thought, burdened with concerns. Hey, Vegeta, can you hear me? What are you thinking about? Yulin called out, leaning closer to him. Only then did Vegeta snap back to reality. All right, I understand. Today I will ensure you eat your fill. I'm hungry as well. After receiving the bounty of 500,000, Vegeta took the group to a rather decent restaurant. One can only imagine the appetite of Saiyans, especially with two present. Yulin and Lanchi had already finished their meals, while Solia and Vegeta continued to feast. Lanchi, the blonde, looked utterly astonished. It was understandable for a man like Vegeta to eat heartily, but the fact that Solia, a girl, could match him in appetite was remarkable. At the time of settling the bill, Lanchi exclaimed, "What? Exactly 500,000? Are you unscrupulous merchants? Are you trying to cheat us?" After saying this, the blonde Lanchi prepared to unleash her fury. The waiter, trembling, explained, Pardon me, dear customer. Here is the bill for your review." The waiter timidly presented the bill, which Yulin took and scrutinized. Indeed, the charges were accurate. Yulin offered an awkward smile. Lanchi, their appetites are like this. Our dojo almost went under due to their voraciousness. Thankfully, they hunt for themselves. Lanchi turned to gaze incredulously at the two round-bellied figures. Lamenting, is this still human? After the meal, the group strolled under the setting sun. Solia inquired, Yulin, are you returning home? Yulin replied, I wish to stay a few more days. Besides, there is little point in going back. After all, you are not there, and returning would merely mean training. A trace of sadness flickered in Yulin's eyes, stemming from the somewhat dubious nature of her training methods, which often drew criticism at the dojo. This sadness did not escape Vegeta's notice. He suggested, why don't you just stay? A glimmer of hope sparkled in Yulin's eyes. But where would I go if I don't return? Solia chimed in, you could accompany me to the heavenly temple. After all, it's still training. Moreover, there are the god of the heavens and Mr. Bobo to guide us. Both Vegeta and I learned from them. Really? The god of the heavens? Is he a deity? Yulin's eyes widened in wonder, resembling a curious child. Solia began to animatedly explain the great god of the heavens. This scene caused discomfort for the blonde Lanchi. If Yulin also went to the heavenly temple, she would be left all alone. Where'd she go from there? Over the years, she had committed numerous robberies and had been on the run until that fateful day when she encountered Vegeta, who saved her life. Following that, she was humiliated by him and began her revenge plan, but that failed, leading to yet another rescue. And now they had become good friends. Why don't you join us at the heavenly temple? Vegeta said, approaching Launch with a smile. His grin resembled an oasis amidst a desert, offering salvation to the golden-haired Launch. Me? Can I really? Launch pointed to herself, astonished. Vegeta nodded affirmatively. You too must feel lonely. The blue-haired you resides with me at Bulma's, but with matters at hand. It seems you cannot go there now. This thought gave Vegeta a slight headache. It appeared he would have to accompany her to the heavenly temple for the time being. Noticing Launch's hesitation, Vegeta continued to persuade her, I'm not saying this lightly. As a girl, constantly contemplating robbery is risky. If you were to get caught, imprisonment awaits. The outside world is fraught with turmoil. It's time to return home. The heavenly temple is quite safe. After much contemplation, Launch inquired, do you think the god will allow me to go? I have committed many wrongdoings. Vegeta reassured her, the god will not blame someone who possesses the desire to reform. His words bolstered Launch's resolve. All right then, I will go with you. As the evening glow painted the sky, they soared towards the heavenly temple. Chapter 27, The Red Ribbon Army. At the heavenly temple, under the persistent persuasion of Vegeta and Saraya, the god finally acquiesced to their request, permitting Yulin and Launch to stay. Training commenced for Yulin under the god's guidance. As usual, Saraya engaged in sparring with Bobo. Due to her unfamiliarity with the surroundings, Launch sneezed and transformed into her blue-haired form, energetically cleaning the temple. On the temple's edge, Vegeta stood with his arms crossed. his expression solemn as he observed the realm of mortals below. He remained vigilant regarding the movements of Bulma and Ties. His wife truly caused him no small amount of concern. In West City, Bulma busied herself with preparations. Dragon radar, universal capsules, aircraft, and vehicles, everything was ready. With a gleeful glance at Ties, she exclaimed, "Sister, I'm all set. Let us go." Ties had also organized her belongings and awaited Bulma's readiness. "Then let us depart." The two ventured into the yard, where Bulma activated the dragon radar, which immediately reacted. "Oh, there's one nearby. Sister, let's start with this one." With a swift motion, Bulma tossed a universal capsule, and an armored vehicle materialized out of thin air. Thus, their journey to seek the Dragon Balls commenced. In a desolate wilderness, Bulma and Ties drove their armored vehicle through the lonely canyon. "Sister, the dragon radar indicates that the Dragon Ball is just ahead." Bulma pointed toward a small hill. Just then, a house came into view, followed by a middle-aged man and a creature with the body of a man and the head of a wolf emerging from the dwelling. Immediately following, a man with striking red hair and slicked back hair emerged from the house, barking orders at the two individuals before him. "Get to work." The pair nodded, bowing their heads in submission, refraining from uttering a word of complaint until the red-haired man had departed. Only then did their grievances surface. "Damn it, all he does is boss us around," one grumbled. "Indeed, once we achieve merit and promotion, we shall make him pay." As the two men lamented, Bulma and Ties' vehicle came to a halt beside them. The two youthful and radiant ladies stepped out of the car, causing the middle-aged men to nearly drop their jaws in astonishment. Subsequently, Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, which emitted a series of beeping alerts. After multiple confirmations, she declared, "The Dragon Ball is right here." "Oh, found it. It's here." Bulma reached into a crevice in the rocks, and a crystal-clear Dragon Ball materialized in her hand. She squinted, observing the Dragon Ball under the refracted sunlight. "This is wonderful. Sister, it's the 6-star Dragon Ball." Ties hurried over, gently tapping Bulma on the shoulder, whispering, "Shh, sister. There are two people nearby. Let us not attract too much attention." Ties, ever the protective elder sister, had encountered far more than Bulma. At that moment, a sudden murmur arose behind them. "What? This is a Dragon Ball. How did they find it so easily?" Ties instantly shifted into a defensive stance. "Oh no, those two also know about the Dragon Balls. Hee, I just saw her holding some device they must be using to locate the Dragon Balls. This is a splendid opportunity for promotion and wealth." The two men exchanged sinister grins and approached the sisters. "Hand over the Dragon Ball and that device," they demanded, their eyes gleaming with greed. Moreover, one of the middle-aged men added with a lecherous grin, "You'll also entertain us with a game." Seeing this, Ties quickly positioned herself in front of Bulma. "What do you intend to do?" "Sister." Bulma began to panic. Ties felt a chill creeping down her spine. How could two vulnerable women stand against two men? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and smoke enveloped the area. Bulma retrieved a rocket launcher from her universal capsule, her eyes fixed intently on the two men. "Sister, step aside. If you approach any closer, I shall fire." The men were thrown into a flurry of confusion. "Damn it, this girl is truly audacious." The commotion drew the attention of the red-haired man from within the house. He slowly stepped outside and quickly spotted the four engaged in a dispute. Upon noticing the red-haired man, the middle-aged man began to frantically gesture toward him. Ultimately, the red-haired man's gaze fell upon the Dragon Ball nestled in Bulma's arms, a wicked smile creeping across his face as he stealthily approached her from behind. "Do not take another step," Bulma continued to threaten. "Sister, let's go." Bulma turned around, preparing to dash towards the vehicle. Suddenly, a robust figure loomed at her feet, causing Bulma to swallow hard as an ominous sensation surged within her. The two large, red-lettered R's sent shivers down her spine. Ties, sensing the impending danger, recognized the emblem. She had heard whispers of it before. The notorious, villainous organization. They were known for their heinous deeds. Rumor had it that even dogs would be slapped if they crossed their path. "Oh!" Bulma emitted a piercing scream as a red-haired man seized her in his grasp, causing the rocket launcher in her hand to clatter to the ground. Ties reacted swiftly, intending to retrieve the weapon for a counterattack. "Don't move." A handgun was pressed against her temple, as the two men behind her seized their opportunity to draw their weapons. Ties' movements halted, a chill creeping down her neck. It was over. Haha. Thankfully Colonel Barusi is here. The demeanor of the two men instantly shifted to one of obsequiousness, starkly contrasting their earlier hostility. Bind them. Barusi turned to snatch the dragon radar and the 6-star Dragon Ball from Bulma's hands. Bulma desperately clung to them, but Barusi, being a burly man, overpowered her with ease. Bulma watched helplessly as the Dragon Ball was taken away. Heh. The wolf-headed man approached with 2 lengths of rope, inching closer to the 2 women. No, please. Tai's eyes brimmed with terror, feeling like a lamb led to slaughter. Stay away. Bulma gritted her teeth, struggling against Barusi's hold. A scream erupted from Barusi as a bloodied bite mark appeared on his arm. You vile woman. A resounding slap echoed as Bulma was struck across the face, causing her to faint instantly. Sister. Tai's frantically lunged towards Bulma, but the ropes binding her shattered her hopes. Take them back. I intend to torment them thoroughly. Yes. On the airplane, Tai's eyes were vacant, her gaze devoid of life. She had never imagined encountering such a situation. Just an hour ago, she had been laughing and chatting with her sister, and now they were captured by this band of villains. A fleeting image of Vegeta crossed Tai's mind. Yes. How wonderful it would be if Vegeta were here. Chapter 28. Kurisai. Clang. The door of the airplane swung open, revealing an armored vehicle. Tai's and Bulma were transferred onto the vehicle. A cascade of faint sounds reached Tai's ears. Bulma slowly opened her eyes, finding everything before her shrouded in a haze. Where am I? She found herself enveloped in a blinding expanse of white, the piercing brightness and the frigid air jolting her into clarity. With a choked voice, Tai's called out, Sister. Gazing at Tai's pale, bloodless face, Bulma felt a pang in her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. Oh, sister, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have sought the Dragon Balls. Enough, sister. What has done is done. Crying won't change anything. At that moment, a lewd chuckle echoed ahead. Hee-hee-oh. You're awake? Don't cry just yet. Save some tears for later, as I have delightful games to play with you. Tai's furrowed her brow, fully aware of the implications behind that lascivious laughter. The vehicle came to a halt, and the door swung open. Barusi escorted the 2 of them to a high-tech building. The metallic clanking resounded as a door opened, revealing a woman with disheveled brown hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in black-framed glasses and oversized earrings, her figure exuding allure. Her piercing gaze fell upon Tai's and Bulma. For a fleeting moment, her brow furrowed slightly, her fists clenched behind her, teeth gritted. The entire exchange lasted less than a second, unnoticed even by Barusi. Dr. Kurisai, long time no see, Barusi remarked with an air of frivolity. Kurisai uttered not a word, merely brushing past him with a look of disdain. Wretched woman, I shall have you in my bed before long. This woman, known as Kurisai, was a highly intelligent graduate student who, during a research project, was encountered by Barusi, who abducted her to the Red Ribbon Army. Just as Barusi intended to make his advances, the Red Ribbon Army was grappling with a technical dilemma. Her exceptional intellect prompted her to volunteer. She successfully resolved the issue, ultimately earning her place as a doctor within the ranks of the Red Ribbon Army. Kurisai's gaze flickered back to Bulma and Tai's. The prominently displayed Capsule Corporation logo caused her to momentarily freeze. Take them to my room. I will return once I report to the general. The 2 were roughly shoved along by a pair of henchmen. Kurisai clenched her fists. She had witnessed this scene countless times, each instance stirring up unpleasant memories. She locked eyes with Tai's, whose eyes were filled with terror, reminiscent of the vulnerable girl she had been a year prior. Kurisai spat, Beasts. Base woman. You wait. Once I deliver the Dragon Balls to the general, he will surely grant my requests. Then you shall also be part of the game. Ha. Barusi strode away with the Dragon Balls and radar, disappearing into the depths of the building. Damn it, that scoundrel. I will not allow you to succeed. Kurisai seethed, her teeth clenched, and promptly followed closely behind Barusi. This entire scene was witnessed by Tai's. Thus it is, General. Barusi elaborately narrated the events, fully informing the general. General, this is the Dragon Radar, and here lies a Dragon Ball. The general took the Dragon Ball and the radar from Barusi's hands, examining them closely. Indeed, splendid. Major Barusi, we have taken another step towards our ambition of world domination. What reward do you desire? Just voice your wishes. As Barusi was about to make his request, a voice suddenly interrupted him. General, I have crucial matters to report. The general set down the Dragon Ball and inquired. What is it, Dr. Khaleesi? Barusi raised an eyebrow, wondering what this wretched woman was doing here. Report, General. Major Barusi has returned with 2 girls. Upon my observation, these 2 girls are the daughters of the illustrious scientist. Dr. Briefs. The general stroked his beard and glanced at Barusi. Is this true? Khaleesi promptly opened her computer, searching for information regarding Briefs. Indeed, it is absolutely certain. General, please take a look. This is his eldest daughter, And here is his youngest daughter. I just saw them. The general can have Major Barusi bring those two girls over for a closer look. Barusi's brow furrowed in frustration. How infuriating. This wretched woman is thwarting my efforts. If what she says is true, the opportunity will slip away. Major Barusi, quickly bring them here. I need to confirm. Dr. Briefs is a genius. No wonder these two young girls were able to locate the Dragon Balls. They're indeed Brief's daughters. The general smirked wickedly. Huh, by threatening his daughters, we can compel him to assist us. Khaleesi wore a smug smile, casting a glance at Barusi. General, I have arranged for them to be brought here. They are waiting outside. Barusi was seething with anger, his teeth clenched tightly. This wretched woman is truly overstepping her bounds, daring to meddle with my affairs without my consent. Bulma and Ties could hear everything clearly from outside the door as Khaleesi slowly approached them. She whispered softly, do not be afraid. I will not allow that scoundrel to succeed. Ties and Bulma felt a little less fear in their eyes, surprised that this unfamiliar older sister would come to their aid. The general scrutinized the two sisters, confirming their likeness to the information he had. Excellent. Truly splendid. Dr. Khaleesi and Major Barusi, you have performed admirably. Khaleesi continued to plead. General, please entrust these two to me. I have developed a serum. Once they ingest it, they will obediently follow my commands. This will simplify our efforts in recording videos. Upon hearing this, the general beamed with delight. Dr. Khaleesi, then it shall be your responsibility. At this moment, Barusi was seething with rage. Damn it, this woman has taken half of my credit. Oomph. Let us hope I seize the opportunity. Thus, Kariza led the two of them back to her room. Just as Ties was about to express her gratitude, Kariza halted her with a gesture. She produced a pen and wrote, do not speak carelessly. There are eavesdroppers. Ties instinctively covered her mouth with her hand and began to gesture. Bulma, understanding the cue, began to babble nonsensically to confuse any potential listeners. No, I refuse to take this medicine. MMM. Witnessing Bulma's fervent performance, Kariza chuckled in agreement. Hee. Once you take this medicine, you will obediently heed my words. To her surprise, Kariza discovered that Ties could also communicate through sign language. Thus, they began to converse, sharing their respective experiences. Ultimately, Kariza gestured, leave, I will let you go. At that point, I will pretend to be knocked out by you, and you shall escape in the invisible aircraft I invented. Ties responded, what about you? Big sister, won't you escape with us? Kariza replied, you are the daughters of Breves, public figures, while I am different, unprotected and reliant solely on myself. No matter where I flee, they will find me. A glimmer of helplessness flashed in Kariza's eyes. Over the past year, she had been forced to engage in morally questionable acts to survive, driven by necessity. Chapter 29, Annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army. Halt! Doctor, where do you think you are going? The doorman's henchmen blocked their path. Kariza remained remarkably calm. What? My obedient drug requires full catalysis under moonlight. It has only taken effect slightly for now. Bulma and Ties cleverly feigned blank expressions, as if Kariza's claims were entirely credible. Do you wish to delay the general's plans? Or perhaps you wish to try the drug yourself? Kariza's tone dripped with both threat and amusement. The henchman, merely a gatekeeper, dared not offend those of higher status. Cowed, he allowed the three to pass. Ties and Bulma stealthily followed Kariza, their movements comically cautious, trudging through the biting cold for approximately half an hour. Moonlight, after all, lacks the warmth of sunlight, and the chill was piercing. Kariza eventually halted and declared, here will suffice. Thank you, big sister. Ties rubbed her hands together for warmth. Bulma exhaled and inquired, may I ask what your name is, dear sister? Kariza, the weather is too cold. Let's board the aircraft quickly. With a bang, a universal capsule was produced by Kariza, and an aircraft materialized before them. Once the aircraft was activated, it would become invisible, equipped with fuel and heating. Ties and Bulma bowed once more, expressing their gratitude. Bulma said, thank you again, Sister Kariza. The words previously spoken by Kariza evoked sympathy in Ties. This beautiful elder sister was indeed a pitiable soul. Sister Kariza, I have a friend who is quite capable. Upon our return, we will ask him to rescue you from here. Bulma sneezed. Achoo! However, she soon furrowed her brow. Sister, are you referring to Vegeta? Ties si chacold aun quadri. Sister, putting everything aside, Vegeta is indeed formidable, and he is the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Although he is surrounded by many beautiful women, Kali Z murmured, champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament? Well, before she could finish her thought, the night was suddenly illuminated by a barrage of shells. The sound of explosions relentlessly assaulted the eardrums of the three. Kali Z shouted, "Get down!" One of the shells hurtled towards them, targeting the plane behind them. Boom! The aircraft was obliterated. The tremendous shockwave sent the trio sprawling several meters away. Ha ha ha! A greedy, malevolent laughter echoed from a distant pickup truck. In the passenger seat, Barusi was brandishing a rocket launcher. Capture them alive. Especially that Kali Z. Finally, I've caught my chance. Traitors deserve death. Ha ha ha. Barusi's laughter morphed from greed to lewdness. My leg. Bulma began to scream, clutching her leg tightly as blood flowed from a shrapnel wound. Sister, Tai Si cried out in anguish, rushing to Bulma's side to tear off her clothing and bandage the injury. Kali Z gritted her teeth and shouted, "Damn it!" A dozen pickup trucks surrounded the three, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Ha ha ha. Kali Z, I knew something was amiss, and now I've caught my opportunity. Today, you three will become my playthings. Barusi's voice echoed through the inky darkness, his piercing tone tormenting their ears. His malevolent grasp reached for them, blood-stained Tai C's clothing turning it crimson. Bulma's consciousness began to waver, Barusi's maniacal laughter, Tai C's sorrowful cries, and the rumble of the pickups faded from her mind. Her breath grew faint. Am I to die? Perhaps it is better. Death would spare me from further torment. Yet, suddenly, a tall silhouette emerged in her mind. In moments closest to death, one recalls the person they cherish most. Vegeta's figure appeared vividly in her thoughts, refusing to dissipate. Farewell, Vegeta. Tears streamed down Bulma's face as her eyes gradually closed. Suddenly, she felt a warmth on her face, akin to a blazing fire illuminating the night. Then, her flowing tears were interrupted. She felt warmth filling her mouth. Her tongue, no longer under her control, began to move, followed by a wave of swallowing sensations, rendering her senses exquisitely heightened. She opened her eyes, and Vegeta's fervent lips were pressed against her pale ones. She realized she had returned to life, saved by Vegeta, though the means of his intervention remained a mystery to her. A minute earlier, achoo, Vegeta sneezed. Even my formidable body can sneeze? It shouldn't be possible. Could someone be thinking of me? He surveyed his surroundings, enveloped in a blanket of white. The faint essence of Bulma lingered nearby, though it was growing weaker. Suddenly, a blinding flash illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening explosion that resonated in Vegeta's ears. Ding! You have gained 1 point of sentiment, Bulma. Vegeta sprang to his feet, straining to locate the source of the blast. Bulma's presence was diminishing. His wife was in peril. With a swish, a white streak cut through the night. Thud! Vegeta landed swiftly, so fast that Ties and Kaliza barely registered his arrival. Upon seeing the crimson fabric at Bulma's thigh, Vegeta was consumed by anguish. He retrieved a senzu bean, crushed it, and placed it in Bulma's mouth. Vegeta, Ties froze, unable to fathom that Vegeta had appeared at this critical moment. Her gaze towards him was reverent, akin to that of a devotee beholding a deity. In her eyes, a golden radiance began to emanate from Vegeta's back, exuding an aura of sanctity. He gently lowered Bulma, his eyes wide with fury, uttering softly, "I'm sorry. I'm late. Cover your eyes." The ensuing scene may be gruesome. It was then that Barusi noticed another presence beside him, yet he failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Huh? Who is this wild brat? Seeking to play the hero? Vegeta regarded the red-haired man before him, whose chest bore the bold letters R. With an impassive expression, Vegeta remarked, "Oh, the Red Ribbon Army. What's the matter?" Before Barusi could finish his retort, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation gripped his throat, bringing him perilously close to death. Vegeta's thoughts flashed back to the blood staining Bulma's thigh. A surge of murderous intent welled within him. Barusi's body was hurled away, and before the pain could subside, fresh agony engulfed him. In an instant, Vegeta's hand, sharp as a blade, severed Barusi's leg. Ah! Barusi's agonized scream pierced the air. "You injure my wife's thigh. I shall not allow you to die easily. I want your limbs." Crack, crack, crack. The sound of limbs being severed echoed as all 4 of Barusi's extremities were removed. Finally, Vegeta set his sights on Barusi's third leg. With a swift motion, blood splattered everywhere, and the harrowing cries of torment filled the air. Mea moment later, the wretch succumbed to his fate. The entire process lasted no more than 10 seconds, and the henchmen of the Red Ribbon Army barely had time to react. "Monster, don't panic. Shoot." In an instant, the henchman had already lost his head. However, Vegeta's slaughter did not cease. His peripheral vision darted toward others. In merely a second, These henchmen met the same fate as Barusi. Bulma's eyes widened. The person before her was the friend Tyrese spoke of. This was not merely formidable. It could only be described as monstrous. In less than a minute, these individuals were dispatched to the depths of hell. What a powerful being this was. Is this truly the world's strongest? Charge! Upon receiving the intelligence, the Red Ribbon Army immediately dispatched all their forces to launch an attack on Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta's wrath remained unabated. Just in time. Then let me obliterate you all. Vegeta was as swift as lightning, his graceful form weaving through the ranks of the Red Ribbon soldiers. Wherever he went, heads fell or limbs were dismembered. Although he possessed the strength to eradicate them all in one fell swoop, this did not quell the fury within his heart. Only by tearing them apart could he find some semblance of peace. In just a few short minutes, the Red Ribbon Army was completely annihilated. Smoke billowed. Rivers of blood flowed, and the snowy ground became stained with red, littered with corpses. That night, the infamous Red Ribbon Army was utterly vanquished by Vegeta. Chapter 30, Bulma. The past of Android 21. In the darkness, a sphere of energy danced in Vegeta's hand, alive with warmth. The energy orb escaped from his grasp, followed by a continuous stream of orbs leaping forth. They attached themselves to the corpses, incinerating them completely. Vegeta approached Bulma, who was with Tyrese. It's done. Open your eyes. Bulma was utterly shocked by the scene before her. Once she regained her composure, she heard Vegeta instruct her to close her eyes. What transpired thereafter was unknown to her. Only the sound of countless wails reached her ears, and she vaguely heard Vegeta mention injuring her wife's leg, demanding they repay him with their limbs. Unable to resist, Bulma glanced at the burning bodies, and indeed, those individuals had been dismembered. At this realization, a flush crept over her. Vegeta had already deemed her the most important person. Recalling the moment when her consciousness faded, the one she thought of was still Vegeta. With a sudden leap, Bulma threw herself into Vegeta's embrace, tears welling in her eyes. Vegeta gently stroked Bulma's hair. Don't cry. They've already been dealt with. Yet, Bulma's tears continued to flow. At this moment, tears welled in Tai's eyes as she unsteadily approached Vegeta, ultimately collapsing into his embrace. You have finally arrived. Tai was utterly exhausted. During this period, she had remained on edge, unable to relax for even a moment, and had not consumed anything. Vegeta once again produced a senzu bean, placing it at Tai's lips. However, overwhelmed by fatigue, Tai exhibited no response whatsoever. This perplexed Vegeta. Must he do this in front of Bulma? Noticing the unusual situation, Bulma took the senzu bean from Vegeta's hand, crushed it, and offered it to Tai. This scene evoked a twinge of envy in Vegeta. When would he receive such care? Revitalized, Tai felt a surge of energy coursing through her entire being. Curious, Carissa inquired, "What is this miraculous substance?" A single bean can resurrect the near-death and invigorate the utterly exhausted. What an extraordinary item. It was then that Vegeta noticed another presence beside him. Vegeta turned, his body trembling in shock. The individual before him was familiar. With her brown, flowing hair, exquisite features, and glasses perched upon her prominent nose, even her white coat could not conceal her alluring figure, exuding an air of sophistication. She was none other than Android 21. Beep. Earned respect points 001. Carissa. Carissa? The former identity of Android 21? This individual holds considerable significance. She was a character from the Dragon Ball FighterZ game and was also mentioned in Dragon Ball Super, Superhero. She was Dr. Gero's assistant and wife, possessing intellect rivaling that of Dr. Gero himself. To encounter her here, alongside Bulma and the others, was quite the surprise for Vegeta. He scrutinized Carissa from head to toe. Indeed, she lacks the essence of a married woman. She must not yet have met Dr. Gero. Are you affiliated with the Red Ribbon Army? Vegeta inquired cautiously. Before Carissa could respond, Tai and Bulma interposed themselves before Vegeta. Vegeta, Sister Carissa is a good person. If it weren't for her, we might have. They recounted how Carissa had rescued them. Upon hearing this, Vegeta ignited a flame upon Barusi's corpse, refocusing his attention on Carissa. Now, tell me your story. Carissa recounted her past in detail. Born into poverty, she had been passionate about science from a young age, harboring a dream of becoming a scientist even more formidable than Dr. Briefs. She worked diligently in her studies, eventually gaining admission to graduate school. During a scientific expedition, she encountered Barusi, who, driven by lust for her beauty, forcibly brought her into the Red Ribbon Army. By chance, she encountered a scientist from the Red Ribbon Army, who was grappling with a perplexing problem. Overhearing their dilemma, she let out a resounding roar, pointing out the crux of the issue. Barusai had no choice but to release her, allowing her to join the ranks of the scientists, thus becoming a member of the Red Ribbon Army. After discovering the nefarious activities the Red Ribbon Army was involved in, she had been contemplating escape for the past year, yet had found no opportunity, until today, when she finally liberated herself. Vegeta listened in disbelief. Had she only been with the Red Ribbon Army for a year? In Dragon Ball Superhero, she was the wife of Dr. Gero, and in this timeline, they should not have met yet. Do you recognize Dr. Gero? Vegeta blurted out. Kuriza shook her head, admitting she had heard of him, but he was always elusive, and she had hardly interacted with him. Vegeta stroked his chin, realizing that his assumptions were indeed correct. The timeline was too early, and perhaps they would meet later. Hey, what are you doing, Vegeta? I already told you that Sister Kuriza is a good person. Why are you interrogating her? Ties interrupted Vegeta's thoughts, then turned to Kuriza. How about this? Why don't you come back with us to Capsule Corporation? Ties' sudden proposal left Kuriza astonished. How could she possibly refuse such an enticing offer? Capsule Corporation housed the world's most resourceful research department, and there was the genius scientist Briefs, whom she had always aspired to surpass. Kuriza nodded enthusiastically. Really? Is that possible? I would love to. That would be wonderful. Seeing Kuriza so exhilarated, Bulma and Ties exchanged smiles. Then it settled. Vegeta, observing the scene, decided not to pry further, merely offering a faint smile. If she were to accompany them, perhaps the future would be a tad more enjoyable. After all, this woman was truly remarkable. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly felt an itch on his back. He reached back to investigate, only to have his hand seized by Bulma. Turning around, he noticed her cheeks flush. Thanks for your help this time, but how did you know we were in danger? Vegeta released Bulma's hand, feigning annoyance as he leaned closer to her ear. Some people promise to let me be their white knight, yet fail to keep their word. Bulma's face instantly burned with embarrassment. She hadn't expected Vegeta to discover that. However, upon reflection, she realized that if it hadn't been for Vegeta, she might have perished that day, and her sister would have suffered the same fate. Bulma slowly replied, I was wrong, Vegeta. Vegeta smirked, relishing in his preemptive strike, turning the tables quite effectively. So, are you still going to search for the Dragon Balls? Bulma hurriedly shook her head. No, I'm not going to look for them. In the next moment, Bulma once again leaned close to Vegeta's ear, her warm breath caressing the sensitive skin beneath it. You will forever be my Prince Charming. With that, she shyly darted away, her heart fluttering like a startled doe. Observing Bulma's demeanor, Vegeta felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Soon after, the group boarded the plane back to West City. However, Vegeta did not return immediately. He found himself atop a mountain peak. How could he abandon the search for the Dragon Balls? It was inconceivable. If you won't search, I shall, he declared, force fear fist. You little rascal, this is the Dragon Radar. Go and locate the remaining Dragon Balls for me. In a dim basement, an old man with a particularly menacing expression gazed intently at the electronic screen, witnessing the annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army at the hands of the man depicted. Cursed be you. I will make you pay in blood. Chapter 31. A Journey Through the Cosmos. On this day, the sky over West City darkened ominously. The majestic Shenron soared in the heavens. Thanks to the efforts of his duplicates, Vegeta had successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Shenron, grant me the ability to survive in the cosmos. The dragon's eyes sparkled with intensity as it solemnly proclaimed, Your wish has been granted. Vegeta made this wish because he had resolved to embark on a perilous adventure in the universe. He had already conquered Earth, mastering all he needed to learn, and found that it could no longer provide the means for his growth. His gaze ultimately turned toward the vast expanse of the cosmos. System, assess my data. Beat. Battle power, 3. 3 million. S-cell concentration, 30. Why is it only 30? Host. The S-cell concentration begins to be calculated after battle power reaches 3 million. A purebred Saiyan cannot enhance their S-cell concentration without achieving this threshold. This made a certain degree of sense. In the original narrative, Vegeta only transformed into a Super Saiyan during the Android Saga. His years on Earth had elevated his S-cells, and through rigorous training, he had increased his combat strength, ultimately driven by his frustration at being unable to match Goku's prowess, leading him to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. Do I still possess 2 vials of S-cell serum? Yes, host. Would you like to use them? In the vast cosmos, he might indeed encounter formidable foes. The overwhelming sense of crisis in this boundless universe, filled with powerful unknown entities, was palpable. With his battle power condition met, the transformation into a Super Saiyan was imminent. It would be prudent to have a trump card should he face unexpected challenges. Use it. Beep. SL Serum used successfully. SL concentration elevated to 90. In that instant, Vegeta felt an indescribable power coursing through him, as if an energy reservoir had been unleashed within his being. A continuous flow of vitality surging into him. Excitedly, Vegeta observed the transformation of his body. This sensation is truly exhilarating. Just 10 points away from transforming into a Super Saiyan. Perhaps it merely requires a catalyst to incite Vegeta's fury to trigger this transformation. The optimal opportunity may very well lie within the vastness of the universe. Presently, Vegeta possesses immense power, yet lacks a venue to unleash his prowess. Thus, the boundless cosmos serves as the perfect arena for his trials. Moreover, there exists an even more pressing matter that Vegeta must attend to. In the original narrative, Vegeta had never tapped into the potential unlocked by the Grand Elder of Namek, so his next course of action must lead him to Namek. At this moment, the map function bestowed by the system proves invaluable. The location of Namek has always lingered in Vegeta's mind. Vegeta, what wish have you made? Bulma inquired. Flitting to his side with an air of curiosity, her hands clasped behind her back, Vegeta smiled faintly, leaving her with but 2 words, guess. The young Bulma pouted, her brow furrowing in contemplation. If you want to tell me, then so be it. By the way, my father and sister Chris have already refined the spaceship project you mentioned last time, and of course, I contributed too. Bulma winked playfully, her thumb pointing toward herself, exuding vivacity and charm. Vegeta affectionately ruffled her hair, responding, indeed, indeed. I'm not mistaken. You are truly a genius. At that moment, Chris emerged from the laboratory, producing a multi-functional capsule from beneath her lab coat. With a resounding pop, a colossal spaceship settled into the courtyard. Resembling the very craft Vegeta had in mind, the same model utilized by Frieza, the spaceship is complete, equipped with all the features you described, including a gravity system and an automatic navigation system. You merely need to input the coordinates of your destination, she announced. It appeared that with the addition of this brilliant female scientist, progress on the advanced technologies overseen by the Briefs family would accelerate significantly. Vegeta was elated, astonished by the swift completion of the vessel. I did not expect it to be ready so soon. I am grateful for your hard work, all 3 of you. With that, Vegeta prepared to board the spaceship and experience its capabilities. However, before he could take a single step, Bulma grasped his arm. Are you leaving already? She asked, her reluctance palpable. Vegeta turned to her, questioning, do you truly wish for my company? Bulma fell silent, her thoughts unspoken, as she had long since come to terms with the reality that Vegeta was not of Earth. Now that his strength had been restored, had his sudden request for a spaceship signified a desire to return and reclaim what was rightfully his as a prince? After a brief silence, Bulma finally voiced her concern. Will you return? Once you reclaim your status as a prince, will you come back to us? Ding! Detected Bulma's sentimentality level at 1. Vegeta found himself momentarily perplexed. Was she already missing him before he had even departed? Vegeta took Bulma's hand, bent down, and leaned closer to her, saying, what are you thinking about? I'm not returning to planet Vegeta, and besides, I've already made Earth my home. Return to planet Vegeta? That planet was destroyed by Frieza, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, Bulma's previously drooping expression instantly transformed into one of joy. Really? Then what are you going for this time? Vegeta replied, nonchalantly, to seek the path to greater strength. Bulma scratched her head in confusion and asked, but you're already the strongest in the world. Do you really need to get stronger? Vegeta chuckled softly. Being the strongest only applies here on Earth. What if one day extraterrestrials invade and abduct you? What would I do if I'm not powerful enough to confront them? Why just stand by and watch as they take you away? You're the one who might get abducted by aliens. Bulma feigned anger, yet inside she felt elated. For Vegeta's desire to grow stronger was ultimately to protect her in the future. Wait, Vegeta! From a distance, the voice of Tais echoed. As she hurried over to Vegeta and Bulma, camera in hand, she gasped, Vegeta here? Vegeta took the camera, a look of confusion on his face. I won't be joining this cosmic journey. Please take pictures of what the aliens look like, so I can include it in my novel. Oh, and here, I prepared enough food for you to last a year. With that, Tais handed Vegeta a universal capsule. He accepted it with a grateful smile. These 2 sisters each had their own merits. One, though somewhat headstrong, possessed a brilliant mind, while the other was gentle and caring. Most importantly, both were wealthy. He intended to enjoy the benefits of both. After bidding farewell, Vegeta ultimately boarded the spaceship. Above the temple, a colossal vessel hovered in the sky. A sleek, oval-shaped spacecraft drifted past Soraya's gaze. "Come aboard, Soraya." Soraya smiled knowingly and leaped onto the spaceship. This scene was witnessed by Yulin, who called out, "Hey, Vegeta, take me with you." As the door to the spaceship closed, Vegeta's voice rang out once more, "You still have more important matters to attend to on Earth." The important matter Vegeta referred to was the impending battle with King Piccolo, which Yulin would have to face in Goku's absence. Chapter 32. Unidentified Flying Object. In the vast cosmos, the spaceship resembled a mere speck adrift in the immense expanse. The vessel had already breached the atmosphere, departing from Earth. Vegeta, thank you for taking me along. No need for thanks. I promise to help you grow stronger. This journey is precisely for that purpose. Shortly after leaving Earth, Vegeta began to paint grand visions for Soraya. "Here, put this on." Vegeta presented a fitted battle suit to Solia, a creation he had commissioned from Carissa. As Solia received the garment, she examined it closely. Her cheeks flushed as she inquired softly, "Is it okay here?" Vegeta, understanding her unspoken question, gestured towards the restroom. Shortly thereafter, Solia emerged, clad in a battle suit. In that moment, Vegeta felt a pang of regret. The suit clung to Solia's flawless curves, accentuating every contour. How could he possibly concentrate on his training with such a distraction? "I'm ready, Vegeta," she announced. "Very well. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with the ship's surroundings." He replied. Solia nodded, her eyes wide with wonder as she explored the interior of the spaceship, which dazzled her senses. She began to investigate her surroundings. "What's this?" She wondered aloud, her hand unexpectedly resting on the control panel. Beep. Initiating gravity system. "Please select gravity multiplier," a voice chimed. Vegeta approached her side, glancing at the gravity settings. The maximum multiplier reached an astonishing 200 times, double that of the gravity chamber constructed by Bulma on Earth. Such intensity might be just right for him, yet potentially overwhelming for Solia. Training must be approached gradually, especially for a novice like Solia, who is just beginning to use the gravity chamber, he explained. "This is the gravity system. It can adjust the gravity multiplier, allowing for more rapid progress during training." With that, Vegeta set the multiplier to 20 times. "All right," she gasped as her body began to bend under the weight. "Whoa, this is a bit heavy," she admitted. However, within moments, Solia straightened her back, attempting to move her feet, gradually acclimating to the 20-fold gravity. Noticing her newfound ability to walk freely, Vegeta encouraged her, "Keep going. Let us see if you can manage a few push-ups." "Okay." Solia bent down, supporting herself with her hands, presenting an elegant S shape before Vegeta. 1, 2, 3. 100. "Stop," Vegeta commanded, rising to halt her. "What's wrong, Vegeta?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Vegeta feigned calmness as he replied, "You have fully adapted to this level of gravity. Now, we will attempt a higher multiplier. Shall we try 50 times? She suggested eagerly. "Let us do it," he affirmed. Beep, 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 setting multiplier to 50 times. In that instant, Solia collapsed to the floor with a thud, her body rendered uncontrollable. "Focus your energy and stand up, Solia," he urged. "Okay," she responded, determination flooding her voice. In an instant, Solia's energy surged, and finally, her body, which had been pressed to the ground, began to twitch as her hands pushed against the floor, striving to rise. "Persevere, you're capable, Solia." Encouraged by Vegeta's unwavering support, Solia finally rose to her feet. Indeed, it was too ambitious for her to stand without augmenting her energy. Vegeta reassured her, "Take your time, you can do this." After all, Solia's combat prowess had already reached several 100,000. Such gravity could hardly impede her. "Once you fully acclimate to this gravitational force, we shall commence our sparring sessions." Solia clenched her fists, eager to engage. In the next moment, the sudden blaring of an alarm interrupted their exchange. Beep, beep, alert, alert. An unidentified flying object is approaching. Shall we activate cloaking mode for observation? Alert, alert. An unidentified flying object is approaching. Shall we activate cloaking mode for observation? An unidentified flying object? Vegeta approached the control panel, and, after a series of commands, the screen illuminated, beginning to relay visuals. The image zoomed in gradually, soon becoming obscured by a flurry of pixelation. The fleeting glimpse lasted less than a second, yet Vegeta recognized that unidentified craft without hesitation. That spherical spaceship was unmistakably the same model she and Solia had used to journey to Earth. Vegeta bellowed, "Activate!" Cloaking mode is being initiated. Activation complete. A torrent of thoughts surged within Vegeta. The spherical spaceship could signify one of two possibilities. It belonged either to Frisia's forces or to the Saiyans. To discern the truth, there was but one course of action: pursue it. Without delay, Vegeta maneuvered the ship to follow the spherical vessel. As the distance closed, the signal began to stabilize, revealing the true nature of the unidentified object. Vegeta had indeed not been mistaken. It was the spherical spaceship. Is this not the very craft we took to Earth?" Solia exclaimed, astonished. "Could it be our kin?" Vegeta shook his head. "I do not know. We must follow it and ascertain its destination." Unbeknownst to Solia, she was unaware that planet Vegeta had been annihilated by Frisia, hence her naive inquiry. The two fixed their gazes upon the screen, utterly captivated. "It has accelerated. Could it have detected us?" Solia pointed at the screen, her voice rising in alarm. Vegeta would not allow it to escape. Even if it had noticed them, so what? In a flash, the ship surged forward once more, hurtling toward the spherical craft. It fled, he pursued, it sought to evade capture. However, Vegeta soon discerned that the operator of the spherical spaceship had not, in fact, detected them. To his astonishment, Vegeta noted that the speed of the spherical ship had diminished. Then, an exceedingly chilling image appeared on the screen. As the spherical spacecraft traversed its path, it entered a realm of utter desolation, revealing a decaying, precarious planet before our eyes. This celestial body was devoid of life, seemingly on the brink of disintegration into cosmic dust. The spherical vessel plummeted toward the heart of this dying orb at the speed of light. It had landed. "Vegeta, shall we pursue?" Curiosity ignited within Vegeta. "Shall we chase?" "Yes." Chapter 33, Dares and the Spirit Tree's Fruit. A thunderous roar erupted as the spherical spacecraft touched down upon this lifeless world. The mere impact sent tremors through the planet. The hatch of the vessel swung open with a hiss. The sound of crisp footsteps resonated as a dark-skinned man emerged from the spacecraft. This scene was broadcasted on the large screen of the elliptical ship. Vegeta's form momentarily stiffened, only to be replaced by a devilish grin a second later. For he recognized the man who stood before him. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, and a familiar image flooded his mind. The crab-like head, the vintage battle attire, the tail at his waist, and the detector at the corner of his eye. This man was none other than Dares, the exiled evil Saiyan. And the object of his connection was indeed the spirit tree's fruit. Vegeta's emotions transcended mere excitement. He was astounded to encounter Dares in this desolate place. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? If he could eliminate this wretch and seize the spirit tree's fruit, his power would ascend. "Shall we descend, Vegeta?" Solia's voice barely faded before Vegeta initiated the descent of the spacecraft. Steam hissed as it landed flawlessly. Vegeta and Solia exited the vessel in succession. This planet. Vegeta swiftly covered Solia's mouth, raising his ring finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. He whispered, "Hush, do not let him detect us. Minimize your presence." Solia nodded eagerly. Vegeta's intent was clear: to shadow Dares and uncover the location of the spirit tree's fruit. Like thieves in the night, Vegeta and Solia stealthily followed in Dares' wake. "Ha ha ha, it seems to be ripe." With Dares' maniacal laughter echoing, Vegeta and Solia peered out. A towering giant tree pierced the heavens, its robust form astonishingly grand. Vines and roots greedily delved into the earth, mercilessly siphoning the planet's vitality. All the life force of this planet was embodied in this tree, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding desolation, rendering the scene even more sinister. Yet, despite its voracious consumption of life, the tree exuded little vitality, and this chilling spectacle caused Solia to tremble in fear. At that moment, Solia's foot landed upon a decayed log. Creak! Who's there? Step out. Darius, taken aback, immediately assumed a defensive stance. "Oh dear, I intended to watch a bit longer, but you've caught me." A voice, laced with amusement, emerged from behind the rocks, and soon, Vegeta appeared, leading Solia from the stones. With arms crossed and an air of arrogance, Vegeta regarded Darius with disdain. "Oh," Darius expressed surprise. He had not anticipated being followed. Beep. The detector over his right eye activated, and the readings dispelled all of his apprehensions. He then glanced at the waists of Vegeta and Solia. "Oh, you are also Saiyans?" He chuckled. "I've never encountered you before. A combat power of merely 5? That places you among the lowest of the lower-tier warriors." In the face of Darius's ridicule, Vegeta displayed no anger, instead looking at him as one might regard a jester. What's the matter? Have a few spirit tree fruits inflated your sense of superiority, Darius? Solia momentarily paused before laughing. Well, it seems you, the lowest of the lower-tier warriors, have little chance of tasting the spirit tree fruit. Today, I shall grant you one, just to let you savor the flavor. Vegeta was somewhat astonished. Could such words truly come from a villain? He seemed rather different from the Darius he had envisioned. Nevertheless, Vegeta retorted haughtily, I do not partake in handouts. Anything I desire is within my reach. In an instant, Vegeta surged his energy, channeling it throughout his body. What is happening? You only possess a combat power of 5, don't you? Darius's brow began to twitch, the confidence he once held evaporating as his body trembled beyond his control. What's wrong? Can't articulate your thoughts clearly now? I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. With that, Vegeta continued to amplify his energy. Bang! In that moment, the detector at the corner of Darius's eye exploded. Darius understood the implication. This unfamiliar Saiyan far surpassed his expectations. Who are you? Vegeta leaped into action, his fist poised for impact. You are not worthy to know. Let my fist convey the answer. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Darius's nose, causing blood to spurt forth. His consciousness began to waver as he shook his head, the Saiyan cells within him urging that even in death, he must depart with dignity. Darius struggled to steady himself, assuming a fighting stance. However, Vegeta's fist would not grant him the luxury of time. Bang! This blow was even more ferocious than the last, aimed directly at his abdomen. Puff! A torrent of fresh blood erupted as Dales collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide, yet devoid of life. Well then, I have tidied up. Your spirit tree fruits are now in my possession. To borrow a phrase from you, as a fellow Saiyan, I surpass you by a considerable margin. You are truly a disgrace to our kind, and allow me to erect a tombstone for you in this desolate expanse. The words spoken by Vegeta echoed Dale's own sentiments toward son Goku from a past life. Struggling, Dales lifted his head, yet his body was no longer under the control of his mind. With a clatter, he turned his head, and his body trembled. Soria, go and pick those fruits. They are quite delectable. Are these edible? Soria hesitated, for the tree was undeniably peculiar, and the fruits it bore seemed dubious. Of course. Moreover, consuming them can enhance your strength. Vegeta then gestured towards the fallen Dales, stating, this wretch lying underground only became stronger by eating those fruits. Soria squinted skeptically. Stronger? But wasn't he defeated by you with just 2 punches? I feel I could take him down myself. Soria's assertion held merit. Yet Vegeta was indeed stronger than Dales. Had he not consumed the fruits, I could have dispatched him with a single blow. It was only because he ingested them that it took 2 punches. Do you understand? Now hurry and pick them. Oh. At his words, Soria swiftly ascended the tree and began to harvest. Meanwhile, Vegeta honored his earlier promise and began to dig a grave for Dales. As a fellow, I shall fulfill my promise to you. Suddenly, leaves rustled wildly as several spirit tree fruits fell. Soria was energetically kicking the spirit tree. Hey, Vegeta! Picking them one by one is too slow. Let us speed this up, hee. Vegeta, helpless, gathered the spirit tree fruits with his energy, ultimately placing them all into a universal capsule. All right, let us depart. Soria jumped down from the tree, and together they boarded their spaceship, leaving the planet behind. Half an hour later, they had flown far away. The newly disturbed grave began to shift as a hand emerged from within. With a clatter, a fruit fell right before the grave mound. Dales took a bite. Gasping for breath, I am saved. Infuriated, he struggled to rise and staggered toward the spherical spaceship. Chapter 34, Hidden Perils. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta and Soria returned triumphantly, laden with their bounty. With a crash, a multitude of spirit tree fruits rolled onto the floor, a sight that was exhilarating beyond measure. Vegeta counted, finding there were 9 in total. These spirit tree fruits could be likened to a bug in existence, requiring no training. Simply by consuming them, one could grow stronger. Vegeta picked up a fruit from the Tree of Might and handed one to Solia. Here, take it and eat, he urged. Solia hesitated for a moment before accepting the fruit. Without a second thought, Vegeta consumed his own in one swift motion. In the next instant, he felt a sudden halt in his heartbeat. His pupils dilated, and he sensed the energy reservoir within him expanding. His muscles swelled momentarily before returning to their original size. Beep! Battle power increased to 7 million. His battle power had doubled, just from one fruit. Vegeta, your energy has surged again. It seems this fruit truly enhances strength. After expressing her astonishment, Solia took a bite, and a similar extraordinary reaction unfolded within her. The exhilarating sensation of her newfound power surged through her nerves as she exclaimed, Vegeta, I feel stronger too. Vegeta smiled faintly. I wasn't lying, was I? This fruit may look unappealing, but its efficacy is remarkable. Beep. Solia's battle power reached 1 million. Hearing the system's announcement, Vegeta felt a twinge of confusion. System, why did Solia only achieve 1 million in battle power after consuming one fruit, while I double mine? The fruit from the Tree of Might serves as a means to unlock potential, though it is not as potent as the old Kai's methods. The effects vary from person to person. Those with greater talent will experience a significant boost, while others may see little improvement. After absorbing the system's explanation, Vegeta picked up another fruit and consumed it. However, this time, he felt no other changes within his body. What is going on? He inquired of the system. This fruit may vary in quality. In the movie, Darius consumed a fruit and gained nearly 300,000 in battle power. This high-quality fruit from Earth produced such results. Another possibility is that consuming too many in quick succession may negate their effects. A period of time must elapse before they become effective again. In the film, Darius likely had already consumed a lesser quality fruit before arriving on Earth. After eating one during his battle with Goku, he ceased to consume more, presumably aware that further consumption would not enhance his power. Reflecting on the plot of that film, Vegeta acknowledged the truth in this observation. It appeared that the fruits of the Tree of Might were not infallible. He gazed at the remaining 6 fruits, contemplating saving them for later. However, Solia, eager to grow stronger, reached for the remaining fruits once more. Solia, don't eat any more. Consuming too many 1T yield results. Pausing, Solia looked puzzled. Really? But I just tried it and felt no change. Perhaps I need to wait a while before they are effective again. I still have some left. You can give it a try. Vegeta presented a fruit bearing his bite mark to Solia. This fruit is rare. I shall save the remainder for later. But this one is for you. Solia accepted the fruit, gazing at the imprint of his teeth, hesitating for a brief moment. This is the fruit that Vegeta has bitten. Does this count as an indirect kiss? Never mind, it doesn't matter. With a crisp bite, she discovered that Vegeta had not deceived her. As the succulent flesh slid down her throat, her energy remained unchanged. Well, it seems to have no effect. Solia released the fruit of the spirit tree, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Don't be downcast, Vegeta said, popping the unfinished fruit into his mouth. There are still opportunities ahead. This unexpected action left Solia momentarily speechless. Vegeta? But that's something I've already eaten. While chewing, Vegeta casually replied, so what? You've eaten it. I just gave it to you. I don't mind at all. Solia fell silent, resigned to the fact that such an occurrence had already transpired. Don't lose heart. We can go to Namek. There are ways there to enhance our strength. Vegeta's words rekindled Solia's spirits. Namek? What kind of place is that? Vegeta tilted his head with a smile. A wondrous place. Let us proceed at full speed. The oval spaceship streaked through the infinite darkness. Meanwhile, not far away, a planet enveloped in machinery and metal closely pursued the oval vessel. A colossal figure, cloaked in black, observed the theft of the spirit tree fruit. Such a peculiar object exists in this world. No wonder those barbaric monkeys have risen over the years. It's due to this. Intriguing. The mysterious figure rose from his throne and commanded, "Follow that ship." A dinosaur-like creature clad in a white lab coat hastily operated the controls, his expression suddenly frozen. Stammering, he said, Master, the destination they seek is your homeland, Namek." At this revelation, the mysterious figure was taken aback, leaping to the control panel. He revealed a Fong and emitted a sinister laugh. Excellent, a twofold gain. Accelerate. Let us seize the Dragon Balls on Namek. Inside the oval spaceship, Vegeta and Solia engaged in vigorous training. To ensure fairness, Vegeta suppressed his energy to match Solia's level. With a side kick, Solia aimed for Vegeta's face. But his reflexes were astonishingly swift. The moment she raised her leg, he had already evaded. This kick missed its target, prompting Solia to unleash a chaotic flurry of strikes with her fists and feet, yet each of her fervent assaults was deftly blocked by Vegeta. With a sudden shift from defense to offense, Vegeta swung a punch, bringing it perilously close to Solia's nose, just a mere centimeter away. Soria's pupils dilated in sudden realization. Yet Vegeta lowered his fists. A tremor coursed through Soria. Even when our combat powers are equivalent, I remain no match for Vegeta. To what extent has his strength ascended? Well then, Soria, let us conclude for today. It is time for a meal. Vegeta produced the meal he had prepared for her, and they began to dine together. Suddenly, a colossal shadow raced past the window, moving with an absurd velocity. Vegeta, with a mere flicker of his eye, perceived it. Someone intends to reach Namek before us. Chapter 35, Slug. On the verdant surface of that planet, a dark speck pierced through its atmosphere, relentlessly pursued by an elliptical spacecraft. Huh, do they dare to follow me? Once I acquire the Dragon Balls, I shall deal with you all. The dinosaur-like figure pointed at the screen, exclaiming with excitement, "My lord, we can descend." With a sweeping motion of the cloaked figure's hand, a cacophony of mechanical sounds erupted. The mechanical vessel descended upon Namek. Subsequently, numerous small openings on the surface of the mechanical planet burst open, unleashing a steady stream of mechanical warriors. Search Namek thoroughly. We must locate the Dragon Balls. The mysterious figure unveiled his black cloak, his malevolent aura radiating outward. Who would have thought I would return to my homeland? How nostalgic. Beneath the cloak lay a visage both aged and grotesque, belonging to the nefarious Namekian Slug. Once I obtain the Dragon Balls and restore my youth, the position of Cosmic Overlord shall once again be mine. With this declaration, Slug erupted into a raucous laughter, his penetrating voice echoing across Namek. A soldier rushed to Slug, kneeling as he reported, "My lord, no Dragon Balls have been found." At the same time, another soldier hurried in. "My lord, there are none here either." The reports continued in rapid succession, all delivering the same disheartening news. The cacophony irritated Slug. Useless. A pack of worthless fools. At that moment, a lizard-like creature began to report. "My lord, this planet appears to be devoid of life." Slug froze in place. Devoid of life? What has transpired? The eerie silence of Namek was unsettling. Absent were the Dragon Balls and the Namekians, a most peculiar occurrence. Slug propelled himself into the air with powerful legs, soaring upward, his impressive leap allowing him to breach the cloud cover. Indeed, Namek was hauntingly desolate. Slug, with his keen eyes, scanned the landscape below, and at last, he spotted a small green dot atop a mountain. A tiny creature. Slug's body descended like a meteor, his target fixed upon that diminutive green speck. The small green dot began to move wildly and chaotically, akin to a startled prey fleeing in every direction. Schlag drew closer to the mountain summit, ultimately discerning the true identity of the green dot, a young Namekian. With a swift motion, Schlag seized him, glaring fiercely. Little creature, at last, I have captured you." The young Namekian struggled in Schlag's grasp, his eyes filled with fear and loathing. "Let go of me, you villain." With a resounding slap, Schlag struck the young Namekian's face. "Silence, brat. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I may spare your life." A gentle breeze swept by, yet Schlag received no response from the young Namekian. Instead, a voice of derision echoed from afar. "Who kills whom remains to be seen." Above the clouds, two figures flickered in and out of visibility, none other than Vegeta and Solia. Schlag's lips curled into a sneer as he gazed skyward. "Oh, even the riffraff come seeking the Dragon Balls?" Vegeta descended slowly, arms crossed, locking eyes with Schlag. "I am unlike some who believe that regaining youth grants them dominion. Little do they realize the vastness of this universe and the multitude of powerful beings within it. Frankly, you, Schlag, are merely a frog at the bottom of a well." Vegeta's tone dripped with scorn. The insolence of the riffraff is amusing. Perfect. Once I kill you, that fruit you consume to enhance your power shall belong to me." Vegeta smirked wickedly. "Is this what you mean?" He produced a spirit tree fruit, holding it aloft. "For someone as weak and frail as you, it would be of no use even if you did consume it." Schlag's fury ignited at the mention of his weakness. His eyes reddened, fists clenched tightly, seething with rage. "Kill him," Schlag commanded, and a swarm of mechanical minions surged toward Vegeta, facing the onslaught of mere fodder. Vegeta merely scoffed. "Solia, it's time. Let me show you what true combat entails." "Understood, Vegeta." The two then dispersed, plunging into the throng of adversaries. Vegeta seized a mechanical minion, delivering a brutal strike to its abdomen. As expected, the mere minion crumbled into a heap of scrap metal. "Watch closely, Schlag, as I demonstrate the art of tearing apart foes with bare hands." With that, Vegeta grasped another minion, forcefully seizing its head and splitting it in two with a smooth motion, as if zipping up a seam along the creature's midline. "This could very well be your fate." Schlag. With those words, Vegeta's gaze fixated on the flesh and blood warriors surrounding Schlag, whom he perceived as nothing more than a band of inept gluttons. You differ somewhat from those robots, and I wonder if you might unleash a shower of gold coins. Behold, Vegeta, like a razor-sharp blade, weaves through this sea of machinery. Countless glimmers coalesce in his hands, and wherever he strikes, energy blasts are unleashed. This is Vegeta's unique princely combat style. The system's announcement rings out continuously, seemingly heralding a death march for the minions of Slag. Under this grim accompaniment, Vegeta has already dispatched several of the generals. Turning around, he surveys the ground littered with mechanical debris, all a testament to Solia's prowess. Well done, Solia. Floating beside Vegeta, Solia beams, hee hee. It's the first time I've so effortlessly vanquished foes. Though, these opponents were rather feeble. No worries, there will be plenty of opportunities. Why not take down that one as well? Vegeta gestures towards Slag ahead. Slag scoffs derisively. I say, lad, aren't you being a tad presumptuous? You've merely dispatched a bunch of worthless scraps. You two seem to possess a modicum of skill. Why not consider working for me? Upon hearing this, Vegeta is reminded of someone, the King of Kurd, who shares a similar disposition. Did I permit you to speak? In the blink of an eye, Vegeta has already flashed behind Slag. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, Vegeta's hand, now charged with power, elevates his combat strength to an astonishing 3 million. Bang! Slag's eyes widen in terror, his mind racing with countless questions. What just happened? How could he possibly possess such strength? Quickly regaining stability, Slag bellows. You have provoked my wrath. Chapter 36, The Demise of Slag. And what if you are angry? Vegeta's voice resounds once more from behind Slag, a resonant tone compelling a response. Vegeta's fist is mere centimeters from Slag's back. In that fleeting moment, Slag channels his energy. The black cloak enveloping him shatters under the force he radiates, rendering his back impervious. He braces himself to absorb Vegeta's blow. Subsequently, Slag pivots, unleashing a colossal fist in retaliation. Bang! The punch, capable of shattering boulders, strikes Vegeta squarely in the chest. That massive fist is mirrored in Vegeta's eyes. No, something about this creature seems to be changing. Vegeta swiftly raises both hands to shield his chest. Even so, he finds himself pushed backward, ultimately stabilizing before a small hill. Be careful, Vegeta. Solia's urgent warning cuts through the air as Vegeta looks up. A monstrous figure reveals its fangs, with strands of saliva visible between its teeth. An utterly revolting sight. This grotesque creature has chosen to enlarge itself. After its transformation, Shrag regained his confidence, and the disdain in his gaze towards Vegeta resurfaced. You have forced my hand, little one. I admit I underestimated you. I never anticipated such power. But now, how will you confront me? Shrag spoke with an air of arrogance, his voice brimming with newfound assurance. Before long, Shrag's fist began to swing wildly. With a surge of energy, Vegeta darted through Shrag's erratic punches. How will you confront me, you fool? Have you not realized that while your strength has increased, your speed has drastically diminished? With those words, Vegeta danced upon Shrag's flailing fists like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Utilizing the recoil, he launched himself upward and delivered a kick to Shrag's face. However, this blow, while executed with precision, barely registered on Shrag's tough exterior. Shrag erupted into laughter. Huh, if you can think of it, so can I. My strength has indeed amplified, but so has the resilience of my body. As he spoke, Shrag's eyes flickered with determination, even as Vegeta's fists rained down upon him mercilessly. Is that so, Shrag? You seem quite confident, Vegeta taunted. Each of his punches, infused with the power of shattered stars, struck Shrag with devastating force, as he poured every ounce of strength into his blows. Shrag continued to mock. Are you a mosquito, merely tickling me? With that, Shrag swung his massive arms to swat Vegeta away, but his cumbersome state allowed Vegeta to evade effortlessly. With a resounding crack, the sound of impact reverberated across Shrag's face, causing him to squint in pain. Wait, this isn't right. He was compelled to open his eyes, only to find that the troublesome mosquito had sprouted a pair of wings. Upon closer inspection, these were not wings at all, but rather a new pair of arms that had emerged from Vegeta's back. A bizarre technique he had mastered under the guidance of Master Roshi. The 4 demon fists. What is the matter, Shrag? I noticed you just closed your eyes. Your proud defense seems rather lacking. The sound of fists colliding with flesh grew more intense, and Shrag's massive form began to lean backward, forcing him to take several steps back. Each step reverberated through the earth beneath him. Vegeta seized the advantage once more, and Solia's clenched fists relaxed. The four demon fists have been learned sooner than anticipated. Truly, Vegeta is remarkable. Ding. Admiration detected. 001. With a resounding crash, Shrag's enormous, aging body could no longer withstand the tremendous force and collapsed to the ground amidst the gentle breeze. Mosquitoes can indeed be deadly, especially when they are mutated. Slag's eyes were filled with countless uncertainties. Everything unfolded so unexpectedly. Just moments ago, he commanded an army of millions with an imposing presence. Yet now he found himself utterly powerless. He had, after all, aged. This was precisely why Vegeta dared to provoke Slag so audaciously, without the restoration of his youth. Slag stood no chance against Vegeta. Was this the end? The answer was no. A glimmer flickered in Slag's eyes, a manifestation of his unwillingness to succumb to the ravages of time. He reminisced about his glory days, when he was a formidable cosmic overlord, reigning supreme. However, as he succumbed to aging, he became increasingly marginalized, relegated to the fringes of power, ultimately leading to this dismal fate. No, this is not the outcome I desire. With a roar, Slag summoned his last reserves of strength, dragging his heavy body forward. He opened his mouth wide, fervently inhaling all the air around him. As countless tiny particles of energy began to converge within, the green luminescence coalesced in his mouth, growing ever brighter, ever more blinding. With a fierce roar, a column of green laser erupted from his mouth, seemingly lamenting the injustices of fate and expressing his dissatisfaction with the twilight of his life. He aimed to shatter the constraints imposed by nature, yearning to reclaim the sensations of his youth. The massive green laser column surged forth at an astonishing speed, sweeping away everything in its path, driven by a desire to consume all. Vegeta's reflexes were remarkably swift. He dodged nimbly, evading the onslaught as dust and debris swirled around him. Slag had lost his mind. Even in his frenzy, he could not harm Vegeta in the slightest. Suddenly, the green laser column changed direction, flowing with the grace of water, its target now Solia. This unexpected assault sent Solia, lacking any combat experience, into a state of shock, frozen in place by the spectacle before her. What to do? Kamehameha! A resonant sound brushed past Solia's ears, and in that instant, a blue energy beam shot forth from her peripheral vision, slicing through her bangs. Her dazed gaze shifted to the figure beside her. A broad shoulder coming into view, it was Vegeta. He had saved her once again. Vegeta, she stammered. Vegeta merely nodded slightly, urging her not to lose focus. Solia placed her hands on her chest, concentrated energy particles beginning to coalesce. With a serious expression, she shouted, "I understand, Vegeta." Boom! A yellow shock wave began to entwine with the Kamehameha, colliding with a massive green energy pillar. The air shattered, emitting a mournful howl as the two forces met, creating a dazzling dance of arcs. The energy crystallization of the two ultimately surpassed that of the feeble old man. Shrag was engulfed by the enhanced Kamehameha wave. His era has definitively concluded. In the astonishment of his gaze, a glimmer of clarity emerged. In this moment, he comprehended that the age of the youth had commenced. Chapter 37. The Last Namekian. The Kamehameha wave soared into the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Shrag was reduced to mere fragments. Ding! Defeated boss Shrag. Gained 30 comprehension points. Vegeta momentarily paused, realizing the system was indeed correct. Defeating a boss could yield comprehension points. However, was this not rather meager? System. Is defeating a boss worth only 30 comprehension points? The greater the boss's difficulty, the higher the comprehension points awarded upon defeat. Shrag was too weak. Receiving 30 comprehension points is quite generous. The system's reasoning was sound, as Shrag had not even restored his youth, significantly weaker than in the original narrative. He decided to check his remaining comprehension points. Remaining comprehension points, 50. With 50 comprehension points, Vegeta found that he had nearly mastered his current skills. There was no need to squander comprehension points on new skills. It was more prudent to enhance his evasion attributes. He exchanged comprehension points for evasion points. Ding! Exchange successful. Evasion points increased by 5, current evasion points, 15, a mere 10% exchange rate. Vegeta hesitated, his mind racing with tumultuous thoughts. Was this not a bit absurd? Dog system. Host, do not be overly agitated. Mastering the ultimate instinct is not something to be achieved easily. It requires gradual accumulation. What has transpired is now beyond discussion. There is no meaning in lamenting the past. What remains is to strive for more comprehension points. I recall you mentioned that emotional points could be exchanged for comprehension points. Indeed, host, current remaining emotional points, 345. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange. Ding. Gained 3 comprehension points. Vegeta was utterly speechless. System. If you do not wish to grant points, then do not. This 1% exchange rate is quite the farce, leaving me with false hope. Host. It has been stated that this is a wool gathering function. If there is wool to be gathered, one should gather what one can. Thus, it is advisable to focus on defeating bosses and courting women, as these endeavors yield the most comprehension points. In the outside world, Solia hurried to Vegeta's side. Vegeta. Vegeta regained his composure, noticing the guilt etched on Solia's face. He gently patted her head, offering comfort. Do not despair. There is still ample room for your improvement. This is merely the first attempt. Let us seek out the elder. We can become even stronger. The sound of gravel falling interrupted the conversation between the two, while in the shadows, a small Namekian trembled with longing gazes fixed upon them. Vegeta turned his head. A cry of surprise escaped his lips, causing the little Namekian to immediately hide behind a rock. Fear etched upon his visage, his skin turning a deeper shade of green, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Vegeta crouched down, forcing a smile. Hello there, little one. However, in the eyes of the small Namekian, Vegeta's smile was terrifying beyond measure, prompting an instinctive retreat. Observing this, Solia also crouched and displayed a kind and gentle smile. She gently beckoned, saying, Do not be afraid, little one. We mean no harm. Gradually, the Namekian relaxed his guard and whispered, Are you here for the Dragon Balls? We have no Dragon Balls left on Namek. At this revelation, Vegeta's smile vanished abruptly. What is happening? No Dragon Balls? What had transpired on Namek? The absence of Dragon Balls implied the death of the Grand Elder. Vegeta immediately stood, soaring towards the clouds, scanning the horizon only to find that not a single village remained on Namek. He then closed his eyes, attuning himself to the myriad of energies surrounding him. Suddenly, a chaotic yet dense aura assaulted Vegeta's senses, his gaze fixating on the small Namekian child. In that moment, he sensed the essence of countless Namekians rippling within the child, and he beheld the visage of youth, maturity, and age all manifesting upon the child's face. All the Namekians had been assimilated into this one being. Do not be afraid. We are good people. Come closer. Solia squinted her eyes, her amiable smile unwavering as she endeavored to alleviate the child's fears. With a soft thud, Vegeta silently landed beside the Namekian child. What has transpired on Namek? Vegeta's voice resonated solemnly from behind him. The child trembled in fright, collapsing onto the ground. In that instant, a surge of spiritual energy penetrated the child's mind. Tell him, child, I can sense he harbors no malice. The child paused, then exclaimed, Elder? Elder! The Grand Elder's voice fell silent, and the child steadied his emotions. Gradually rising to his feet, he gazed into Vegeta's eyes and recounted the tale. Months ago, all Namekians went about their daily lives as usual. An oval spaceship descended upon this land, shattering the tranquility of Namek. A multitude of extraterrestrial beings emerged upon this sacred soil, orderly and cultured. They ultimately located the Grand Elder, shedding their disguises and menacingly demanding the Dragon Balls. They threatened to annihilate all Namekians if their demands were not met. In the end, their wish was granted, yet they did not uphold their promise, and the Namekians suffered greatly. All the warriors fought valiantly, but their efforts were in vain. The enemy was simply too powerful. This noble band of warriors faced defeat, and the final line of defense for Namek was obliterated. The child, who had retreated to the mountains for training, escaped this calamity and became the last surviving Namekian. Upon returning to the village, he found a scene of devastation, with corpses strewn across the ground, and even the revered Grand Elder could not evade this fate. He became the last hope for the Namekians, with but a breath remaining. The Grand Elder made a daring decision to merge with the child. In that moment, the fallen Namekians seemed to resonate with this choice, opting to assimilate into the boy. Vegeta stood motionless, his mind in a haze. The ability to execute such a feat made him think of Frieza, and he was shocked to discover that Frieza had found the Dragon Balls ahead of time. What wish would he make? In Dragon Ball Z, his desire was for immortality, while in Dragon Ball Super, it was merely to grow 5 centimeters taller. Given the timeline, it was highly plausible that it was the former. If that were indeed the case, it could pose significant trouble. Extracting insight from him might prove exceedingly difficult. To confirm whether it truly was Frieza, Vegeta inquired, Is one of them named Frisia? The child shook his head, clearly confused, his mind filled with various conflicting memories. After a moment's contemplation, he affirmed, yes. I heard him say, finally Frisia can grow taller. Vegeta smirked knowingly. It was indeed Frisia. However, the moment of triumph was fleeting, as he recalled that the Dragon Balls of Namek could grant 3 wishes. Vegeta urgently asked, do you remember what other wishes he made? The child shook his head, apologetically replying, I'm sorry, I can't recall. Chapter 38. Random Task. Ding. Triggered random task. Restore the glory of Namek. Reward, 50 insight points. The sudden announcement from the system caught Vegeta off guard. What did it mean to restore glory? The system elaborated. Separate the Namekians who have merged with the child from him, and return them to Namek. Vegeta began to ponder. This random task was mandatory. Failure to complete, it would result in his demise. The system's request was not particularly arduous. Once the other Namekians were separated, the Grand Elder would reappear, and then he could unlock his potential, which would be a splendid bonus. Such separation could likely be accomplished with the Dragon Balls. Are you still able to create Dragon Balls? The child shook his head and replied, although I possess the soul of the Grand Elder within me, I am fundamentally a new Namekian and thus lack the knowledge of Dragon Ball creation. Not knowing how to create Dragon Balls does not imply an inability to do so. Moreover, with the Grand Elder's spirit residing in me, my innate talent should be exceptionally high. What kind of Dragon Balls I might eventually produce is indeed a matter of great anticipation. As for the Dragon Balls of Earth, I wonder if they can accomplish such a monumental task. Wishes beyond their capacity cannot be fulfilled. Currently, there are 2 possible plans. The first is to use the Earth-S Dragon Balls to separate them. The next day, the child would learn how to create Dragon Balls, with the Earth-S Guardian as his finest guide. Combining these 2 points, it is clear that we must return to Earth. However, Vegeta's purpose for visiting Namek is not solely to seek the Grand Elder's potential. He also wishes to learn instant transmission. Given the current circumstances, that wish must be temporarily set aside. Nevertheless, since we have already departed from Earth, we can directly travel to Yardrat to learn it. System. What is the time limit for this random task? Host, if it is not completed within 2 years, you will explode. 2 years to master instant transmission and return this child to Earth. Vegeta is determined to achieve this. The only remaining challenge is to persuade the child. Do you wish to see your fellow Namekians again? Vegeta's question, imbued with the essence of his soul, jolted the child. He lifted his head, asking, what do you mean? Vegeta crouched down and explained, I will help you separate your kin from within you and restore your Namek to the peaceful state it was a few months ago. The child's heart raced with excitement as he clenched his fists and shouted, is that really possible? Indeed, but you must journey to a place called Earth to save your Namekian brethren, and the outcome rests upon your own efforts. There is another Namekian on Earth who can create Dragon Balls. If he can learn to produce new Dragon Balls under his guidance, your people will be saved. Soria tapped her head, filled with questions. What does that mean, Vegeta? Vegeta smiled warmly. Do not underestimate this child. His potential is immense. Dragon Balls are indeed crafted by Namekians, and the Guardian of Earth is also one of them. This child carries within him multiple Namekian souls, including that of the Grand Elder, so the Dragon Balls he creates will undoubtedly possess far greater power than those of Earth. Vegeta turned to the child and encouraged, to ensure the salvation of your people, young one, give it your all. Only then did Soria realize, crouching down to examine the young Namekian before her. Oh, you know, this child does bear a resemblance to the Guardian. Vegeta chuckled, feeling relieved. Soria indeed possesses a certain charming foolishness. By the way, young one, what is your name? The small Namekian shook his head and replied, I have merged many different memories and have forgot my name. As Vegeta had surmised, the child's memories were indeed quite disordered, given that they were to journey to Earth to create the Dragon Balls. This bore a striking resemblance to the original tale of the small Namekian who ventured to Earth to become a deity. Vegeta declared, Dandy, from this day forth, you shall be called Dandy. Soria echoed, Dandy? Oh, that is a delightful name. Henceforth, you shall be Dandy. Dandy pointed to himself. Dandy, is that my name? Vegeta rose to his feet. Come, Soria, you shall lead Dandy back to Earth. I have unfinished business. The suddenness of this news caught Soria off guard. Is Vegeta sending me away? Vegeta, feeling exasperated, explained, no, what you must accomplish is a formidable task that directly pertains to our strength. If we can separate the Grand Elder from within him to unlock our potential, we will both become stronger. Vegeta's speech was emphatic and resolute. leaving no room for doubt in Soria's mind. Standing tall, her impressive figure on display, Soria declared, "I understand. Vegeta, I vow to complete the task." Vegeta was most pleased. Then, "Soria, should there be any matters on Earth that Lin cannot resolve, they shall fall to you." Vegeta harbored some concern that Lin might struggle against Piccolo, but he believed Soria would handle it without issue. Soria reaffirmed her commitment to Vegeta. Thus, after Vegeta set the destination for the spaceship, Soria took Dandy and flew towards Earth. Vegeta watched them depart, yet a sense of desolation washed over him. He realized he had made a critical error. He currently lacked a means of transportation. However, it was not a significant issue. He had developed the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. Reaching Yardrat would be a breeze. The only drawback was his speed, but what did that matter? If speed was lacking, time could compensate. After all, he possessed the miraculous Senza Beans, granting him boundless stamina. Without hesitation, he took flight. With a surge of energy, Vegeta soared into the sky like a rocket piercing the clouds. In the vastness of space, a small black that began to fade away from the verdant surface of the planet, moving towards the endless darkness. Vegeta traversed the cosmos, making his way to Yardrat. Chapter 39, Yardrat. A soft thud echoed as a shadowy figure landed quietly. After nearly half a year of arduous travel, Vegeta had finally arrived at Yardrat. In the past 6 months, he has consumed an uncountable number of celestial beings, sleeping directly in the void of the universe. A feat achievable only by him. Vegeta, before Vegeta's eyes lay an unfamiliar landscape. The expanse of this planet was rather modest. Clearly, this celestial body was still quite primitive, embodying a state of potential awaiting development. Suddenly, dozens of figures materialized before him, surrounding Vegeta. One of the extraterrestrial beings stepped forward, questioning him. "Intruder?" Vegeta raised his arms above his head in response, remarking, "Your welcome ritual is rather extreme." The leading extraterrestrial gestured with his hand, prompting those encircling Vegeta to step back a pace. In the next moment, Vegeta swung his arms vigorously. This maneuver caused the retreating extraterrestrials to adopt a wary stance, their gazes fixated on him with intensity. "Be cautious." The leader of the extraterrestrials emitted a sharp warning, alerting all present. Yet, Vegeta's subsequent action was merely to place his hands over his chest and bow slightly in a gesture of introduction. "I am Vegeta, here to learn instant transmission." A collective gasp escaped the extraterrestrials, the atmosphere thick with tension. They had not anticipated that the figure before them was simply bowing in self-introduction. Vegeta raised his gaze, a hint of amusement flickering within him, realizing that his ruse had indeed startled them. Observing this, the leading extraterrestrial dispelled his concerns, retreating alongside the others and approaching Vegeta. "Greetings, I am Nig, the strongest of the extraterrestrials on this planet." Vegeta scrutinized the pink-hued individual before him. Indeed, he bore a distinct attire compared to the others. He was the strongest. The strongest? Just how formidable are you? Nig smiled slightly, placing his left hand behind his back while gesturing with his right, inviting Vegeta to attack him. "Do you not wish to learn instant transmission? Defeat me, and I shall teach you." With a sinister grin, Vegeta replied, "In that case, I shall heed your challenge." He abruptly raised his arm, his iron fist clenched, charging towards Nig. In an instant, Nig vanished from his position, only to reappear behind Vegeta with astonishing swiftness. "Behind you." The sound of Vegeta's fist striking nothingness echoed as Nig executed instant transmission once more. A series of swift sounds erupted as Vegeta's punches continued to miss their target, each strike falling short. Realizing the futility of his assault, Vegeta paused. "This won't do. I cannot allow him to dictate my movements." Closing his eyes, he pondered. Instant transmission required one to sense the opponent's energy to initiate. This young man had perceived his energy the moment he swung his fist, promptly determining where to reappear. Thus, I shall refrain from utilizing my energy. In the next moment, Vegeta sealed off all his energy valves, relying solely on the inherent strength of his physique to unleash a punch effortlessly. Whoosh! Nig's body, which had been moving at blinding speed, came to an abrupt halt, his judgment faltering. A wicked smile crept across Vegeta's face. "Found you." Bang! With a punch that epitomized raw power, Vegeta successfully struck Nig, who involuntarily staggered backward. After a second, Nig regained his composure. "Indeed, it seems your understanding of energy is quite profound. Now allow me to teach you the art of instantaneous movement." Nig approached Vegeta slowly, stating, "Let us depart. The day wanes, and we shall rest before continuing tomorrow." After flying for over half a year, Vegeta realized he had not truly rested, and thus followed Nigeria. The following day, Vegeta was rejuvenated. The room, barren and desolate, housed only a tattered sketchbook on the table. Curiosity piqued. Vegeta could not resist perusing its contents. Within this tome lay numerous fascinating techniques. Instantaneous movement, utilizing energy perception to appear before others in the blink of an eye. As Vegeta meticulously examined the sketchbook, his gaze and fingers were inexorably drawn to the final page. Explosive power. The user could instantaneously double their strength without any adverse effects. What? The no-damage King's Fist? System. How many comprehension points does this require? Ding. Skill. Explosive power requires 100 comprehension points. 100 comprehension points. Why not just steal it? Host. Such a skill is even more outrageous than the King's Fist. 100 comprehension points is quite reasonable. Moreover, host, you have converted all your comprehension points into evasion points, leaving you with 0 comprehension points. Vegeta felt a pang of regret. He had never anticipated encountering such a preposterous opportunity on this planet of Adrat. Clang! The door swung open as Nig returned, a dinosaur tail draped over his shoulder. Nig set down the tail and hurried over to Vegeta, glancing at the sketchbook in his hands, and asked, "You're awake? Oh, what have you found? What do you wish to learn?" Vegeta pointed to the end of the sketchbook. "This one." Nig furrowed his brow slightly, saying, "This one, well, I'm not too proficient at it. I am more familiar with instantaneous movement. Not too proficient. So you know just a bit?" Nig nodded affirmatively before dashing outside. Watch closely, Vegeta. Explosive power. In the next instant, he was enveloped in a blue luminescence, his muscles rapidly swelling. Vegeta distinctly sensed Nig's energy doubling. Ding. Detected explosive power. Incomplete version. Compared to the complete version, it lacks the no damage effect. Vegeta was taken aback. Isn't this akin to the King's Fist? No. He can only double at most. The full version of the explosive technique is equivalent to the unscathed version of the Kaioken. Vegeta twisted his fist, determined to master only the finest. He sought to acquire both the explosive technique and instantaneous movement. Lacking insight points may hinder his learning speed. Yet who is Vegeta? All along, he has directly utilized insight points, and his innate talent is not to be underestimated. Nig, come, teach me instantaneous movement and the explosive technique. Nig, adopting a mentor's demeanor, began to elucidate the principles of instantaneous movement and the explosive technique to Vegeta. Instantaneous movement, he explained, entails maximizing the essence of one's energy. It involves envisioning an ethereal bridge within one's mind, supported by this energy, leading to the desired destination. The explosive technique, on the other hand, involves instantaneously channeling the energy stored within one's body to achieve a doubling effect. Vegeta felt his blood surge with excitement, committing the theory to memory as he began to explore these techniques step by step. Thus, Vegeta embarked on his training journey on planet Adrat. Chapter 40, The Saiyan Assault. Time slipped away like grains of sand, flowing through one's fingers. Vegeta had been training on planet Adrat for 3 long years. On Earth, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament had concluded. Dandy created an enhanced version of a dragon, and the Namekians returned to their home with the aid of briefs. Meanwhile, Vegeta earned 30 insight points. 10, Kaiotsu, Master Roshi, and Krillin engaged in a fierce battle against Demon King Piccolo and were defeated, plunging Earth into panic. It was then that 2 youthful and radiant girls descended from the heavens to save them. Earth welcomed a brief respite of peace. On this day, in the Divine Temple, the Supreme Kai furrowed his brow, beads of sweat unevenly dotting his forehead. He sensed 2 overwhelmingly powerful presences approaching Earth. An unprecedented sense of oppression began to suffocate him. Boo, Mr. Boo, they are coming to Earth. I sense their malevolence. Boo gazed skyward, his large, innocent eyes unblinking. Supreme Kai, even though Vegeta is not on Earth, we still have Solia, don't we? A light footfall echoed. Solia leaped onto the rooftop, her expression grave as the 2 sinister yet potent energies relentlessly battered her nerves. This enemy, it seemed, was on a dimensional level beyond those Earth had faced before. Yulin flew beside Solia. Did you sense it too, Solia? Solia's tightly pressed lips parted slightly. Yes. Moreover, they are formidable. Yulin, I will need your assistance when the time comes. Hearing Solia's words, Yulin's demeanor grew even more serious. Did Solia also perceive their strength? Solia turned her head, her tense expression softening into a smile. Even so, I shall exert myself wholeheartedly. After all, I have promised Vegeta that I would safeguard the Earth in his absence. Solia's smile alleviated Yulin's panic. Solia, let us strive together. In the vastness of outer space, two spherical spacecraft zipped past, swiftly approaching the Earth's atmosphere. Within the ship, a deep electronic voice reverberated. Prepare for landing, Nappa. Ha! This planet called Earth is where that worthless being once came. Ha ha, Raditz. When we find him, I shall thoroughly humiliate him. I can already envision his furious expression. Nappa, how many times must I remind you not to address me so casually? Whoosh! The spacecraft accelerated once more, ultimately piercing through the Earth's atmosphere and entering its skies. We've arrived. At the God Temple, Solia entered a state of alert, while Yulin clenched her fists. They leapt into the air, heading towards a desolate expanse. Beside them, Lanchi felt helpless. Upon learning of the situation, she could only silently pray for their safety. In West City, within the laboratory, Bulma, Ties, and Kalai's gazed anxiously at the screen. The camera zoomed in, revealing the figures of Solia and Yulin. It's Solia and Yulin, Ties exclaimed in astonishment. Bulma, observing Solia's silhouette, felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. It had been nearly 5 years since she last saw Vegeta. She missed him dearly, even speculating that he might have returned to planet Vegeta to claim his throne. However, seeing Solia, Vegeta's childhood friend, still on Earth, made her realize that Vegeta had not abandoned her as she had feared. Bulma softly uttered, "Go for it, Solia." It was Solia who had appeared in Bulma's sight during humanity's darkest hour, saving all of mankind. Bulma's fondness for Solia grew steadily. On the wasteland, the two spacecraft plummeted, crashing into a deep pit, smoke billowing and dust swirling. A farmer, trembling, raised his rifle and cautiously approached the mysterious vessels. Kaz. The doors of the spacecraft swung open, and two oddly dressed men emerged. Beep, beep, beep. Raditz's scanner reacted. Oh, a power level of only 5, mere trash. Just like that worthless being from before. Ha ha ha. Raditz cruelly mocked the lowly creature before him, while the bald-headed Nappa advanced towards the farmer. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Nappa's imposing physique instilled a sense of dread in the ordinary man. Ha ha. Nappa let out a chilling laugh. Plapava to die. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out. Yet Nappa remained unscathed. A monster. The farmer collapsed onto the ground, the scent of urine growing more intense. Raditz disdainfully remarked, "Ha, such lowly beings are so easily defeated. Kill him, Nappa, before locating that worthless fool. Eradicate everyone on this planet." Nappa cracked his knuckles, advancing towards the farmer. I relish such moments. Boom. Several beams of light struck Nappa's heels, kicking up dust. The farmer, quick-witted, seized the opportunity and fled the scene. Who? Nappa exclaimed, bewildered, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, 2 women appeared silently within their line of sight. Beep, beep, beep. The combat detector at Raditz's side flickered incessantly. Oh, a power level of 1121 for one, and 2300 for the other? I never expected these lowly creatures to possess the strength akin to our Saiyan lower-class warriors. How surprising. Nappa gazed at the newcomers, a sneer curling his lips. The worthless prince truly was inept. He had not yet annihilated all the inhabitants of this planet. Surely he would not be defeated by these lowly beings, especially given his meager power level of 5. Solia clenched her jaw in fury. These unwelcome guests bore the tales that symbolized the Saiyans. Naturally, the worthless individual they mentioned was Vegeta. You shall not speak of him in such a manner. With a swift leap, Solia propelled herself into the air, unleashing a surge of hidden power. Her rapid movement caught Nappa off guard. Boom! With a single strike, she sent Nappa flying 10 meters away. Beep, beep, beep. Nappa's detector blared an alarm, his eyes twitching in shock. 1 million power level. In contrast, Raditz remained remarkably composed. How intriguing. A power level of 1 million. It seems she possesses a method to conceal her true strength. In the next moment, Raditz's gaze inadvertently fell upon Solia's waist. Initially taken aback, he soon wore a nonchalant smile. Ah, so she's a Saiyan. So this is the female Saiyan who accompanied that worthless fool to Earth. Whoosh. Raditz swiftly moved, leaving an afterimage in front of Nappa. He presented a bizarre object to Nappa, saying, "Here, take this and consume it." The peculiar item stirred a profound unease within Solia. She recognized it immediately. The fruit of the Tree of Might. Chapter 41. The new king of Planet Vegeta. Nappa's expression of terror swiftly transformed, an ominous smile resurfacing on his face. Gratefully accepting the fruit of the Tree of Might, His greedy eyes seemed ready to plunge into it. "Thank you, Your Highness." Nappa swallowed the fruit in one gulp, his power surging to an entirely new level. Raditz casually remarked, "Oh, so you remember to call me Prince at this moment? The fruit of the Tree of Might is effective only when consumed once a year, and this is yours for this year." Nappa, regaining his composure, unleashed the full extent of his energy. "You wretched woman, I shall make you pay," he declared. "Huh, my battle power stands at 1,100,000, while yours is merely 1,000,000. Tell me, how do you intend to fight me?" Soria could hardly believe her eyes. These two Scions possessed the fruit of the Tree of Might. What on earth was happening? Moreover, did this bald man just refer to the long-haired individual as a prince? Was he the brother of Vegeta? As Soria pondered these revelations, Nappa lunged at her like a ferocious beast. "Watch out, Soria!" Yulin shouted. The magnitude of this battle power left her unable to intervene, yet she had promised Soria to assist her. With a swift motion of her sleeve, Yulin sent two talismans flying toward Soria. In an instant, the talismans adhered to Soria's legs, emblazoned with the character for wind. Yulin extended her hands, infusing the talismans with a mysterious light, exclaiming, "Power of the wind." In that moment, the talismans melded into Soria's legs, enhancing her speed. Reacting quickly, Soria dodged, causing Nappa to miss his target entirely. "Stay focused, Soria. Fight seriously. Do not get distracted," Yulin reminded her. Soria turned to Yulin and nodded earnestly. It seemed focus was essential. The bald man's strength had indeed escalated after consuming the fruit, and that long-haired fellow appeared even more formidable. Soria cast a sidelong glance at Raditz, who met her gaze. "Huh, I never expected you not only spare the lives of this planet's inhabitants, but also befriended them. Truly a disgrace to we Scions. Where is that useless Vegeta? Has he perished?" Soria exclaimed, incredulous. "I cannot fathom why my father sent me to this desolate place to find him. What was he thinking?" "Bah!" Raditz spat, his eyes filled with disdain. Soria was perplexed by Raditz's words and tentatively asked, "Are you Vegeta's brother?" Raditz furrowed his brow, glancing at Soria and then at Nappa before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Nappa, is this woman mad?" Nappa seemed to resonate with Raditz's mirth, joining in the laughter. "Ha ha ha! Vegeta? Does he have a right? This esteemed individual is the great prince of the Scions, Raditz. As for King Vegeta, that aimless fool has long been dethroned. Now, the new king of planet Vegeta is the magnificent King Bardock." Nappa's words relentlessly assaulted Soria's senses. The once mightiest low-class warrior had become the king of planet Vegeta, yet Nappa's tirade was far from over. Great Lord Bardock, who led us Scions in overthrowing Frisia's tyranny. On that fateful day, Frisia hovered in the skies above planet Vegeta, accompanied by legions of soldiers. The prescient Bardock summoned all Scion warriors, transforming into a great ape, and lay in ambush on planet Vegeta. Seizing the opportunity when Frisia was unprepared, he united the strength of all Scions to unleash an unprecedented energy blast, successfully bringing an end to the frozen demon's century-long rule over our Scion clan. As Nappa grew increasingly impassioned and fervent, he proclaimed that the great Bardock was truly worthy of being the king of the Scions. Subsequently, Bardock challenged King Vegeta and ultimately ascended to become the new ruler of the Scions. Upon assuming his reign, Bardock devoted himself to rigorous training, instigated reforms, and emphasized the necessity of unity among our Scion people. He recalled all exiled Scions, and, among them, a lad named Dales discovered a fruit known as the Spirit Tree Fruit. Consuming it granted us a rapid enhancement of power. Consequently, as Dales bore a striking resemblance to Bardock, the Lord adopted him as a son and began to utilize Dales extensively, sending him across the cosmos to cultivate this fruit. The Scions of today are no longer as they once were. We are the true masters of the universe. Upon hearing Nappa's impassioned speech, Solia was taken aback. Yet she perceived certain flaws in his stirring narrative. "Oh, recalling the exiled Scions? Then why were Vegeta and I not summoned?" Such grandiloquence is no different from that of the cosmic tyrants. Raditz scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, the decision not to recall Vegeta came from Father. He stated that the time was not yet ripe. Besides, are we not here to seek him?" It was incomprehensible to him why this worthless being held such sentiment. Were it not for Father's command, he would not have come. Now that he was here, he intended to make swift work of it. Little did he expect that they would associate with such lowly beings. It was indeed a disgrace to the Scion name. Yulin and Solia felt their nerves tighten once again. "I shall not allow you to succeed. I promised Vegeta that I would protect Earth." Observing Solia's resolute stance, Raditz waved his hand. Nappa go. Nappa, upon hearing this, licked his lips in excitement. Woman, I shall show no mercy. Nappa unleashed his full combat power, resembling an agile yet formidable meat shield, and with a powerful leap, he charged towards Solia. Solia stood her ground, eyes closed. In an instant, she released all the energy within her. These 7 years had not been idle, and her battle power surged to 2 million in a heartbeat. Yulin, Solia cried out, and a talisman immediately adhered to her arm. Yes, Solia, power of thunder. In the next moment, Solia leaped into the air, riding the tempest, as the amplified thunderous energy enveloped her fist. Crackle, in a swift and thunderous motion, the punch pierced into Nappa's abdomen. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming wave of agony surged within him, his eyes bulging, body contorted like a bow, and a mixture of blood and bile oozing from his mouth. Nappa's expression turned vacant, his gaze devoid of life. In this instant, self-doubt began to creep in. No, it cannot be. I cannot lose. A resounding thud echoed as another fierce blow struck his face, shattering his delusions. His body, propelled by the force of the wind, crashed against the familiar hill. With a crash, the hill crumbled into rubble, engulfing Nappa. He was annihilated in an instant. Chapter 42, The Return of That Man. A series of applause erupted from behind Solia. She turned to see Raditz, clapping his hands, then giving a thumbs up with a smirk that was more menacing than genuine. Impressive, indeed, to defeat Nappa in a single blow. She is a formidable woman. Raditz licked his lips, displaying a lascivious grin. This is exactly my type. He leaped from his position, soaring toward Solia. Woman, you have piqued my interest. Raditz straightened his posture, discarding his cloak. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Oh. The deafening roar assaulted Solia's eardrums, while waves of potent energy rippled through the surroundings. Prepare to be utterly overwhelmed by my strength, woman. Raditz unleashed his full energy, his smile radiating confidence. Such immense pressure. Yulin shielded her eyes, but struggled to keep them open. Even Solia felt the oppressive aura emanating from Raditz, her body trembling and retreating involuntarily. This man is indeed far more powerful than I had anticipated. With a sudden whoosh, Raditz vanished without a trace. A sinister chuckle sent a chill down Solia's spine. Raditz's hand sliced through the air, aiming for her neck. A jolt of fear surged through Solia as she sensed imminent danger. She quickly turned to defend herself. Bang! Yet, the disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Solia's body was uncontrollably sent plummeting towards the ground. How infuriating! This man is terrifyingly strong. I cannot match him in this manner. Bang! Before Solia could finish her thoughts, Raditz's whistling punch swept across her cheek. Woman, your strength is commendable. Why not become my queen? As my queen, I can offer you more of the spiritual tree's fruits, granting you even greater power. Solia furrowed her brow, gritting her teeth, and shouted defiantly, Foolish dreams. She quickly regained her composure, her slender leg launching fiercely towards Raditz's abdomen. However, the disparity in strength was too great. Raditz remained as immovable as a mountain. Are you merely tickling me, woman? Since you are unwilling, I shall compel you to comply. With that, Raditz seized Solia's leg and ruthlessly inflicted devastating blows upon her. Solia let out a piercing scream. The pain ignited her nerves, forcing her to resist. In a swift motion, countless tiny orbs of light coalesced in the palm of Solia's hand. After a second, they merged and doubled in size, chaotically hurtling towards Raditz. Boom! The explosions erupted, allowing Solia to break free from her restraints and swiftly distance herself. Solia, Yulin's heart ached deeply. The severity of the damage was overwhelming. Solia limped into Yulin's line of sight. In an instant, Yulin conjured another talisman, preparing to hurl it at Solia. Boom! A laser shot forth, shattering the talisman into fragments. Through the smoke, Raditz emerged unscathed. The tricks of inferior beings are indeed trivial. With a swift motion, a figure appeared before Yulin, exuding an oppressive aura that was utterly terrifying. Yulin swallowed hard, her anxious heart threatening to leap from her chest, her pupils trembling. Raditz was gathering an exceptionally concentrated energy sphere in his palm. No, please. Yulin. Solia's voice rang out, hoarse and desperate, echoing across the wasteland. Raditz cast a sidelong glance at Solia, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Oh, you seem quite concerned for her. Tears welled in Solia's eyes. Yulin was, apart from Vegeta, the person she held closest in this world. This companion, who had trained by her side since childhood, had become one of the most significant individuals in her life. Oh, if that is the case, I shall spare her. Raditz sneered, then seized Yulin by the neck, a menacing glint in his eyes. Provided you return with me to planet Vegeta and become my queen. Solia stood frozen in place, the term queen reverberating in her mind, her subconscious warning her against acquiescing. No, do not. Solia implored. You cannot agree to him. Yulin's complexion had turned a deep shade of purple, her suffering reaching its peak. Gazing at Yulin's anguished expression, Solia found herself wavering. If you do not comply, I shall take her life. If you agree, not only will I spare her, but I shall also show mercy to this desolate earth. Solia's body tensed momentarily. Spare the earth? I promised Vegeta to protect it. Her clenched fists began to relax. Yet her nerves remained taut. West City, laboratory. The three women clenched their fists, their hearts racing as if they might leap into their throats. Ty's gaze was fixated on the screen, and Solia's eyes were glued to it, while Callus' palms were slick with sweat. At that moment, Bulma's emotions were a whirlwind of complexity. The childhood friend of Vegeta, desperately striving to protect all on Earth, was she now to bear this burden alone? Bulma understood that the way Solia looked at Vegeta mirrored her own feelings. Such an unreasonable request. Would Solia acquiesce? At this juncture, all awaited Solia's response. Memories of her time with Vegeta flooded Solia's mind. Training together, embarking on adventures side by side, Vegeta had become an indelible part of her existence. In this moment, Solia felt utterly helpless. She had promised Vegeta to safeguard the Earth, yet now she felt so feeble. Faced with this agonizing choice, tears of anguish streamed down her cheeks. Perhaps this, too, was a means of protecting the Earth? If only Vegeta were here, but alas, it had been 4 years since they last met. Where are you, Vegeta? Yulin shook her head in despair, tears cascading down and dampening her hair. She couldn't help but think of that invincible man. Vegeta, please return. In the Divine Palace. Lan Shi learned of this scene through the words of a deity. Her anger had transformed her into her golden-haired state. This is infuriating. If Vegeta were here, that scoundrel would surely be sent flying. In West City, Tai murmured softly, if only Vegeta were here. Bulma, tense and on edge, was interrupted by Tai's words. Her brow knitted with worry. Indeed, if only Vegeta were here. Solia found her feet moving against her will, approaching Raditz. At that critical moment, a figure blocked Solia's path. A powerful, resonant male voice reverberated through the air, striking every listener's auditory senses. I have returned. Solia halted her advance, her gaze fixed on the newcomer, a smile breaking across her face as she shouted, I will not go with you, you scoundrel. Her voice echoed, a testament to her newfound confidence. Because he had returned. Chapter 43. There is indeed a distinction between princes. On planet Adrat, Nig proclaimed, it is time to assess the fruits of my training. Vegeta placed one hand on his forehead, preparing to execute instant transmission. Nig stood still, smiling silently. With a swift motion, Vegeta activated instant transmission, the pale blue energy sphere in his hand growing ever brighter. Unbeknownst to him, a figure silently appeared behind Nig. The luminous sphere surged forth like a wild stallion, barreling toward Nig's back. Nige, truly the most formidable of the Yardardans, deftly evaded an imminent attack as the energy sphere approached him within a mere inch. With his hands clasped behind his back, he hovered in the air, extending a solitary finger from which a brilliant ray erupted. Suddenly, a notification rang out. Detection of intense longing. 50 points from Solia, Yulin, Bulma, Tai Si, and Lan Shi. Vegeta's body trembled. The simultaneous yearning of these individuals could signify only one thing. Trouble had befallen Earth. With a swift motion, Vegeta unleashed his energy, creating a barrier that repelled Nige's assault. Nige, I apologize. I must take my leave. Nige remained astounded, unable to comprehend how Vegeta had effortlessly neutralized his powerful rays in an instant. A colossal question mark loomed over his head. What was happening? Vegeta's expression turned grave as he placed a hand on his forehead and closed his eyes. In a flash, he vanished without a trace. On Earth, a gentle breeze caressed Vegeta's hair. His fingers remained poised. In an instant, a peculiar sound echoed as Vegeta reappeared behind Raditz, delivering a powerful strike. Raditz, quick to react, raised his right arm to shield his chest. Yulin struggled in Raditz's grasp, and upon witnessing her flushed face, Vegeta intensified his effort. Ultimately, Raditz was compelled to release Yulin, using both arms to defend himself. Raditz's hands began to tremble. Who is this person? His strength is overwhelming with a single hand. He forces me to exert all my energy. This is intolerable. Vegeta's gaze remained sharp, and in that moment, he recognized Raditz before him. With a swift motion, Vegeta's right hand rested upon his left arm. A slight exertion was all it took to extinguish Raditz's arrogance. The once arrogant expression on Raditz's face morphed into sheer horror as his features contorted under the weight of Vegeta's overwhelming power, rendering him breathless. Finally, unable to withstand the immense pressure any longer, Raditz's body shot upwards like a meteor. In a flash, Vegeta used instant transmission to transport Yulin to Solia's side. Solia's eyes shimmered with affection as she gazed tenderly at Vegeta. After 4 years apart, their connection felt as strong as ever. Vegeta remained as formidable as he was reassuring. "Yulin, are you all right?" Vegeta inquired, producing a Senza bean and offering it to her. Upon consuming the bean, Yulin's flushed face was immediately restored. I'm Fine. You have finally returned, Vegeta. If you hadn't come back, Solia would have been taken to become that scoundrel's wife." Yulin pointed angrily at Raditz, who lay defeated on the ground. Listening to Yulin's words, Vegeta was engulfed in confusion. What transpired? Yulin recounted the events in detail, and as Vegeta learned the full story, he cast another furious glance at Raditz. "How dare you lay your hands on Solia?" With a dismissive wave, Vegeta summoned 5 energy orbs, charging recklessly towards Raditz. A horrific scream shattered the air, leaving Raditz in a state worse than death. Solia approached Vegeta, her disheveled hair concealing a pair of eyes brimming with remorse. Vegeta, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect Earth." Vegeta tenderly caressed Solia's face. This foolish girl, nearly sacrificing herself for a promise. He enveloped her in his arms, stroking her forehead. "It's all right, I'm back. Leave the rest to me." In West City, Vegeta's return ignited exhilaration among the crowd. "Wonderful. Vegeta, he is back. Earth and everyone are saved. Solia no longer has to appease that scoundrel." Tai Si could hardly contain her joy, already celebrating their impending victory. Kariza adjusted her glasses, a smile returning to her face. Bulma gazed intently at the screen, with the image of Solia and Vegeta embracing unfolded before her. This time, she felt an unusual calm, as if reconciling with her previously jealous self. As another woman who loved Vegeta deeply, Solia had sacrificed much for Earth, even saving Bulma's life in the process. Had Vegeta not returned in time, that naive girl might have indeed acquiesced to that unreasonable demand. A relieved smile graced Bulma's lips. Solia had earned her approval. In the Divine Palace, Lan Shi felt her anxious heart finally settle. "Hey, how long are you two going to hold each other?" Yulin interrupted their brief moment with a hint of indignation. Solia's cheeks flushed as she broke free from Vegeta's embrace. Vegeta, that person is still alive." She lowered her head, her hands and face pointing in different directions, indicating Raditz in the distance. Raditz, clutching his abdomen, struggled to rise from the pit. "Damn it!" A cry of impotent rage revealed his despair. "Who are you?" Vegeta approached Raditz with unwavering determination, his voice resonating with authority. "I am the prince. My name remains unchanged, Vegeta." Vegeta's declaration struck a chord within Raditz's memory, and his mind raced. This scene felt eerily familiar. On that day in the Saiyan elite training room, a prince mocked by all had uttered the exact same words, and Raditz had been among those who ridiculed him. Now Vegeta had effortlessly vanquished him with a single move. Raditz's expression turned hollow. "No, I was defeated by a worthless fool." Raditz began to roar, his cheeks flushed with indignation. "No, I refuse. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans." Lowering his head, Raditz retrieved a fruit from the Tree of Might, seemingly pinning all his hopes upon it. "Vegeta, quickly stop him." Urine cried out in a state of panic. Vegeta extended his right hand, signaling for calm. Solia, with a long-awaited smile, reassured Urine, "Do not fret, Urine. We must trust in Vegeta." Vegeta slowly began to speak. "The proud prince of the Saiyans? How intriguing. You bear resemblance to my former self." Raditz, having managed to reach this stage, was already quite impressive. After all, in the original story, Raditz was the first boss to arrive on Earth and deliver the initial blow. The current timeline had not yet reached the Z Saga, making the Saiyan invasion somewhat unexpected. Upon grasping the situation's intricacies, all mysteries unraveled. Sun Wukong had not been sent to Earth because Bardock led the Saiyans in a surprise attack that resulted in Frieza's demise. To everyone's astonishment, Bardock had persuaded Tarbell to share the fruits of the Tree of Might. thereby providing Raditz with valuable training resources and allowing him to escape the fate of being merely a pawn in the original story. Under these circumstances, Raditz arrived on Earth ahead of time. Truly, it echoes the saying, when one ascends, their kin prosper. Vegeta scoffed derisively. However, there remains a disparity even among princes. Chapter 44. I desire your father's throne. Vegeta paused, gazing at the furious Raditz with disdain. Vegeta smirked. The cloak does not suit you, Raditz. How could Raditz, in his fury, tolerate such humiliation? Enough chatter. Raditz bared his teeth and flailed his arms, unleashing energy blasts to vent his fury. Countless energy blasts surged forth with a tumultuous force aimed at Vegeta. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions echoed, dust swirling, smoke enveloping, as Vegeta was completely submerged in the barrage of energy. Raditz laughed greedily. This is the fate of those who offend me. In the next moment, Raditz's laughter ceased, his jaw nearly dropping to his neck. And what of it? Vegeta's voice pierced through the smoke, reaching Raditz's eardrums. According to the law of smoke and no injury, Vegeta emerged unscathed before Raditz. Doubt began to creep into Raditz's mind. Impossible. How has this waste become so formidable? With a swift motion, Vegeta's body sliced through the air like a blade, enveloped in a white aura, breaking through the smoke to confront Raditz. What are you thinking? One cannot afford to be distracted in battle. Thud! 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 Vegeta's erratic punches struck Raditz's face without warning, producing a series of explosive sounds. Raditz, utterly defenseless, allowed Vegeta's fists to wreak havoc upon his body, each blow presenting an opportunity that rendered Raditz incapable of rising again. What is the matter, Raditz? Did you not consume the fruit of the Tree of Might? Is this truly all the strength you possess? Vegeta grasped Raditz's neck firmly. Is this how you treated urine? Raditz, trembling and desperate, struggled to grasp Vegeta's arm, yet his efforts were futile. As the color drained from his face, a hue of purple emerged, a testament to his suffocating plight. He felt as if he were in a living hell, tormented beyond endurance. Damn it! If this continues, I shall surely be killed. Why? After consuming the fruit, has my power barely increased? Vegeta lifted Raditz and pinned him against the mountainside, leaving him as vulnerable as a grasshopper, teetering on the brink of death. A scouter? You still employ such antiquated technology? Vegeta scoffed. Very well, let me ascertain your current prowess. He removed the scouter from the corner of Raditz's eye and donned it himself. Oh, is this truly your level? A combat power of 250,000? Such paltry might, and you dare to call yourself a prince? Allow me to enlighten you. This was my power level 4 years ago, and I had not even consumed the fruit then. At that moment, Raditz could hardly focus on Vegeta's taunts. His mind was consumed with the singular thought of survival. The agony sharpened his senses, and he couldn't help but glance at Vegeta's tail, an inherent weakness of the Saiyans. If he could seize it, Vegeta would be at his mercy. With a decisive motion, Raditz locked his feet around Vegeta's legs and swiftly reached for the tail. He grasped it. However, instead of relief from his suffocation, the pressure intensified, exacerbating his discomfort. He raised his gaze, only to meet Vegeta's half-smirking, wide-eyed stare, a visage reminiscent of a living nightmare, terrifying in its intensity. Is this all you can do? Resorting to such underhanded tactics? How desperate you must feel. I have invested considerable effort to overcome the weakness of the tail, Vegeta taunted, each word sharp and laced with truth. Indeed, Raditz was at a loss. The reckless persona he once embodied had vanished. Vegeta seized Raditz's tail, treating him like a mere punching bag, tossing him about with ease. Raditz possessed no capacity to resist. He was rendered voiceless by the sheer weight of his suffering. His mind was consumed with fear of Vegeta, a being of terrifying strength, almost unfathomable. Vegeta's cruelty was unrelenting, inflicting a torment so profound that even Raditz wished for death. He began to regret coming to Earth, lamenting the decision to provoke that female Saiyan. Enough, let me end this. A brilliant light coalesced in Vegeta's hand, aligning Raditz's broken body once more, his palm facing Raditz's mouth. Raditz began to struggle in his final moments of defiance. Death loomed so close, and despair filled his eyes. No, please. I beg you, spare me. I was wrong. Vegeta. The emotions revealed when one's life is threatened are often the most genuine. This sentiment was vividly embodied in Raditz. Ding. Gained 10 fear points. Suddenly, the detector emitted a shrill alarm. Vegeta, let him go. A strange yet familiar voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Raditz seemed to glimpse hope, kneeling like a dog. Father, Father King, save me. Vegeta kicked Raditz disdainfully and replied, Oh, Mr. Bardock? No. Is it His Majesty Bardock? Are you commanding me, the former prince of planet Vegeta? The voice of Bardock continued from the detector. Vegeta, I sent Raditz to Earth to bring you back to planet Vegeta. How did it come to this? Vegeta scoffed. Bring me back? If I lack this power now, I would be the one to be killed. Raditz's wretched self deserves death. Vegeta cast a knowing glance at Raditz, who trembled in fear, not daring to utter a sound. Bardock's serious voice rang out once more. Vegeta, I have something very important to discuss with you. It concerns the future of our Saiyan race, and only you can resolve it. Vegeta chuckled. I endured great humiliation on planet Vegeta, which is why I left. You know that well. Now you want me to return and assist? That seems rather unreasonable. I'm not a saint like you, His Majesty Bardock. I trust you have your own means. Regarding planet Vegeta, Vegeta harbored not a shred of affection. It was Earth that held his true sentiments. Ding. Random task triggered. Help Bardock through the crisis and reclaim the throne. Vegeta paused, bewildered. Is this some sort of jest? I just declare my intent. And now a task is thrust upon me. He quickly amended his words. Very well, Bardock, in consideration of the past, when you held no prejudice against me. I shall agree, but Raditz must still die. As he spoke, the faint light in his hand flared once more, and he approached Raditz, ready to strike. Raditz, crawling and trembling, cried out in despair. No, do not kill me. I will be your servant. Ding. Gained 10 fear points. Bardock shouted in anger. Vegeta, do not act. Vegeta halted his advance. If he were to slay Raditz now, Bardock would surely break, complicating the completion of the random task ahead. Let be. For the sake of Bardock, I shall grant you a reprieve. Raditz lay prostrate on the ground, bearing the countenance of one who has narrowly escaped the gates of death, filled with trepidation. Moreover, Vegeta's voice resonated once more, and Raditz immediately straightened his posture. Did you just declare that you would serve me like a beast of burden? Raditz hastily nodded, proclaiming, I, Raditz, am willing to traverse fire and water for Vegeta, without hesitation. Vegeta's lips curled into a sinister smile. And what am my claim to your father's throne? How will you respond to that? Chapter 45. I shall retrieve what rightfully belongs to me. Vegeta's words struck like a bolt from the blue, seeking to strip Raditz of his final shred of dignity. Raditz knelt in a stupor, daunted into silence. Vegeta chuckled. Look how frightened you are. He patted Raditz on the shoulder, pulling him from the abyss of confusion. Vegeta offered Raditz a magical bean. Take it, consume it. Raditz gazed at the peculiar object, his emotions a tumultuous storm, his eyes beginning to betray his disarray. The flickering gaze suggested he could already envision the chaos that would ensue upon ingesting the bean. Observing Raditz's timid demeanor, Vegeta shook his head. Come now, just eat it. You're not going to die. He grasped Raditz's chin and forcefully thrust the bean into his mouth, acting like a coward. And you dare to be my subordinate? Raditz emitted a whimper, ultimately swallowing the bean. A wondrous sensation erupted from within him, radiating throughout his entire being, restoring him to full vitality. Raditz's eyes widened as he shook his palms, surveying his surroundings with astonishment. What is this? What is this miraculous thing, Vegeta? Vegeta leapt up and smacked Raditz's head, admonishing, address me as boss. You are lacking in respect. As my subordinate, you must embody the role. Raditz rubbed his head and promptly bowed, stating yes, boss. Vegeta crossed his arms and elucidated. That is a senzu bean. Consuming it instantly replenishes your strength. Only those who serve as my subordinates may partake. Raditz gazed at Vegeta's retreating figure, sensing the infinite aura of mystery and dominance emanating from him, coupled with such extraordinary abilities. An involuntary sense of reverence for Vegeta began to blossom within Raditz. Notification. Awe detected. 1 point from Raditz. Vegeta tossed another senzu bean. Catch it. Give one to that incompetent one. Vegeta gestured towards Nappa, who lay prostrate. Raditz accepted the senzu bean, suppressing any hint of dissent, and approached Nappa's side. Vegeta turned to walk towards Saraya and Yulin. It's over. All is well. Notification. Saraya's affinity has risen to 95 points. Notification. Yulin's affinity has risen to 85 points. Soria wore a smile, as if the burden she had carried vanished the moment she saw Vegeta return. You little rascal. After all these years, you're still this formidable. Yulin exclaimed, playfully slapping Vegeta on the shoulder, her face lit with a grin. Of course, Vegeta replied, I haven't been idle. Suddenly, A faint buzzing sound filled the air. Almost imperceptible, yet Vegeta detected it. With a swift leap, he pinched a fly between his fingers, grinning at it. Bulma, Ties, it's been ages. Have you missed me? To his surprise, the fly began to speak. Bulma's astonished voice rang out, Huh? How'd you know it was us? Vegeta chuckled. Perhaps this is what they call a meeting of minds. By the way, Bulma, could you whip up some food? I'm famished after years of absence. Ties' voice chimed in, Vegeta, you're finally back. I'll go prepare with my sister right away. Vegeta smiled contentedly. Ties was always so thoughtful. Releasing the fly, he turned back to Yulin and Soria. Take my hand. We're off to West City. Though puzzled, Soria and Yulin complied, placing their hands in his. In an instant, the three vanished, leaving Raditz bewildered. They disappeared. With a swish, the scene shifted and the trio materialized in a laboratory. Ah! Bulma shrieked, startled by their sudden appearance. Vegeta, everyone present was astonished. Ties exclaimed, How did you just appear like that? Callus adjusted her glasses, analyzing. Vegeta must have sensed our energy and traversed space through some medium. Vegeta gave a thumbs up. Clever. This technique is called instant transmission. It's a long story. Soria listened intently, amazed that Vegeta had mastered such an unusual skill. Yulin also gave him a thumbs up, showering him with praise. Bulma's eyes glistened with tears as she rushed to Vegeta, gazing up at him. You're finally back. Her nose tinged with emotion, tears streamed down her cheeks. Oh dear. Sister, don't cry. I'm back now, so cheer up. Ties wiped Bulma's tears away. I'll go ask the kitchen to prepare some food. Glancing at Ties, Vegeta suddenly recalled something. He pulled out a camera and handed it to her. Here, Ties, the views from outer space are all captured in this. Ties accepted the camera with uncontainable joy, raising it to examine, exclaiming, Ah, Vegeta, I can't believe you remembered. Vegeta smiled in response, Of course, I promised. Didn't I? Celia gazed intently at Bulma, and with her woman's intuition, she sensed that the girl's feelings for Vegeta were far from ordinary. Bulma noticed Celia's expression and took the initiative to greet her, grasping her hand. Celia, I'm so glad you're here. Otherwise, these past few years on Earth, Celia chuckled. Scratching her head, haha, I promised Vegeta I would protect Earth after all Vegeta looked at the two women with satisfaction, realizing that Bulma's attitude toward Celia had significantly transformed. At the Divine Palace, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman stomped her feet in frustration. Damn Vegeta! He returns, and doesn't he even come to see me? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, and another figure appeared in the Divine Palace. What are you saying? How could I possibly forget you, Launch? Vegeta strode over to Launch and took her hand. Surprised, Launch asked, How did you get here? Vegeta smiled, realizing that everyone had to ask him the same question, so he explained once more. As the grand feast commenced, Vegeta's combat prowess remained as formidable as ever, and the efficiency of Bulma's household robots in preparing meals was indeed remarkable. With a satisfied touch to his belly, Vegeta let out a hearty burp. It's been so long since I've eaten so well. Earth is truly the best. Having filled his stomach, he turned to Celia and inquired, Celia, I need to make a trip back to planet Vegeta. Would you like to come? This unexpected announcement sent a tremor through all the women surrounding Vegeta. In unison, they exclaimed, You're leaving again? Vegeta nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I'm going to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Chapter 46. Departure to Planet Vegeta. On the barren plains, a man with a hedgehog-like hairstyle was supporting a bald figure. Raditz fed a senza bean to the barely breathing Nappa. Nappa suddenly opened his eyes, regaining his strength. He quickly assumed a battle stance, glancing around. Where is that woman? Am I still alive? Raditz scolded, Fool, the situation is somewhat complicated. We must return to Planet Vegeta first. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, causing Raditz to stagger backward as the formidable figure of Vegeta came into view. With a sardonic smile, Vegeta remarked, What's the matter, Raditz? Planning to run away? And you didn't even invite me to Planet Vegeta? Raditz trembled as he stammered, Vegeta Nappa, bewildered, scrutinized the newcomer. Vegeta? That name sounds familiar. He tapped his head. If I remembered. You're that worthless prince. Hearing this, Raditz's jaw began to quiver as he fearfully retorted. Fool, what are you saying? As the words flowed, Vegeta's fist had already struck Nappa's abdomen, a surge of bile mixed with blood coursing upwards from his stomach. With a gasp, Nappa's face was etched with shock, the agony within him tumultuous. This was inconceivable. Vegeta smirked disdainfully, retracting his fist. The blow had seemingly struck with a will of its own. He then turned his gaze towards Raditz, who immediately cowered, nodding submissively. And Master Vegeta, Raditz stammered. Vegeta shot a glance at Raditz. Master? I was not jesting when I spoke earlier. I intend to claim your father's throne. Raditz stood frozen, as if ensnared by a malevolent claw gripping his very nerves. Nappa lay on the ground, at that moment feeling as if all pain had vanished. He sought the throne of planet Vegeta. How could this be possible? What nonsense are you spouting? Vegeta, even if you can easily defeat me now, you could never best the great King Bardock. Just then, a resounding punch silenced Nappa's protest. He was sent hurtling through the air, crashing against the mountainside. In an instant, Vegeta activated his teleportation, speaking little but resolute in his intent to teach Nappa a lesson through sheer force. Fists rained down upon Nappa's form. The once formidable bald giant, now battered and bruised, bile, saliva, and blood spewing from his mouth. What I, Vegeta, wish to accomplish must come to fruition. You should consider yourself fortunate to be chastised by the future king of the Saiyans, Nappa. With that, a brilliant light coalesced in Vegeta's hand, drawing closer to Nappa's chest. Fear and helplessness filled Nappa's eyes. This Vegeta was no longer the same. He might indeed surpass King Bardock, but now it seemed he was destined to perish at Vegeta's hands. Ding detected emotions of fear and admiration. .001 from Nappa. And Master Vegeta, please do not kill Nappa, Raditz exclaimed, his voice a desperate plea. Vegeta paused momentarily. Raditz was pleading for Nappa. Had the Saiyans truly become as united as Nappa had claimed over the years? These ruthless creatures actually cared for their kin. Though he pondered this, Nappa still required punishment. With a resounding roar, Vegeta disregarded Raditz's entreaty and resolutely unleashed his royal combat technique upon Nappa. A violent resonance erupted from Nappa's battlesuit. A scream of unimaginable torment escaped his lips as he endured an agony worse than death. Vegeta produced a senzu bean, tossing it to Raditz, saying, "Feed this to him." Raditz hurriedly flew once more towards Nappa, snatching him from the clutches of death at the very last moment. Vegeta, surveying the two from above, proclaimed, "From this moment forth, you shall both be my subordinates. When I speak, you shall not dare to utter a word in opposition. Among the Saiyans, strength reigns supreme, and you have already witnessed my might." With that, Vegeta strode towards the two hapless warriors, exuding an aura reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. Trembling, Raditz and the now-revived Nappa stammered, What do you intend to do, Your Highness, Vegeta?" Vegeta placed his hand upon them, asserting, "I have said it before. You are to address me as King Vegeta." In an instant, he activated his instant transmission, and the trio vanished from their location, reappearing aboard a spacecraft. Solia, having awaited their arrival, immediately discerned the terror-stricken countenance of Nappa and Raditz and surmised what actions Vegeta had taken against them. "Ah, you have finally arrived, Vegeta," she greeted. Vegeta's expression shifted in an instant, his fierce demeanor replaced by a smile. "Indeed, Solia, our next destination is Planet Vegeta." Solia glanced out the window and inquired, "Will you not bid farewell to the others?" Vegeta turned his gaze outside, replying, "I have already said my goodbyes, and it will not take long." His attention returned to Raditz. "Raditz, proceed to the control panel and input the coordinates for Planet Vegeta. I have forgotten its location over the years." Raditz, not daring to delay, rushed to the control panel and complied. The spacecraft ignited its engines, vanishing from the surface of the Earth, en route to Planet Vegeta. Inside the oval-shaped vessel, Nappa patted Raditz on the shoulder and whispered, "Raditz, who do you think is stronger, this bully or Kakarot?" Raditz shook his head and replied, "I do not know. In any case, he is certainly stronger than I." Vegeta produced a universal capsule filled with a sumptuous feast prepared by Bulma. The extravagant spread left Raditz and Nappa, who had lived a life of brutality, utterly astonished. They had never encountered such a spectacle, their attention wholly captivated. Observing their reactions, Solia smiled kindly and offered each of them a pig's trotter. As saliva pooled in their mouths, the two eagerly reached for the trotter. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, and the trotters vanished, reappearing in Vegeta's grasp. "This is mine. Here, have these," he declared, tossing each of them a chicken leg while he savored the pig as trotter, left with no choice but to gnaw on the chicken legs. Raditz and Nappa found them irresistible. On Planet Vegeta, within the training room, a man with a crab-like head sat in meditation. Suddenly, he trembled, slowly opening his eyes to reveal a sinister smile. Is the individual spoken of by my father finally returning? I am eager to see whether he possesses the merit to fulfill my father's claims of rescuing our beloved Planet Vegeta. Chapter 47. The Transformation of Planet Vegeta. In a vast cosmos, This elliptical spacecraft has been in flight for an indeterminate duration. Attention, we shall arrive at planet Vegeta in 1 hour. Attention, we shall arrive at planet Vegeta in 1 hour. The announcement aboard the ship concluded, and Raditz and Nappa ceased their assault on Vegeta, exchanging glances. Raditz extended his hand, sensing the changes of these past days. The training he had undergone recently surpassed all his previous endeavors throughout the years. Nappa, too, felt the incredible surge of power. He gasped, "I never imagined I could reach such heights." Their astonishment stemmed from the fact that Vegeta, feeling bored over the past few days, had engaged them in combat training. He had thoroughly bested them time and again, only to revive them with the magical beans, thereby pushing the Saiyans' limits to the extreme. Yet, their innate talents were rather limited, especially Nappa, whose potential peaked at a mere 200,000 battle power, falling short of the 300,000 threshold required to attain Super Saiyan status. Raditz, however, had transcended the 300,000 barrier and now stood on the brink of becoming a Super Saiyan. Vegeta regarded Raditz, noting that he had met the basic requirements for Super Saiyan battle power. With an increase in the concentration of S cells within him, he would be capable of transforming. However, Raditz's transformation into a Super Saiyan would result in hair standing upright, reminiscent of Super Saiyan 3. One extraordinary scene that would be. Hair sweeping the ground? A golden broom? Feeling Vegeta's unwavering gaze upon him, Raditz instinctively took a few steps back. After days of intense training, he had endured considerable punishment and gained a deeper understanding of Vegeta's terrifying prowess. Even with his 300,000 battle power, he felt a sense of insurmountable distance between them. "What is the matter? Afraid I might consume you?" Vegeta shrugged, slightly exasperated. "Consider this. Your substantial progress these past few days is due to my influence. It is a privilege for you to serve as my sparring partners." Though Vegeta's words were blunt, they carried an undeniable truth that even the burly Nappa could comprehend. Indeed, thanks to His Majesty Vegeta, it seemed that every time they consumed that miraculous bean, they were revived and attained new heights. Ding! Detected admiration from Nappa, 001. Upon hearing Nappa's changed address for Vegeta, Raditz felt a twinge of displeasure, yet the thought of Vegeta's formidable strength instilled a fresh wave of trepidation within him. Ding! Detected fear from Raditz, 001. Wow, is this truly Planet Vegeta? A gasp of astonishment shattered the atmosphere as Solia leaned against the window, gazing at the brilliantly radiant planet before her. In stark contrast to the somewhat brownish planet Vegeta of yore, the world now appeared exceedingly prosperous. Its wide expanse is a testament to the high-tech edifices that adorned its surface. Vegeta approached Solia, his gaze fixed on the planet that had nurtured him. The transformation was indeed remarkable. Under Bardock's leadership, this planet had begun to thrive, no longer the desolate land interspersed with a few advanced structures. "Hey, Raditz." Vegeta beckoned with a crooked finger, summoning Raditz to his side. Raditz, obedient as ever, approached with a respectful nod. "Tell me, have the Saiyans taken over Frisia's former territories? Is that why we have the means to develop this planet?" At this inquiry, a smile crept onto Raditz's face. He replied with pride, "Indeed, Your Majesty. Under my father's command, we Saiyans have triumphed, not only seizing Frisia's domain, but also vanquishing a tyrant known as Slug, claiming his territory as well." The mention of Frisia suddenly sparked a crucial thought in Vegeta's mind. While it was true that Frisia had been slain by Bardock and the Saiyans during their fateful journey to Namek 3 years prior, a final Namekian had hinted that he might still be alive. This led Vegeta to a disconcerting conclusion. Frisia could very well have been resurrected. Contemplating the 3 wishes granted by the Namekian dragon, the first being Frisia's revival and the second a desire for height, one could only wonder what the final wish might entail. Furthermore, Bardock's discussion regarding the fate of Planet Vegeta left Vegeta with an unsettling sense that it might somehow be connected to Frisia. "Frisia is still alive." Vegeta's tone turned grave. As these words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the room. However, the next moment, Nappa's dismissive voice broke through the stillness. "What nonsense! If he were alive, he would have come to exact his vengeance by now. And even if he has been resurrected, so what? We Saiyans are formidable, with a battle power of only 530,000. Why should we fear him?" While Nappa's words held a semblance of logic, a deeper contemplation revealed an intriguing anomaly. Frisia had been resurrected for 3 years, yet he had not sought revenge against the Saiyans. This was a being capable of achieving Super Saiyan Blue status after just 4 months of training. Given the Saiyans' current zenith, it was troubling that they remained unaware of his revival. He could very well be meticulously preparing to annihilate them in one fell swoop and reclaim his vengeance. All of this remained speculation on Vegeta's part. To ascertain whether the crisis Bardock spoke of truly aligned with his fears, he realized he would need to confront Bardock himself. Majesty Vegeta, I find Nappa's assertions to be utterly unfounded. Even if Frieza were to rise again, with his battle power of 530,000, what could he possibly do against us? Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Raditz and Nappa. After all, ignorance is bliss. These two possess scant understanding of Frieza. Cunning and merciless, Frieza may have been careless once, succumbing to Bardock and the United Saiyans, but he would not commit the same blunder twice. If the threat that Bardock spoke of indeed pertains to Frieza, then this random task assigned by the system will prove exceedingly arduous. Full speed ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spacecraft soared through the night, piercing the atmosphere of planet Vegeta. A colossal entity loomed over planet Vegeta, and soon the vessel was encircled by a throng of people. Chapter 48. I Shall Be Your King. A cold wind swept through as the spacecraft found itself surrounded by Saiyans. All eyes were riveted upon the foreign vessel, each individual maintaining a state of heightened vigilance. The atmosphere grew tense in that moment. Creak. The metallic hatch opened. Raditz and Nappa emerged in succession from the ship, and the previously anxious Saiyans finally exhaled in relief. Ah, it is indeed the Crown Prince. The words belonged to a low-ranking warrior. Given the appearance of this spacecraft, one might have mistaken it for that of cooler subordinates. What a false alarm. What a false alarm. Ha ha. We pay our respects to the Crown Prince. The chorus of greetings resounded in unison, reaching Vegeta's ears. Oh dear, Raditz appears to wield considerable influence. Vegeta quipped, swiftly donning a sinister smile. This was an opportune moment to establish his authority. How might he ensure these people indelibly remember him? The best method was to leave them trembling in awe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several energy spheres erupted from the spacecraft, shattering the grand scene into chaos. In an instant, smoke billowed and dust filled the air. What is happening? Are there still people aboard the ship? Whispers of confusion spread as Vegeta, accompanied by Saraya, gradually stepped out. Raditz, your stature is quite impressive indeed. Vegeta's lips twitched slightly before he instantaneously teleported before Raditz. With a gentle yet forceful palm strike upon Raditz, an irresistible force propelled him 10 meters away. A resounding voice echoed forth. You are to pay homage to me. Ding. Earn 10 shock points. Shocked faces reflected in Vegeta's eyes. How audacious. Who dares to show such disrespect to the Crown Prince? Infuriating. Let us unite and slay him. Wait, he seems to be a Saiyan as well. He has a tail. A cacophony of voices erupted among the Saiyans, engaging in heated discussions about Vegeta. Raditz leapt into the air, having been psychologically overwhelmed by Vegeta. He chose to abandon any resistance. Approaching a group of Saiyans, he was about to explain himself when Vegeta waved his hand, signaling him to remain still. Huh, who am I? I am the man destined to be the king of you Saiyans. Upon hearing this declaration, the Saiyans began to flail about like ants on a hot skillet. How infuriating. This brat speaks so boldly. Let us confront him together. How could a nameless wretch like you dare to defile the memory of our King Bardock, who rescued us from despair? As he spoke, the brave warrior activated his combat mode and charged at Vegeta. With a contemptuous smile, Vegeta casually kept one hand behind his back, merely raising the other to strike the warrior, rendering him unconscious. Increasing numbers of Saiyans launched their attacks on Vegeta, yet he effortlessly defeated them, leaving them powerless to retaliate. What has become of you? Is this truly the current state of the Saiyans? I had thought that consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might would enhance your strength. Yet it seems you have grown overly reliant on it, forgetting how to truly fight. Vegeta's words struck at the heart of these Saiyans. He too had partaken of the tree's fruit, but long-term consumption merely brought forth latent potential without rigorous training to elevate one's power. The Saiyans fell silent, their final vestiges of pride ruthlessly stripped away by Vegeta. At that moment, a mid-level warrior began to scrutinize Vegeta closely. This man's appearance bears some resemblance to the former King Vegeta. Could he be that banished failure from long ago? The crowd erupted once more. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That wretch had a mere power level of 5. How could he so easily overpower us? Observing the disbelief etched on the faces of the Saiyans, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. In an instant, Vegeta unleashed his energy, a white aura surging forth and impacting everything around him. With the most audacious tone, he proclaimed, "I am still the same. My name unchanged, Vegeta. I have returned." His voice thundered across the entirety of planet Vegeta. Saraya stood outside the pod, gazing at Vegeta, whispering his name. Tears welled in her eyes at the sight of the once despised prince, now returned stronger and filled with pride. Simultaneously, Vegeta's voice reverberated throughout every corner of the planet. In the training room, Kakarot wore a sly grin. "Heh, I have finally awaited your return." On a nearby rooftop, Dales felt the familiar dread return as the wall beside him tore apart. That voice, once a source of terror, tugged at his very nerves. Is it really him? In the palace, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Bardock was engaged in a significant discussion with King Vegeta when he was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous roar. He looked up at the door, a smile gracing his lips. He had finally returned. King Vegeta's expression was fraught with complexity, caught in a tumult of emotions. Uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow, especially considering his previous disdain towards Vegeta. Nappa shielded his eyes, unable to bear the oppressive aura emanating from Vegeta, and curiously inquired of Raditz, "Raditz, what do you think our leader intends to do?" Observing Vegeta's resplendent silhouette, Raditz was well aware of Vegeta's intentions. The words "I desire your father's throne" echoed in his mind. To establish authority, the Saiyans revered strength. Perhaps he was declaring war upon my father. As Vegeta's energy surged, his combat prowess reached its zenith. One could assert that upon this planet, he would boldly claim the second position, for none would dare to assert the first. Ding! Earned 100 admiration points, 100 awe points, and 1 guilt point. Vegeta flashed a wicked smile, showing no intent to cease radiating his power. Satisfied by the incredulous expressions around him, Vegeta prepared to deliver his final proclamation. "I challenge the king of the Saiyans. Once victorious, I shall be the new monarch of the Saiyans." His voice resonated through the air, shattering the rigid perceptions of the once ineffectual prince. "I accept your challenge." In an instant, Bardock's figure materialized before all, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd. Bardock and Vegeta became the focal point of attention. Chapter 49. Bardock versus Vegeta. Bardock advanced with determined strides, approaching Vegeta step by step. Gazing at this audacious youth, so reminiscent of King Vegeta, stirred a ripple of emotions within Bardock. Vegeta's power had grown to such formidable heights. It seemed the decision not to summon him back to planet Vegeta was indeed a wise choice. Perhaps all that had transpired was predestined, and only he could truly liberate the Saiyans. His Majesty Bardock, he has accepted Vegeta's challenge. The realization swept through the crowd. Vegeta was doomed. The very thought of Bardock taking to the field personally was electrifying. Nappa and Raditz exchanged bewildered glances. Nappa clenched his fists, excitement surging. "I never imagined His Majesty would accept the challenge. It's utterly exhilarating." Raditz gazed at Bardock, murmuring, "Father." The once despairing Saiyans now seemed to glimpse the dawn of hope again, as Bardock's presence reignited their confidence. As Bardock drew ever closer, Vegeta felt his blood boil. After all, Saiyan blood coursed through his veins. Bardock, undoubtedly the new king of the Saiyans, emanates an aura that is strikingly unique. Perhaps Nappa was correct. Bardock indeed possesses a greater suitability for the role of the Saiyan king than King Vegeta. Suddenly, another familiar figure materializes before Vegeta. The recognizable hairstyle prompts Vegeta's recognition. It is none other than his father, the former king of the Saiyans, King Vegeta. The expression in King Vegeta's eyes is now filled with remorse, as he laments his past actions towards his son. In an instant, their gazes lock in mutual recognition. Vegeta scrutinizes King Vegeta, noting that despite the passage of years, he still radiates vitality, hardly resembling a deposed monarch. Vegeta then casts another glance at Bardock, realizing that Bardock is indeed commendable, even as the new king of the Saiyans. He has not banished King Vegeta from planet Vegeta. Bardock halts, exuding a regal presence. "Vegeta, should you best me, the throne of the Saiyan king shall be yours." At this proclamation, the gathered Saiyans erupt in excitement. His Majesty Bardock commands respect. They exclaim, "Indeed, it seems Vegeta is in for a challenge." Vegeta, arms crossed, gazes intently at Bardock, stating simply, "There are too many here. Let us retreat to a more secluded area." With that, Vegeta ascends into the air, directing his gaze towards a rare, open space on planet Vegeta and flies toward it. Observing this, Bardock follows closely behind. With a synchronized thud, both land gracefully on the ground. A gentle breeze stirs, ruffling their hair. Bardock removes his cloak, his demeanor turning earnest as he addresses Vegeta. Since you have returned to resolve the troubles of planet Vegeta, let this be an opportunity for me to witness the extent of your prowess. Vegeta uncrosses his arms, his feet beginning to bounce in preparation, signaling his readiness. Rest assured, Mr. Bardock, I shall not disappoint you. Upon uttering these words, Vegeta's expression sharpens, and he steadies his feet, channeling energy towards Bardock with an imminent charge. Vegeta advances with formidable intensity, while Bardock stands undaunted, opting to meet the challenge head-on. With a resounding clash, their fists collide, arms aligned in a straight line, unleashing a torrent of power between them. The impact generates shockwaves that ripple through the air, causing two distant hills to tremble in resonance. Bardock smiles with satisfaction. Indeed, it appears my dreams have not deceived me. Vegeta smirks in response. I am far from finished, Mr. Bardock. Allow me to demonstrate my current strength. Vegeta elevated his energy to unprecedented heights, releasing his right hand and channeling his power into his legs. With a powerful kick, he launched himself towards Bardock's abdomen. Bardock, reacting swiftly, raised both hands to shield his midsection, yet his body was still sent flying. In an instant, Vegeta activated his instant transmission, appearing before Bardock without warning. This sudden maneuver caught Bardock off guard, leaving him no time to react. What an enigmatic technique. It silently manifested right before me. Could it be? Mr. Bardock, do not lose your composure. Vegeta's words interrupted Bardock's thoughts. With his hand poised like a blade, Vegeta swung towards Bardock's neck. With remarkable reflexes, Bardock countered Vegeta's strike with a powerful palm. A seasoned warrior, he had long anticipated Vegeta's assault. Is that so? Vegeta, you are indeed formidable. But I'm no slouch either. In the next moment, a wicked smile graced Vegeta's face as he transformed his hand strike into a fist, delivering a rapid blow to Bardock's chest, sending him hurtling away. Vegeta fell silent, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he resolved to press the attack. Like a bolt of lightning, he darted through the air, pinpointing Bardock's location. Harnessing the momentum from his previous strike, Vegeta's fist became a concentrated sphere of energy, surging towards Bardock once more. The sound of their fists colliding resonated through the air as Bardock, now fully prepared, unleashed his royal aura. Waves of energy rippled outward, impacting everything in their vicinity. Even the distant Saiyans observing the battle felt the effects. Is this truly the might of His Majesty? The lower-ranked warriors were left momentarily blinded by the overwhelming pressure, while a few mid-tier fighters managed to shield their eyes, struggling to catch glimpses of the clash. Having experienced a passive boost in power, Nappa and Raditz stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they witnessed the battle between Vegeta and Bardock. Bardock, in a disadvantageous position. Nappa was utterly astonished. He understood that Vegeta was strong, but surely not stronger than the current Saiyan King. In contrast, Raditz, after his initial shock, became remarkably composed. Having faced Vegeta directly, he recognized the extent of his might, realizing that the strength Vegeta had displayed against him was likely far from his full potential. Raditz turned to glance at the focused Solia, one of the few who understood Vegeta intimately. Her expression was one of calm assurance, indicating that Vegeta had yet to reveal his full capabilities. Raditz murmured, perhaps, our leader is indeed destined to become the king of the Saiyans. Chapter 50, Kakarot. Want to become the king of the Saiyans? You must first overcome me. On this day, planet Vegeta was ablaze with light. In this open space, the swirling dust, the numerous craters, and the shattered hills were all the handiwork of Vegeta and Bardock. Bardock, clutching his left arm, found himself thoroughly suppressed by Vegeta. Well, it seems you truly have a chance to replace me as the king of the Saiyans. However, at this level, you are still far from sufficient. In an instant, Bardock's aura surged dramatically, elevating his combat power to unprecedented heights. Even Vegeta trembled at this display. Yet, it was not Bardock's power that astonished Vegeta, but rather the fact that Bardock had learned to control his aura. A series of applause erupted from the palms of Vegeta. Truly unexpected. I did not anticipate that, mister. Bardock also understood how to harness his energy. Bardock smiled, recalling an encounter with Ardration many years ago, where he learned such a technique. Moreover, that peculiar move you just employed is also a masterpiece of the Ardrations, is it not? Instant transmission. Vegeta was indeed taken aback, realizing how much had transpired on planet Vegeta after his departure. Bardock had led a host of Saiyans to ambush and defeat Frieza, ascended to become the king of the Saiyans, and fortuitously learned the mastery of energy from an Ardration. Fortunately, it was merely a chance encounter with an Ardration and not an expedition to their planet to study under Nig. So Bardock likely did not possess the ability for instant transmission or explosive power. Since that is the case, let's not hold back any longer. Mr. Bardock, please unleash your full strength. A senzu bean materialized in Vegeta's hand. Consuming this bean will restore your entire vitality. Vegeta tossed the bean to Bardock, who caught it and swiftly consumed it. In an instant, his back pain vanished, his legs no longer ached, and his dislocated left shoulder miraculously returned to normal. Bardock assessed his rejuvenated body and remarked, "Though I am unsure of what transpired, it seems that, as you said, my vitality has indeed been restored." The next moment, Bardock straightened his posture, his body slightly bending as he clenched his fists tightly. A torrent of formidable energy erupted from his back, and a pure white energy lotus blossomed around him, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Vegeta gazed at this magnificent spectacle. Is he finally going to unleash his full power? Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds reached the ears of the Saiyans, as the upgraded scouter could not withstand the overwhelming force of Bardock's might and shattered. What? It is astonishing that His Majesty's combat prowess has surpassed the threshold of the detector. Truly remarkable. I never imagined His Majesty could be so formidable. We can no longer keep pace with him. The speaker is a senior warrior, a member of Bardock's squad who fought alongside him. On the rooftop, Dale's gaze began to tremble. This scene felt eerily familiar. Since his last encounter with Vegeta, his detector had shattered, and the Saiyan detectors had since been enhanced, raising their limits. Unbeknownst to him, during that confrontation, Vegeta had only utilized less than a fifth of his power to subdue him. Now, the detector's limit had been raised to 5 million, and its destruction indicated that Bardock's fighting power had surpassed that mark. As Dale stood in shock, a figure identical to him, but with fairer skin, silently appeared beside him. Oh, Father's combat power caused the detector to explode? Huh. I have long advised against using such outdated junk. The speaker was none other than the current Saiyan prince, Kakarot, whose face bore an expression of disdain. Imanating Ashidinyoha, Dale stammered. Why, Your Highness, the second prince. Kakarot, arms crossed, paid no heed to Dale's, fixated on the distant battlefield. Ding! Detecting Bardock's combat power at 8 million. 8 million? Indeed, a commendable level. However, I too can reach 8 million. In an instant, Vegeta unleashed his full energy. A tempestuous aura raging forth, rivaling Bardock's own. The two formidable auras generated a tumultuous wave that left the onlookers in awe. Kakarot, with a smirk, remarked, "Interesting. It seems Father may be at a disadvantage this time. This fellow appears to have intentionally suppressed his power to match Father's." The scene shifted as both Vegeta and Bardock ceased their energy surges. A continuous flow of energy began to replenish the reserves within both warriors. Suddenly, two figures flickered in and out of sight, their speed so great that they left behind mere afterimages. The roar of their clash was intense, with both warriors evenly matched. What followed was the thunderous sound of fists and flesh colliding, reverberating throughout planet Vegeta. This time, even Raditz and Nappa could not discern the action. A resounding crash echoed as Bardock's powerful strike missed, crashing instead against the mountainside, while Vegeta's figure vanished from Bardock's view. Bardock swiftly adapted his strategy, using his energy to sense Vegeta's location. As the mountain crumbled into countless fragments, it was then that Vegeta's silhouette re-emerged, striking like lightning. Taking advantage of Bardock's moment of inattention, he swiftly seized his elbow, using his right foot to press against Bardock's knee, executing a powerful shoulder throw that sent Bardock crashing towards the ground. However, the seasoned Bardock would not allow such a predicament to unfold. As he neared the ground and faced imminent injury, a sphere of energy suddenly coalesced in his right hand. With a swift motion, he launched the energy sphere towards the ground, utilizing the rebound force to stabilize his descent. Yet he was not finished. The trajectory of the energy sphere in his left hand began to shift, while his right hand emitted a faint glow once more. It surged towards Vegeta like a blazing comet, the force rapidly converging upon him. Bardock shouted, "It is time to end this, Vegeta!" In that instant, all the Saiyans erupted with fervor. Look, that brilliant energy wave. Listen, it is the proclamation of our Majesty's victory. Although they were unsure of the unfolding events, they were certain that their king would deliver a crushing blow to Vegeta. On the rooftop, Kakarot touched his nose and calmly remarked, "Ah, it seems Father is still aging." Dallas, bewildered, observed the situation, clearly seeing Bardock in the advantageous position. What could the second prince possibly mean? Suddenly, The cheers of the crowd came to an abrupt halt. In the distance, the two radiant energy spheres froze in midair, their dazzling brilliance fading in an instant. As they ceased their high-speed movement, the battlefield came into sharp focus. Above in the sky, Vegeta extended his hands, palms facing Bardock, unleashing a torrent of electricity that mercilessly restrained all of Bardock's movements. Every muscle in Bardock's body bore the weight of immense agony, each hair on his body trembling in response. This was the famed technique of the turtle hermit that Vegeta had surreptitiously learned, the universal shockwave. Enhanced by Vegeta's formidable power, this technique was executed with unparalleled mastery, unleashing its maximum potential. Even a warrior as formidable as Bardock found himself powerless against it. Bardock had been defeated. As Vegeta ceased the application of the universal shockwave, he soared down to Bardock's side, offering him a senzu bean. Despite his defeat, Bardock did not harbor resentment. Instead, he wore a look of relief and contentment. "You are strong, Vegeta. I believe you will surely save our Saiyan race. Kulme, I willingly cede the throne of the Saiyan King to you." Notification: earned 1 point of admiration for Bardock. Notification: earned 1 point of admiration from Nappa and Raditz. Bardock's magnanimity had long been anticipated by Vegeta. A man capable of revitalizing the Saiyan legacy undoubtedly possessed a grand spirit. The fact that Bardock did not exile King Vegeta from planet Vegeta is indicative of his extraordinary character. The establishment of a new dynasty typically necessitates the execution or banishment of the previous monarch. However, Bardock chose a different path. Vegeta responded with a smile. "I appreciate it, Mr. Bardock." As they prepared to soar into the crowd, a powerful and resonant voice pierced the silence, reigniting the battlefield. Chapter 51: Vegeta vs. Kakarot. The once quiet crowd erupted with excitement. One of the elite warriors pointed toward the rooftop, trembling as he shouted, "Look, it's the second prince, the rumored training fanatic." The second Prince Kakarot had been drawn out by Vegeta. The second prince was indeed more formidable than the first prince. Should His Majesty Bardock relinquish the throne in the future, this position would undoubtedly belong to him. It appeared that yet another thrilling battle was about to unfold. Whether it would be thrilling or not was irrelevant to you, as you would not be able to perceive it anyway. Under the gaze of many, Kakarot slowly descended from the rooftop, locking eyes with Vegeta. Vegeta had already sensed an unusual aura amidst the crowd, only to discover that it belonged to Son Goku. Observing the newcomer, Vegeta recognized the familiar crab-like hairstyle and stature. Everything felt so reminiscent. Yet, there was not a trace of innocence or kindness in his demeanor. Instead, a profound malevolence emanated from him. This malevolence was deeply ingrained within him. Indeed, this was the authentic Son Goku, raised on planet Vegeta, a Goku who had not suffered a head injury that rendered him benevolent. Gazing at the newcomer, Vegeta smirked. "Ah, I have finally awaited your arrival, Son Goku. Or should I say Kakarot?" Their glances intertwined, igniting sparks, prompting Bardock to intervene. "Kakarot, I have decided to cede the throne to Vegeta," he began. Kakarot interrupted Bardock with a disdainful sneer. "That is because father was too weak to maintain the throne of the Saiyan King. However, I am far stronger than he ever was. Should it come to the throne of the Saiyan King, I can challenge you at any time and seize it." Kakarot never once cast a glance at Bardock, his entire focus fixed firmly on Vegeta. Bardock found himself at a loss for words. His second son had always been one to disregard counsel. "Kakarot, you," Bardock began, but Kakarot turned to face the crowd. "Does anyone have any objections? If Vegeta can defeat me, I shall concede the title of the Saiyan King to him." As the conversation unfolded, Kakarot suddenly heightened his aura, unleashing a formidable pressure that invigorated the Saiyans observing the spectacle. Indeed, the unexpected arrival of Vegeta left this group of Saiyans momentarily disconcerted. Yes, the esteemed prince has long surpassed King Bardock in strength. To ascend as the ruler of planet Vegeta, he must first vanquish him. In an instant, support for Kakarot surged, and the atmosphere became increasingly tumultuous. Bardock felt a pang of frustration, wishing his son would heed his wisdom. Vegeta placed a hand on Bardock's shoulder and gently remarked, "Uncle Bardock, if your son refuses to listen, I shall have to administer some discipline." Before Bardock could respond, Kakarot glared menacingly at Vegeta, shouting, "Discipline me? You think you have a right?" In an instant, Kakarot's eyes gleamed with a cunning malevolence, and with lightning speed, he lunged toward Vegeta, targeting his eyes. Truly, this was Goku, unblemished by folly, an embodiment of pure malice. His strikes were equally vicious. Vegeta swiftly retreated 2 steps, raising his right hand to shield his eyes, forcefully swatting Kakarot's claw aside. Yet before Vegeta could regain his composure, Kakarot attempted to seize the tail coiled at his waist. This rascal was certainly playing outside the bounds of decorum, resorting to such underhanded tactics. With a swift movement, the tail encircling Vegeta's waist sprang to life, evading Kakarot's onslaught and transforming into a weapon that sent Kakarot flying 2 meters away. You little brat, employing such despicable tricks. Was this taught to you by your brother Raditz? At the mention of his name, Raditz stood frozen in place, a sheepish smile gracing his face. Well, perhaps this is the consequence of training him in his formative years, he stammered. Kakarot retorted loudly, huh? It seems you too have trained your tail. You might indeed be a worthy opponent. Vegeta had amassed a multitude of energy spheres within his grasp. To deal with such a troublesome opponent, unreasonable measures were warranted. The prince's battle strategy was ready. With explosive force, Vegeta unleashed a barrage towards Kakarot, illuminating the surroundings with flashes and eruptions. True to the law of smoke and no injury, Kakarot emerged unscathed from a haze. Countless energy particles coalesced within his mouth, luminous waves of energy flickering as they prepared to unleash a devastating energy wave. Unreasonable, wild. Kakarot's combat style was utterly feral, and to combat such savagery, one must adopt even wilder tactics. Vegeta positioned his hands before his chest, gathering the swirling energy particles within his grasp. Ultimate flash. Instant transmission. In a blink, Vegeta's form materialized before Kakarot, his palm aimed directly at Kakarot's mouth. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, these two formidable forces intertwined, and the overwhelming pressure compelled both individuals to be thrust backward by several dozen meters. Arcs of electricity and flames erupted into the air. Boom! After 10 seconds of confrontation, these equally matched energies detonated in the sky, enveloping the heavens in a blinding radiance. The deafening roar reverberated, assaulting the eardrums of the onlookers. The second prince astonishingly held his ground against Vegeta. Just as the second prince had surmised, he had indeed surpassed King Bardock. Listening to the chatter of the Saiyans, Kakarot merely smirked with disdain. Hasta la mata. I have yet to unleash my full power. Kakarot's gaze sharpened, locking onto Vegeta. The probing phase was over. Unlike those weaklings who, having grown complacent with the blessings of the Tree of Might, stagnated in their training, what fools they were. Now prepare to witness my true strength. As he spoke, Kakarot unleashed his entire aura, a fierce flame igniting, amplifying the darkness within. His power soared to new heights, and his pupils transformed into a dark crimson. This spectacle startled Vegeta. This Kakarot was nothing like the Goku he remembered. The true battle had commenced. Chapter 52, The Fated Confrontation. An arrogant aura surged forth, disheveling Vegeta's bangs. Ding! Detecting Kakarot's battle power surpassing 10 million, reaching 12 million. 12 million? No wonder this fellow is so audacious. Bardock's full strength barely reached 8 million, and it seems this lad has indeed exceeded Bardock's capabilities. Despite all precautions, Kakarot is truly the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, a child of destiny, having grown to such heights even without being sent to Earth. Nonetheless, it is just 12 million. Even so, Vegeta remained unperturbed. In contrast, the crowd was electrified, cheering wildly. Vegeta chuckled softly. Well then, let us see what you've got. Assuming a stable stance, Vegeta placed his fists behind his back and across his chest, fully prepared. The position of eternal second place is still reserved for you, Goku. Kakarot's lips twitched slightly, emitting a sinister smile. Enough talk. I'll bring you down immediately. Kakarot surged with fury, like a sharp sword, lunging toward Vegeta. A flurry of punches relentlessly struck Vegeta's body. Yet how could Vegeta allow him to prevail? With a thunderous shout, Vegeta elevated his battle power to its zenith. This was the culmination of years of training, his power reaching 10 million. He valiantly resisted the onslaught from Kakarot, and although his battle power fell short by a staggering 2 million, he exhibited no signs of yielding. The sky was illuminated by a series of brilliant flashes as their fists collided, sending sparks flying, each strike possessing the potential to shatter mountains and rivers alike. Suddenly, the two combatants swiftly distanced themselves, displaying a remarkable synchronicity as they gathered shimmering energy in their hands. Vegeta positioned himself above, while Kakarot took his stance below. The prince unleashed his combat technique, a relentless and fierce assault descending like a tempest. Let the storm rage even more fiercely. Kakarot scoffed. As the faint glow in his hand intensified, resembling fireflies in flight, surging upwards toward Vegeta's location. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds, as waves of shock from the relentless attacks forced the onlookers to retreat several meters. The area became shrouded in smoke. Kakarot chose to strike preemptively, swiftly detecting Vegeta's energy signature. Like a streak of light, he darted behind Vegeta. With his hand shaped like a hammer. Kakarot unleashed a blow infused with the force of thunder, aimed squarely at Vegeta's head. Though Kakarot's assault was fierce, Vegeta was no novice. With a disdainful smile, he vanished from sight. Disappeared. Kakarot, momentarily bewildered, felt a chill creeping up his spine. Bam! Vegeta's hand sliced through the air, targeting the back of Kakarot's neck. Yet, Kakarot reacted in time, channeling his entire strength to successfully block Vegeta's lethal strike. Sparks flew from their locked gazes, neither willing to relent. Kakarot released his clenched jaw and remarked, "You've got some skill, but is that all you've got?" Vegeta remained silent in dealing with such arrogance. He chose to let his strength do the talking. Universal Destruction Palme. Vegeta roared, swiftly directing his other hand toward Kakarot, unleashing a torrent of energy akin to 100 billion volts. On the sidelines, Bardock furrowed his brow, fully aware of this technique. The very one that had led to his own defeat. Excruciating pain erupted within Kakarot. In an instant, he became the center of attention. Vegeta smirked. Transforming his left hand into a fist, he swung forcefully toward Kakarot's face. The sound of impact resonated, causing the crowd to shudder. The second prince had moved. Truly, he was even stronger than King Bardock. Kakarot, gritting his teeth, endured the searing pain, desperately intercepting Vegeta's fist. I far surpassed my father. In an instant, Kakarot's aura surged dramatically, dispersing the brilliant yellow light surrounding him, as he broke free from Vegeta's grasp. With a chime, Kakarot achieved yet another breakthrough. His battle power soaring to an astounding 15 million. He bellowed, as his fist hurtled towards Vegeta. Empowered by his newfound strength, Kakarot unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, overwhelming Vegeta, who could only endure several blows before crashing headlong into the ground. Boom! Vegeta plummeted like a shooting star, embedding himself deeply into the earth, leaving a massive crater with a diameter of 100 meters. This spectacle prompted a primal roar from Nappa, who had become Vegeta's loyal subordinate. Boss. The scene ignited the Saiyans' fervor. Splendid. Truly worthy of being the second prince. Bardock smiled with pride, astonished at how powerful his second son had become. Raditz, however, remained composed, his gaze fixated on Solia. A mere arch of Solia's brow made Raditz realize that the ordeal was far from over. Ha. Vegeta, if this is all the strength you possess, then you are hardly fit to be the savior of Planet Vegeta. It is over. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. Kakarot's voice resonated with fervor, echoing across Planet Vegeta. Stop, Kakarot. This heartfelt plea came from King Vegeta himself. He immediately knelt before Bardock, imploring, "Your Majesty, please spare the second prince. This is for the future of our Saiyan race." Upon hearing this, Bardock could no longer remain passive. He flew swiftly to Kakarot's side. "Cease, Kakarot. You have won. That is enough. Do not strike him down." At that moment, Kakarot had gathered a highly concentrated energy sphere in his palm, poised to unleash it upon Vegeta. Yet, a hand intervened. Kakarot frowned, glaring fiercely. "Oh, father? Are you truly pleading for this arrogant fool?" Bardock responded firmly, "Enough. For the sake of our Saiyan future, you cannot do this." Kakarot chuckled before erupting in fury. Father, is it all for that unrealistic prophetic dream? Am I not strong enough? Must this fool be the one to protect Planet Vegeta? Look, he is already on the ground before me. I am the mightiest among the Saiyans. Why does he deserve to save our planet? With that, Kakarot maximized his energy once again, unleashing the pressure of 15 million battle power, which sent Bardock flying. Ignoring his father's pleas, he charged downwards with the concentrated energy sphere in hand, swinging his arm with all his might towards Vegeta's position. "It is over. Vegeta, I am as strong as Saiyan." Whoosh! A deep, resonant voice emerged from the ground, spreading outward in all directions. "The mightiest Saiyan? Do you dare claim such a title?" Chapter 53. Ascending to the Throne of Saiyans. Vegeta rose anew from the pit, yet this time, his form was enveloped in a cerulean aura. Calmly, he retrieved a senza bean and placed it in his mouth, followed by a resounding shout. Exhilaration. Ding. Exhilaration activated. Combat power doubled. Current power level is 20 million. In that instant, Vegeta became the center of attention once more, all gazes converging upon him. Solely his previously arched brow relaxed, revealing a smile. King Vegeta, rising from the ground, looked on in disbelief at the blue-glowing Vegeta. Nappa could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "I knew it. Our leader can do it." Raditz stirred slightly, regaining his composure. Perhaps their father truly had not erred in his judgment. Bardock regarded Vegeta with approval, his earlier concerns dissipating. He could sense that Vegeta's energy had now surpassed Kakarot's. Yet Kakarot, blinded by fury, seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, charging recklessly at Vegeta. The condensed energy sphere continued to gather, shrinking in size while its power intensified. The energy sphere surged forward as if alive, relentlessly racing toward Vegeta. With resolute determination, Vegeta sprang into action, legs coiled for a powerful leap, ready to confront Kakarot's full-force assault. With a resounding crash, the energy sphere made intimate contact with the palm of Vegeta's hand. Yet it did not detonate. Vegeta grasped it firmly, sliding several meters before a wisp of blue smoke escaped from his palm. It was at this moment that he subdued the concentrated rebellious energy sphere. A wicked smile danced on Vegeta's lips. "Kakarot, the true mightiest Saiyan is I. You shall remain forever in second place." Instantly, the cerulean aura ignited once more as Vegeta infused the energy sphere with his own power, transforming into a fleeting shadow that swiftly appeared before Kakarot. "Your creation. I shall enhance it and return it to you." Kakarot's body trembled slightly as he placed his hands defensively across his chest, desperately attempting to withstand the force. No, his power has increased. It was only upon contact with the energy ball that Kakarot realized the situation had escalated beyond his control. Yet it was far too late. The energy sphere breached his defenses, hurtling toward his chest. This unstoppable force ultimately proved overwhelming, and with a thunderous roar, an earth-shattering explosion erupted around Kakarot, engulfing him in its fury. Above the firmament, a dazzling firework blossomed in the skies over planet Vegeta, resplendent and breathtaking. The fated confrontation has reached its conclusion. Vegeta has triumphantly accomplished his goal, leaving Kakarot behind to become the most formidable Saiyan. Kakarot's body descended slowly, cradled in Bardock's embrace. Subsequently, Bardock approached Vegeta and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, I willingly relinquish the position of the Saiyan King to you. I beseech you, have mercy on my son, who knows not what he does." Vegeta had no intention of slaying this wild madman, rather than ending his life. It seemed more fitting for him to exist forever in Vegeta's shadow, forever the second best. Vegeta slightly parted his lips to respond. "Rise, I shall not take his life." He then produced a Senza bean and handed it to Bardock. Recognizing the bean, Bardock placed it in Kakarot's mouth, urging him to chew. Within 10 seconds, Kakarot was restored to his former self, breaking free from Bardock's grasp and glaring at Vegeta with fierce intensity. He scrutinized his own body, feeling a surge of newfound power boiling within him. Clearly, this Saiyan had experienced a passive refresh. Vegeta, I sense my strength has increased." As he spoke, Kakarot's pupils turned a dark crimson once more. Ding! Kakarot's battle power detected at 20 million. Vegeta chuckled softly. "Oh, is that so? It seems you wish to challenge me once more." In a flash, the explosive power surged forth, elevating Vegeta's battle power to 30 million. "Your prideful strength is but a mere trifle in my eyes. To speak frankly, that was not even my full potential." At these words, Kakarot's heart felt as though it had been struck by lightning. Wounded by Vegeta's merciless taunt, his confidence shattered. Without uttering a word, he turned and soared towards the training room. Bardock attempted to intervene, but was halted by Vegeta. "Let him go." Watching Kakarot's retreating figure reminded him of the perpetual second place that Vegeta once occupied in the original story. "I declare, Vegeta is the new king of our Saiyans." Bardock's resonant voice echoed across planet Vegeta, announcing his abdication. He removed his cape and draped it over Vegeta's shoulders. At that moment, Vegeta stood with arms crossed, gazing proudly ahead. All the Saiyans knelt on one knee, a thunderous and harmonious chorus of reverence rising. Vegeta had conquered all the Saiyans with his might. His strength as the new king commanded their allegiance. Ding! 100 points of admiration acquired from all Saiyans. Ding! Random task progress detected at 50 completion. Reward: 1 vial of S-Cell reagent. Vegeta paused for a moment, now possessing a concentration of S cells at 90%. With a mere vial of cell serum, he could transform directly into a Super Saiyan. Do you wish to use it? Hesitating even for a second would be an act of profound disrespect. Use it. Ding. Usage complete. Current S cell concentration 100%. Solia gazed up at Vegeta, her heart brimming with emotions. No words could adequately convey her excitement. The journey had been arduous, yet Vegeta had finally become a figure worthy of admiration among all Saiyans. Vegeta soared to Solia's side, assisting her to her feet. No need to kneel, we are comrades, and I am not accustomed to such formality. Solia nodded, quickly rising. Congratulations, Vegeta 3. You are to become the Supreme King. A Saiyan's voice of congratulations drew Vegeta's attention. His gaze fell upon a familiar figure in the distance, King Vegeta. Noticing Vegeta's gaze fixed upon him, King Vegeta instinctively lowered his head further. To Vegeta, this old man evoked little sentiment. However, it was perplexing that King Vegeta had pleaded with Bardock when Vegeta was at a disadvantage. Never mind, there are no ties between us. I shall treat him as a stranger and not dwell on past grievances. At that moment, Bardock appeared by Vegeta's side. Your Majesty, I have important matters to report. Chapter 54, Bardock's Prophetic Dream. On this day, Bardock relinquished his throne, stepping down from the position of Saiyan King that he had held for 18 years, returning it to Vegeta. As he gazed at the subjects kneeling in reverence, Vegeta felt a wave of contemplation wash over him. Would such a scene have unfolded had he not dedicated himself to rigorous training and growth? Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to discuss. Bardock's expression was grave as he approached Vegeta with swift strides. He gestured for Vegeta to step aside for a private conversation. Vegeta nodded, and the two leapt into the sky, ascending towards the highest tower. Speak, Bardock. Is this about your earlier mention of saving planet Vegeta? Vegeta could discern Bardock's sincerity in his actions. He genuinely wished for the betterment of the Saiyan race. To him, the throne was inconsequential. He would gladly abdicate in favor of one stronger and more capable of leading their people to a brighter future. The biting cold wind furrowed Bardock's brow, his demeanor exceptionally serious. Your Majesty, my premonitions have always been strong. 18 years ago, after your departure, Bardock proceeded to recount his foresight of Frisia's genocidal plans against the Saiyan race. Thanks to his foresight, he had successfully led the Saiyans in a giant ape ambush to defeat Frisia. I have heard all of this for Nappa. Please speak of current events. I trust your instincts. Upon hearing Bardock's recounting, Vegeta, steadfast in his belief of the prophecy, urged him to continue. Bardock recounted a vivid dream, one in which planet Vegeta was awash in blood, strewn with the lifeless bodies of fallen warriors. Neither Bardock nor Kakarot could thwart this formidable adversary, and ultimately, planet Vegeta succumbed to its fated destruction. In response to Bardock's narrative, Vegeta remained composed, posing a rational inquiry. Did you discern the appearance of this individual? Bardock replied, not entirely, but I did notice he possessed a robust tail. A robust tail? Vegeta mused, arriving at a likely conclusion. Could it be Frisia? Was it golden? Vegeta inquired, his unease palpable, as this was the knowledge he yearned for. Bardock shook his head and elaborated. The figure was tall from behind, and the tail was not golden. Vegeta exhaled in relief. It seemed it was not the golden Frisia. Could it be cooler? Bardock contemplated, as the name resonated vaguely in his memory. Vegeta reminded him. Upon disembarking from the ship, I overheard a Saiyan mention they believed it was Cooler S ship, indicating this individual had encountered Cooler S men during a mission. In an instant, Vegeta vanished, reappearing atop a tower, now accompanied by the very individual who had uttered those words. The man was visibly startled, his feet shifting nervously. Your Majesty Bardock, no, Your Majesty Vegeta, he stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Vegeta set him down and inquired, have you encountered Cooler S men? The question prompted the man to grow increasingly apprehensive, horrifying images flooding his mind. He trembled as he responded, just a few days ago my teammates and I. He recounted that he and his comrades had crossed paths with Cooler S forces, engaging them in battle. They had easily vanquished Cooler S troops and departed the planet, intending to report back to planet Vegeta, leaving his teammates behind. Suddenly, a colossal ship loomed above his comrades, and a terrifying visage materialized in their sight. The figure, cold and menacing, uttered, "Oh, Science? How intriguing! You've slain my prodigious brother. However, I, Cooler, am not so careless. Prepare to perish." In but a heartbeat, all the Saiyans on that planet fell to Cooler S' devastating strike. Upon hearing this account, Vegeta rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Indeed, Cooler's battle prowess surpassed even that of Frieza's third form, far exceeding 1.5 billion. Among the Saiyans, only Kakarot possessed comparable strength, peaking at 15 million without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Without such a transformation, they stood no chance against Cooler, and even in their great ape forms, they would be outmatched. Thus, it was highly plausible that the protagonist of Bardock's dream was none other than Cooler himself. Bardock pondered deeply, and, finally, a moment of clarity dawned upon him. Guldo, Guldo. Oh, it has come to me. He pressed a small device on his arm, and Guldo's projection materialized before him. Bardock exclaimed in astonishment. This appearance, this physique, the person from my dream must indeed be him. Vegeta smirked, realizing that his earlier concerns were unwarranted. It was undoubtedly Guldo. Now, endowed with the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he deemed Guldo insignificant. Nevertheless, comprehensive preparation was essential, for Frieza had yet to reveal himself, and the two brothers were as venomous as they were cunning. Yet, how did Bardock possess information on Guldo? Could it be that there was a prior connection? Bardock, how did you come by Guldo's information? Bardock explained years ago, when Paragus took Broly to train in the South Galaxy, they encountered Guldo's army there and conducted a brief investigation. Vegeta's body trembled. Broly, this tempestuous elder had not been exiled, but merely taken for training. Had Bardock known the extent of his power, he likely would not have permitted him to address this crisis. Then why did you choose me to save Planet Vegeta? Bardock smiled. Do you recall our conversation outside the training room that fateful day? Vegeta's memories began to resurface. He indeed remembered Bardock's words. You said to me in your dreams was not in such a despondent state. Bardock smirked, continuing, that is because I envisioned the future you, transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan of our race. To ensure success, you must be involved in this event. If it is you, I am confident you will save our Saiyan lineage. Vegeta smiled solemnly. Were it not for the completion of the system's random task, he might never have set foot on Planet Vegeta. The deadline for this random task was 2 years. Failure to complete, it would result in his demise. Given the circumstances, he resolved to assist Bardock in overcoming this predicament. Rising to his feet, Vegeta proclaimed in a resonant voice to all Saiyans, I, Vegeta, the new king of the Saiyan race, shall lead all Saiyans through this tribulation. Chapter 55, Vegeta's New Reign. With the dust settled, all Saiyans acknowledged the reality of Vegeta's ascension to kingship. His voice resonated throughout every corner of Planet Vegeta. A crisis? What does His Majesty mean by a crisis? Why has he suddenly broached such matters? In an instant, murmurs filled the air, the questions and doubts surging like waves. What is the crisis that the leader speaks of? Nappa was no fool. Bardock had meticulously orchestrated for him and Raditz to return with Vegeta from Earth for a reason. Yet, as merely an executor, he remained oblivious to Bardock's true intentions. He yearned for Raditz to provide him with an answer. Just as Raditz was about to respond, Vegeta's voice resonated once more. All right, everyone, cease your discussions. Vegeta cast a glance at Bardock. It was evident that these Saiyans were oblivious to the matter at hand. Bardock elucidated. I refrained from informing them to avoid inciting panic. Vegeta could comprehend Bardock's rationale. After all, when a nation has long basked in comfort, the sudden revelation of impending annihilation is undoubtedly intolerable. However, the Saiyan King now was Vegeta. He possessed his own strategies to confront the situation. Everyone was familiar with Bardock's foresight, was it not? He had predicted a dreadful crisis. Vegeta recounted Bardock's dream verbatim. Indeed, the Saiyans erupted in chaos, akin to ants on a hot pan. What? Cooler. We're all going to die. No, I refuse to perish. A thunderous roar illuminated the night sky of Planet Vegeta. Following closely was Vegeta's resounding voice. Silence. The fate of the Saiyans lies in our own hands. As long as I am here, I will lead everyone to vanquish Cooler. With Vegeta's current might, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a battle power of 10 million. He already possessed 500 million battle power, further augmented by the Senzu Beans. Defeating Cooler seemed effortlessly within reach. Yet, Vegeta's concern did not lie with Cooler. Rather, it was with the ever-absent Frieza. Even without knowing when he might appear, one must be prepared for all eventualities. This terrifying prodigy could achieve Super Blue status merely after 4 months of training. Vegeta's words acted like a refreshing spring in the desert, revitalizing the frenzied Saiyans. Yes, we have His Majesty Vegeta with us. His strength is evident to all. We shall not perish. Ding. Admiration detected. 100. Vegeta's words initially provided them with reassurance. However, he had already braced himself for the worst. His true concern was Frieza, particularly Golden Frieza. Confronting Golden Frieza would necessitate the invocation of divine-level power. The most accessible form of divine power, of course, was the Super Saiyan God. 6 noble-hearted Saiyans, imbued with righteousness, could forge a single Super Saiyan God. Frieza had not succeeded in his genocidal scheme, and planet Vegeta was not lacking in Saiyans. The only remaining challenge was to identify 6 exceptionally virtuous Saiyans. Once this issue was resolved, planet Vegeta could possess divine combat prowess. At that point, even if Golden Frieza were to invade with the power of the Super Saiyan God, there would be no need for panic. This was the fundamental purpose Vegeta proclaimed to all Saiyans. All must heed my command. From this day forth, I shall implement a new policy. The majesty of the ruler has instilled a profound awe among all Saiyans. First and foremost, no Saiyan shall invade other planets any longer. We shall refrain from participating in acts of aggression. It is time to temper our bloodthirsty nature. Upon these words, murmurs of dissent arose as an elder Saiyan inquired, Your Majesty, might this be somewhat inappropriate? How shall we sustain ourselves? Vegeta descended from the pinnacle of the tower and approached the elder. A pertinent question indeed. From this moment on, we Saiyans shall serve as the guardians of the universe. Where there is oppression, where there is exploitation, there shall we be. However, our service shall require appropriate remuneration. Presently, planet Vegeta has developed remarkably, boasting technological advancements that rank among the universe's finest. Even without invading other planets, we can sustain our progress. Our primary focus shall be on those oppressed by the tyrants of the universe. Vegeta's declaration was driven by a significant reason. Over the years, the strength of the Saiyans has surged tremendously, yet no Super Saiyan has emerged. This can only signify that the concentration of S cells within the Saiyans has dwindled to such a degree that even Bardock and Kakarot, with their battle powers reaching 3 million, cannot transform into Super Saiyans. It is only in times of peace that the concentration of S cells within Saiyans can rise dramatically, and, as it stands, there is not a single Saiyan capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan among us. At that moment, Bardock approached Vegeta and reported, Your Majesty, the tyrants, Frieza and King Cold, have been vanquished. King Cold as well. This news is indeed explosive. Bardock elucidated, after we defeated Frieza, King Cold sought to recruit us to continue his service. I feigned acquiescence, only to employ the same trick and ambush him, leading to his demise. Vegeta was momentarily speechless. Given King Cold's character, it was not surprising that he met a fate akin to Frieza's. Wait a moment. With Frieza and King Cold exterminated, and Slug dealt with as well, does this imply that the greatest villains in the universe are, in fact, Saiyans? Vegeta was left in despair. Yet there remained one target, Cooler. Secondly, aside from daily training, all must undergo education. Education? What sort of education? All the Saiyans exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring amongst themselves. At the dawn of humanity, one is inherently good. The Saiyans' brutal nature is a result of their upbringing, stemming from a lack of proper education leading to misguided outcomes. Vegeta continued, I shall establish a 9-year compulsory education program. You will focus on cultivating moral values. In the future, those who excel shall become teachers to further disseminate this knowledge. After 18 years of development, planet Vegeta has amassed a population of several thousand, making it impossible for Vegeta to educate them alone. The presence of additional instructors is essential to instill a change in the Saiyan mindset, fostering a heart of justice. He aims to employ the pedagogical methods from his past life, which are ideally suited to guide them towards redemption. Vegeta's gaze swiftly traverses the crowd of Saiyans, seeking those whose countenance does not exude malevolence, in hopes of identifying potential educators. However, each individual emanates an aura of wickedness. Ultimately, Vegeta's attention settles on 3 individuals, Saraya, Bardock, and the final one, his yet unmet brother, Tabul. With himself included, there are now 4 Saiyans suspected of possessing a heart of righteousness. This is my decree. Everyone disperse. First, train and prepare for classes in the evening. Furthermore, any planets we have conquered and not yet sold must be returned to their rightful owners. Those sold must be reclaimed and returned to the natives. We shall spread the word that the Saiyans are champions of justice across the globe. Vegeta's impassioned speech, however, leaves the Saiyans perplexed, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. Even Nappa is bewildered. Raditz, what does the boss intend to do? Raditz replies, I don't know. But there must be a reason behind His Majesty's actions. We shall follow his lead. Bardock, the former king, takes the initiative, proclaiming loudly, I am willing to face any hardship for the policies set forth by His Majesty. In the distance, King Vegeta sets an example, echoing Bardock's sentiment. I too am willing. Their enthusiasm fills Vegeta with satisfaction. I too am willing, Soraya exclaims. Shortly thereafter, Tabul's youthful voice joins in. I am also eager to contribute to my brother's cause. A shimmering energy sphere glistens in the sky as Vegeta flashes a devilish smile and hurls the sphere towards a distant desolate mountain. Boom! The explosion reverberates, leveling the mountain, reducing it to mere vapor. I shall ask one last time, can you achieve this? This strike brings all Saiyans back to their senses, and they nod fervently. Responding in unison, we can do it. Chapter 56, Nafi. Vegeta, elevated above them, surveys the scene with satisfaction as the Saiyans regard him with unwavering reverence. Bardock. Suddenly, a melodious female voice rings out from afar. Everyone turns to look, and Vegeta instantly recognizes the figure approaching. It is Bardock's wife, the mother of Kakarot, Jine. She swiftly makes her way to Bardock, who is about to explain the situation, but she speaks first. I'm already aware. She then turns, kneeling on one knee and clasping her fists, saying, I pay my respects to your majesty, Vegeta. Vegeta scrutinized Jine, noting the pure and innocent aura that emanated from her. This added another candidate to the divine creation plan. In other words, as long as another individual with a righteous heart emerged, there was a chance to forge a Super Saiyan God. As night fell, Vegeta stood before a gathering of Saiyans, imparting the principles of morality from the revised 9-year compulsory education curriculum. The Saiyans listened with rapt attention, yet one individual was conspicuously absent, the defeated Kakarot. Alone, he perched atop a high mountain, besieged by incessant voices urging him toward redemption, which only served to vex him and furrow his brow. Cursed be these nonsensical proclamations. I shall not yield. At that moment, Jine approached gracefully and settled beside Kakarot. Kakarot, are you not attending the lesson? She inquired with a smile. Kakarot turned away, letting out a derisive snort. Such lessons are beneath me. We Saiyans disdain such trivialities. Jine chuckled softly and replied, You remain unchanged, Kakarot. I heard His Majesty Vegeta mention that only by transforming our Saiyan nature can we more easily become the legendary Super Saiyan. Kakarot's body stiffened. Super Saiyan? Is it that ancient legend? Just then, a brilliant golden light erupted from the distance where the Saiyans had gathered, dazzling and overwhelming. At that moment, the world around them paled in comparison. Everything on planet Vegeta seemed to freeze. Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan for the first time. Kakarot stood frozen, his gaze wandering toward the horizon. He soared into the sky, fixing his eyes on Vegeta, whose golden hair and aura glimmered brightly. In the next instant, Vegeta spoke coolly. This is the Super Saiyan. If you can enhance the concentration of your S cells, you too can achieve this transformation. The method to elevate your SL concentration is simply to adhere to my directives. A tumult of emotions welled within Kakarot. Cursed be this man. He had hidden his strength during our battle. Has he already attained the level of a Super Saiyan? Is this the reason my father deemed him the savior of planet Vegeta? His heart felt an unbearable weight, and his fists clenched in trembling fury. Cursed be it. I shall not stoop to transform into a Super Saiyan in such a manner. Kakarot, will not heed his words. With a swift motion, a wave of energy sliced through the air, and Kakarot vanished from Jine's view. Watching her son depart, Jine sighed. Ah, that child. However, this scene did not escape Vegeta's notice. An inexplicable sense of exhilaration surged within him as he successfully left Kakarot behind, transforming into a Super Saiyan before him. Indeed, His Majesty Vegeta was remarkably accomplished at such a tender age, shattering the legends of our Saiyan lineage by attaining the status of Super Saiyan. An elder began to extol Vegeta's virtues, followed by a chorus of admiration from others, their attitudes starkly contrasting with their previous demeanor. It became evident that this world reveres the strong, a truth epitomized among the Saiyans. One Saiyan, draping his arm around Vegeta's shoulders, remarked, You are truly fortunate, Your Majesty, to have reached such heights at such a young age. Vegeta, somewhat flustered, managed to smile, as it appeared he was reluctant to acknowledge this camaraderie. However, according to the customs of past Saiyan kings, one must marry before assuming the throne. I have a daughter of a similar age to Your Majesty. What do you think? Vegeta's heart sank. Was there really such a stipulation? Ding. Detecting the necessary condition to become the Saiyan King. Marriage. If not completed within 2 days, the previous reward will be rescinded. Rescinded. Once again, the pressure mounted. Was he being coerced into marriage? Before Vegeta could respond, an explosion erupted behind them. A Saiyan, of similar age to Vegeta, shouted, "You old fool. So this was your scheme." Exactly. How could you act in such a manner? Another elder chimed in. He then approached Vegeta, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, my daughter has just turned 18. What say you?" A senior warrior interjected, "Hey, you old man, given your advanced age, your daughter must lack exceptional qualities. Clearly, to produce a prodigy worthy of royal blood, you should choose my daughter." Ding. Detecting 10 points of admiration. "I must say, host, you are indeed quite the catch." Of course, who wouldn't, being the strongest Saiyan of the current era? As if on cue, the system's announcement echoed once more. Ding. Detecting 100 points of jealousy emanating from Solia. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback and turned to gaze at Solia. There she stood, biting her lip, her eyes vacant, hands clasped tightly against her chest, visibly flustered. Unbeknownst to her, this scene was observed by Jain. The perceptive Jain had already noted this unfamiliar female Saiyan, sensing Solia's unwavering trust in Vegeta. Furthermore, this young woman seemed to possess considerable strength, perhaps even surpassing some elite warriors, though still falling short compared to Jain. As someone who had experienced this before, Jain recognized the way Solia looked at Vegeta mirrored the way she once gazed at Bardock. Jain descended before Solia and approached her for conversation. "Hello, my name is Jain, and I am the wife of Bardock." Solia, whose attention was entirely focused on Vegeta, suddenly realized there was someone behind her. "Why you?" "Hello, I am Solia." Jain smiled, swiftly recalling the name in her mind. "Solia, such a familiar name. You are the daughter of Soro and Lilia?" The two individuals Jain referred to were indeed her comrades from the past, Solia's parents. Solia was taken aback, astonished that the person before her knew her parents' names. "Yes. May I ask who you are?" Jain's expression turned somber as memories flooded back. During a mission, Solia's parents had sacrificed themselves to cover Jain's retreat. Guilt weighed heavily on Jain as she realized only later that they had a daughter. For years, she had searched for news of Solia, but to no avail. "I'm deeply grateful for your parents, Solia. Without them, perhaps I would not be here today." Solia replied calmly. "That was my parents' decision. Besides, after leaving Vegeta's planet, I grew up healthy and made many good friends on Earth. And Jain, you need not worry about me." With a kind smile, Solia seemed to reassure Jain not to blame herself. Jain reflected inwardly on how mature and understanding this girl was. "Then let me assist you. Do you have feelings for Vegeta?" Chapter 57. Solia, may I be your princess? Jain's words struck a chord deep within Solia. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, as if it were a boiling kettle. Solia stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. In the next moment, Jain swiftly moved before Solia, gently taking her hand and pressing it against her own body. Suddenly, Jain's form plummeted like a falling aircraft. With incredible speed, she hurled an energy sphere towards her abdomen, the violent impact propelling her into the crowd of people discussing matters of great importance. Boom! At that instant, all eyes were drawn to Jain. What was happening? Bardock hurriedly approached to check on Jain, but as he took his first step, Jain gave him a glance. "No need to come over. I am fine." Bardock understood her unspoken message and remained firmly in place, waiting for Jain's next move. With everyone's attention fixed on her, Jain concentrated her thoughts. One opportunity. How powerful. I have never witnessed such strength in a woman. Jain's praise for Solia startled the onlookers, revealing that the girl who had arrived with Vegeta possessed such formidable power. With fervent determination, Janae lunged toward the bewildered Solia. "Janae-senpai, what are you doing?" Solia exclaimed. Janae's fist whizzed past Solia's ear as she whispered urgently, "Don't ask, just strike me." "Why?" Still uncertain, Solia hesitated, prompting Janae to throw another punch aimed directly at Solia's delicate face. "If you don't act now, I'll ruin that beautiful visage of yours. Let's see if Vegeta will still pay you any mind then." This remark struck a nerve within Solia. Though Janae was a friend of her parents, she could no longer tolerate such unprovoked aggression. "No, I won't allow this to happen." With a fierce determination, Solia unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Janae's abdomen. Janae opted not to defend herself, instead wearing a satisfied smile as she endured the excruciating pain and stumbled back into the crowd. With a thud, Janae struggled to rise. This blow, though painful, was manageable. She just needed to perform convincingly. A mouthful of bile escaped her lips. The assembled Saiyans gasped in shock. Janae, the wife of Bardock, was known as the pinnacle of female Saiyan strength, and yet here she was bested by that woman. Your Majesty, could you spare me another one of those miraculous beans? Bardock implored, his expression one of sheer terror and concern. Vegeta, somewhat at a loss, acknowledged that while Solia was formidable, she still fell short compared to Janae. Furthermore, Bardock's bewildered demeanor left him perplexed. What were these two up to? Acting? Intriguing. Vegeta decided to play along, producing a Senza bean and handing it to Janae. After consuming it, she swiftly regained her composure. Above, Solia felt a pang of guilt. She had not anticipated that her strike could inflict such harm on Janae. Rushing to Janae's side, she helped her up, ready to apologize, but was halted by Janae's words. You are strong, stronger than I am. I believe the position of queen should belong to Solia. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room, no one daring to speak. A second later, an uproar of fervent discussion erupted. This seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Indeed, how can this be? My daughter. Bardock cleared his throat, exuding the residual authority of the former king. I concur. In that moment, Vegeta grasped the situation. This couple was in perfect harmony, performing for Solia's benefit. Yet, observing Solia's dazed expression, he suspected she was completely unaware. Vegeta scrutinized Solia's eyes, which darted anxiously, filled with turmoil. Inside, Solia's heart raced with confusion. Queen? Vegeta's queen? Me? But I heard from Lan Chi about Bulma and Vegeta's relationship. Solia's gaze flitted nervously, avoiding direct contact with Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, Janae's hands rested gently upon Solia's shoulders. If you have feelings, speak them aloud. After all, you are Lilia's daughter. Janae smiled, her gaze exchanging warmth with Solia. Solia's memories began to cascade back, recalling everything that transpired with Vegeta. This man, 2 years her junior, always appeared at her side in her moments of need. Gradually, she became aware that their relationship had transformed. Vegeta had become an indispensable part of her life. She realized she had indeed fallen for him, and their bond had transcended mere friendship. Solia, you have matured. It is time to make your own choices. Solia snapped back to the present, her eyes now resolute. And Janae, I understand. Janae released her hold on Solia's shoulders, offering a gentle smile. Go on, child. With newfound courage, Solia quickened her pace towards Vegeta, rising on her toes to whisper near his ear, I like you, Vegeta. May I become your princess? Ding. Solia's affinity has reached 100%. Solia lowered her gaze, akin to a child who had misstepped, filled with worry and fear, uncertain if their relationship had progressed to this level. She bit her lip, anxiously awaiting Vegeta's response, her flushed cheeks nearly brimming with tears. Suddenly, a wave of warmth enveloped her face. Vegeta was tenderly caressing her cheek, gently lifting her chin. In that moment, their gazes intertwined. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how innocent she had been. She had never shied away from anything he had asked of her. Vegeta's lips drew closer to Solia's forehead, a silent affirmation of his feelings. He whispered softly in her ear, Silly girl, of course you may. They embraced tightly, and in that instant, even the air transformed into a romantic hue of pink. Janae beamed with joy, her ant-like smile radiating happiness. Seizing the moment, she called out with exuberance, His Majesty Vegeta officially named Solia as his princess. Let us all celebrate the union of the king and his bride. In an instant, the older gentlemen who had previously sought to promote their own daughters fell silent. Their schemes shattered in that moment. Reluctantly, they joined Janae in the celebration. That day, the entire Vegeta Star was immersed in joy. Chapter 58, The Campaign Against Gula. Nightfall. Vegeta Star was unlike any other night, aglow with lights. Enveloped in a sea of radiance. At a secluded cliff's edge, a pair of lovers sat contentedly together. Vegeta embraced Solia, and they reminisced about their past, from his birth to their shared adventures on Earth. However, when it came to Bulma, Solia appeared somewhat flustered, her words lacking coherence. Vegeta, you and Bulma. Vegeta sighed inwardly. Ah, it seems the truth cannot be concealed any longer. There's no escaping this. Bound to such a system, one must flirt with various entanglements to grow stronger. Vegeta did not shy away from the truth and plainly stated the situation. Yes, Bulma feels the same way as you do. She has affection for me. Solia murmured, It seems Lan Chi did not deceive me. But after Bulma learns of our relationship, will she be heartbroken? Solia's concern caught Vegeta off guard. Throughout her life, She had always been deeply attuned to the feelings of others. Vegeta replied, if she were to be heartbroken, it's likely. Solia furrowed her brow, pulling her head away from Vegeta's embrace, gazing at him anxiously. What shall we do? Vegeta contemplated the events that had transpired on Earth over the years. Given Bulma's temperament, she was indeed a jealous soul. Nevertheless, during Vegeta's absence from Earth, Solia had devoted herself to protecting the planet, effectively saving Bulma in the process. Especially during the recent Saiyan invasion, Vegeta noted a distinct shift in Bulma's attitude toward Solia. Perhaps Bulma had already come to accept Solia? After careful consideration, Vegeta donned a mischievous smile and made a bold decision. Then let you both be my queens. Solia gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth, but after a brief 2 seconds, she regained her composure. You are the king of the Saiyans. Having more queens is inconsequential to me, but Bulma. Vegeta asserted confidently, rest assured. If it's about Solia, Bulma will undoubtedly accept it. Subsequently, the two continued their lively conversation. An hour later, Solia yawned. Oh, I'm feeling a bit sleepy, Vegeta. Vegeta, with a glimmer of hope, responded, does my beloved mean to share a romantic evening with me? Having lived on Earth for over a decade, Solia was well aware of the implications of his words. No need to inquire how she came to know. It was simply from watching television. Her cheeks flushed, and she gently pushed Vegeta away. It's still too early. Aren't the crises facing our Saiyan kin unresolved? Perhaps we should wait until this danger has passed. Vegeta felt a twinge of disappointment. It was clear that Solia was indeed a kind-hearted individual, even at such a moment. Her thoughts were on the safety of the Saiyan race. As the new king of the Saiyans, Vegeta had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well. We shall act after the crisis is resolved. Solia nodded and flew towards the palace of Jine, where she was treated like a daughter. Ding. Detected that Solia's intimacy level has reached 100%. Shall we bond as intimate companions? Yes. Ding. Successfully bonded as intimate companions. Current number of intimate companions, 2. Reward, 100 wisdom points. The system's announcement ceased, leaving Vegeta somewhat speechless. Hello, system. Why was there no upgrade this time? Moreover, why is the reward so meager? Is this Super Saiyan experience card somewhat redundant? The system replied with a teasing tone, host. The number of beauties required for an upgrade is not fixed. The next level still requires 1 more beauty. As for this Super Saiyan experience card, while you can transform into a Super Saiyan, others cannot. You may use it on someone else to forcefully help them break through to Super Saiyan. Forceful breakthrough? No conditions required? It can be used by others. This does not sound so unfortunate after all. Indeed, it has its merits. However, Vegeta had yet to decide who to bestow it upon. As he pondered, weariness overtook him, and he decided to rest. Time passed like fleeting bubbles, dissipating between his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta had been governing planet Vegeta for a month. During this period, the Saiyans began their transformation, evolving from cosmic tyrants into cosmic enforcers of justice. The underworld had reformed, causing a significant shift in the universe. Even the Galactic Patrol was taken aback. Vegeta had been awaiting the day when the crisis would arise, yet a month had passed, and Cooler still had not arrived at planet Vegeta. Solia had promised that once the crisis was resolved, she would fulfill Vegeta's request. This weighed heavily on Vegeta's mind, as it was a matter of utmost importance in his life. Your Majesty, we have gathered intelligence on Cooler, reported a one-eyed Saiyan. Vegeta rose from his throne, sweeping his cloak. What is the situation? The one-eyed Saiyan responded. Your Majesty, Cooler has now reclaimed the planets he occupied and returned them to their indigenous inhabitants. It seems he intends to revive the former glory of the Ice Demon. Revive glory? Has he consulted with me, Vegeta? It appears there is still some time before Cooler arrives at planet Vegeta. But Vegeta could not wait, especially since he had a promise with Solia. Vegeta's voice grew fervent. Notify everyone who wishes to witness history to prepare. We shall march forth. The one-eyed Saiyan stood in shock, astonished. Your Majesty? Do you mean? Vegeta smiled confidently. Since Cooler does not come to find me, I shall go find him. Above planet Vegeta, countless spherical spaceships filled the atmosphere. At their center, an oval-shaped ship led them towards the planet where Cooler resided. A voice from one of the spherical ships boomed. Remember, the Majesty has proclaimed that we must completely liberate the planets occupied by Cooler. Our mission is a righteous cause to utterly eradicate the forces of the Ice Demon. A deafening chorus of responses surged forth. Yes. Upon the elliptical spacecraft, Vegeta gazed ahead with an air of confidence. Beside him, Bardock inquired with a hint of concern. Your Majesty, is this truly wise? Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta replied, Rest assured, there is no cause for alarm. Solia approached as well, eager to witness this historic moment. Do not worry, Uncle Bardock. You can place your unwavering trust in Vegeta. A satisfied smile graced Vegeta's lips. Ah, my queen, how perceptive you are. After we resolve this crisis, do not forget your promise to me. Solia paused, her fair complexion suddenly flushed, resembling a ripe apple. Understanding dawned upon her. Vegeta's expedition was for her sake. Yes, I shall not forget. In the vast expanse of the universe, thousands of lights advanced methodically toward a colossal planet. Chapter 59, Gula, Stop Playing Dead. In the cosmos, a snow-covered planet lay before them. Within the headquarters of the Gula Legion, Gula, the king, received alarming news. My lord, we have detected a multitude of life forms, each possessing combat power exceeding 1 million. Approaching us. The speaker was a creature with the head of a dinosaur and the body of a man, a former soldier of the Frisia Force. After the demise of Frisia and King Cold, he had defected to Gula's side. The dinosaur creature, having experienced little of the world, recalled that even Frisia had possessed but 530,000 in combat power during his reign. The impending foes, each boasting power beyond 1 million, instilled a formidable sense of dread. Gula rose, his expression unfazed. Oh, how intriguing. Let's magnify the view. As the dinosaur creature slowly adjusted the lens, an unexpected tremor coursed through him, causing him to stagger back and collapse onto the ground. The sight of a man with a crab-like head filled him with terror. Science. The harrowing memory of that crab-headed figure leading the Science to slay King Cold and Frisia resurfaced in his mind, eroding his composure. Gula, swishing his tail, remarked nonchalantly, The Science have come to find me instead of the other way around. It is utterly disgraceful that Frisia and my foolish father fell to this band of wild monkeys. It seems the honor of the frozen demon must be restored through me. Gula. Just then, the screen displayed a strikingly handsome man who made a decisive move. Vegeta raised his middle finger, filling the entirety of the screen with the gesture. Gula's eye twitched furiously, and with a snarl of rage, he bellowed, Damn wild monkeys. Today, you shall all perish. With a resounding crash, a massive hole appeared in the ceiling of the palace, revealing Gula's formidable silhouette. He soared into the sky, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixated on the Saiyan fleet. He raised his arm, standing alone before a group of audacious individuals who instilled fear in the hearts of all others on this planet. Between his fingers, a sphere of energy began to coalesce slowly. Within a mere second, the violet orb had doubled in size. Beneath him, a throng of onlookers surged, murmuring among themselves. The king is furious. Goodness, so the king is this formidable. The king's battle power is steadily escalating. Boom! At that moment, thousands of detectors erupted in unison. The violet energy sphere radiated a brilliant glow, draping the snow-covered planet in a shimmering purple veil. Beyond the atmosphere, all Scions trembled. Is this Gula? Frisia possesses a battle power of only 530,000. How could Gula possibly exceed a few million? This is inconceivable. Gula's might shattered all Scion perceptions, which were still anchored in the era of Frisia's 530,000 power level. Gula's current form mirrored Frisia's third transformation, and according to Vegeta's estimation, this being now wielded at least 200 million in battle power. Die, you wild monkeys! With Gula's furious roar, the immense and radiant violet energy sphere erupted from his hand like a wild stallion breaking free. The Scions began to panic, their fear palpable. Even Bardock felt a sense of dread. He could clearly sense that his power was of an entirely different dimension compared to Gula's. Even in his great ape form, he would not stand a chance. Just as Bardock was overwhelmed with despair, Vegeta's decisive action caused a weight to lift from his heart. With a flourish, Vegeta swept his hand, his cape billowing in the air, and before it even touched the ground, he vanished from sight. In an instant, Vegeta's imposing figure materialized before all. One man stands against 1,000, unyielding. Vegeta's back radiated an unparalleled golden light, pushing back the violet glow. At that moment, amidst the desolate night, a domineering golden radiance emerged. The golden aura erupted, enveloping Vegeta entirely. He pressed both hands firmly against the colossal violet orb. Vegeta roared, and under his will, the violet energy sphere began to shift direction. This spectacular scene ignited fervent discussions among the Scions. Your Majesty, is His Majesty attempting to push the energy sphere back. A Super Saiyan indeed. His Majesty has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Nappa gazed at the valiant Vegeta. A smile creeping onto his lips. I knew the boss would have a solution. Inside the oval-shaped spaceship, Bardock nodded in satisfaction. It seems I truly did not misjudge him. As Solia gazed upon the resplendent Vegeta, it seemed she had glimpsed the resolution to the crisis besieging the Saiyans. And she, in turn, would ultimately fulfill her promise. The energy sphere had come to a standstill. What could this mean? Could it be that His Majesty is unable to contend with Gula? You insolent brat. What nonsense are you spouting? His Majesty is invincible. In that fleeting moment, all discussions ceased abruptly. Whoosh! Vegeta and the violet energy sphere vanished in an instant. Disappeared? No, not at all. Gula, I return your possession to you, untouched. Upon the frozen expanse of the planet, Vegeta's commanding voice resonated once more. As time and space crystallized in that moment, the palpable aura of death bore down upon Gula's entire legion, rendering them breathless, as if their throats were constricted. It was unclear who let out a cry, declaring, "It's over. King Gula's energy sphere has been reclaimed by this monster." At this proclamation, the inhabitants of the planet erupted into chaos, akin to ants on a hot skillet. In Gula's eyes, Vegeta appeared as a harbinger of death, and that energy sphere seemed to be the very noose destined for his life. The instantaneous teleportation narrowed the distance between Vegeta and Gula to a mere 3 paces. With a powerful throw, Vegeta hurled the energy sphere toward Gula. A heart-wrenching roar erupted, filled with terror and confusion. Gula extended his hands, desperately attempting to fend off the energy sphere, yet his body betrayed him, accelerating uncontrollably toward the ground. The defiance that once glimmered in Gula's gaze dissipated, replaced by sheer dread. Curse be it! Ah! The cries echoed, reminiscent of Gula's final lament. Ultimately, the energy sphere forced Gula to the earth, his form appearing diminutive before its might. Waves of ripples reverberated across the terrain, with bloodshot eyes and a grimacing visage. Gula stood upon a crater now measuring 100 meters in diameter, his body succumbing to the oppressive force, sinking deeper into the earth. This cannot continue. I will perish at this rate. It seems I must unlock the next transformation. Vegeta hovered above, brimming with pride, relishing Gula's plight. A derisive voice rang from the heavens. Enough, Gula. Cease your pretense of death. If you cannot withstand this level of challenge, then you truly mock the title of Cosmic Emperor. Chapter 60. Comprehensive Suppression of Gula. Long live His Majesty. At this moment, the cheers of the Saiyans resounded through the icy skies. Ding. Earned 100 points of admiration and astonishment from the Saiyan Legion. Ding. Earned 100 points of fear from Gula's Legion. Vegeta's taunting words indeed elicited a response from Gula. How infuriating! A furious roar reverberated from the depths of the earth, and in an instant, dust swirled into the air as the ground around Gula erupted. Towering stone pillars shot up, defying gravity. To the astonishment of all, a transformed visage of Gula emerged, his mouth concealed by a mask, yet his eyes remained sharp with malice. His physique had swelled, muscles more pronounced, and several grotesque, broken antennae sprouted from his head. This farce must come to an end, Saiyan monkeys. I never imagined your treachery would manifest in such a cowardly ambush when I was unprepared. Now I comprehend how my foolish brother and father fell to your hands. Indeed, you possess some cunning. However, now, anyone who gazes upon my countenance shall meet their demise. Vegeta hovered in the air, casually picking his nose and digging in his ears. Cunning? You do have a flair for labeling others. Were you not the one to strike first? I merely returned your so-called greeting. Enough of this nonsense. Since you've broken free, I shall end you directly. Gula's face twisted into a sly, sinister grin, and without any forewarning, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, charging at Vegeta with incredible speed. Decisive in battle, splendid. I am of the same ilk. Vegeta suddenly erupted with rage, his previously relaxed body tensing instantaneously as he channeled his power into his muscles. Bam! Their foreheads collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the air as their eyes locked in mutual defiance. Who would have thought amongst the wild monkeys there would exist one such as you? No wonder my foolish brother and father fell to your prowess. Fool! Your wretched brother and father were not slain by my hand. Bam! Their fists clashed, the explosive force reverberating through the air, causing even the residual impact to make the atmosphere tremble as the raw power tore through the surrounding snow-capped mountains. In this state, Gula was indeed formidable, yet Vegeta's base combat strength had already surpassed 10 million, rendering his power equally formidable. With a swift motion, the full might of the Super Saiyan surged forth, sending Gula hurtling away. Gula's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Impossible. Observing Gula's astonishment, Vegeta derisively taunted. What is the matter, Gula? Even a cosmic emperor, such as yourself, feels fear? Whoosh! No sooner had the words left his lips than Vegeta appeared before Gula. His palm radiated with luminous energy as he swung his arm toward Gula's abdomen, catching him off guard. Boom! Gula was sent sprawling, propelled over 100 meters, finally landing in an icy lake. Struggling to rise, blood trickled from his mouth, staining his mask of vivid crimson. Curse it! Not this move again! This wretch just used it to strike unexpectedly. In the fleeting moment akin to a blooming night flower, Gula felt a subtle tightening in his heart. A chill creeping down his spine as a voice, dripping with provocation, sliced through the air beside him. What are you thinking? Care to share? Vegeta's smile, simultaneously mocking and menacing, was truly terrifying. A scream of unspeakable agony reverberated across the lake, echoing throughout the entire planet. As Vegeta's merciless hands ruthlessly tore apart Gula's mask. Oh, so you wish to appear cool beneath that mask? Let me unveil what lies beneath. Ugh. The wretched cries grew frequent, bloodshot eyes reflecting a visage contorted by unbearable pain. In his eyes, Vegeta resembled a living embodiment of death itself. Oh dear. It seems this mask is rather difficult to remove, Vegeta quipped nonchalantly. In an instant, his gaze once again betrayed a murderous intent, causing Gula's body to tremble. With a sinister grin, Vegeta seized Gula's face, dragging him across the icy surface, leaving Gula utterly defenseless. Across the vast expanse of a gigantic ice lake, a long fissure appeared, like an indelible scar upon the earth. The cries of despair continued unabated, Gula's face scraping against the ice, filled with hopelessness and helplessness. Unable to resist, he yearned to flee, yet escape eluded him. Gula! The minions of Gula's army had erupted in chaos, their faith shattered in that very moment. As the once mighty cosmic emperor was now toyed with at will. You should be more concerned for your own lives. Suddenly, Gula's base was encircled by the Saiyans, and the owner of that gruff voice was none other than Nappa. You vile cosmic pirates, we righteous Saiyans shall soon eradicate you. It is a pity that Raditz was tasked by Uncle Bardock to remain on planet Vegeta, missing out on the thrill of this slaughter. After taking over planet Vegeta, Vegeta had imposed a strict no-kill order. However, this time he made an exception, showing no mercy to these brutal cosmic marauders. Nappa had been simmering for a month, his eyes fixed hungrily on these cowardly extraterrestrials. Justice. The minions were utterly astonished. How could such words escape the lips of a Saiyan? Today is unlike any other. The Saiyans have transformed into a genuine warrior race. Following the demise of Frieza and King Cold, they became notorious tyrants of the universe. Wherever they tread, even dogs would receive a slap. So how could one speak of justice? What? You don't believe it? We are the champions of justice. At Nappa's command, the primal and savage strength within the Saiyan warriors surged forth, initiating a widespread massacre as rivers of blood flowed, sparing not a single villain. Boom! A bloodied figure plummeted from the sky, crashing towards the heart of the base, none other than the battered Gula. His face became a mere blur, and his mask remained unscathed by Vegeta's hands. Alas, I mistook it for a mask. Little did I know that was your mouth, Vegeta sighed with resignation. He surveyed the desolate surroundings, where corpses littered the land for miles, with none surviving. Well done, Nappa, and the other warriors he commended. Nappa grinned widely, stroking his bald head as he replied, following the boss is truly exhilarating. Thank you, your majesty, for this opportunity. We have slain with great satisfaction today. The other Saiyans eagerly echoed his sentiments. Vegeta shook his head in resignation, realizing that the bloodlust of these Saiyans would not be easily quelled. He then turned his gaze toward the battle-scarred Guldo, approaching him with deliberate steps. The crisp sound of Vegeta's footsteps unnerved Guldo, causing his body to involuntarily retreat toward the crooked throne. Suddenly, he found himself collapsing to the ground, terror filling his eyes. No, please, do not kill me. Guldo's hands scrambled backward until he felt something beneath them. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of hope. Was it the fruit of the Tree of Might? Indeed, this very fruit had been procured from the bodies of the Saiyans he had slain on his way back from the southern galaxy to to the frozen heart. His subordinates had informed him that consuming this fruit could grant immense power. At the time, he had scorned such a means of gaining strength, believing himself already formidable enough. Yet now, he realized that there were always greater heights to reach. This fruit seemed like a lifeline. Guldo seized the fruit of the tree of might with a wicked grin. The pain you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid in kind. With a crunch, he devoured the fruit, and his body began to transform immediately. Chapter 61. The Death of Guldo. This is bad. It's the fruit of the tree of might. How could Guldo possess such a thing? What is happening? As they witnessed Guldo's resurgence, some Saiyans began to tremble in fear, gasping in astonishment. Nappa, bearing a heavy expression, called out loudly as Vegeta's foremost subordinate, "Silence! What of it if he has consumed it? Our Majesty is still here. As long as our Majesty stands, victory is assured." Gazing at the revived Guldo, Vegeta exhibited not a trace of panic. He stood resolutely, arms crossed, before the gathered Saiyans. "Your Majesty remains unperturbed. Splendid. Ha ha ha." This indicates that His Majesty has yet to reveal his full strength. Instantly, the morale among the Saiyans soared once more, rallying their spirits. On the elliptical spacecraft, Bardock wore a smile, observing everything transpiring at the frozen heart. Even though Gula has consumed the fruit of the tree of might, Vegeta remains unperturbed, steadfast as an ancient oak, which brings immense solace to Bardock. Indeed, I have found myself unable to keep pace with the vigor of youth. Perhaps it is time I gracefully step aside. Solia clasps her hands to her chest, a smile gracing her lips as the reassuring silhouette of Vegeta envelopes her in happiness. Vegeta's lips curl into a slight smirk, and with a tone laced with disdain, he taunts Gula. "Is this truly how the Emperor of the Universe seeks to grow stronger? How laughable." After consuming the fruit, Gula's physique expands, his solid muscles becoming even more formidable, exuding an enhanced aura of power. He lets out a sinister chuckle. "Huh, what is the matter? Are you beginning to feel fear? Even I did not anticipate reaching such strength." "Ah!" Gula's aura begins to surge violently, a tempest of energy erupting forth, sending his crooked throne hurtling into the air towards Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta catches the throne with one hand, glancing at it with a bemused expression. "Oh, fear? Which I sees me quaking in my boots. I have more than enough methods to end you." Ding! Combat power of Gula detected at 1 billion. Vegeta chuckles lightly. "Just 1 billion? Hardly impressive." Disappointment reigns. "Truly, Gula, I expected your prowess to soar after consuming the fruit. Yet this is all you can muster." With a swift motion, Vegeta crushes Gula's throne into dust, scattering it to the winds as it drifts down before Gula's eyes. "You shall meet the same fate as your throne, reduced to mere ashes." As he speaks, Vegeta has already deactivated his Super Saiyan state, leaving the other Saiyans in a state of confusion. What is His Majesty planning? Silence. Do not alarm him. The king has his own intentions. Ha 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 ha. What is this? Have you begun to abandon resistance? I assure you, I will not show mercy. Gula's laughter reverberates, oblivious to the potential for his amusement to evaporate soon. Vegeta disregards him, commanding the Saiyans behind him, "All of you, retreat 10 miles. I shall employ another method to demonstrate my dominance over this fool." Upon finishing his command, the Saiyans hastily begin their retreat. Vegeta smiles enigmatically as he tosses a gleaming sphere into the air, which ascends gracefully. As he gazes upward, his form begins to undergo a transformation. Sharp fangs and claws emerge as he initiates his great ape transformation. Simultaneously, the Saiyans 10 miles away are influenced by the artificial moon, commencing their own transformations. However, Vegeta's transformation is distinct and singular. He is enveloped in a cerulean aura. With a mighty roar, he proclaims, "Explosive." Ding! Host's combat power enhanced 100-fold. Current combat power is 1.2 billion. There are multiple methods to confront Gula, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta possesses the ability to vanquish him through such means. The transformation into a great ape amplifies battle power 10-fold, and when combined with explosive energy, it further multiplies, resulting in Vegeta's power exceeding that of Gula once more. A thunderous roar erupted, resonating through the heavens, as formidable sound waves surged towards Gula. He pressed his hands against his chest, desperately attempting to withstand the overwhelming pressure. "Oomph! Merely a transformation into a wild beast." Gula scoffed, acknowledging the drawback of increased size, a significant reduction in speed. With a wicked smile, he charged at Vegeta. Suddenly, a colossal figure materialized behind Gula. Indeed, Gula. But that statement does not hold true for me. In an instant, Vegeta, having compensated for the cumbersome nature of his great ape form with instantaneous movement, appeared silently behind Gula. In that fleeting moment, Gula felt as though his body was no longer under his control, gripped tightly by two enormous hands. His bones creaking under the pressure. How infuriating! Gula emanated a dazzling purple glow, channeling his power to the surface of his body, attempting to scorch Vegeta's hands. Yet, within his great ape state, Vegeta's defenses were maximized. The roughness of his skin rendered Gula's efforts nothing more than a mere tickle. Vegeta seized Gula's tail, drawing his large face closer for a penetrating gaze. "What do you intend to do?" Gula stammered. Vegeta exhaled a breath, baring his teeth with a grin. "Oh, just giving you a little thrill." With a resounding crash, Vegeta unleashed a brutal yet aesthetically violent display, grasping Gula's tail and relentlessly slamming him against the ground. The speed was astounding, the force immense. Saliva and blood splattered everywhere as Gula was mercilessly battered, his visage becoming unrecognizable. "Cursed fool! I cannot allow this to continue. I'm Gula, the Cosmic Emperor Gula." In the next moment, Gula made a daring decision, summoning a radiant disk of energy in his hands, which he swung toward his own tail. With a slicing sound, his tail severed. Gula endured the excruciating pain and commenced his counterattack. The purple disc between his hands redirected towards Vegeta. A sudden beam erupted from Vegeta's mouth, propelling Gula 100 meters away. Before Gula could regain his composure, Vegeta's massive foot descended upon him. Gula had no choice but to leap and dodge, utterly dismayed that he, once the Cosmic Emperor, was now reduced to a state of disgrace, fleeing like a dog. "Where's your pride and your strength now, Gula?" With a roar, Vegeta activated instantaneous movement once more. A colossal foot descending from above, aimed directly at Gula. "Cursed! You go too far. I shall fight back." In a fleeting moment, the purple planet-destroying bomb had coalesced above Gula's head. His gaze incessantly flickered toward the artificial moon. "I shall never allow the tragedy wrought by Frieza to unfold again. This entity, this very entity, if I can simply obliterate it, that wild monkey will reveal its true form." Gula leaped into the air, soaring toward the heavens, where the bomb's diameter had astonishingly expanded to several hundred meters. With a sudden throw, everyone anticipated that Gula would hurl the bomb toward Vegeta, yet an unexpected turn of events transpired. The bomb redirected its trajectory, targeting the artificial moon instead. In an instant, the moon was devoured. However, the bomb did not cease its advance. Its ultimate destination was the elliptical spaceship in outer space. Within that vessel resided Vegeta's Achilles heel, Solia. Gula had crossed the threshold of Vegeta's tolerance. His fate was sealed. Perish before me." At that moment, Vegeta had reverted to his humanoid form. In that brief interval, Gula had gathered yet another planet-destroying bomb in his hand, its size eclipsing the previous one. Vegeta retrieved a Senzu. Transforming into a great ape consumed considerable energy, and with the bean ingested, he was revitalized. With a flash, the Super Saiyan state reactivated, his claws poised at his waist, radiating a resplendent azure glow. In an instant, he executed a teleportation move. Kamehameha! The explosive energy surged forth. A colossal blue beam akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, propelling Gula into the very energy sphere of his own creation. "You have made the most foolish decision. Gula, I warned you the myriad ways I could end your life. You were foolish enough to shatter my artificial moon and provoke my limits. This will undoubtedly hasten your demise." Boom! The Kamehameha pierced through both planet-destroying bombs, striking two birds with one stone, colliding them together and sending them into the clouds, ultimately erupting in a magnificent explosion. Gula was dead. Chapter 62. The Turn of Events. Victory! Gula has been slain by the king. I knew the boss could do it. The cheers of the Saiyans echoed upon the frozen heart, marking this moment as a historic witness. The crisis of planet Vegeta had been successfully averted under Vegeta's leadership. Clang! The elliptical spaceship descended to the ground. Solia, with a light-hearted step, rushed to Vegeta's side, closely followed by Bardock. Solia embraced Vegeta fervently. "How wonderful! We have triumphed." Vegeta caressed her flowing hair, holding her tightly, exhaling softly near her ear. The atmosphere shifted to an intimate one, causing Solia to tremble slightly, her cheeks flushing. A playful protest escaped her lips. Vegeta, flashed a wicked smile. Oh, the crisis has been resolved, hasn't it? As for the promise made by a certain someone, the blush on Solia's face deepened, spreading enticingly to the nape of her neck. Noticing the atmosphere shift to an unusual tension, Bardock and the other Scions discreetly turn away, instantly igniting a flurry of murmurs. It seems the princess and his majesty are engaged in a rather significant discussion. Nappa barked silence. Do not speak of the king's matters. Ahem. Bardock coughed sternly, and the other Scions fell silent. Were you frightened just now? Solia shyly replied. Not really, because you were here. Before she could finish her sentence, Vegeta tightened his embrace around her. A flush once again graced Solia's cheeks. Her sparkling eyes blinked rapidly as she took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. In an instant, Vegeta whisked Solia to the summit of an icy glacier. His hands began to roam with a certain audacity, his gaze drifting to her waist, admiring her flawless curves, particularly the alluring shape of her rear, reminiscent of a ripe peach. Smack! Vegeta's hand inevitably found its way to Solia's backside with a playful slap. What are you doing, Vegeta? Solia exclaimed, taken aback by his sudden action. Vegeta explained, a generous figure perfect for bearing children. Tonight, we shall create little ones. Solia's body trembled in shock. What? Create little ones? Tonight? Just then, Bardock's voice interrupted their tender exchange. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! There's trouble. Bardock's voice grew increasingly urgent. The spell was broken, and Vegeta, now irked, shouted, What is it? What has happened? Whoosh! Vegeta and Solia appeared before Bardock and the gathering Scions in an instant. Solia released herself from Vegeta's embrace. Bardock's brow furrowed deeply, while the other Scions wore anxious expressions. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Vegeta inquired, What is the matter? Vegeta's star has been attacked. Bardock exclaimed, 10 minutes ago. Vegeta was locked in a fierce battle with Gula. Yet, Vegeta's star was facing a dire crisis. As the saying goes, dark clouds loom over the city, threatening to crush it. Torrents of laser beams rained down mercilessly, wreaking havoc on the facilities of Vegeta's star. The source of these lasers was the fleet of ships hovering above the planet. Kill them all. These Scions have stolen the glory and riches that rightfully belong to us. We cannot let them escape. The speaker was a being with white fur and a hint of red skin, accompanied by a diminutive brown creature, Jis. We must not allow Taguma to underestimate us. The white-haired Jisa declared, After years of enduring hardships, our Ginyu force has become stronger. We will surely achieve greater military accolades than Taguma and his comrades. Next to him, a robust man with a fiery red crest hairstyle remarked, We owe much of our strength to the rigorous training bestowed upon us by Lord Frisia over the years. Bart had concurred indeed. After Lord Frisia's resurrection, he astutely recognized that the Scions have evolved, and he has trained us accordingly. We are significantly more powerful now. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave surged towards them, striking the ground at their feet. A Scion with hair cascading down to his waist emerged into their view, demanding, Who are you to dare ambush Planet Vegeta? The four of them immediately donned confident smiles, their demeanor shifting dramatically as they prepared to embrace their theatrical flair. Since you have inquired so sincerely, I shall graciously inform you. We are the elite squadron under Lord Frisia, the Ginyu Force. With that, they began to perform their eccentric and somewhat ludicrous entrance dance. The white-haired Jisu jested. Indeed, without Captain Ginyu present, our entrance lacks a certain flair. Observing their bewildering antics, Raditz' eyes twitched in disbelief. What fools! How dare they attempt to ambush Planet Vegeta? The scanner at the corner of Raditz' eye began to function. Jisu's combat power, 3 million. Barta, 2, 5 million. Rickon, 2, 7 million. Gudu, combat power 2 million. After assessing the strength of the four before him, Raditz wore a smug grin. What insolence! How dare you come to ambush Planet Vegeta? Listen closely. My combat power is 5 million. With a surge of energy, Raditz unleashed his full power, overwhelming the four with his presence. In an instant, Bardo was sent flying, followed by a blur that appeared behind Jisu. With a swift kick, Raditz sent the white-haired Jisu crashing next to Rikuum, leveling them both. Prepare to perish. Raditz gathered a violet energy wave in his hands and aimed it at the three, intent on annihilating them instantly. Act now. Gudu. The frantic Gudu heard Jisu shout and reacted without hesitation. Understood. As Raditz unleashed the violet energy wave, time came to a standstill. Goku swiftly repositioned the other three from their original spots and dashed behind Raditz, placing his own body in the path of the energy wave. He muttered fiercely to himself, "Let us see how it feels to be killed by your own attack." Ha ha! Goku's voice echoed triumphantly in the stillness. Lost in his own exhilaration, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the air. A towering figure descended behind Goku. "What are you laughing at? You seem quite pleased." Goku's laughter abruptly ceased as he turned in a flurry. A face, brimming with arrogance and pure malevolence, met his gaze. Who are you? How can you move?" In the face of such overwhelming combat prowess, any supernatural ability is rendered futile. Bam! Kakarot delivered a powerful punch, sending Goku flying, and then swiftly maneuvered Raditz away from the energy wave. Boom! In an instant, an immensely potent stream of energy coalesced in Kakarot's palm, which he hurled towards the four adversaries. The energy swirled momentarily in the air, gathering the four together. Snap! Kakarot snapped his fingers. Boom! In an instant, the five behind him were reduced to scorched earth. Without looking back, Kakarot nonchalantly strode towards his previous position, leaving Raditz in a state of bewilderment. "It seems my brother still needs to grow stronger." Just as Raditz was about to speak, Kakarot interrupted him. "Go assist the one named Dales. He is currently surrounded." Chapter 63. Kakarot vs. Taguma. Taguma, also known as Tagma, the sparring partner of April. As the name suggests, it signifies the sparring partner of April. After training with Frieza for 4 months, Taguma rejuvenated his prowess, reorganizing the Frieza force and uniting Dominion. His performance in Dragon Ball Super was nothing short of astonishing. Having trained for 4 months, he was able to subdue Piccolo with a single move. Within the dense forest, Taguma frantically unleashed energy blasts towards the ground, resembling a madman. "Ahaha! Run, run! Let me see how far you can go." Dales weaved through the thicket, leaving devastation in his wake, pursued relentlessly by Taguma's energy blasts from above. "Damn it! This wretched fiend is fixated solely on me amidst so many." Boom! Suddenly, Taguma blocked Dales' path. He mockingly taunted, "Oh, come on, why stop running? This cat-and-mouse game must come to an end." "Ha! You were the one who plotted against Lord Frieza, weren't you?" Taguma formed a gesture with his fingers resembling the number 8, resting it beneath his chin, scrutinizing Dales. This crab-headed fellow, it's unmistakable. I shall kill you forthwith and deliver your head to Lord Frieza. He will surely be delighted." Ha ha ha! The mere thought exhilarates me. Dales glared at the man before him, inwardly cursing. "Madman, it appears he has mistaken me for Bardock. How infuriating! Who can tell me why I resemble Bardock so closely?" Just as Dales lingered in his thoughts, Taguma suddenly ceased his maniacal laughter. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, his neck was firmly grasped by Taguma's hand. With bloodshot eyes, a grotesque visage, and flailing hands, Dales' face turned a ghastly shade of blue and purple as an overwhelming sensation of suffocation coursed through his body, seemingly dragging him into the abyss of death. "Prepare to lose your head." Suddenly, a laser descended from the heavens, illuminating the night as a towering figure gradually emerged. "Hey, you dimwit, you've mistaken your target." Kakarot strolled leisurely from the shadows, revealing his full form to Taguma. Taguma stared at the man before him, then glanced at Dales in his grasp, exchanging incredulous looks before confirming his realization. With a toothy grin, he remarked, "You must be the one who conspired against Lord Frieza back in the day." Kakarot, with a smirk that barely concealed his disdain, retorted with a scoff, "Fool, if you say so, then it must be true." Taguma could not abide anyone being more brazen than himself. He hurled Dales towards Kakarot. Immediately, he conjured an energy sphere, pursuing Dales. In an instant, Kakarot erupted with fury, his eyes turning a dark crimson as a malevolent power coursed through him once more. With a resounding crash, Kakarot launched himself forward, sending the energy blast soaring away. The dense thicket behind him was obliterated, leaving only wisps of smoke in its wake. Dales was subsequently caught by Raditz. "Go deal with those minions. This one is mine," Kakarot said, licking his lips greedily, a sly smile spreading across his face. Raditz set Dales down and inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Dales gasped for breath, clearly in distress. Raditz glanced in the direction of Jine, who was currently dispatching the remaining minions with ease. "Once you recover, come join me." "Ah, it seems you indeed possess some skill. No wonder you managed to catch the complacent King Frieza off guard back then. However, times have changed, and so have circumstances." Before Taguma could finish his statement, a shadowy figure appeared before him. With a thunderous impact, a powerful fist struck his face. Taguma, in disbelief, gazed into Kakarote's eyes, only to be met with Kakarote's curt reply, annoying. In an instant, Taguma's eyes narrowed, his fierce gaze fixated on Kakarote's arrogant countenance. Uh-huh, Taguma roared, channeling his rage into his legs and launching himself forward. A moment later, both were sent reeling from each other's attacks. They spun through the air, ultimately stabilizing themselves on the ground with one hand braced against the earth. Taguma chuckled, lifting his forehead slightly. Prepare to meet your demise. In a frenzied rush, Taguma charged at Kakarote, his slender limbs concealing an extraordinary strength. The two swiftly engaged in a fierce struggle, their fists colliding with a resounding echo that reverberated through the skies. In that moment, the dense forest was filled with the sound of snapping branches and rustling leaves, as debris stirred up clouds of dust. Damn you, you hideous creature! Kakarote retaliated with wild ferocity, matching Taguma's blows with remarkable agility. A duel between madmen unfolded before them. Fueled by memories of his defeat at the hands of Vegeta, Kakarote fought with increasing fervor. Vegeta. At that moment, Kakarote had projected his animosity towards Taguma, seeing him as the embodiment of his rival. With his palm pressed against his chest, a dark crimson energy sphere was poised for release. Boom! He hurled it towards Taguma's chest. Yet, in the next instant, Taguma bellowed, a white aura enveloping him as he effortlessly grasped the energy sphere in his hand. You are the first to compel me to reveal my true power. Now, Taguma extended his right hand, finger splayed, targeting Kakarote. Kakarote braced himself, ready to counter with a wave of energy. Taguma grinned wickedly, revealing his teeth. Just kidding. Ha ha ha. In an instant, he darted towards Kakarote, appearing directly before him. With a gaping maw lined with fangs, he unleashed a chilling cackle. Not my hand. It's my mouth. That saliva-drenched mouth suddenly opened wide, and in a frenzied act, he seized Kakarote's head. Kakarote's mind raced. This grotesque fiend, what did he close the distance? How could I have missed it? Desperately, Kakarote struggled to break free. But it was all too late. Taguma had him firmly ensnared. Kakarote unleashed all his power in a futile attempt, but he stood no chance. Within Taguma's mouth, a torrent of green energy lashed against Kakarote's face. The scene was brutally savage, and ultimately, Kakarote succumbed to Taguma's might, his body swaying before collapsing limply onto the ground. I did it. I've defeated this brat. King Vegeta will surely reward me. Taguma's triumphant voice echoed across planet Vegeta, capturing the attention of all Saiyans. Jine, Raditz, stood frozen in shock. Jine could hardly believe the reality of the situation. Her pride and joy, her son, had been vanquished. With a heart-wrenching roar, she declared, "This shall not be forgiven." A glowing sphere began to coalesce in her palm. All soldiers, follow my lead and surround that wretch in the forest. The artificial moon slowly ascended into the night sky. Whoosh! A beam of laser surged from the distance, obliterating the artificial moon with precision. The Frieza force would not commit the same folly twice. With the destruction of the artificial moon, the Saiyans lost their last vestige of hope, plunging planet Vegeta into an abyss of terror. Their sole salvation lay in the return of Vegeta. Only through this means could they hope to avert disaster. It was at this moment that they comprehended the impending crisis foretold in Bardock's prophetic dreams was now gradually unfolding. Chapter 64. The Unique Transformation of Kakarote. The Dark Golden Super Saiyan. On the Ice Planet, Bardock wore a visage of deep concern, having just received news of the assault on planet Vegeta. Your Majesty, please take us back at once. Planet Vegeta is in grave peril. Bardock's anxiety was palpable, mirrored in the worried expressions of his fellow Saiyans. Solia grasped Vegeta's hand tightly, her voice laced with urgency. Aunt Jine is on planet Vegeta. Over the course of a month, Jine had come to regard Solia as her own, and their bond had grown profoundly strong. With great expectation, Vegeta commanded, "Everyone, form a circle, hand in hand." Upon hearing his words, all the Saiyans sprang into action. Just then, the sky above darkened, obscured by a massive army. "Oh, long time no see, Saiyan monkeys." The familiar derisive laughter echoed across the miles, leaving all the Saiyans, including Vegeta, momentarily stunned. In that instant, he grasped the reason why no notification had been issued upon the defeat of Kula. Indeed, what one fears most often comes to pass. Is that, Frieza, how can this be? Was he not vanquished by us? Murmurs of disbelief arose. What is there to fear? We Saiyans are stronger than he now. Yet, Bardock's authoritative voice cut through the chatter. "Everyone, continue to follow His Majesty Vegeta's orders. Bardock perceived that Frieza was no longer the same adversary he once was. Quickly, waste no time, form a circle. Vegeta's veins throbbed, for the sensation of panic was unfamiliar to him. As his calm demeanor faltered, all the Saiyans hastily formed a tight circle, clasping hands. At that moment, Vegeta's singular thought was to escape. In the skies above, Frieza narrowed his eyes, sensing the underlying scheme. Having long lurked in the shadows, he had witnessed the entire event of Coola's demise. Having learned from past missteps, he understood the necessity of vigilance. His mind was now sharper than ever. He quickly deduced that the Saiyan who had defeated Coola possessed an uncanny ability to appear instantaneously before the enemy. Planning to flee, in the very instant the teleportation was initiated, several lasers cascaded downwards, targeting the hand that Vegeta held with Solia. With a swish, the scene shifted, and Vegeta, along with the Saiyans, found themselves back on planet Vegeta. At this moment, the oppressive atmosphere of planet Vegeta shattered instantaneously. Your Majesty, is indeed your Majesty returned. However, Vegeta felt no joy. His left hand was empty, and a searing pain coursed through it. His wife was lost. Without hesitation, Vegeta activated instant transmission once more, intent on retrieving Saraya. In an instant, Vegeta froze, for upon seeing Saraya, she was being held by Frieza, his hand constricting her throat. The chilling mockery of Frieza echoed again. Oh, it seems this woman holds great significance for you. Frieza mimicked Vegeta's tone, echoing the threats he had once hurled at Cooler. Cooler, you have crossed my threshold. This shall hasten your demise. As he spoke, Frieza began to scratch his face, feigning sympathy. Oh, how touching. Such boldness. In a swift change of demeanor, Frieza's expression darkened. However, I am not my foolish brother. Today, all of you shall perish. Saraya struggled in Frieza's grasp, her voice tinged with desperation. Do not concern yourself with me. Vegeta, hurry back and resolve the troubles on planet Vegeta. Gazing upon Frieza's ghastly visage, Vegeta's mind raced. This cursed Frieza was indeed treacherous, holding Saraya hostage. If he utilized instant transmission, Frieza would accompany them. Returning to planet Vegeta would mean Saraya's inevitable demise, and failing to return would leave the planet defenseless. What a cunning and devious cosmic tyrant. Yet, there are always solutions to challenges. Steeling himself, Vegeta shouted toward Saraya, I could never abandon you. Saraya, you are my queen. Ding! Detected emotional value of 1,000 points from Saraya. In the next moment, Vegeta bellowed, four-way fist. Come forth, doppelganger. Everyone stood in astonishment as a figure identical to Vegeta appeared. The doppelganger, absent-mindedly picking his nose, remarked, What is it? My esteemed self. You thought of me in such dire times? In this critical juncture, Vegeta had no time for banter. He handed a large handful of Senza beans to the doppelganger, instructing, Take these and handle the situation on planet Vegeta. I will hold the fort here. The doppelganger accepted the beans, muttering, Fine, let me assist you this time. Consider it a favor owed to me, you rascal. With a menacing glare at Frieza, the doppelganger executed instant transmission and vanished. The scene shifted. The doppelganger reappeared on planet Vegeta. The Saiyans were in high spirits. Your Majesty, the king has returned. Where's the queen? Where's the queen? The doppelganger, taken aback, inquired, Which queen? That rascal actually took a wife? When did this happen? Bardock fell into a moment of silence, scrutinizing his doppelganger up and down, ultimately arriving at a gratifying conclusion. This lad was undoubtedly not Vegeta. The doppelganger felt utterly perplexed, questioning why his memories did not intertwine with that of the insufferable brat. Could it be that he had intentionally shielded certain recollections from him? Here, take this, it's a Senza bean, distributed among everyone. Just then, the figure of Taguma re-emerged in the sky. Who would have thought that another group of fools would come to their demise? Today I, Taguma, shall ensure that you meet your end without a grave. This planet Vegeta will become your tomb. The doppelganger furrowed his brow, expressing disdain as he remarked, Lack of education should not lead to misuse of terminology. If you are to die without a grave, how can you claim that Vegeta is a graveyard? Truly amusing. Allow me to send you to your end. With a swift motion, a golden aura erupted from the doppelganger, a confident smile adorning his face. Prepare to witness the fruits of my arduous training. Super Vegeta. Jaina received the Senza beans, and, seizing the moment amidst the fierce battle between Taguma and Vegeta, swiftly located Kakarot and placed the bean into his mouth. Kakarot opened his eyes. You're awake, Kakarot. Jaina inquired with concern. However, Kakarot paid her no heed. Accustomed to his aloof demeanor, she said nothing further and merely aided him to his feet. Yet the moment he stood, he froze in shock. Before his eyes unfolded the fierce clash between his doppelganger and Taguma, and he instantly comprehended the situation. He bellowed in fury, questioning Jaina. "Did you feed me Vegeta's beans again? Did you?" Startled by Kakarot's sudden wrath, Jaina nodded in affirmation. Bang! Kakarot's fist struck the ground, creating an immense crater that surrounded him. His hands clenched tightly. Damn it! Damn it all! His gaze shifted once more towards the heavens, where the dazzling golden light of his doppelganger ignited a fire within him. Memories of his past flooded his mind. A lowly warrior, born with a power level of only 2, mocked by others. Fortuitously, his father was the king and did not cast him away to a distant planet. He refused to accept such weakness, particularly as Bardock's son. From the moment he could remember, he had resolved to strengthen himself through rigorous training. Step by step, he persevered, and at long last, he earned the recognition of the entire Saiyan race, garnering praise from his father. Thus, he trained even harder, aspiring to lead the Saiyans to the pinnacle of glory. Yet, he could not discern when it began, but his father incessantly mentioned a certain Vegeta, a figure he had never encountered, who became his haunting nightmare. His father even expressed a willingness to abdicate the throne to him, claiming he could lead the Saiyans to greatness. Kakarot clasped his head in despair, roaring uncontrollably. The image of the devastating blow dealt by Vegeta continuously assaulted his mind. No, I refuse to accept this. I'm a mightiest Saiyan. Suddenly, an immense aura erupted forth, pushing Jaina back a few steps as she anxiously inquired, Kakarot, what has happened to you? The scene in Kakarot's mind abruptly shifted to one where he was being severely battered by Taguma. Kakarot's eyes blazed with fury, while above him, Vegeta appeared to be effortlessly dominating the battle. No, I shall not yield. A dark golden aura surged around him, enveloping Kakarot entirely. A vortex materialized above his head, from which a bolt of lightning cascaded down, crackling as it struck his body. His hair began to stand on end, transforming into a dark golden hue, unlike the typical Super Saiyan, while his pupils turned a deep crimson. His chest and cheek bore markings reminiscent of bloodstains. This was Kakarot's unique transformation, a metamorphosis not guided by S-cells, the dark golden Super Saiyan. Chapter 65. We shall move forward together. As leaves danced in the wind, Kakarot, in his new state, regained his confidence, his pupils reflecting the image of Taguma in distress. In the sky, Vegeta's doppelganger ruthlessly tormented Taguma. Kakarot touched his nose and coldly chuckled. Only I can save planet Vegeta. Vegeta, step aside. With a leap, Kakarot propelled himself into the air, arms tightly pressed against his back, his body slicing through the air like an arrow, the energy blast in his palms primed and ready. Kakarot, this is not the time for infighting. Jaina understood Kakarot well. His indomitable spirit had always driven him to despise evil. Kakarot retorted, enough with the noise. I know. In an instant, a dark golden figure blocked the doppelganger's path. Vegeta, stand down. I will handle this ugly creature, and once I'm done, I will defeat you too. Kakarot glanced at Taguma, who was gasping for breath while clutching his abdomen, a murderous intent stirring within him. The doppelganger, observing the newly transformed Kakarot, helplessly shrugged and sighed. Well, I had hoped to play a bit longer, but I'll leave it to you. I have other matters to attend to. In a flash, the doppelganger vanished, leaving Kakarot and Taguma on the battlefield. Kakarot a sinistre grand, exuding en cette ligne aura. Mister. Ugly, let us settle the score for the pain you inflicted upon me just now. Taguma, stripped of his earlier madness, wore a menacing expression, his teeth clenched, fear flickering in his eyes. With a swift motion, a laser beam shot toward Taguma, instantly shattering his right elbow joint. Taguma let out a wail. Yet what awaited him was another merciless blow from Kakarot. Kakarot, like a man possessed, relentlessly targeted Taguma with laser strikes, the scent of charred flesh permeating the air. Laughing? Why the silence now? Upon the snow-covered expanse, Friesia's Pram radiated an almost blinding brilliance. Is it true that you are now the king of planet Vegeta? Oh ho ho! I never anticipated that you Saiyans could evolve so rapidly in the years of my absence, even appropriating my labor to ascend as the rulers of the cosmos. Vegeta had no time for his prattle. His focus remained steadfastly on Solia, and his paramount concern was to find an opportunity to flee with her. My foolish brother, still perceiving you as the beings you once were, while I, Frieza, have been covertly observing you for quite some time. This time, you shall all perish. Having learned from the bitter lesson of a surprise attack over a decade ago, Frieza had grown exceedingly cautious. From Frieza's self-proclamation, Vegeta sensed that this creature had likely attained a golden form. The situation had grown precarious. If combat was inevitable, then let it commence. With a fierce roar, the Super Saiyan transformation ignited once more, enveloping him in a cerulean blaze. Explosive, tenfold, Frieza smirked wickedly, gesturing to his vast army behind him. Charge. Instantly, a swarm of Frieza's forces surged towards Vegeta. Among them, Vegeta spotted two familiar faces, Jinyu and Berta. Yet before him, these two were nothing more than mere weaklings. The real threat was Jinyu, whose abilities were notoriously formidable, akin to that of a seasoned veteran. Mockery echoed as the drunken rabble incessantly taunted Vegeta. Take down the big one first. As a shield activated, Vegeta unleashed his fury, bellowing, "Trash belongs in the garbage." In an instant, the sheer force of Vegeta's energy sent a throng of lesser foes hurtling away, leaving only the well-trained Jinyu and Berta. With a swift, instant transmission, he grounded himself, delivering a punch. Bang! Splash! Vivid crimson gushed from Berta's abdomen, the speed so overwhelming that he had no time to react. His expression frozen in terror before collapsing lifelessly a second later. Vegeta smirked, casting a sharp gaze toward Jinyu. The specter of death loomed, unpredictable. Frieza may be beyond my reach, but scum like you is easily dispatched. Jinyu, sensing impending doom, turned to Frieza in desperation. Lord Frieza, save me. Yet, Frieza paid him no mind, merely observing the unfolding drama with detached amusement. Jinyu had no choice but to make a hasty retreat towards the frozen stone forest. It seems your master has no intention of aiding you, Jinyu. Vegeta pursued Jinyu, soon discovering a remarkable truth. He noticed that Jinyu was heading directly towards the ailing Guldo. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. This fellow had been scheming all along. As Jinyu approached Guldo, eager to perform a body swap, he began to fantasize about the expression on Vegeta's face upon being deceived. In an instant, Vegeta activated his instant transmission once more, amplifying his protective shield. He swiftly shattered Jinyu's illusions, extending his fingers towards Guldo, unleashing a torrent of flames that reduced Guldo's body to ashes. Ding! You have slain Guldo. Reward: 100 wisdom points. Current wisdom points: 300. Subsequently, he raised both hands, placing them before his chest, and proclaimed loudly, "Super explosive attack." With the enhancement of his extraordinary combat power, Jinyu was turned to dust. Vegeta then directed his gaze towards the minions surrounding Frieza, their previously arrogant demeanor extinguished in an instant as they huddled behind Frieza. Impressive. Truly remarkable. The king of the Saiyans is indeed formidable, Frieza remarked, extending a thumb in praise towards Vegeta. However, in the next moment, Frieza's demeanor shifted abruptly, his voice becoming maniacal. If this is all your strength, then there is nothing to fear. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped Frieza as he completed his transformation into his third form in mere seconds. Yet, there was a stark difference. His stature matched that of Guldo. Vegeta suddenly realized that the figure from Bardock's dream was, in fact, Frieza. His previous concerns were far from unfounded. In his third form, Frieza's gaze was as frigid as ice. He scrutinized Vegeta, recognizing that during his fierce battle with Guldo, Vegeta had not exerted his full strength, and now, facing him, Vegeta had not significantly improved. He understood that Vegeta had reached his limit. Well then, I have discerned your full power. You are not worthy of being my opponent. This woman, I shall eliminate without hesitation, Frieza sneered, his face contorted into a menacing grin as he taunted Vegeta. As for you, you will perish alongside her. Frieza seized Solia, the crimson laser in his hand crackling ominously as Solia emitted a pained groan. Tears glistened in Solia's eyes as she pleaded, "Vegeta, please. Use instant transmission to escape." Frieza, grinning maniacally, drew the red laser perilously close to Solia's face, mocking, what a tragic pair. I, Frieza, reveling witnessing, sak spinachilling shenis. Despite the dire circumstances, Vegeta remained remarkably composed, showing no trace of panic. He calmly uttered a few words. "Solia, we shall leave together." Ding! Miracle power detected, descending upon the host. Vegeta felt a subtle tremor within. It seemed he had succeeded. He revealed a meaningful smile. beckoning to Frieza. Farewell, Frieza. In an instant, a mysterious white light enveloped Vegeta and Solia, and they vanished from sight, leaving Frieza in bewilderment. Frieza clenched his empty hand, realizing Solia was no longer by his side. Damn it! Mobilize the entire force to attack Planet Vegeta. Find that wild monkey. I shall tear them to shreds. Chapter 66. Potential Development and Vegeta's Deification Plan. Above planet Namek, Porunga stood resolute in the night. Your wish has been granted. I shall take my leave. Porunga transformed into a bolt of lightning and ultimately merged with the 7 Dragon Balls. Very well, Mr. Vegeta, your wish has been fulfilled. I sincerely apologize. After separating the Grand Elder from my being, the enhanced power of Porunga has diminished. Therefore, this wish has consumed all 3 opportunities. And I regret to inform you that your other wish cannot be realized. Dandy expressed his profound apologies, his head hung low. Vegeta's doppelganger waved his hand, responding impatiently, let it be. If it cannot be done, so be it. Suddenly, a series of familiar faces appeared around him. All the Saiyans trapped by Frieza's army were transported to planet Namek. Bardock, Jine, Raditz, Kakarot, Nappa, all the Saiyans wore expressions of confusion. What is happening? How do we end up here? Weren't we on planet Vegeta? Kakarot carried a battered corpse, which was Tagoma. He gazed up at the sky, sniffing the air, his brow furrowed. He coming. As soon as he spoke, Vegeta and Solia simultaneously appeared before everyone. 2 majesties. How can there be 2 majesties? Everyone stared in astonishment, faces filled with questions. The doppelganger snorted derisively and approached Vegeta. You owe me a favor this time, brat. How will you repay me? Vegeta placed his hand on the doppelganger's shoulder, offering a benevolent smile. Indeed, my doppelganger has not disappointed me. Vegeta conveyed his entire plan to the doppelganger, instructing him to use the Dragon Balls on planet Namek to wish for all the Saiyans besieged by Frieza's army to be transported there. TCH, spare me the theatrics. Had it not been for your demise, I would not be at your beck and call. Vegeta, observing the doppelganger's lifeless demeanor, felt a surge of irritation, yet restrained his impulse to strike, as this time he had genuinely achieved a significant success. Well, haven't you always wanted to break free from my control? You still wish to use the remaining 2 wishes of Galenbo to attain your freedom? The doppelganger roared in fury. Damn it, you scoundrel. I can't believe you have stolen my thoughts. You may leave now. From this moment on, you are free, Vegeta uttered nonchalantly. The doppelganger was taken aback. The anger that had just consumed him transformed into disbelief at that moment. Confused, he inquired, did I hear incorrectly? Vegeta nodded, reaffirming, upon our separation, I shall grant you your freedom. As long as you do not perish, I will not interfere with your actions. Consider this a reward for you. Before Vegeta could finish his words, the doppelganger soared into the sky, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a declaration, I am finally free. The oppression endured for so long under Vegeta's command was wholly released in that instant, and his figure faded into oblivion. Vegeta gazed skyward and smiled, hoping he would grow stronger. He then turned and approached Dandy. Is the Grand Elder present? At that moment, Dandy had already utilized the knowledge he acquired from the Supreme Kai on Earth to resurrect Porunga, and the Namekians within him had been entirely separated. Namek had regained its former vitality. Astute Dandy quickly grasped the situation. The person before him was indeed the true savior of Namek. The Grand Elder is inside. Please follow me, Mr. Vegeta. Dandy led Vegeta into the Grand Elder's chamber, where the Elder's immense, sacred form came into view. A heavy voice resonated, We meet again, benefactor. Grand Elder, I have come with a request, Vegeta replied. The Grand Elder offered a knowing smile, seemingly aware of Vegeta's unspoken desires. Come closer, benefactor. I shall unlock your potential. True to his reputation, the Grand Elder was direct and to the point. With aged hands placed upon Vegeta's head, a wondrous sensation enveloped him, alternating between discomfort and refreshment. Moments later, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. Ding! Host base combat power detected at 100 million. 100 million seemed exceedingly high. However, it was woefully inadequate against the resurrected Frieza. This slight increase in combat power was merely a drop in the ocean. Benefactor, shall I unlock potential for the other Saiyans as well? This might help you overcome the current crisis, the Grand Elder suggested. However, Vegeta was preoccupied, still lost in contemplation of the previous discussion. In that case, I shall initiate the God-making plan. Vegeta nodded decisively. Let it be so. He abruptly raised his head and noticed Bardock undergoing potential unlocking. The Grand Elder's expression turned grave as he mumbled, "Next, your malevolent heart has yet to fade. My potential unlocking technique can only guide the forces of the virtuous." Vegeta was momentarily stunned. Disaster. Bardock also lacked a righteous heart. Reflecting on the years past, under the leadership of Bardock, the Saiyans, though united, have remained infamous, their hearts still harboring malevolence, rendering them mere egoists. It appears that the implementation of this policy has been rather brief, and the cultivation of a righteous heart must be entrusted to the passage of time. Alas, time is no longer on our side. Vegeta's hopes now rest upon Solia. Next, Solia. Vegeta swiftly propelled Solia towards the Grand Elder's immense hand. Solia exhibited a reaction akin to Vegeta's own. Success. It seems Solia possesses a righteous heart. Vegeta's gaze turned toward the other Saiyans, yet, to his astonishment, none among them displayed a righteous spirit. Kakarot, without a doubt, is innately malevolent. Even the most promising of them, Jain, met an equally dismal fate. It seems that on Vegeta's planet, one finds the worst of humanity amidst the harshest environments, every Saiyan plagued by sinister thoughts. The situation is dire. 6 righteous-hearted Saiyans remain unassembled. Is the God creation plan to be abandoned? How can we hope to defeat Frieza, lacking the power of the Super Saiyan God? Even a mere encounter with Frieza would be impossible. Only through the unlocking of potential, coupled with the might of the Super Saiyan God, might there be a glimmer of hope. 6. Besides Vegeta and Solia, we still require 4 more. Just then, the Grand Elder sighed, fatigue evident from such a monumental endeavor. Vegeta turned to discover that the final individual was none other than his brother, Tarbal. With Tarbal included, only 3 remain. What shall we do? Suddenly, a piercing beam of light surged through Vegeta's mind. An epiphany struck him. He grasped Solia's hand and swiftly darted to Tarbal, placing a hand upon his shoulder. We are heading to the Heavenly Temple. Chapter 67. Are you willing to bear my child? Earth. At the Heavenly Temple, 3 figures materialized in a haze. Vegeta released the hands of the 2. What is this place? Tarbal inquired, bewildered, as it was his first visit to Earth, surveying his surroundings. Vegeta, what is the purpose of the Heavenly Temple? Vegeta curtly replied, I will explain later. I have matters to attend to. In a flash, instant transmission was activated once more. West City, in Bulma's chamber. Vegeta suddenly appeared beside Bulma. Who? It is I, Bulma. Vegeta, how have you returned? Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet in the next moment, Vegeta swept her into his arms, pinning her against the bookshelf, gazing deeply into her eyes. The atmosphere grew charged, Bulma's heart racing uncontrollably. What is Vegeta intending to do? Could it be, what is it, Vegeta? Vegeta's gaze trembled, his head hung low, and his eyes began to flutter. With an air of embarrassment, he murmured, it's hard to speak up. Observing this, Bulma furrowed her brow, and a few lines appeared on her fair, lustrous face as she asked with concern, what is it? Vegeta turned his face aside, lowering his head even further. Bulma, noticing the unusual expression on Vegeta's face, gently cupped his chin and anxiously implored, please tell me, Vegeta. Vegeta turned to her and recounted, in detail, the invasion of planet Vegeta by Frieza. Bulma understood immediately. So, only the power of the Super Saiyan God stand a chance against Frieza? Vegeta's eyes burned with determination as he nodded vigorously. Yes, but currently, the only Saiyans with a righteous heart are my brother and me, along with Saraya. Bulma contemplated, we need 6 righteous-hearted Saiyans, but we are 3 short. What do we do? Vegeta gently rested his hands on Bulma's shoulders, and their gazes locked in a moment of profound connection. Bulma, this crisis has indeed taken me by surprise. It came too suddenly. Frieza is overwhelmingly powerful, and my current strength, I cannot defeat him. If I were to fall, all Saiyans would perish. Only by harnessing the power of the Super Saiyan God can we fight with all our might. Vegeta's words were heartfelt, and Bulma could sense the gravity of the unprecedented crisis. I hope you can help me. Bulma was momentarily stunned, incredulous that Vegeta, who had always resolved problems on his own, was now asking for her assistance. How can I help? She stammered. A husband nurtures his wife for 1,000 days, yet uses her in a moment of need. Vegeta blurted out, would you be willing to bear my child? At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The very air around them suspended in silence. This was Vegeta's plan. The child born of Bulma would inevitably be Trunks, a pure-hearted and kind Saiyan. Bulma's mind raced, her emotions swirling as she processed the suddenness of the request. She stood there, lost in thought, her heartbeat loud enough for Vegeta to hear. What should I do? If I refuse, Vegeta might be killed by that Frieza, but I truly care for him. I cannot let that happen. Vegeta awaited Bulma's response. Shyly, she murmured, I agree. A knowing smile spread across Vegeta's face, his goal accomplished. However, bearing a child also requires time. With Planet Vegeta on the brink of disaster. Was there enough time? True to her nature, Bulma articulated the crux of the issue, but Vegeta was well aware of this. In the hyperbolic time chamber, one day outside equates to a year inside. Bulma instantly grasped the implication of Vegeta's words. He was suggesting she enter the chamber. However, even so, we are still 2 righteous Saiyans short. At that moment, a noise outside interrupted their conversation. Ding! Concern level 10 detected from Tais. The look of worry etched on Tais' face revealed that she had evidently overheard their entire dialogue as she stepped inside. She stood there, a flush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she gazed at Vegeta. Memories of the years flooded her mind. Were it not for Vegeta, she might have perished at the hands of the Red Ribbon Army or endured inhumane treatment. Their encounter was nothing short of magical, and through their prolonged companionship, she gradually recognized her special feelings for Vegeta, akin to those she shared with her sister. Tais made a bold decision, her face a vivid crimson as she stammered, I also wish to do something for Vegeta. Ding! Tais' affection level has reached 100. Shall we form a bond? The suddenness of the situation caught Vegeta off guard. He had not anticipated Tais' appearance at this moment. Truly a fortuitous turn of events. Yes. Ding. Number bonds. 2. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. Unlocking new feature. Skill fusion. Skill fusion. Combine 2 skills for immediate use without cooldown, with power multiplied several times. Vegeta nodded slightly, quite pleased. This feature was like wings to a tiger, allowing him to utilize his signature technique, the ultimate Kamehameha wave. Bulma, somewhat taken aback, felt both surprise and inevitability. Over the years, the sensitive Bulma had long been aware of Tais' affections for Vegeta. Tais' gaze wandered, avoiding Bulma's eyes. To her astonishment, Bulma gracefully approached her side, smiling. Sister, then let us do something for Vegeta together. On the surface, Vegeta remained unperturbed, yet internally, he was elated. A double joy, or rather, a triple joy. In the heavenly palace, another Solia awaited him. Suddenly, a sultry voice echoed in Vegeta's mind. Ding! Host is indeed fortunate, experiencing double the happiness. Vegeta paused, then reacted a second later. System, are you female? Yes, indeed. After the upgrade, I can finally possess my original voice, and with further upgrades, I can even take on a human form. Now, I shall not disturb you any longer, host. Remember, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. What nonsense! I have resorted to such measures solely to fulfill your task. Vegeta shrugged, feigning helplessness. The system's voice fell silent, and Vegeta turned to face the 2 sisters. Bulma's cheeks were already flushed. Vegeta couldn't help but smile. He certainly understood, for who among them had not experienced this for the first time? Vegeta gently grasped the delicate hands of the 2, responding with a soft hum. As he spoke, his hands began to wander restlessly. Wait, Bulma called out, halting Vegeta's advances. Vegeta looked at her in confusion, only to find Bulma blushing shyly. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Bulma's determination led Tais to relent. Very well. Chapter 68. The God-Making Plan. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into Bulma's room. Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, rising to observe the slumbering forms of Bulma and Tais. A hint of satisfied smiles lingered at the corners of their lips. His gaze drifted lower, inadvertently drawn to Tais' ample bosom. At that moment, a surge of heat coursed through Vegeta. Tais blev fully Vegeta's tail once again stood erect. Tais quietly opened her eyes, only to hear a rustling sound. Vegeta, here we go again. Vegeta placed a finger gently on his lips, whispering, Shh. Bulma is still asleep. We mustn't wake her. Tais immediately covered her mouth, nodding vigorously. Once again, passion ignited between them. Vegeta, satisfied, released Tais' hand, pondering to himself, surely, this time she will be caught. Came a languid voice as Bulma awakened, blinking her eyes open. Sister, Vegeta, you're both awake? She paused, noticing, Hey, sister, why is your face so red? Are you unwell? Tais hurriedly touched her flushed cheeks, stammering, perhaps? Vegeta tossed a senzu bean to Tais, saying, Eat this. It will restore your health immediately. He also handed one to Bulma. Here, there's enough for both of you. Afterward, let us tidy up and head to the sacred realm. We need to prepare a year's worth of provisions, prenatal supplies, and entertainment items for the hyperbolic time chamber. He added, remember, the gravity inside the chamber is 10 times that of the outside, so bring my gravity chamber and set it to negative. Bulma and Ties nodded in agreement. Will you accompany us inside? Bulma inquired. Vegeta shook his head, regret evident in his tone. I've already entered once. My opportunity has been exhausted. One can only use the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days in a lifetime, and only 2 individuals may enter at a time. Bulma felt a twinge of disappointment. It's all right, sister. I've read many novels and know how to take care of others. I'm quite adept at it. Ties reassured her, patting Bulma's head, where her role as the elder sister became pivotal. Bulma's downcast demeanor brightened once more. All right then, let us get ready. At the sacred realm, the once desolate atmosphere was shattered. What? Solia, you become Vegeta's queen? Exclaimed the astonished blonde, Ranchi. A similar reaction manifested in Yulin. Indeed, sister-in-law is the most formidable female Saiyan on our Vegeta star. Even Aunt Ginia pales in comparison. Tabor explained earnestly. A faint, barely perceptible bitter smile crossed the faces of Yulin and Lanchi. Solia shyly scratched her head. Suddenly, Vegeta, Ties, and Bulma appeared hand in hand in front of the group. You have finally returned, Vegeta, Solia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Clearly, the turmoil following the Frieza incident had rendered Vegeta a pillar of strength in her heart. Vegeta simply grunted, aware that time was of the essence, and turned his gaze towards Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo, prepare the hyperbolic time chamber. I wish to utilize it immediately. Mr. Popo paused, his enchanting eyes reflecting wisdom. But haven't you already been inside? Vegeta shook his head and looked at Bulma and Ties. This time, it is for them. Mr. Popo appeared puzzled, yet felt it inappropriate to inquire further, so he led the 3 towards the entrance of the time chamber. Once inside, it may become rather monotonous. Have you brought everything you need? Vegeta reiterated his instructions. Ties confidently patted her chest and replied, Fear not. We have even managed to fit an entire house into a capsule. Moreover, with me, the novelist, my sister shall never find herself bored. Vegeta smiled and said, With you there, I can rest assured about Bulma. Let us proceed. Bulma pouted, What are you saying? I can take care of myself. The 2 turned towards the time chamber, while the others watched their departing figures. Wait a moment, counting our 2 children, there are only 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts, right? Thais murmured softly. Bulma glanced back at Vegeta, who was beaming and waving his hand. In that instant, her gaze returned to Solia. Bulma smiled in relief. Perhaps one of them is her. Vegeta, why are you sending Ties and Bulma into the time chamber? Solia asked, somewhat perplexed. To defeat Frieza, Vegeta replied, leaving everyone even more bewildered. Brother, but their battle power is hardly impressive. In fact, it's even lower than mine. Tabor scratched his head, ultimately voicing his concern. Indeed, junior brother, allowing them to enter is less effective than letting me in the time chamber. Yulin expressed her confusion. The blonde Lanchi exclaimed, They're delicate young ladies. You wish for them to conquer Frieza, whom you cannot defeat yourself? Honestly, it would be better for me to go. Lanchi and Yulin's words certainly held merit. Yet Solia remained convinced that Vegeta had his reasons. She awaited Vegeta's response. Let them enter, for it is part of the God-making plan. After ascending to the throne as the king of the Saiyans, I frequently found myself ensnared in a peculiar dream. Vegeta eloquently recounted the legend of the Super Saiyan God to the gathered audience. Upon hearing his tale, Solia pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. 6 Saiyans with hearts of justice. Yet Tai and Bulma are earthlings. Outside the room of spirit and time, a single day passes, while a year elapses within. In the next moment, Yulin's heart quivered unexpectedly, her face reflecting disbelief as she gazed at Vegeta. Could it be? Clearly, Yulin had grasped the truth. Recalling her earlier words, her cheeks flushed crimson. Hey, Yulin, why are you blushing? The weather is hardly warm today, Lanchi teased, poking Yulin's cheek. It's nothing, Yulin retorted, her face still aflame as she retreated to a corner, stomping her foot in frustration. The memory of her own words left her feeling utterly embarrassed. Bulma and Tai entered the room of spirit and time to nurture their pregnancy. And I just expressed my desire to enter the room of spirit and time too. Oh, I see now. Brother wishes for all his sisters-in-law to bear him children. To assemble the 6 Saiyans with hearts of justice. Tabor, struck by enlightenment, boldly voiced his surmised thoughts. What? You want Bulma and Tai to bear your children. You beast. I'll shoot you. Golden-haired Lan Chi sprang to her feet, brandishing a Gatling gun, prepared to execute Vegeta. Realizing his words had gone awry, Tabor stood, blocking her path, and awkwardly smiled. Please calm down. With Tabor's earnest efforts to restrain her, Lan Chi eventually regained her composure. She turned aside, arms crossed, pouting as she muttered, How infuriating. It's not as if I can't have children. However, her words caught Tabor's attention. One explosive revelation. He stared, dumbfounded, at Vegeta, then at Lan Chi, and finally at Yulin, whose face was flushed before glancing at Solia, now bestowed the title of queen. This was no heavenly palace. It was undeniably the harem of brother. Perhaps the 6 Saiyans with hearts of justice could be assembled directly from the sisters-in-law within this celestial abode, without his need to contribute. Ding! Admiration detected. 10 from Tabor. Chapter 69. The Creation of Gods. So, was Tabor correct in his assumptions? Solia awaited Vegeta's response with bated breath. At this juncture, there was little left for Vegeta to conceal. He met Solia's gaze resolutely, affirming, yes. Solia paused, a fleeting second of surprise passing, before she sighed and replied, very well, it's nothing. In her eyes, Bulma had always been the first to confess her feelings to Vegeta. Her only regret was not having been the very first to do so. Suddenly, Solia felt herself enveloped in a tight embrace. Blushing, she inquired shyly, what are you doing, Vegeta? Vegeta gently wrapped his arm around Sonia's waist, draping her hand over his neck and lifting her into a princess carry. Do you remember the promise you made to me, Sonia? He inquired. Sonia hesitated slightly before responding. Ido. Vegeta chuckled. The righteous Saiyan still needs one more. If you could conceive my child, it would be complete. Mr. Bobo, please prepare a room for us. Bobo blinked his large, expressive eyes and replied, of course. Please follow me. Thus, Vegeta carried Sonia as they followed Bobo. With a clang, the door swung open. Mr. Bobo, you may step outside, Sonia instructed, and Bobo, understanding the situation, exited and closed the door behind him. Vegeta gently set Sonia down. Vegeta, he softly grasped her hand, gazing tenderly into her eyes. Their eyes locked, and Sonia's cheeks flushed, appearing so rosy that a mere touch could cause them to glisten. Having learned from Bulma and Tai's experiences, Vegeta had grown quite adept. He slowly reached towards Sonia's back, loosening her garments, and the unique fragrance that belonged to her enveloped him. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heated, and Vegeta was finally poised to achieve his goal. Shall we begin, Sonia? Sonia lowered her head, closed her eyes, and murmured a vague affirmation. Outside, the golden-haired Launch discreetly leaned against the door, hearing a series of gasps emanating from within. The rhythmic sounds of slapping filled the air, causing Launch's face to redden. She couldn't help but recall her first encounter with Vegeta, where he had similarly behaved in such a manner. Was Vegeta spanking Sonia? Yurin quickly pulled Launch aside. In a sense, you are correct, but, oh well, let us not disturb them. We can wait until they are finished. 2 hours later, Vegeta emerged from the room, looking invigorated as he assisted a limping Sonia. Huh, I knew it. You must have spanked Sonia. Look, you've made her limp. Launch declared passionately, pointing an accusatory finger at Vegeta in defense of Sonia. Sonia's cheeks flushed once more as she replied, Launch, I'm fine. Although Sonia insisted she was well, it was her first time, and Vegeta understood all too well. Bulma and Tais had reacted similarly back then. Vegeta produced a senzu bean and fed it to Sonia, restoring her walking posture to normal. He tenderly brushed Sonia's hair and gently stated, Sonia, once Bulma and Tais come out, it'll be your turn to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Sonia nodded deeply. Okay, I understand. I regret to inform you that I cannot accompany you into the hyperbolic time chamber, for I have already entered once. Upon hearing this, Solia seemed unfazed, while Yulin silently cursed Vegeta in her heart. What a joke. Solia was there to nurture her unborn child, and her husband was absent. What sort of situation was this? No, someone must care for Solia. Yulin volunteered, stating, in that case, I shall accompany Solia inside. Solia gazed at Yulin in disbelief. Noticing her expression, Yulin inquired, what is it? Solia, do you think I'm also going to have a child for Vegeta? Yulin was taken aback. She had never anticipated Solia's thought process to be so peculiar. Her cheeks flushed, and she shook her hands in denial, saying, no, that is not the case. I simply wish to take care of you. Vegeta, feeling exasperated, lamented that such a question could indeed arise from his foolish wife. Very well, you may accompany Solia inside. And here is a year's worth of provisions. This is the enhanced version. Vegeta produced a multi-functional capsule and handed it to Yulin. She accepted the capsule, now fully prepared and merely awaiting the emergence of the two sisters. As evening fell, a clear sound of the door opening echoed from the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Two women, their bellies slightly rounded, stepped out. Vegeta, we are back. Vegeta instantly teleported to Bulma and Tai's side. The joy swelling within him at that moment was impossible to conceal. Why are you out so soon? Bulma chuckled awkwardly. I apologize. It was rather lonely inside, so we could not resist coming out. Tai's responded, I suspect that once our bellies grow, the babies inside gain consciousness. Thus it should not interfere with the Super Saiyan God ritual. Tai's, being a novelist, had a broader perspective, and her thoughts aligned perfectly with the lore of Dragon Ball Super. After all, Biddy also conducted the ritual while pregnant. Indeed, Tai's was correct. It was as she surmised. Yulin and Solia's footsteps approached from behind Vegeta. Well then, Vegeta, Tai's, Bulma, I'm going in with Solia as well. It appears we need not stay for long. Bulma and Tai's simultaneously raised their eyebrows in confusion. Yulin's going in too. What is the reasoning behind this? Solia's entrance was anticipated, but what could possibly justify Yulin's decision? Very well, you may enter, Vegeta chuckled as he ushered the two into the hyperbolic time chamber. Turning around, however, he was met with the piercing glares of Tai's and Bulma. Now explain, what is going on with Yulin? Bulma crossed her arms while Tai's pouted. The two, undeniably sisters, questioned Vegeta in unison. Well, you are mistaken. Yulin merely intends to care for Solia. Regardless, the truth will emerge once Yulin and Solia return. Indeed, we shall observe whether Yulin's belly is slightly protruding at that time. It is evident that the two sisters have developed a crisis of trust regarding Vegeta. Vegeta, however, no longer feels the need to refute this. He stands tall in his integrity, for he has truly done nothing untoward towards Yulin. In Chapter 70, titled The Super Saiyan God, the night descends. The usually tranquil temple buzzes with an unusual liveliness. Bulma and Tai's gaze at each other, their bellies subtly rounded. Sister, do you think our child will be a boy or a girl? Tai's inquires with a gentle smile. I hope for a boy, one as formidable as Vegeta. Both women cast joyful smiles toward Vegeta. He places a hand on the waist of each sister, drawing them close. Turning his face towards Bulma, Vegeta expresses, I too hope for a boy. Bulma beams with happiness. Then, what name have you decided for the child? As for the name, it shall be Trunks. If it's a boy, I'll choose a Saiyan name. Trunks it is. If it's a girl, you may name her Bra, a name befitting an earthling. Bulma softly repeats, Trunks, Bra. She lifts her gaze to Vegeta, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Then it's settled. Sister, what about you? Have you thought of a name? Tai's glances at Vegeta. Perhaps you should decide. After considering Tai's words, Vegeta ponders deeply, while Tai's eyes sparkle with anticipation. After a minute of earnest reflection, Vegeta proclaims, if it's a boy, he shall be named Ozer. If a girl, she shall be named Navernus. The choice of these names reflects his consideration of Tai's profession as a novelist, as they are homophones of author and novelist. Before Tai's can respond, Lanchi chimes in with praise. That sounds splendid. I never imagined you, with such a robust exterior, could conjure such names. Tai's softly murmurs, Ozer, Navernus, both sound like Saiyan names. But since they are chosen by Vegeta, I shall defer to your decision. A sudden, crisp sound of the door opening draws the attention of the four, and their gazes instinctively shift towards the time chamber. Two figures flicker into view. We are out. Yulin cautiously supports Solia, who is gently cradling her belly. As they approach the group, Tai's and Bulma exchange glances, their smiles revealing that Vegeta has not deceived them. Solia, tenderly touching her belly, gazes at Vegeta with joy. We are out, Vegeta. As a Saiyan, Solia clearly adapts to the time chamber more readily than the other two sisters. Vegeta's face was adorned with the most blissful smile as he gazed upon his third daughter, who carried his flesh and blood, a thrill coursing through his heart. Now, he had even more individuals to protect, which necessitated a more diligent commitment to his training. Very well. Tabor, come join us. Let us form a circle, hand in hand. Upon hearing this, Tabor swiftly approached the group and complied with Vegeta's instruction. Before long, the five of them formed a circle. Vegeta continued from this moment forth. Close your eyes. With that, they all shut their eyes. Focus intently on the righteous power within you. Gradually channel it into my being. They nodded in agreement. 10 seconds later, golden light began to emanate from Solia and Tabor. This power, inherent to the Saiyans, commenced its transfer to Vegeta. A warm, oceanic wave of energy surged into Vegeta's energy reservoir, gradually filling it. He sensed the convergence of Solia's righteous heart, the child within her, and Tabor's essence intertwining with his own. Suddenly, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, the capacity of his energy reservoir expanding as more energy flowed within. This spectacle left the nearby Yulin and Lanchi astonished, especially Lanchi, who was filled with curiosity at witnessing a Super Saiyan for the first time. Is Vegeta also of dual nature? However, there was no change in Bulma and Tai's, as they were ordinary humans and found it somewhat challenging to perceive the latent energy within them. Vegeta, I don't seem to feel any power within me. Neither do I, Bulma and Tai's expressed, their faces reflecting concern as they opened their eyes. Vegeta patiently reassured them, do not rush. Take your time. Though you are ordinary, the children you bear are anything, but I have faith in you, and I trust our children. At his words, Bulma and Tai's nodded in unison and attempted once more. Bulma furrowed her brow slightly, silently imploring, child, can you hear your mother's voice? Your father requires your assistance. In an instant, golden light began to radiate around Bulma, and the same phenomenon occurred around Tai's. Splendid. We have succeeded. Bulma and Tai's exclaimed in unison. Now, channel the energy within you to me. As Vegeta's voice resonated, a continuous stream of Saiyan energy began to flow to his back. The sensation was utterly sublime, akin to basking in sunlight, purifying his entire being. Golden energy particles were activated, floating in the air, as the energy surged forth under their guidance, flooding into Vegeta's core. Above the heads of the gathered crowd, golden energy particles began to coalesce, forming layer upon layer of swirling golden mist. For a duration of 1 minute, this mist gradually dispersed, revealing a vortex that materialized above Vegeta's head. The golden energy particles encircled the group, and in an instant, an unprecedented surge of energy surged into Vegeta's being. Surrounding him, red flames began to manifest, and even the hair, enveloped in crimson mist, began to undergo transformation, followed closely by his eyebrows and pupils. Vegeta's muscles tightened, and his entire silhouette became more refined. This spectacle filled Saraya with immense excitement, for she sensed Vegeta's aura gradually weakening, nearly fading away. Vegeta's aura has diminished? Bai Lin exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide as she gazed at Vegeta. Vegeta extended his hands, carefully attuning to this divine power, and soon, to the perception of the others, his presence completely vanished. This was the Super Saiyan God, Vegeta. Brother has transformed with red hair. It seems he has even lost some weight. Tabor could scarcely believe the transformation unfolding before him. Vegeta was a completely different being from before. Vegeta smiled with satisfaction. With the aid of his beloved wives, he had successfully attained the state of Super Saiyan God. This unfamiliar power, once deemed unattainable in his Super Saiyan form, reignited the fiery passion within Vegeta's heart,